cap să-mi pui, lui raș de fac. Lui raș de os. Lui raș de soc, muzicei cu foc.
Când abate plâne, răzbate șuile, să strânge pe mine, mă
Plânge cu lacrimi de sânge. Au. Iar dacă ai zări, dacă ai întâlni, măicuță bătrână, din ochi lăcrimând, pe câmp alergând, de toți întrebând,
și la toți încânt.
cine a cunoscut, cine mi-a văzut, mândru ciobănel, tras printr-o inel, fițișoara lui, musticioara lui, perișorul lui. Ura câmpului, au. Dumioara mea să te îndori de ea și să-i spui curat că m-am însurat cu o pată de crai pe o gură de rai.
Era cea măicuță să nu spui drăguță, că la nunta mea a căzut o stea, că am avut nutaj, braci și bătinași, preoți mulțimari, pe
Sările mii și stele păcălii.
bănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de pâinii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Și-ai plecat cu fetilii, și-ai plecat cu fetilii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, du-ru-du-ru-du-ru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. De văzut nu le-am văzut, de păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, nu mai capte din cârlan, la fântâna lui Gheorghiț, nu mai capte din căpriț.
A very good morning to everyone tuning in to the very start of the 4th season of PGL's Wallachia. We're here for the next week and a half to determine a champion for this 4th season. And we are having a bunch of teams, 16 teams actually, fighting for a chance to be making it to that final day, to lifting that final trophy. And we're going to talk about everything that has to do with those 16 teams right now, together with Jenkins and Fear. Good morning, Fear. How are you doing?
Wonderful. It's great to be back here in Romania before the 4th season. So very excited. We've got a bunch of new teams, some older teams as well. I feel like this tournament in particular, we always get to see a couple new teams that we haven't seen in a while. And to me, that's one of the most exciting things.
Yeah, I could not agree more, Jen, because we've got a great mix here.
Clinton, it's really great to be here. This morning we saw a massive fly and because
He's here too,
Yeah, because he's playing with AVULUS, right?
because he's playing with AVULUS,
and he's a massive
he's
guy.
a big guy. Yeah, I saw him on panel with you at ESL. Actually, you guys were quite wide. We also saw a bug, and the size of this bug was massive because in Romania, of course, this is the home of Dracula. Shout outs to Dracula.
Okay, that's where you were going with that. That's
That's the bit. Yeah, that's the bit. Good morning. Great to be here.
Yeah, it is good to be here. We can take a look at those 16 teams as we do have them all in a row for you. And don't worry, you don't need to remember all of them because we'll go through them as the tournament progresses. And we'll talk about all the expectations with these teams and all the stories that they bring with them as well. And there's one thing in particular that you should be aware of because 16 teams obviously is a lot. And we had 16 teams here for Wallachia Season 3 as well. And some teams are the same, some teams are a little different, but not just the team names are different. We have some different iterations here compared to what we had last season.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's definitely been some changes for a lot of teams. So I guess we could start with just in general, like teams that have changed from Season 3 into Season 4, just the roster changes they made. Aurora is one of them. Technically, Lornoff was a stand-in, but I consider this like a roster change because this is the first tournament where Kiyotaka will be playing with Aurora, and I think this one's very exciting.
Yeah.
You're a Kiyotaka fan, right?
I'm a huge Kiyotaka fan. I think this team got funnier. Aurora's actually, I'm just going to say it straight up. Shiva put all my cards on the table. They're my favorite team at the tournament. They're so fun to watch. And I think they got even more chaotic and also maybe even a higher skill cap with having Kiyotaka join. When he was on that iteration of BetBoom, I feel like they could very easily be the best team in the world, or he could, throw a game 3 of a best of 5 in the most devastating way possible. So I'm very excited to see this team.
Yeah,
The 50-50 team.
I mean, there's more too. I think if we look at Xtreme Gaming as well, this is a team that also made a change. Undying, he was pretty fun to watch last season, but unfortunately, when you do have a player like Tian Ming, he will not be without a roster for long, so they switched to him. We've seen this guy a lot, and maybe this is what Xtreme Gaming needed to really just like push into that upper echelon and be able to potentially win tournaments again. It's been a while since they hold a trophy, so this one's also very interesting. And then I think the big one that I did want to talk about is going to be, we talked about Fly earlier, this AVULUS roster. This is a roster that has made so many changes since the last season. Of course, they did play in Raleigh, but since last season of Wallachia, there has been tons of changes for this roster. Stormstormer was replaced by Mobe. Eke as well left the roster for Desire. And then Seneko most recently left, and Fly is taking his place, maybe as a temporary, but maybe potentially a permanent solution. We'll have to see.
And AVULUS did pretty well at Rally. Like they looked. I remember interviewing a lot of the teams about like who are the dark horses at Rally, and they were saying AVULUS is the team that I think would exceed people's expectations. So with Fly as well, I don't know. I mean, this roster could surprise people for sure.
Yeah, and then there's one more team, and I remember during Wallachia Season 3, there was all the talks because that's when the rumors were coming out that Dairacho would maybe take a break, potentially, I mean, for a longer period of time, and he is replaced by Crystalis on the side of Tundra. What do you feel about that? Because as a carry player?
I mean, I feel like this, at this point, is kind of old news, but it's kind of crazy that Dairacho was just here a month ago, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Playing, right? But it feels like old news. Crystalis, he's fitting in really well with the team. I think this is going to be like the one that matters the least. Crystalis is a great player. Replacing Dairacho in this roster has already shown that he's had a much bigger hero pool on Crystalis, and he looks great on Tundra.
Yeah, they have been having great success, obviously, most recently, coming third in Rally. And speaking of that, you might have seen some teams there too, and they weren't playing with their full strength. But they are now. So let's take a look at which teams are back at their full strength so you can adjust your expectations accordingly if you want. Of course, the big ones are the teams that have their mid players back, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big thing, right? We have our Liquid. This is a team where Bryle, we haven't seen in a long time, got to perform a little bit, but you're standing in the shadow of Nisha. It's not an easy thing. I think a lot of Liquid fans are really happy to see Nisha's back on this squad. He is, I mean, arguably the best mid in the world right now. At some point, he was unarguably the best player in the world. He's still a really great addition to Liquid, and I think they really need him. Falcons as well. That was an interesting one. I think Quinn standing in. I mean, he's on Gaming Gliders. He's playing here as well, but Quinn standing in for Malrine. they did really well there. Surprisingly amount. I don't even know if like this team is going to get much stronger with Maureen than having Quinn on the team, because they're both that high level of players.
I think as a drafting thing, it probably helps.
Most likely.
The way that Falcons has always played is around the pivots, you know, having like Mallory and Amar playing the same Grandmaster tier heroes. So I just think they had to like become a different team with Quinn on Falcons. So they're kind of back to, you know, what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, and also Heroic is back with what they're comfortable with. Schofield, he could not make it to Rally. They had Matthew during that time, but he's back in action with the squad. And of course, just a week ago, it was PARIVISION that took the title there. And I know there's a lot of talk with PARIVISION and the fact that you can't look at VODs and replays and you look at Dota Pro Tracker to see what they've been playing. And we've been talking about how this team might just have a little bit of a buff because of that, because they could potentially set the meta in ways that other teams might not be able to, because they are normally the teams that copy PARIVISION. But this time around, the meta has shifted a little bit, and I just wanna have a bit of a baseline, Jenkins, of what we can expect from today onwards. And I know it's going to be very different already tomorrow, but let's see our baseline.
Yeah, so these are the heroes that were picked in the last 3 days of Raleigh. I didn't want to highlight like the whole tournament because a lot of the things from the group stage did change. For instance, Monkey King had a 0% win rate. This hero was not looking good, but teams were still valuing it, and I think this is a hero that'll fall off. TA had a 100% win rate. This was insane. Like this hero, when it did get let through, it looked like people were trying to counter it, and it literally, by definition, did not work.
Yeah.
Ringmaster had a 90% win rate as well. I think between the final 3 teams of that tournament, we saw Ringmaster being really highly valued. It feels like the players that were spamming this hero as soon as it came out have really benefited from playing him, because he is a crazy high skill hero with what he can do in the games.
Yeah, some players are able to make him look like an S tier hero, while others just, you know,
it looks dog shit. It's bad. It's really bad.
I mean, I think TA is the same example, right? I think in the group stage, TA had like a 25% win rate. It's like, this hero's not good. Then all of a sudden, like the TA specialists later on started picking up the hero. Then it looked OP. And I think in general, that's how this patch is right now. I feel like the stats are something that are hidden, right? But if you're a specialist on a certain player, you're going to stand out and you're going to look good on the hero. And Ringmaster, TA, those are definitely specialist type heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And now it is 16 teams and we're going to get down to 1. How are we going to do that, you wonder? It's a best format out there. It's a Swiss group stage into a double elimination bracket. So for this group stage, for people that are wondering, so we put everybody at the start. It's a modified Swiss group stage, as you can call it, where every team will face in round number 1 a team that is 8 ranks divided with the team that they're facing. And at the end of the day, we're going to have, well, not of the day, of the group stage, we're going to have 8 teams moving forward into a double elimination bracket. And this is all filled in. So I wonder who team 1's going to be, because that team 1's going to win. That's an impressive.
That's what it means. Number 1.
That's going to be Aurora with the A. They start with an A, right? Unless is there a number team?
Well, we're doing alphabetical.
Yeah, I think it's alphabetical, surely.
I don't know if it's going that way, but I know that there's one person who's very hopeful already, as we also are playing. I mean, the number 1 prize is great to be claiming a title and to be able to call yourself the best, but let's also be real with that. It comes tied to quite a decent reward, Jenkins.
Yeah, I always send this one over to Fear because, of course, he did win a TI, so he won about $25,000 back in the day. Fear, if you had $300,000, which is, in my estimation, about 3 times what you made at the TI, $25,000, what would you do with that amount of money if you were Toronto, Tokyo?
I would buy a house.
Property's a good investment these days. Yeah, definitely can't invest in stocks, not with what what's going on.
True, I would not take investment.
I mean, it's a good time to invest, actually.
I would not take investment advice.
Invest when buy high, sell low. That's what I always say.
I don't know about that, guys. I don't know about that. Let's take a look at what's coming your way today, because a Swiss group stage like that does need 2 streams to cover. Let's take a look at what's happening on the B stream today. You see the link below here. We're going to have Xtreme versus Edge. PARIVISION, AVULUS. By the way, if you're wondering, like, who is Edge? That is Mosquito Clan, or former Mosquito Clan. So just a heads up there.
South American team, yeah.
Yep. Spirit versus Shopify Rebellion, and Tundra versus Heroic. Which one stands out most, Fear?
Well, I've always got to take a look at some of the new teams, AVULUS plus PARIVISION. We've got a bunch of changes on AVULUS, so that's going to be interesting playing probably the strongest team in the world right now, so that's a good test for them. And then, yeah, I think that's the one that I'm most interested in.
All right, let's take a look at what's coming your way on our stream, the one that you're watching right now, the A stream. We are going to end the day with Falcons versus Talon. Nigma Galaxy will face Team Liquid. We're going to have Tidebound versus BetBoom Team. But we're going to start the day, when you're talking about new teams here, we're going to start the day with a new team. NAVI Junior taking on Aurora Gaming, Jenkins' favorite team here, as we are diving right into this one. Personally, I mean, let's start by talking about Aurora, because they're the team that is known. And I do think, Fear, this is a team that, even with especially with their addition of Kiyotaka, a team that we expect to make it out of this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, most likely this team definitely fights their own demons sometimes when they don't have a good start.
That's a good way of putting it.
So, like, they're very volatile. When they're good, they're really good. But when they're not doing very well, they sometimes look a lot worse than their actual skill. I think any team with Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo is going to be volatile. I think Lornoff was kind of the anchor of the last tournament. They brought in more chaos.
Sliced it with another.
Yeah, so this team is very interesting and fun. I know you love talking about this team, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, I love these guys. I think also Panto has really won me over since his glorious run on Chimera Esports at Dream League, where they had literally disbanded. They were saying in the interviews that they had literally disbanded. They made top 4. And then, of course, they have Mira. Like, Mira is probably the most stable guy on the roster. TI winner from the legendary Team Spirit roster. They have Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira. That's also a conversation. These are Team Spirit TI winners together.
And laning together, even.
And laning together, yeah. So there's a lot of really interesting stuff about that team.
Yeah, definitely. I would say definitely the favorite in this upcoming best of 3. But I wanna hype up the underdog, because if there's ever an underdog, NAVI Junior is the ultimate underdog in this series, potentially even in the tournament. This team, Jenkins, has never ever made it to a tier 1 LAN.
Yeah, this is their first time. Honestly, like, I'm very excited about this team. They have incredibly young players. They have a 16-year-old player. All of their players are younger than 19. Other than Zayats. He's the old man on the team, 26. Their coach is also like 35. So the kind of story for this team is that they have an unpolished group of extremely high skill pub stars, and Zayats is taking his experience from playing on Team Secret. He got second at TI. He did very well at Riyadh, and he is translating that into teaching a new roster, how to.
I've been playing competitive Dota longer than Nico's been born.
I was gonna say, I was gonna ask, what's the year that you started playing Dota 1, and that's probably like 2000.
I'm over 20 years old than that kid, so.
Yeah, he was 14 when he joined NAVI. Isn't that much? When he was 15, he reached 15K MMR.
That's insane.
That's just mad.
That's insane. No, this is like, if you're looking for a new team to root for, that 5 years down the line you're gonna have a team that's potentially, or at least some of the players, like caliber players of like Team Spirit, the new Yatoros of the world, legitimately, like, this is the team. We have not seen a team that is this young in a tier 1 LAN for a very long time.
I want to see some trash talk, because like this gives me a little bit of vibes. Do you remember when Amar came onto the scene?
Yes.
And he was like trash talking Puppy.
Oh yeah.
And then Amar blew up. I get vibes from this team. I know got the juice as well. He's a bit of a shit talker in pubs. I've seen it.
Do you think Daddy Zayats is going to allow this to happen?
Zayats is one of the nicest
This
players.
man, look at the results since he's joined the team. So before he was on the team, this is when they got 5th or 6th in the Bangkok qualifiers. This is the best that they did. Like, this is legitimately their best result. After he joins, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 1st. So basically he has polished the roster to a degree where they are not just getting second place in like an Eastern European or Western European qualifier, which, by the way, that is exceptional to get second in an Eastern European qualifier. That is a very competitive region. But first place, like this guy has done a very solid job, and I'm sure their coach has also been a huge impact here. But I just want to show some of Zayat's results in case anybody forgets the clout that this man has. I only picked the big tournaments, by the way. PGL, of course, and then TI and Riyadh having extremely high placements in both of these tournaments. The guy's made.
This was the original Techies guy.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, he was. He was. This was. It was with Resolution, right? He would play in that off lane on Team Secret, playing that Techies.
Very true. So what are we expecting from this team? Because I do fully agree. I think it's super exciting to see fresh blood, especially young fresh blood that you don't know where they're gonna be in 5 years or just 2 years, maybe even, or maybe just 1 year. Like, what are we expecting to see from this team that is still an underdog? No matter how we talk them up, they're still. I mean, this is their first tier 1 LAN. They're still an underdog. I know. I mean, Fear, obviously, when you were having Sumail join EG a long time ago. He was also 15, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you know that Sumail was going to be Sumail?
Signature heroes, I think, right? Like, when you're a young team and a young player, you definitely have a couple heroes that you're just really good at. It's not until later in your career you're kind of like forced to expand as people start banning them. So I'm very curious to see what this NAVI Junior team is going to bring to the table. Hopefully new ideas, maybe specialty heroes as well. You've got a lot of young players, and I think all you can do when you're young is just play a lot of pubs, right? And then you spam heroes that eventually you think are good, you gain MMR with, and they're going to bring that to the pro scene. And I think that's going to be very interesting to see which of those stick in competitive.
I think even competitively, their ideas are pretty interesting, like even outside of the heroes. Like, they are, from what I saw, I was looking at a lot of their replays last night, they're very good at like kind of poking and getting out, like forcing TP rotations. Like, I know that this is something that a lot of this is like a relatively new idea on the scene, like in Dota. It's not like a 10-year-old idea. This is like within the last like 3 to 4 years, people started getting really good at this, where you like fake a go, and then people are like, oh, I need a TP, especially on this patch. There's a huge amount of like 5-man, even like carries showing up mid early on, right? So like this team, they will fake like they're gonna go on you, and then they will just back off completely. Like, I saw they did a thing where they had like a Darkseer Night Stalker, and then they faked to go, and it was daytime, right? And it's like, it just doesn't look good, but like people have that impulse to respond. But on the flip side, some of their drafts can be rough. Some of their itemization can be rough as well, where they're building like pub players rather than like as a team.
Yeah.
Offlaners on Pango going Diffusal instead of Greaves, stuff like that. So it's a very exciting team to watch. Like, they have a lot of potential for sure.
And the team that already has realized a lot of their potential on the other side, I do want to focus a little bit more on Aurora. I mean, okay, so I know, Jenkins, you're making a little bit fun of them, that they can be hot and cold, and, they're very fun to watch. But what are they really good at? If you were to mention one thing that they're really good at, that doesn't fail, that they don't 50-50.
I mean, laning. Like, they're all unbelievably high-skill players, and I think strategically, like, drafting as well. And the reason I mentioned both of these, you asked for one thing, but, like, they do go hand in hand, right? Like, they're good at picking a strategy which is like relatively cohesive, but then still having really strong lanes. Like Toronto Tokyo, this guy played like the most offlaners out of any player in the last PGL event, and he was completely brand new to the offlane. He would dumpster lane, and he would just slot whatever hero they need for the draft, and it would look really good, even though he's completely new to the offlane.
Yeah, I mean, he looked very impressive. I think Aurora in general, like Jenkins talked about poking and forcing reactions. It's not going to be easy for a team like NAVI Junior to exploit these veteran teams, because they've all been through this before. They kind of know how to play the map. So one of the things Aurora will have over NAVI Junior is definitely experience on how to play the map, how to itemize, and most likely timings too. So I think for NAVI Junior, they're in a new ballpark now. They're going to play versus a lot better teams, and we'll see how they fare, especially because they are playing in a studio as well, right? Like
Yeah.
this is going to be your opponents are in the other room from you.
And don't worry, that was not the draft that had already finished, guys.
They're so new.
They're so new. They're like,
They're
it's
such.
just it in.
This is why they're called the Zoomers, Sheaver. Like they draft so quickly.
Blink and you miss it. That is very true. But we will have the draft on your screen very soon, as that is going to be instrumental. I think, especially as mentioned, being on LAN, you need, like, for the first time with this caliber of teams, you need comfort. You need to feel comfortable in game, because the rest is already going to be new enough. As we do have, I mean, you saw it on your screen a second ago. We heard the Ringmaster getting picked already. That's on the side of Aurora. That is a hero that is very strong. And in terms of bans, I don't think there's much different from what we were discussing earlier, from how we left the previous tournament going into this Wallachia Season 4.
I mean, there was no patch, right? So
Exactly.
it's going to be just adaptations of the current meta. I mean, Coddle, we saw towards the end of the last tournament, becoming incredibly popular. The way you can just, I mean, the map is just large, right? So Coddle enables you to not only farm faster with stacking, but to teleport around the map and just abuse how big it is. And I think that is one big reason why this hero is so strong. I think Ringmaster in general, it has gotten to the stage where a lot of these heroes, like these hoodwinks, aren't very good anymore, but this hero is so strong in lane, it kind of enables any offlaner to be picked.
I do want to go back to the Coddle for a second and just say I think this is the highest skill hero in Dota right now.
Broken, yeah.
I think it's completely broken, but the floor is extremely low as well. Like you can absolutely grief your team once you
We've
get
seen that before.
Once you get the shard and you have 2 recalls, it's insane. Like you can be everywhere, but you can also completely screw your map positioning.
Dude, I
so-
remember this one game where this Coddle, I think it was Tundra versus Spirit. Yeah, like there was like this Underlord pit on the ground.
Yes.
Coddle TP'd his Razor to him. Then he also TP'd himself at the same time to his teammate. And he TP'd himself and his teammate into a pit. They both just died immediately.
It can happen.
And he just griefed himself and his teammate. So I agree. It's a hard hero to play.
To be honest, though, it's a very interesting meta. And, you know, you mentioned it, Fear. Like, both of these 2 first picks are also very high skill heroes. Maybe not like Coddle, but I think if you're a bad Ringmaster, it can look really terrible. He has a lot of skill shots, a lot of ways to grief. Beastmaster as well, with his, you know, map presence. Like if you die a few times, you can absolutely grief the game. So Dota is just in a state where like the top picked heroes you have to be really good at in order to make it work. And they go for a Slark. That's
Yep. Shout out to 9 class on
Yeah.
that one.
yeah, that's interesting.
Well, because are we imagining that this is just a position 4 Slark? Would you have seen Night Class and you're like, I'm gonna have to practice
It's
position 4
been
Slark?
plaguing pubs right now. Like everyone saw 9 class play. It's like, oh, I can do that. I'm allowed to do that. Now everyone wants to play position 4 Slark. It's become somewhat meta. And I think, unironically, that is the best role for this hero. I feel like as a carry, this hero always disappoints me. But as I've seen from the support role, it has a lot more utility and things it can do. So
The
I don't
warding
mind
is S tier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
The warding rather.
Part of my theory on it, and I swear, if 9 class was not playing competitively, if you could get a real interview out of him about the Slark, where he would tell you what he thinks, honestly, they would say that the map is just huge. It's really hard to deward right now because there's so many tree lines, there's so many cliffs, and a hero like Slark, like the way that you would deward is you would like triangulate where the wards are based on like standing behind trees and stuff. It's very easy to do that right now, and it's very hard to ward and very hard to deward. So the hero just makes it so easy to do one of the most important, most annoying things in Dota right now.
Yeah. Even heroes that have built-in vision, at the moment there's not one sentry that, you know, gets all the important
No,
shots.
God, no.
You gotta spend more than that. So definitely very valuable in the dewarding department for the Slark. As we have Aurora picking up the Tinker and the Sand King. Tinker is still one of the most favorite supports coming out as the position 5. That would mean Ringmaster as a position 4.
I mean, I've seen this before in teams have answered with a Shadow Demon. Just because you are playing versus Tinker and Ringmaster, the Purge is incredibly valuable. You can also stack for the Beastmaster, so that's something they're probably discussing, but Shadow Demon isn't a hero right now that is particularly strong, but having the Purge in this game could be really nice.
SD sounds amazing. And especially because Aurora will actually play Kiyotaka on Tinker in the Dream League qualifiers. This is a hero that he did play, so it is a pivot for Aurora. And yeah, I every time Ringmaster comes out, I think like, where's the SD, man? Where's the SD? And it never gets picked.
I mean, the hero's just not super popular. I think either you go for SD or you just pick a carry that wants to buy a nullifier at some point. I think Monkey King can do that. I think once they picked Phoenix, they kind of decided to go the team fight route instead of going for Shadowdoom. I would agree, if you do have like a Shadowdoom, Beast, Slark, you might struggle a bit in the team fights.
We mentioned Monkey though.
It's a very low win rate hero in competitive right now.
I think in general, this hero is picked too early, and that's usually when it loses, because it's not like the same Monkey as before where you could just go mid with the Samian Stride facet and just terrorize the map. Most people are going for the Wukong's Faithful or something, the one where the ring stays up even if you walk out of it now. So you have to have some scale and you have to have a decent lane. And I think when you do see a hero like Sand King, you're going to win your lane no matter what.
Yeah, okay. I was going to ask about that. Do you think that matters though? Because I feel like the way people play Sand King is you're not even laning anyway. Like you're picking a 4 that can either roam or take the lane, and then Sand King is just jungling, right? This is like the 33 classic.
Yes, but at least you're forcing him to go jungle. So there's always that. I think if Sand King can bully you in lane, that's like worst case scenario, right? So you do have to make him go jungle.
Do we know that Sand King is going to go off lane now that Abaddon is
No, we don't.
Nope.
It could be.
Nightfall can play this as well if he wants to.
Yeah, there's.
In fact, I think he might, just because I saw a pub with him play it recently, so he's been practicing it. And in general, you're playing versus Beastmaster, right? And if you're a carry Abaddon versus Beast, you're insanely happy. He can never kill you throughout the game.
Yeah, you can always purge the axe stacks, and
yeah, if he roars you, just ult.
Yeah, infinite wand charges on an Abaddon in lane feels incredible because you can just spam the shield. I do wonder though, how does a 4-position Slark do against an Abba carry? Because I feel like in a 1-to-1 matchup between these heroes, like carry versus carry, Abaddon doesn't like it, but maybe it's different as a 4.
I think as a 1v1, as a carry in general, it really comes down to like how many stacks you can get off and reset. So in this game, it's going to be hard to be a carry, but as support, you're not really going to worry too much about the Abaddon. Like maybe you'll come in later. I definitely want to see Slark as support. That's what I'm getting at here, because I feel like it's hard to play through Sandstorm, Epicenter,
yeah, I guess,
March.
I guess what I was thinking was like, even as a 4, how annoying is the Slark going to be in lane for an Abaddon? Does this matter so much?
Probably not. I think the Slark generally just kind of like pokes the position 5 and gives a 1v1 for the offlaner versus.
And then it's Beast versus Abba, and you're happy as the Abba. Fair enough.
I mean, if you step out of position or something and you good pounce, of course, with a blood grenade, you can get a kill. But we'll see. We don't even know where this Tinker's going fully. Like,
no, we don't.
Could
Still be mid, yeah. And honestly, Navi has banned 2 heroes that are pretty good against Tinker on mid, so you're kind of tempted if you're Aurora. I mean, the question is like, what could they get that's really devastating?
Yeah, it's overall last pick for NAVI Junior.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you're Aurora here, you want to pick a ranged mid, whether it's Tinker or something else, because I don't think you want to give Monkey a free mid lane matchup. That's like worst case scenario. And Navi, they have last pick, right? So I think you're fine being offlane Sand King versus Monkey, because as Jenkins said, you can just go jungle. Who cares? It doesn't really matter. But if Monkey gets a free lane when mid, then he can start rotating around the map and becoming a big problem.
Is it bad enough that you could go for like a Queen of Pain mid to preemptively make it so that you can't put the Monkey mid? And I feel like Quap will do well against like pretty much any mid pick right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's either that or the Tinker, right? Does Tinker lose to many things, like maybe a Huskar?
Yeah, true. Actually, you do have to be careful of a Huskar.
But they're banning out Darks here. I guess that's kind of indicating they want Abaddon to be carry here.
Yeah, protect the Abaddon, and Beast can go mid for Navi as well.
Go carry too, right?
Yeah, this hero is such a menace because of the flex right now. Yeah, I'm feeling the Queen of Pain for Kiyotaka.
Well, they still remove that Huskar.
Yeah, I think they want Tinker mid. I think that Huskar ban is really good if you look at their heroes. How did they kill a Huskar?
So that means they're last picking a Panto pause 5, right? Or I guess
they want
he could be
Ringmaster
Ringmaster.
as the 5.
Yeah, so it's a 4 or 5.
Is there anything that pairs extra nicely with an Abaddon?
I mean, the thing is, like, we still don't know. It's either going to be that, as you mentioned, or they could still pick another intelligence mid type hero, right?
Well, they got 5 seconds.
They're
to
debating.
decide, and it
Alright,
will
so
be a
Tinker mid.
Grimstroke. Tinker mid.
Grimstroke, Abaddon lane? Why did they pick Grimstroke? Oh, this is the Slark counter. This is something that was used a lot.
Oh yeah, the bug.
Raleigh.
You can't purge the bug.
You can't purge the bug, and something that I recently saw, because I was rewinding the replay, is like, why is he playing this? Grimstroke's innate ability, do you know what it does?
Gives vision.
Exactly. Do you know what Slark's innate ability does?
It removes, gives you HP regen as long as they don't have vision of you.
Exactly. So if you just keep hitting the Slark, it leaves a trail for 4 seconds, which delays his innate regen.
That is weird.
So you just keep hitting him in the lane, and he doesn't just regen very much as well. So throughout the entirety of the game, it's a pretty good counter.
That sounds quite nice to have.
I think all of his abilities also apply it too, right?
What do you mean?
The Grimstroke abilities.
It says the right clicks only, but
Ooh.
could be wrong. That's going to be the mid laner versus the Tinker.
Yeah.
How does that do against Tinker?
I mean, free farm, right?
Okay.
But you can't really stop a Tinker either. Both these heroes are going to farm.
I remember there was a patch where people were picking Sniper against Caudle because the idea was like Caudle would just shove the lane and then Sniper would just shove the lane, but then you would have a carry mid because you have a Sniper. So it's kind of like, you know, you just get 2 carries pretty much. That's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, Sniper to me is just like a super cheese pick. This hero doesn't lose to anything mid. It's just later on in the game, it's like, what heroes do you have to jump him? You do have the Sand King, which is nice, but overall, like Abaddon, he will buy Blink. It's a good sniper game overall, and I think Monkey's the type of hero that enjoys having additional carry on his team. I don't know, I really like this NAVI Junior draft quite a lot. But Aurora, they also have something very stable.
Yeah. And if
Oh,
we're
I know.
talking about comfort, Kiyotaka's Tinker
Yes?
is the Kiyotaka Tinker. I feel like even when Tinker was not popular, he was still the Tinker player. So that seems very scary to go up against as NAVI Junior.
I think it's a bit scary. I think whenever you're playing against a really strong Tinker player, you always have a timer where like it will hit a certain point in the game, and even though you did pick a Sniper mid, you're going to lose to Tinker. He's gonna perma hex you. He's gonna, well, you can't really do that anymore, but he's gonna become unkillable.
He's going to
you know?
do it anyway.
It's like Tinker always has the same like archetype, you know? He just gets to a point where you feel like you just cannot do anything because he's perma Ghost Sceptered, BK Bead.
Do they have ways to do that, to deal with that, you think? Can they
I
deal
think
with
that's the idea behind the Sniper, is that the way you deal with that is like you go late game, they have this insane Tinker that's unkillable, but then you have 2 carries on Navi. And I'm not sure if it's enough, because I feel like Abaddon also would like to build a Harpoon. This is already an answer to the Sniper, and Nightfall's comfortable on it.
Okay. We're going to find out what's going to happen. Game number 1 of this best of 3 with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, looking forward to this one. And what did you sort of make of the drafts here, folks? Because I've got to be honest, I'm looking at NAVI Juniors. I feel like it's not going to be too easy for them to go on anyone, right? Aurora, they've got like a Ringmaster, an Abaddon, a Tinker, so many ways to save each other.
Yeah, I think Navi's is a little bit more like they have to pick and choose their battles based off these cooldowns and vision. I think that's the big thing that they're playing around when you pick this Slark 4. You also have Sniper, you have Monkey King. You have 3 vision outlets, right? So you're looking to pick and choose battles based off like exactly when you're ready for it with your ults. Well, I feel like Aurora, like you were saying, a bit more skirmish heavy. So let's see which one ends up going out first and which one ends up doing better. As we see Slark, the 4 position, rise in more popularity as we saw, of course, last tournament. A couple picks coming into the play toward the later stages. And we see a Grimstroke. I mean, some heroes that we haven't seen in some time, so that's cool.
Yeah, no, looking forward to see what Panto can do with, yeah, not just the Grim, but the fact coming in at that 5th pick, last pick to be thrown out here against NAVI Junior.
And I'm really curious to see how he plays it. If he play on like the Shard, because he did go for Instigate on the Grimstroke rather than going for the fine art, the paint one. So he can actually have another form of Dispel versus this Beastmaster, Roar, Fire Spirits. Not the most things, but some pretty impactful ones. So they'll have Shield. And they're going to have a lot of different ways to protect and barrier each other in a way.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Like Shield.
It's so much.
Barrier from Tinker.
Like, how's
Grimstroke.
NAVI Junior's lineup going to kill anyone?
We'll see. I mean, we'll have to
You know,
see
that's my concern here. You know, they have, of course, got some very strong heroes. You know, you always got to feel good when you've got a Grandmaster, Beastmaster on your lineup that they slap out with the first pick for PMA. But yeah, when it comes to the actual fights and the action, if Aurora's ready to back up each other one by one, it's going to take a lot from NAVI Junior to bring heroes down.
Yeah, it's just the resets of the fights are going to be interesting to see how NAVI takes them. Because when they start a fight, they might be pretty committed into it.
Because who's starting the fight?
They have to either just, the Monkey has to just go or the Beastmaster kind of has to go, but they're going to do it based off of scouting with somebody. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're going to see how it ends up working for them. They do end up having this Monkey King with the secondary carry, which I'm glad Fear mentioned, because I think we always talk about it. Monkey King is like your solo carry in games, just it never really works out, so at least they have that in order to combo with that sniper.
Sure. What do you sort of think of the balance of greed from NAVI Junior's lineup? Is it a little greedy having a Monkey King and a sniper and a Beastmaster? You know, these guys, they all want to farm, right?
Definitely feels like it, but I feel like this is, I don't know, this is the patch for greed. It just, the map is so big, so much farm, everybody's getting good farm, especially if you have good information heroes, which I think that's the point of the Slark, is to be able to pretty much have this 4 position that's not really getting too much farm, and just ensuring that your 3 cores can get that farm with scouting.
Because you would say if NAVI Junior is able to push this one pretty late,
you got some great scale.
You like the scaling from them a bit more?
But Aurora also has really scary, because then you're playing versus a Tinker with a Grimstroke, so the Soulbind plus the lasers, and
you're going to get jumped, you're going to get...
Yeah, so I don't know. This game can definitely get pretty crazy. We'll have to see how these lanes in particular go, as right now, fairly even across the board. We're going to have to see some lane pulling from Zayats, which he's going to start doing top immediately, that double melee. Standard stuff.
Now then the mid lane so far, 7-0 against the 5-1. Is this indeed the lane where the sniper should start to get a bit ahead of the Tinker on the early levels?
Maybe slightly. I feel like it's just... Yeah, the sniper doesn't lose to anybody, so just slightly ahead. But Kiyotaka should have a pretty good time. And I'm glad we're also getting to see the, you know, the core Tinkers, especially Kiyotaka on his Tinker. It's one of his main signature ones. But something we should probably just mention in general, I know they were mentioning it on the panel, but NAVI Junior on their first LAN, right? Their first debut.
I think definitely the first big one.
The first
I don't know if they might have done some smaller ones, some of the players. Obviously for Zayat.
Zayat, sure.
Zayat, he's an experienced player, but the others definitely a lot younger and newer to the game. But not any worse at the game, for sure. Crazy MMRs on some of these players.
And we heard even last year, I believe it was last, or maybe it was a year and a half ago. Time flies, but we heard a lot of players talking about the scrims with NAVI Junior.
Yeah.
They were like, dude, this team is really scary. So.
Absolutely, yeah. You can definitely expect some big performances and potentially some upsets from the squad.
And let's see how Niku does with his sniper. More times when I watch Niku, he's playing these like frontline initiating kind of heroes. He of course has a very wide hero pool, but his Primal Beast, his Timber, a couple of these are the ones that stand out for me. But I'm gonna play the sniper. Very different play style.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of needed, as you say, you wanted that additional kind of carry from the mid, and also just someone that's going to be ranged, right? You've already got the Beastmaster and the Monkey King going in on the front lines. You want to have someone sitting at the back dealing out the damage.
Yeah, someone able to just peep away versus the Abaddon until they get that gap close.
Yeah.
Yeah, so far Kiyotaka is handling this. The lasers doing very good versus Niku.
Okay. And it pretty much, you know, you mentioned about the vision earlier. It's probably one of the best tri-cores for vision, right? Beastmaster, Shrapnel, and Monkey King in the trees.
Yeah.
Like, you will be able to see everything is set up in the fight, which is going to be pretty crucial when you're playing against a team with all these saves.
Exactly.
Right? You've got to identify who you've got to try and get out of the team fight first.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point of this, you know, the Slark. Yeah, I think these
and the Slark,
the Slark and the Bounty Hunters are just, they're so much about vision and picking and choosing those exact battles that you want.
Even the Phoenix, right, coming in and popping the super up. The whole lineup, you know, it's all kind of, they care about the vision here, NAVI.
They sure do. And yeah, big team fight for sure for them. When they've got all those thrown down together, it can definitely be pretty impactful.
So far, pretty tame laning stage.
Very
who's having the biggest struggles is bottom lane. Is that sort of expected against the Monkey King in that matchup?
Yeah, and he's going to be able to just get the stacks. It's just the Monkey King factor when he's playing versus that melee, and the fact that he has a hero that can't really protect him too much. Top PMA. Blood Grenade.
So if they can chase him down, they do have another shield in the second if Nightfall wants to dive this. He's definitely going to be tempted to. Gets in under the tower. It's going to be first blood for Nightfall.
Zayats? He's silenced.
He might be in a whole world of hurt as well.
Can he get the pounce in an angle?
It's going to get the angle just in time.
But they see him.
That's going to wear off in a second here, the ink trail, but yeah, he's right in front of Nightfall. Tried to drop down a tree. A little ambitious. I don't know what that tree was going to do.
Go eat the tango, Nightfall. Wait, he wants to see us.
Well, there we go. So double kill for the carry. Nightfall off to a hot start here, thanks to the backup of Panto.
This is the strong lane to watch, too, where the Abaddon can just get free farm and shut down the Beastmaster a lot. And this is where Slark can definitely have some of its faults if you're not able to set up that pretty decent laning phase. I mean, that's probably why they wanted this Grim, just to be able to get that extra aggression.
At bottom.
Tokyo.
Trying to go on to him, but some good control here from
Ooh,
Mira
off
between
the
the
mark.
Impalement Arts and the Tame. Yeah, indeed. Well, the Tame the Beast doesn't connect, and that might put him in trouble. So whilst there's the space for Toronto Tokyo to get away, Mira will get left behind. Top lane, going to try and make another chase down on towards PMA. I mean, this lane is going to get very difficult to enter into. They will miss the Stroke of Fate, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're just able to run him down. I don't know if you can lane into this Abaddon anymore as the Beastmaster. This feels rough.
It really does. I think you're going to
You're just going to get run down every time, right?
I mean, you just have to do the pulling of the lanes, but at this point, it's 5 minutes in. They can actually stop you from pulling these waves. Xayats has Windlace to attempt it, but they have the Grim. They have heroes just following him. So, yeah, this top lane is an absolute issue. They have stacks, though, right? So that's the one thing about that Beastmaster. He can back up.
Is it just it's going to be another freebie?
It looks like they should with another hit.
Good Tame the Beast.
Yep.
That's another kill. I mean, Nightfall 3-0-1 already here. 5 minutes into the game. It's kicking off.
Very nice start for him. But we do see on the flip side, the Monkey King's having the pretty much same exact start. Sure, he doesn't have the 3 kills, but he's got 1. He's got very good CS. He's actually rotating mid.
Let's see what he can do with this.
It's a cool move.
He's getting ganked by a tree hit here, Taki.
He's
He
on
weren't
level
ready for that
4,
one.
though. Is it enough?
Dive in the tower with the Shrapnel. They've got the Assassinate as well. They'll be able to bring him down. So Navi, they bring the 3 members towards the mid. They're able to punish the Tinker.
Great identification that they had no TPs really available. I think they had 1 or 2 on the Abaddon and the Grim, but they couldn't make it there in time. Cool rotation from the Monkey.
But that's that's the thing, right? That you are having to bring your carry over towards the mid. This is giving Toronto Tokyo a good couple of waves to catch things back up down on the bottom lane after he's having a struggle of a start. So it is something, absolutely. You're able to kill off the Tinker.
But you get space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a bit of a trade-off when you go for that sort of coordinated move with your carry.
Aurora still with 3 toward tops, trying to Wisdom spawn.
I don't know who wants to come up here on NAVI Junior right now. Who wants to walk into this?
Sniper if he wants to TP to tier 2. Looks like they're just going to bring the secondary support, but he doesn't even have mana for Fire Spirits.
I don't think you're getting them off the tower.
He doesn't even have mana for Fire Spirits, so...
Fortification will slow them down a little bit, but I don't think Nightfall wants to be going anywhere. They feel very strong here, Aurora, and they know that unless Navi bring a lot up here, nothing's going to be scaring Aurora off. They get the tower.
Very early. Now they have access to be able to break into that triangle versus the Beastmaster too, which is problematic. They have great heroes to be able to play aggressively in there too with the Tinker and with that Abaddon have such a good early start. And the other thing I wanted to mention about this Abaddon core matchup, since we didn't get to see it play, of course we saw it play carry a ton in the past, but last tournament I feel like it disappeared a little.
Oh, look at this.
This is a game where it looks pretty scary as this Abaddon carry.
Yeah, NAVI Junior's got to do something about this. They cannot let these stacks go away.
No. Nightfall's just going to just continue to walk at them. Kiyotaka's coming over.
He's coming over as well.
This is problematic for them.
These stacks are going to be heavily contested. Some of them dying here to the Shrapnel, at least, from Niku.
Do you bring the Monkey King to him? Right now, they're not.
Okay, they'll be able to snipe a few with the axes. Nightfall is going to be fine. Keeps his cool here. Doesn't even have to spec the borrowed time for now.
And he gets a regen.
Well, there we have it.
Oh, that's some RNG right there.
So at the least NAVI Junior, they were able to secure some of the stacks for themselves. They made sure it didn't get completely taken away, but of course that means they didn't get it all. They were trying to prep for this, and Aurora definitely were able to mess with it a little bit.
No, Aurora's, the top lane in particular is that big difference maker right now. They're just having that great separation, and like I was mentioning, the Abaddon matchup versus the Monkey King, sure there's going to be the sniper factor there, but I always like to factor this in. This heal negation, the Withering Mist plus the Corrosion, when you're standing and man-fighting a Monkey King, these things add up a lot versus the Jingu. So I think that's maybe another reason why they decided to go down this route for Nightfall, because I feel like the Abaddon carry started to disappear a little. Cool to see how that's going to function as this game progresses and see what builds we do have coming out. As you mentioned earlier, I believe to Sami, what do you want to see from the Monkey King, right? You kind of just have to go the Maelstrom route.
Because that's the thing, yeah, it feels bad when you do some sort of like diffusal build, because unless you're completely snowballing, your game is going to hit an absolute roadblock. So you got to go the Maelstrom or the Battle Fury. I do prefer the Maelstrom build.
But the question for me now is going to be, your sniper is going Maelstrom.
It's double Maelstrom.
Your safe lane is going Maelstrom, and your offlaner is having some difficulties.
Like, so it's greedy. This period
is
of the game,
ultimate greed.
Yeah. You're going to need to get through the tough times to get to the good times here if you're NAVI Junior.
Like, if Xayats was having a little bit of a better game, or the Phoenix, maybe you could see they could do some plays, but he's level 4, and he's a Slark. There's not much he can really do in the game. Trying to set up on mid. Should have this one, actually. Couple misses, but the Shrapnel and the ult. It's done.
We're going to lose Zayats for it, so Aurora not without getting a trade.
And that's a pretty aggressive move from Zayats. He just jumps in literally as I'm saying that he can't really make too much happen, so. Blink Kiyotaka, he's got it finished.
And they're pretty scared of him as well. Watching from the trees, but not really a hero they can go on right now.
No, they lack some disables on this draft too when you really look at it on NAVI Junior.
That's the thing with the lead in it's a roar or a boundless strike.
And there's dispels.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It feels so tough to make plays. That's
Sure does.
Which is why you can see maybe indeed NAVI Junior's idea was that they're not going to make plays. They're going to farm. They're going to scale. They're going to out-carry Aurora. It's a risky strap.
Well done, everyone. I've got some notes.
It really, I mean, I'm just like, I think their first moves that they can really make is just around Beast, Ags, unless they literally just start defending around their tier 1s and set up with ultimates, right? Making the aggressive move on the side of Navi definitely feels
It's so
way
hard. It's very hard for this lineup.
Yeah, with this lineup and with this itemization and with how that top lane in particular went.
Yep.
And Toronto, he's looking to accelerate things. Look at his build. He's gone phase, no Vanguard or anything like that, into the blink. So
Yeah, I mean, I like it.
it's good. It's very aggressive.
If you get a
Lineup.
jump on the sniper or the Monkey King at this phase of the game, they're not going to be in a great spot. You know, these heroes aren't ready to fight, and definitely not when they get jumped by a Sand King 11 minutes in.
I mean, 11 minutes in, and you're playing a sniper, and you're playing versus double blinks already. It's scary. You're gonna have to be very prepared to get the saves off if the Phoenix has good positioning. But he doesn't have any Sunray points yet. He has the 2 and dive. And Aurora looking to strike. They're also pushing bottom in the meantime. NAVI Junior is terrified.
There's the jump. I got the chain control. Riddies is dead.
Feels like this is just going to be easy moves for the next, probably for the next like 3 minutes or so until that Ag comes out for the Beast.
It's like
and Aurora can dictate pace completely.
Navi might be able to not fall too far behind in net worth,
Sure.
but the difference in kills could start to get pretty drastic.
Absolutely. And this Abaddon is starting to get to some pretty ridiculous territories of farm. The Radiance getting closer and closer. Top 3 net worths on the cores. The support's also having a pretty good time versus their counterparts. And yeah, for NAVI Junior, yes, so they'll have, let's say, the timing when they have double Maelstrom and Ags, it still feels hard. Yes, they'll be strong if the fight comes to them, but them setting up the fights, in particular, as you said, just starting the fight is going to be very complicated. Maybe around nighttime. Maybe 15 minutes, you wait for night, you let Zayats do his thing, get the scouting, looking for those wards, and you look for the fight when you have your itemization, but you're going to have to play versus Aurora having all those items too, since they're getting just way more, I mean, way more on the map. It's up to 4K. Quite quickly. Toronto able to farm these stacks uncontested. 800 for Agonimus on the Beast.
And I got the Juice, has got the Maelstrom done.
Okay.
Niku just a couple hundred away, so we'll see if the farming speed picks up enough for them to keep them in with a chance this game against Aurora's lead.
And let's see if they can, the most important thing really is going to be, if the team fight does kick off, is protecting Niku, right? Got to protect that sniper.
Yeah, the best sort of chance with that's going to be getting that shard as soon as they can on Slark. It's going to take
He's not queuing it up, though.
No, once he heals first,
I was checking to see if he was.
Would you have been kind of okay with him saving the money to buy that shard at 15 minutes in a game like this?
It feels pretty grim to do that, though.
Sure, because then you just brown boot
shard.
That's all you are. You're just a depth shroud.
But maybe it actually could have been. It could have been a possibility.
Because it's the save they need, right? Because they just don't have anything else.
Yeah. We'll have to see. I mean, the scouting is going to have to be immaculate from the side of Navi to take that big fight that they want to be able to even things out. And Aura, though, after these kills, after getting this type of start, they chilled out 3-6. Radiance soon to be online. And yeah, Panto is rushing the shard, so he's going to be playing around that Inkswell Dispel versus the Roar, and versus those Fire Spirits in particular.
That's going to be very strong.
Ag's done for PMA. So yeah, I would say probably 1 more minute, and then they look for that fight if they can around the nighttime. Zayats.
I'll get the jump here.
Too hard to finish him.
And mirrors out the escape act.
He is scouting, so he's giving a good amount of information here. So no ward spotted there. Riddies TPing down toward bottom, but they saw this TP. They're very ready for this TP.
Yeah, they will dive tier 2. Well, will they? Okay, they won't go that far. I think
Nightfall was telling them, my Radiance is literally coming.
Sure.
Wait a second.
The temptation would have been there. I think they feel strong enough to make these kind of crazy plays.
I mean, Aurora's feelings, they want to fight and then get that torment.
They might get the Monkey King instead. See if they can get the carry. Here's the lead in. Epicenter into the burrow strike from Toronto. Tokyo got the juice, trying to get the Wukong's command off. He will.
Dead.
But they'll kill him off through it.
An easy move for Aurora, and it's, yeah, Tormentor's now up if they want to naturally try to set up for it as if they've gotten the space down bottom. Yeah, this feels like it's gonna. Yeah, these next 10 minutes are gonna be quite complicated for NAVI Junior.
They have to avoid fights, or at least if they join for one, have the entire lineup there. It feels like to give themselves a chance and kind of hope that Aurora goes diving, like, overextending behind towers,
or that Aurora splits up, right? Like if they see a moment where Aurora's showing in 3 lanes and they can catch somebody split up, but not.
It's just so hard to get that catch.
Yeah.
Even on some of these heroes on their own, they've got ways to save themselves.
Yep, the
it's not easy.
If the Abaddon and the Grim are near anybody, they're going to be able to save each other.
Are they going to get away with this? Sneak in the Roshan.
This is a cool move.
I mean, he walked in under vision, though.
He did.
So
Zayats
they're not going to get away with this.
Zayats knows, though, that there's vision there. He did check it, but he doesn't know exactly where that ward is.
I mean, PMA is still, he's like, maybe we can still try? Probably not. Probably not. And indeed, he'll back off. They can't take that risk.
Which means Aurora, they'll set up for Tormentor, and they can probably look to contest the rush if PMA looks to go back in there, too. Zayats will find that ward, as we mentioned, but yeah, the Aurora's moves are just hitting that much cleaner.
And Panto's got to be careful.
Supports. Mira.
Someone's going to die, surely. He's safe in the box. He's fine.
And he'll get the spotlight. Not playing versus any illusion heroes, but this spotlight a lot of games has actually been more impactful than when you first look at it. These little misrate things. Versus illusions, it's incredibly effective. But yeah, there's the misrate, nothing to laugh at either. Riddies. I mean, these two supports are so poor on the side of NAVI Junior too. He's got the 1 point in the Sunray. But the lead just, it's growing and growing on.
It's a tough one. Maybe some crazy high ground defenses.
That's what they're
playing with NAVI Junior, right? I feel like to give them credit, they're playing their lineup how I think they should. You know, they're not trying to go for crazy moves. They're just like, you know, keep your heads down, focus up, hit the creeps. We can't make plays, so let's not try.
But is it going to be
focus on the late game?
I'm still just in this position where I'm like, yes, they have late games coming, but then I'm just like, Tinker with Grimstroke. Like, let's say like we get to these later stages, Grimstroke hits 15, you get the Soulbind spell damage with Tinker.
Yeah, it's not.
It just sounds insane. Like, the damage and the team fights just sound crazy.
Like this lineup, they will jump up to the tier 4s when you're trying to defend the high ground. Like they will dive you. But so it's not. I'm not saying it's a sound strat, but it seems to be the strat that they're trying.
The one thing that, like you said though, NAVI Junior, their best case is overextensions. If Aurora overextends, the sniper's able to get cleanup, that's their comeback in this game. But so far, Aurora not making those mistakes. Even Toronto Tokyo showing more poise this game. A rare one. I think a lot of games me and you casted of him, he has quite a bit of deaths. Even if they're winning, he's still dying of it. This one, no deaths so far. Playing clean, playing careful.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And didn't have the easiest lane either.
He did not. He was in the recovery lane. Bottom, Kiyotaka. Can't get the setup. They have the blink on PMA, so they're trying to make. They were trying to make their first play because now they actually have somebody to start a fight, but couldn't quite find it. And even with this blink, as we said, there's saves, there's shields, there's Grimstroke, there's multiple different things. Panto actually did not go the shard yet. He looks like he's queuing up blink first, but it'll be there eventually. Tower getting whittled down.
NAVI Junior just having to let Aurora take these objectives or pressure them.
So there, I mean, now it's like, do you just wait for the BKBs then for NAVI Junior is the next call? Probably, right? You wait for your double BKBs on your Sniper and your Monkey King before you look for that big team fight.
I mean,
you just keep trying to stall, I guess, but it's just, is the stalling gonna work?
Aurora, I guess they don't really have the best lineup for Roche. They're gonna start for it now. I mean, they know they can take it even if it's not the fastest.
Yeah, they're sustained inside of it. They can just chill and keep lasering it. Because look how tiny that Roche gets. Look how cute he gets.
Is there a minimum size, or does he just keep getting smaller?
I think there is a minimum. I don't know. That is not a mechanics question. I mean, I think there is a minimum size.
Oh, okay.
He's got the arcane.
He's still getting smaller now. Yeah, he's still.
He gets pretty tiny. I've seen him get quite small, so he's still got a ways to go. But they'll be able to finish this one off, and it looks like NAVI, they'll just get that farm on the side of the maps, finishing up the Yules. Soon to have the BKB at least on one. The jump in mid.
Gonna find Zayats, he'll get the Shadow Dance off. He'll be fine. Does have the Yules as well, so next time an extra way to save himself if they make the jump.
Almost gets burst in the one shot there. Courier got sniped, Toronto Tokyo. I believe he lost his Aghanims on the Courier during that exchange as well. So I think if he had that, maybe it was a kill. But now in Aegis, so they're getting those objectives.
They're getting to do a whole lot.
And Kiyotaka is starting to feel like he's got some comfort to play aggressive. Doesn't dive forward there. Yeah, but so far, just not a lot going on from NAVI Junior.
No.
Just hit the creeps.
No.
It's a pub strategy that we've seen more and more and everything. Just to farm, everybody farm.
Because that's I feel like from what we're seeing them come out with and play, I don't think it's surprising considering what they drafted.
Yeah, Zayats gets caught. And he's going down.
Niku's got to be careful.
Because like one thing is waiting for timings, right, for your cores, but another thing is just never being able to take a team fight because your lane, one of your lanes went poorly, in particular that top lane. Because the other two lanes were quite good. It's just that top lane, they just probably needed the Beast and the Slug to have a better time to be able to actually dictate pace and match Aurora.
Pretty's he's going to try and get out of here, and he will. Off the map and away with the TP.
But look how they're having to play. Sniper and Beastmaster in the base on. They're losing their tier 2.
Nah, it's not a fun one here for NAVI Junior.
No, and it's okay. But BKB 1 is up. BKB number 2 is up. How's BKB number 3? PMA is getting closer. So the triple BKBs will make the fight easier to take and being able to actually make an aggressive move yourself rather than being fully defensive. But again, you're into a 10k deficit. So will the damage...
And you're soon going to be into what, a quad blink lineup.
Quad blink lineup
Quad blink.
with multiple Aghanims, with a laser with Grimstroke Soulbind. That's going to be multi-hitting targets as well, too. So you have target priority issues on the side of NAVI Junior too. Kiyotaka has the Aegis, so I can feel pretty confident. That's another tower to fall. 11k lead.
I don't know. I don't know what they do.
High ground defense on.
Yeah.
Really is that high ground D with BKBs.
I think they dealt themselves a pretty poor hand this game with this draft.
And it's just, yes, they have the BKBs. Yes, they have this Maelstrom, but their damage, it's not like these data lists. It's going to come a bit slow still at this point with how far behind they are.
Yeah.
These procs, they're not going to be as, commanding as they would be in the early game.
I think it has to be some sort of like Mjolnir into Rapier on the sniper. Then maybe. You've got to make sure that if anyone's diving, you're hitting them with 3-4 taps and they're gone.
I mean, the issue, now at this point, another issue is Niku hasn't left the spot in almost 2 minutes. It feels like he can't step outside. So they're not getting farm either for him while Aurora is just farming what it feels like 85% of the map. And they're looking for an aggressive play. Zayats will run right into them. No way out of it. He's got the Yules. But they should be able to chase him down.
They'll make him work for it.
He will. It's pretty crazy how far he's actually been able to get with that Yules.
Oh, top. Nightfall's already looking for some setup here. He's going to jump back. Riddies will get the dive off.
These are the 3 cores. Just
they could dive.
Very aggro plays.
Yeah, they're ready to start playing up in the high ground here, Aurora.
Kiyotaka. This is usually how he likes to play when he gets that advantage too on his Tinker. He starts to play pretty aggressively. Queuing up the Lincolns, so starting to get more and more answers for the Roar that I don't even think we've seen. Have we seen a Roar? No, right?
No. There's no... unless we missed it off camera, I've not heard or seen a single Roar this game.
No. Not even a farm.
I mean, I honestly, against this lineup, maybe you should. Just pop a Roar now and then, why not? Doesn't feel great.
No. I mean, this just feels... It really does feel like a true... outclass in multiple different ways, kind of at this point. Just the way that the lanes went, and then now just overall draft, you can start to feel... Just feels so much easier for Aurora. Yeah, Blink Grim, Blink Tinker, Blink Sand King, and Mira almost has Blink as well. So 5 Blinks! Not
Look
just
at the
4.
5 Blinks!
Soon to be 5.
Oh, there we go.
Soon to be. Ringmaster not quite there yet, but they will have 5 Blink Daggers.
The literal nightmare for Sniper.
Yes.
A lineup with 5 Blinks that's 11k ahead of you at 24 minutes in. You don't want to be the Sniper in that position.
He bought his shard, so he's feeling like he still does need that extra defense.
Yeah, against the fight, you need everything.
All right, triple BKBs. It's been 25 minutes that they've been waiting for this moment.
This might be a fight they call GG off the back of.
I'd say.
I'll be honest. If they're putting everything into this one, they're giving it a shot. They haven't been able to find a successful fight so far this game. Maybe this is it. If it's not, it might be over.
Oh, Nightfall scouts them.
What do they do?
Run.
Now they got to run.
Run.
PMA. He's got the BKB. He's going to try and find something to roar. He will get the roar onto Mira. Can they kill Mira though? Assassinate's coming in, but now the Burrow Strike Emerson is there in return. They've killed off, got the juice. The Supernova will go off successfully, but PMA is dead. Really dives away. Aurora, they lost 2 of their heroes, but they won't be losing any more as NAVI Junior have to run.
And they're diving.
Kiyotaka is in with the jump. Niku does have the BKB at the ready. Now he's got to go for the BKB TP himself.
The BM team members are TPing in front of each other. If they weren't so far behind, maybe you could see a little more coming in.
It's a 2 for 2.
But they're just, you could see the Tinker and the Abaddon felt no fear in that.
No, that's the problem. They get something. You know, they won't be tapping out after that. It could have gone a whole lot worse. They get something.
But that's your fight to win with your triple BKB showing, right?
Sure.
But at this deficit, they get the perfect, they actually get, so the initial start is pretty bad, right? Because they run into the worst hero they can, Nightfall. But then they actually get on the Ringmaster somehow in the back, which things are looking a little bit up. But then you have the problems of Nightfall and the Tinker just free casting the entirety of the team fight. And Kiyotaka literally just is untouched. Because there's just too many target priorities they have to go for. As you said, just multiple different saves. Very annoying heroes to play against. It's a 14K lead now.
Because I guess the question is now, NAVI Junior, they clearly got to a point where they wanted to try and do something. It went, well, let's see if they do the mid hit. Kiyotaka.
He's very alone.
They do catch him with the roar. That's a big one. That's a big one there for NAVI Junior. The Tinker's dead for 75 seconds. It doesn't get much bigger than that.
No, now you go, Zayats, go get as much scouting as you can, but you can't really turn this into another, you can't turn this into anything else, can you? Maybe if you can get some kind of dream scout onto a support, but he actually runs into the core.
He's got to run. Shadow Dance is there. He's on the retreat.
Nightfall.
And NAVI Junior, they can't walk up here.
No. They got a big kill, but they can't run right into this Abaddon just yet. And that's huge. They caught Kiyotaka playing just way too aggressive. He's pinging it out as well. He's like, I'm so deep. I think it was actually Panto pinging him, being like, you're probably just too deep there for us to save you. Biggest pickoff they could find.
It was. Absolutely, the biggest play they've been able to make so far in this game.
Another one.
And so, the soul bind up, indeed, doesn't matter.
Another kill.
Another one here for NAVI Junior.
Any of these kills when you're behind, a lot of gold you get. Should be able to claim this tower too. 10 seconds, Tinker's going to be respawning, so this tower should drop. Bottom.
He's on the lookout for PMA.
PMA. He's got the roar.
Found him.
The stuns from the creeps.
It's going to allow them to kill off Mira. The BKB off PMA. Got the juice turning up with the TP, makes the move over towards Kiyotaka. BKB's now as well. We've got the juice trying to stand his ground against Nightfall. They've got the Supernova
They're
out.
on Kiyotaka again.
Try and focus the X, see if they can kill off the egg off in time. The Supernova will die.
Oh, they got it.
They're able to kill it. And now the cleanup can continue for Aurora. Has got the juice, will fall. Double kill for Nightfall. Niku getting dove under the tier 2. As a team wipe here favoring Aurora. NAVI Junior again, they tried. They bring everybody down here. They have to try and take this opportunity to attempt to win a team fight. They lose it horribly. Everybody's dead.
Nightfall just stands his ground. Literally in the middle of everybody. He's tanking absolutely every spell and ends up just cleaning it all up with the march that comes into play. I love his build too. Blink Ags into the pipe. The pipe negated so much damage. These stuns from the neutrals.
Yeah, neutrals coming in and doing their part as well.
But yeah, I mean, I was mostly just watching Nightfall. They got on top of Kiyotaka here for a second, but then afterwards he's able to just get the reset off.
And it's the Supernova. It was so close to going off. It literally it hit in that final moment.
Yeah, and Kiyotaka, I don't know how he literally TP'd right in the midst of it all. That's crazy. First hit bash, by the way, too, to start things off there from the Abaddon onto that beast when he was trying to TP out. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, you found this build.
Sure.
With the Accent King with the Revenant's Brooch.
Why not?
Yep.
Looks cool. You get the spell life steal, extra bit of damage too. That's nice.
I'll say there's some cool stuff you can cook up with the Sand King Aghanims. Some of it's not too great.
No, there's some pretty bad ones we've seen cooked up, but this one, his build looks perfect. I mean,
Absolutely. It's a lot of damage. You get caught in this, you're getting slapped by these stingers, it hurts.
Yeah, I love that he went the pipe too, because it negates so much damage from NAVI Junior. Back up to that 16K. There was a little bit of a hump. They did find some kills there on NAVI Junior, but back to where we were. Aurora with the DD rune.
Yeah, they'll be looking to end the game with this Aegis here, Aurora.
They did give Kiyotaka the Aegis, right? Yeah, so now he's Kaya Sanj. He can play even more aggressive. Well, I say even more aggressive. He would have been super aggressive, but now he's got that secondary life to play with. Riddies
Oh, they'll
are
dive
jumping.
in. They're in. Can Riddies break his way out of this? Not with the bash coming in, he certainly can't.
Too much damage, too much reach. 45 seconds. Niku has not gotten much growth either. He's got the Mjolnir finished up, but that's just about it. Taka setting down the march.
I just gotta let these racks go. Try and scramble towards their next item, but got the juice. He's not really that close to the nullifier. Still needs a lot of time.
But definitely, I mean, that's probably one of the most important ones too, to be able to deal with some of these shields.
Sure, maybe if they get that, they can just all out go on someone.
Maybe, but then it's, as he said, multiple targets,
Yeah.
right? It's too many different things they have to deal with. Nightfall is
Niku.
pushing, and Niku.
He's nearly just died to key attack. I mean, he's got a BKB and walk this one off.
But now no BKB for the fight to walk up. Nightfall. Just taking objectives. Shiva's about to be finished on Beastmaster. Nullifier's still about 900 away.
Zayat steps up. The Shadow Dance, the pounce off, so will survive.
She gets away there. I don't think a single one of the Stingers actually clipped him. So they'll sack the 2 Raxes to go for the timings of the Shivas plus that Nullifier.
Yeah, they're just all in on getting that done.
Yeah.
Got the juice. He's close. 845 gold off.
Nightfall might just continue though.
I
think he just posed the question is, okay, if you're just gonna let us take your base, we're just gonna take your base. No BKB on Sniper. Even when they get those items out, they won't have that BKB for the hold on Niku.
And he's likely going to be coming back to a base that's been completely destroyed, or head back now.
All right, let's see if they can
Didn't
take
get
that
the nullifier finisher, though, quite yet.
Lasered.
And he's walked in.
And he's dead.
And he's gone without buyback. They'll jump in with the epicenter. Roar comes out from PMA. They will catch Toronto Tokyo under the tower, but he's killed off Niku. Niku will buy back immediately. They don't have buybacks available on Riddies or got the juice, though. As Aurora, they've lost Toronto Tokyo, but they can absolutely keep this push going. If they want to, I mean, they'll be a little careful.
He's coming back.
They'll get back in.
Yeah, he's coming back on Tinker. And no Monkey King jumps in, dies.
There is it.
Wheel.
He's going to get the setup, but Niku has got the BKB back up. Zayat, get the Yules off to survive.
I mean, Kiyotaka's taking 0 damage.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Niku tries to turn and hit him, but it's barely doing anything. They'll tap out. GG is called. Game 1 goes to Aurora. As NAVI Junior, yeah, I gotta say, I think outdrafted and outplayed in this one.
I would definitely have to agree. I mean, this top lane in particular, after the first 6-7 minutes, it's like, wait a minute. Now NAVI Junior is in a position where you have an off laner going the Axe build, which he kind of has to, right?
Yeah,
and
he
you
has
have
to do that.
your mid and safe lane are going Bubble Maelstrom, and you don't have supports that are really big playmakers with the Slark and the Phoenix. So game gets difficult pretty quick after that early start, as Aurora, a very comfortable draft they dominate with.
Absolutely. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. No question about it. Aurora stomping game 1.
Outdrafted and outplayed, according to our commentary duo. Aurora take game 1 of this best of 3, and I cannot help but agree with them.
Outdrafted, outpicked, outplayed.
Yeah. That's it.
I think in general, like, this is a very hard game to play for Navi. You did have some glimmers of hope. Of course, Sniper, you're always going to win your lane. Monkey, you're always going to win your lane. But where was their control at in this game? It had to be the Beastmaster. And Beastmaster, he's playing Defense Matrix. He's playing versus a Photic Shield. He's playing versus a box. Like, who's he supposed to roar in these fights? And I feel like the control just wasn't there, especially when you have a Phoenix who needs that control in the lineup. So it was just a little bit tough when the lanes kind of went down.
Yeah, I thought early on that maybe things were going to go well for NAVI Junior. Like when I saw that they went with the Monkey King and warded the Sand King camps, and Fear, you talked about the Monkey King versus Sand King lane, like this was going to go very well, and it did. It went well, but the problem is the safe lane for Aurora went even more devastatingly. Of course, there were some fights which didn't look so bad. There was one blink into death from Kiyotaka where it looked like he was doing a little bit
He's got to have at least one, right?
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of his throwing, but then later on in the game we saw this highlight where I think, Fear, we had to watch this fight like 3 times back to figure out what
I
actually
still don't know
happened.
what happened.
Where did Tinker go?
I think he just warp flared and then TP'd himself out using his the ability, and it doesn't show. I don't know, the TP animation was like hidden by Monkey King or something like that, but he narrowly survived there. I mean, I guess if they get him, maybe that fight goes a little bit differently, but I don't know, in my opinion, like I feel like when you're this far behind in a game, you can't just go 3 BKBs. You got to get like Daedalus and things that let you deal damage to come back in the game.
You're just too far behind in this game. I think it's just one of those games that's very difficult to play and as a whole, and this is kind of why we saw Monkey King, a hero that isn't winning a lot. This hero does not play from behind whatsoever. And you might have a good laning stage, but if you die once or twice to this hero, the game can be very difficult. And I think we're starting to see the downsides of this Slark support. Like, if it is well countered in a game, it can be pretty useless. As I had 0 and 7 this game, not able to accomplish him anything. I think we did see in Raleigh, like, what counters this hero? Ground targeted spells. So Tinker, Sand King, Grimstroke, all these heroes, if Sark can't just walk in the fight, use his Depth Shroud to save people, what does this hero offer? Especially if you're not winning the laning stage. I feel like if you're winning the laning stage and Depth Shroud could be used, now you can just go across the map, sweep all the wards.
Yeah.
But if you're stuck on your side of the map, you can't save your allies, you kind of feel very hopeless on this hero.
You're right. The Grim Abba lane looked incredibly good against the Slark. I think they got like a double kill on the lane at like 30 seconds or a minute into the game. Like, this is never a good start, especially when you have Nightfall on a hero like Abaddon. This is the perfect guy for him because he has an ult that will keep him alive no matter what. Like, he's never going to be afraid and TP out. 8-0 MVP of the match. He played amazing. I mean, he speaking of sweeping the map, like once he had that winning laning stage, he just swept the map as a carry, took every single tower, front line for his Tinker. Like, NAVI Junior couldn't do anything.
No, they couldn't. They did try, obviously. I mean, they put in a good effort, but potentially just going back to the drawing board is the best thing that they can do for themselves here. A couple of things we still like to highlight, though, is Kiyotaka on the mid Tinker. We mentioned him before the game already started, that we were having high expectations for him on that hero. And I believe you have a clip, Jenkins, at around minute 8.
Yeah, it's
a
simple clip, but I just wanted to show, like, this is one thing that differentiates the top tier teams from some of the tier 2 teams is that Aurora understands that the only way back into the game for NAVI Junior is taking these stacks with the Beastmaster. And they were doing a really good job stacking. I think, Fear, you mentioned it during the pre-panel, like, against an inferior team, maybe against like a qualifier team, NAVI Junior will just take those stacks and their early game looks totally fine. Yeah. But against Aurora, like, they bring the exact amount of heroes that they need to contest those stacks, and it's Kiyotaka on a Tinker to boot. So this set him up for a really good game.
Yeah, he had a great one with that. Even with I did mention, well, I didn't mention, but I did like at the start of the game the long rotation, long walk from our Monkey King that got the juice to place the sentry. Speaking of stacks, there were none for the Sand King on the east side of the map. That was cool. One other thing we want to mention is the mid matchup, minute 10. How they're doing, Tinker versus Sniper.
Yeah, we saw the Sniper pick against the Tinker. This was, the idea, I guess, was carry versus carry, but the net worth between the two was not looking so good for the Sniper. I mean, this is 10 minutes in, from a winning laning stage. The Tinker still had a net worth advantage, and then he kept snowballing. A Sniper is not really as great at snowballing in terms, unless he's getting kills, which he was not really getting that many kills. And Kiyotaka at 20 minutes was second on net worth. At 30 minutes, he's top net worth. So this snowballed. Like Sniper was ahead in the early game, but with all the stacks, with the ancient farming, like Kiyotaka was able to expedite this game.
I would say this is like a win for a Tinker, right? Because like when you play for Sniper in general, you're gonna lose your laning stage. So if you lose just by a little bit, it's a win, because Sniper is a hero that doesn't really pay off later on in the draft. It typically has to own its lane and be really far ahead in items, and if that's not the case, the hero isn't very strong.
Especially on this patch.
For sure.
It's not the strongest hero in the game. Like it's pretty much, in terms of tier 1 teams, it's just no one that's playing it on PARIVISION, and like nobody else.
He always picks it when he knows he's gonna crush it.
Yeah, exactly. And he 1v5s. Otherwise, he's a support.
Was there anything still in the pool that, because this was overall last pick from NAVI Junior on the side of with the sniper pick, was there anything they could still pick instead of the sniper that could crush a Tinker better than?
I mean,
a sniper
it was
could?
very hard, because I think you didn't know if the Tinker was going to be support, right? And they waited till the very last phase to ban that Storm, which would have been really good. But yeah, I kind of want to like show a little bit. Like PMA, Beast is popular. He was master tier on it, one of the comforts. But this game in general, he was not set up for success. His lane was impossible, for one. Number two, his mid game was impossible, and he had no late game. Like, you're playing versus Tinker, who has defense matrix, which is give you status resistance against Aurora, and you are going for the facet where you need to play around this Aurora to be able to get kills. You're playing versus a Abaddon, who also can save against this Aurora, and you're playing versus a Ringmaster who can just throw people in the box who gets roared. So Beast is a hero that has to have a roar target to be useful in this game. So I think if they want to continue to first pick this Beast, they either need to pick a better lane partner, because if you lose your lane really bad on a hero like Beast, what's going to happen is they're going to invade your stacks. That won't be really something you can fall back to. You have to have a decent laning stage. He didn't have that one, in the game. It was too hard.
I think there's a reason that we're seeing people pick Beastmaster as a mid laner. It's because then you can have an offlaner that's helping you like take the stacks, and also Beast mid can take the stacks way earlier than an offlaner can.
Yeah.
So they just can't contest you at the timing that Beast mid can take the stacks.
Yeah, potentially though they don't go back for that for their opening of the Beastmaster. We're gonna find out what is gonna come our way in regards to the draft after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
We're in the middle of Aurora versus NAVI Junior here for PGL Wallachia Season 4, and it is Game 2 coming up very soon. Aurora took Game number 1, and it was pretty dominant, pretty lopsided, as Fear just called in the break. And I do want to talk about how NAVI Junior would adjust in a situation like this, because this is what we're looking for. It's a new team, young players, adjustment. If they can adjust mid-series, that is a very strong tool to move forward with.
Yeah, I want to see like some superstar like mentality here. Like, I want to play some Morphling, some TA, none of this Monkey King safe lane. We're going to play tempo with the Beastmaster. We're going to reactively defend to this Tinker. No, just pick heroes that you're good at. We didn't see enough heroes on their Grandmaster. Like, there's silver tier Monkey King in this game. Why are they picking this? Like, pick Got the Juice, his best heroes, the ones that he spams in pubs. I feel like there was not enough comfort on NAVI Junior here.
I can get behind that. I think that's always a good pivot to make. Oh, that's a juicy banana. That's a solid banana. Where'd he get that one?
We literally have bananas in the green room.
Yeah, but
and
that
they
one
are
is
probably
like
from the same tree.
that one's aged. That's like one of the really yellow ones. That's the ones we have. Anyway, very distracting stuff from Toronto Tokyo here. I'm glad he's getting his vitamins. Bananas are very healthy. I also think if you're gonna let the Tinker go mid and you know that it's gonna go mid, I'm not sure Sniper is as solid as an answer as they thought that it was. I really like Primal Beast versus Tinker.
It's too defensive. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're reacting. You're afraid of losing mid. So you pick a hero that doesn't lose mid to Tinker, but doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Either. Let's go ham on him. Like, kill him. And you mentioned it. Like, Navi is actually the team. Navi Junior is the team that banned out the Storm themselves. Storm would be a great option. But yeah, so whatever is, that is a really solid banana. Like, where did he get such a yellow banana from? Because the ones we have are green.
It's just the lighting, James.
You think the lighting is really...
Yes.
But he looks like he's really enjoying
Great
that.
lighting.
I don't think our bananas are green.
Well, they're like yellowish green. Anyway, I think the Tinker probably a better answer other than that Sniper.
I mean, we're talking about the Shadow Demon too. Like, that would have potentially.
I would love to see the SD.
Yeah, because like the Phoenix went in and like, what was the cover for him?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the Roar, but the Roar is countered by 3 different like aspects there. So
One of those aspects was picked right before the Beast, so they picked the Beast into the Ringmaster.
they did, which already is a little stressful for a Beastmaster player. So
They really wanted that tempo at almost any cost.
pretty much.
How big is the trap? And you're a fresh team. You come in with a plan pre-crafted before you even see the draft. You can have that pressure, like, oh, this is the game plan we had in mind.
Well,
so we should still pick the Beast.
I mean, the Beast first pick is there for a reason. And that reason is because you can move it to another lane. I think any other experienced team would have probably put that Beast as a carry, right? And you pick a new offlaner that can punish and maybe play with the Slark a little bit better. But unfortunately, they went into this with a single idea of how they wanted to play, and you can't just pick Beast like that if it's for sure your offlaner no matter what. So I think if that's their approach going into this one, they need to save their offlane pick for a little bit later in the draft. You cannot give Nightfall a completely free lane.
You cannot. We saw that was probably one of the better games we've seen Nightfall play, or rather one of the more stable ones. I think that is definitely fair to say. As we are in the draft for game number 2, so we did switch thing around. As you can see, NAVI Junior first pick with Aurora Radiant. That might help NAVI Junior a little bit, that if they do go in with their own plan, at least they make the first move, so they can stick with something that they are very familiar with and that they want to play. So in terms of bans, though, we have got the Ringmaster banned out by Aurora themselves this time. They don't want to deal with the Ringmaster, and they ban out Tinker on the side of NAVI Junior. The flex just got to them in the end.
You know what I've heard?
There's a coddle.
I've heard.
Coddle.
I gotta get this one out. This is Brian told me this little information. He's my little birdie. That some teams will pick a hero in a tournament early against weaker teams just so that it looks like they can play the hero, or they'll pick it so they can test it out early on. And maybe this is what Mira did with Ringmaster. Maybe this is just
They're instilling fear into us.
well, they're gonna see that we play it, so they're gonna ban it.
And they're only gonna see the win rate, you know? That could be
One game.
Yeah,
100%.
100% win rate.
rate.
Exactly,
Wow.
exactly.
Against NAVI Junior.
Anyway, yeah, there is a coddle in the pool. Now the question is, we talked about this is probably the highest skill hero in Dota and the most capable of griefing.
I mean, it's relatively new, right?
Yeah.
It's very new. I mean, this would be that high skill kind of superstar mentality that you're asking for, though.
And isn't... Oh, they leave it in.
Well, they're about to get coddled, I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, I would think so.
It's preference, I think.
Coddle has been played on position 4, right?
Yes, mainly, but
Mainly. Okay, they'll leave it in for now.
it is still yet again a specialty hero. I mean, the interesting thing about it is the fact that it was banned in the first game, and it was Aurora who banned it, but Navi didn't even actually want the hero. I think maybe you ban it in second phase because Tiny Coddle is kind of like a classic.
Yeah, yeah. Aurora actually did not pick this in their recent qualifier, so maybe.
How recent is the qualifier?
It was
Like they haven't played for
14
days.
Yeah,
16
14 days ago. So
16 actually.
I think.
well, they
most
played one match
people-
less than an hour ago.
True. I would imagine, though, most pro teams would have seen the meta that they developed last week in Rally, so then you would still know the Coddle has on your radar.
I'm telling you, though, it's one of those things you try it in a pub and you're like, holy shit, this is hard. Like, the amount of things that you can do with it, it's
but
it's like going from checkers to chess.
Shouldn't that motivate you to learn it, to spam it more?
It should, but I think it takes I think as a team, it takes a lot of games because your team has to be ready to be recalled around the map at any moment. So it's even if you're spamming it in your pubs, you still need your teammates to, you need to scrim a lot with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the player too, right? Because if you look at younger players, I'll use Amar again for an example. Like, he wanted to play his heroes, right? He doesn't want to learn a new hero that's meta.
True.
So like, we don't really know if either of these teams want to play the Coddle. It's either like, no, I'm going to focus on what I'm good at and just perfect that, or maybe I'm going to allow a new hero to enter the repertoire here, but that will take time, and maybe I won't be able to practice the things I'm good at as much. So we'll see if this hero does make it through. Like,
Surely,
there's going to be some teams that for sure prioritize it very heavily, but others that will just pick it when necessary.
You can't, if it's not banned here, like, you have to pick it if you're Aurora. I feel like you don't give Tiny Coddle, and I think Coddle Jakiro is good. The double ice path is actually solid. Even
Will he ever use it on Jakiro?
Yeah, if you run around ganking with like the Jakiro in the early game, it's unironically not bad.
We'll see, but
oh, I didn't even notice Natris was still in the pool. Holy shit!
Just in case people missed the very start of our broadcast, Nature's Prophet in the previous event had a 100% ban rate. He was not let through in the last
3 days,
which are arguably the most important 3 days with the best teams playing. Nature's Prophet banned every single game.
And he was also the most contested hero of the entire tournament with a 99% contest rate.
That's mad.
So yeah, the hero is considered to be quite insane. I still think playing it as a 4 position is totally fine. The trees are still incredible at taking towers and setting tempo. His scaling is ridiculous. He can build any item in the game. He's now a universal hero, so the fact that, he can build any item in the game is even stronger. Like, a butterfly on this hero is insane.
Yeah, and you reach level 25 and you win the game.
And they do give the Coddle Tiny. I wonder if part of this is like, there's no way they can beat us with Coddle. It's like, this is way too high skill of a hero. We're just better than them,
I do think answering Coddle with global heroes is kind of nice. So they probably saw this coming. And NP is definitely a hero that can react to what Coddle is doing on the map. I think Underlord is another hero that surprised me a lot of what it can do versus this hero. Because in the middle of team fights, generally speaking, you're going to be teleporting people into the fights, and teleporting into a pit is pretty disastrous.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they do like 2 supports here. These supports, they offer a lot of the same thing, I want to say. Like, good team fight with the Aghanim's Rush on the Coddles, very nice. Map control. And they're really just going for more team fight with the Elder Titan as well. So, I think in general, this looks pretty good for them. I do want to see them pick more of these like melee brawler type of heroes, because ET and Coddle both really want to play with these like low cooldown wanting to fight heroes.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. I think, especially, into a Kunkka, the team fight of Aurora is definitely superior as things currently stand. I guess maybe until Coddle gets an Aghanim Scepter. ET's pretty decent, but Kunkka as a hero in ESL was being played as both a mid and an offlane, and as a carry actually.
Yeah,
like people would flex it to whatever role is necessary. But
the tier list is probably mid, then offlane, then carry.
Yeah, I mean, I like it as an offlaner here, though. I feel like
Ooh.
you, like the Kunkka Rum Pipe, like this would do really well against like Tiny Burst, Elder Titan spells, like Coddle spells, all magic damage. So I feel like playing Kunkka as the defensive, defensive pipe guy is like pretty solid here.
Do you
But
have a preference for Nature's Prophet in terms of tier list of which position you want him to go for? Because he's also pretty flexible.
He could mid as well. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's one of those things where Aurora's kind of leaving it open and waiting to see, and if they can get, like, if you can get like a Nature's versus Queen of Pain mid or something, of course, like you're gonna take that, right? It's an insanely good matchup, but it does depend on the matchup.
I'm trying to understand this gyro pick. It doesn't seem good. I'm just like looking at this. Like Kunkka has always historically been very good versus
Blade Mail Buyer. Yeah.
Blade Mail Buyer, like the Rum, you can just throw that in the middle of the fight during the flat cannon. Usually people won't die from it. Typically gyro's picked against a lot of Zoo. That's usually when it's most successful. I mean, it's strong in lane with ET, I guess. It's just a blind pick. They don't really know who's in the offlane. It could be Kunkka, which I don't think gyro particularly owns Kunkka in any regard.
What about for the double flak cannon? The Chakra Magic flak cannon combo
Oh yeah, that's
is really
legendary.
strong. It's really stuff of legends.
I just want to highlight that this is sarcasm.
I mean, it could have some effect if Coddle stacks early on. It could, and Coddle's really good at stacking, right? So I suppose they did need a hero to take stacks,
Doesn't Tiny take stacks?
but not ancient
No.
stacks.
Okay.
Not as a mid, at least, and maybe as a carry later on. But I think Gyro doesn't take early stacks. He needs levels, and most Gyros are leveling up their Rocket Barrage just to win the lane first. So I don't know. It's interesting. I want to see a hero that can take stacks from the offlane, because that's pretty much what's good at. These Sand King type of heroes, Dark Seers, a lot of them are banned right now. And they're actually banning out Zoo heroes, which I think they want NP to be carry with this move here. Zoo typically does pretty well versus NP. And they're gonna last pick either a mid or an offlaner for.
Yeah, they get to see the whole draft, so I'm sure.
It's offlane time now for NAVI. I want to see a stack clear for sure. But Beast is gone.
Sand King is banned.
Dark Seer's gone.
I mean, they can coddle Bristle, but then
I
they're
like Bristle. They take the under.
okay. It's
This
like
draft got so complicated to play. I feel like
this is hard. Yeah, it's really hard to play.
like you have all this global stuff. Like you have to be really good to pull off a lineup where you have Coddle Underlord, because you could be everywhere all at once, or you can just like be in the wrong place all at once too. And they go for the Bristle back here on Aurora. I think that'll likely be the offlaner. Would make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, Kiyotaka is picking up that. And yeah, okay, so this draft feels very cookie cutter outside of the line. We don't see a lot of flying, but they got a lot of the OP guys of the patch here.
They do. Yeah, I really like the Aurora draft. I always love double blade mail versus gyrocopter. Like this was a thing back when there was the heart blade mail patch, and then a little bit after when it was just a blade mail patch. Like you would see a gyro or a Luna, and you would pick 2 strength heroes off lane and mid, and you would go blade mail, and you would walk into the damage, and you would just die, and then they would die. So I really like this pick, and he's going for the green facet as well on Toronto Tokyo. We can see here on our Dota view. So he will be going utility. He will be going blade mail, halberd, that sort of thing. All of these items, glimmer, like all of these items are incredibly good against gyro. And he can get a pipe as well. This is really good against the magic damage from all of the heroes of the NAVI Junior side. But I respect the balls on NAVI Junior, picking something so difficult to pull off after that game 1. This is cool.
So if NAVI Junior were able to pull off a win here, it would come to just straight up outplaying Aurora. Is that fair to say?
They need to survive the incredible power spike that Aurora has. I think NAVI Junior's lineup will be really good later on in the game, but the game has to be even. If like they can't deal with this Kunkka and Bristleback in the early game and the NP teleporting across the map, sure, they'll be very strong at the point when Coddle does get online, Underlord does have items, they can take the team fights. So lanes are going to be incredibly important for NAVI Junior here because their mid game is definitely incredibly weak versus Aurora's heroes.
I will say, though, I like Zayats on Coddle because I feel like when I've watched these guys do really well, he's the one that's making all the calls in the game. He's the one that's making all the moves. And as a Coddle player on this patch, you are just the puppet master for your entire team. So maybe this is it for them.
That could be. If you want you painted the picture of the big brother leading the kids, then maybe Zayas can do that perfectly fine on his Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
But I think surviving the laning stage and surviving the early stages of this game might just be a little bit more tricky than maybe they envisioned. But we're going to find out. I hope that NAVI Junior can impress us this time around. Let's hear what our commentators have to say about this draft. Let's head over to ODPixel and Folk.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, getting into this game too now. Let's see what we've got. I mean, I'm going to be honest, folks. I like this more from NAVI Junior than what they did in game 1. Now, what do you reckon?
Well, I mean, yeah, they have more ways to actually make plays.
Yeah, exactly. They can do more.
Yeah, and I think Niku is actually playing more. I mean, I'm not going to say Sniper's not a comfortable hero for him or anything like that, but when I watch Niku, he's like the guy that goes in. He's like these timbers, these primals, tiny fits as well too. So that can fit at least for making the playmaking. Coddle overall. So a couple of these games you always have to mention. It's like the Coddle plus the Rubiks. You mentioned their pairings and what spells they can steal. So for Coddle, I wouldn't say a 10 out of 10 chakra lineup. There's some okay spells, but there's no Ember Spirit, there's no Terror Blade, there's no like these super godly ones. The Tiny is a decent one, and the Gyro is a pretty good one too. So those two we can look to thrive around, and we'll see what the Coddle's going to be able to do in terms of dictating pace and making moves happen. And how the lanes go. It's the other thing too, because last game, after the first 7 minutes, the game felt pretty impossible for NAVI Junior, and I do think the panel kind of painted a similar picture.
I think the lane's going to be a bit better this time.
I think so too.
No, I think the lane's...
But if they're not better... That's the concern, right?
Nah, for sure, for sure.
And it is difficult to bully Nightfall. You're playing Underlord plus Coddle. You can get denies, right, with the damage from the Underlord. This game for ET, he's going to be mostly playing, I would say, around amping spells up with his Spirit early on, since he's got the Tiny plus the Gyrocopter, since he's gone for Deconstruction plus the Aura. Hitting heroes is hard. Usually when you play ET in these side lanes, you don't want to play versus attack speed slow or multiple disables. That's exactly what Aurora has on both supports. Lion with 2 disables, Jakiro with multiple attack speed slows and movement slows, so the ET's lane might be a little hard. But he's paired with Gyro, who wins every lane pretty much, but we'll see.
I mean, because which lane do you think they do have the best chance in coming out on top of Aurora? NAVI Junior.
That's a good question, actually.
Oh yeah, you do feel that they're all kind of rough.
I mean, I feel like they just... Aurora has a little bit of an edge in most of them, except for the top lane. I guess the Gyro and the ET probably is the one with the strength just because it's Gyro. But yeah, I don't know. Like, Coddle overall versus Jakiro and Nature's Prophet, you don't really do anything. You know, you're just kind of the stacking guy. If they die on the side of Aurora down here to these two, that's just a big mess up from the Nature's Prophet or the Jakiro.
We'll see what comes out of the mid matchup as well. As you say, Nico on something that you feel a little bit more confident with him on. He'll get a nice toss back here. Kintaka taking a few tower hits.
Very nice toss back.
Won't be enough to kill him.
Yep, still eats the big cleaves, of course, from the Tidebringer. Level 3 Tidebringer nowadays is just, it's terrifying, honestly. Even though it's only like, it seems like such a small number buff. 10 damage at level 2 Tidebringer. Like, these things really do add up when they start changing these numbers slightly. Kitaka, he keeps staying very low.
There's the bottle coming out as well here for Niku, so he's going to have a bit of fuel to play with. Gets the water in as well. So
overall, bottom PMA, he is getting the last hits. So that's the good thing. That's kind of that lane is just a farm lane for him. He's not looking to play aggressive onto the Nature's Prophet. So overall, that's good with the Coddle. And top lane, the Gyro lane is going well.
He's keeping Kiyotaka low in the mid.
It's pretty even, though. 12, 1, 13. Actually, Collector denies. Niku, oh!
Where's he gone? He disappeared.
Gone.
He's out of it.
The rum cooldown is 1 second as well to Lance. He has stick.
He's going to be fine.
Cool to see that he goes for this play, though. Just continuing to be aggressive, getting that little bit of an edge. He actually does, yeah. So those extra 4 denies do matter. Can't quite get the last touch there. The Admiral's Rum does get popped, though, instantly.
That was his last tango, though, here. Kiyotaka.
Toronto Tokyo taking quite a beating.
He's going to get another set of tangos on its way out now on the Koryo Kiyotaka. He's got to be careful.
Another one. He's got
enough
the
of a toss in a tree.
Should have him.
Ah.
One more hit. Can't quite get it.
I'm going to get him.
Thought he'd be able to get that extra right click. Wasn't quite able to.
Living on the edge here, Kiyotaka. He's getting away with it.
Not getting many last hits in those last 50 seconds, though. We do see the Tiny start to pull further and further ahead.
Yeah, we'll go for a refuel back to base as well.
And the top lane's actually doing quite well so far.
They are. They're diving in.
Yeah. The power of the gyrocopter is really what this is Toronto Tokyo. Throw a blood grenade.
Got the Juicer's got to be careful himself now. Toronto Tokyo starts to stack up the goo.
And this lane positioning is very bizarre here. They keep wanting to dive to push them off of the
I mean, they're both so low.
Toronto, should they have him this time? The stun.
It comes in just in time. And still, though, Riddies is closing in.
Oh!
Can they finish him off? They can.
will.
First blood here for Riddies as they'll finally take down Toronto Tokyo.
Took them a long time to do so, but they will be able to prevent him from getting... I think that was, what, like 3 waves that he misses almost.
Quite a bit coming in under that tower, really is.
Very cool move there coming up from them. And the mid lane, Nico is doing excellent in that matchup, so 2 lanes that Navi set up for success is looking good. Bottom lane is starting to become more difficult for the Underlord, but he's still getting his last hits. Yeah, infinitely better than last time, though, for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, just a lineup that they sort of do stuff like that around that top tower, whereas, you know, you compare to what they had in Game 1 against what Aurora had in Game 1, there ain't no way you're going to be able to make that sort of play with the amount of saves that Aurora have, which this time around, they don't. It's kind of the boat coming down, the kind of AoE control, but no direct way to bail anyone out that gets gone upon by NAVI Junior.
No, it'll just be Toronto Tokyo charging in, trying to
fight back.
Yeah. No, I'm really interested to see with this Tiny with the ET facet, just amping up the burst damage if he's going to be able to pop these targets initially. Because overall, there's some pretty tanky targets on the side of Aurora. Definitely not the easiest Avatos kind of burst. One to 0. How are the stacks looking? It's the other thing, of course, for the Coddle that you tend to just play around. He does have a couple here. And we do see a couple on the flip side from the side of Aurora. So matching bottom, Panto, movements.
The sleep setup. They're onto him.
Similar move as they did early game last time with the Monkey King rotating to mid, but this time toward the safe lane. They like to make that move. Won't find themselves the core, but they do set up PMA to get all these extra last hits. So all 3 lanes, yeah, looking pretty solid, actually. Bottom lane, of course, Nightfall is getting more out of the lane. But either way, having a great start.
Yeah, just Toronto Tokyo is having the toughest start out of the core so far. And a similar thing, though, that did happen to him
like
last game,
time.
right? He had a slow start in the lane, didn't die in the lane, unlike this time, of course, that they were actually able to kill him off. But yeah, managed to bring his game back into a good spot, regardless of the tough lane that he had last time. So likely to be able to do that again here on the Bristle.
I thought perhaps because he had the Lion behind him that he was going to have a better time versus the ET and the Gyro, but just the power of the Gyro. Like this hero I feel like I never really see him lose a lane. Skiyotaka, they're contesting the stacks again, just like last game. This time in a pretty different scenario, though, where it's not like Navi needs these stacks. Obviously, they would like to have them, but...
Stop playing.
Stomp connects.
Got the setup. So if they can bring in enough damage here with the Rocket Barrage, Toronto Tokyo is going to be fine, and backup comes in. Stun's not going to quite be able to catch on to Got the Juice.
Can he get away? He can.
He's going to be able to break his way out of the Sprout. They'll turn towards Riddies instead. They'll bring him down. Nico in with the 3-man avalanche, and the tree straight into the face of Toronto Tokyo. And the toss. He's able to make sure they get the double in return. So great response there from Niku, coming in clutch and making sure the trade's Navi's.
And it looks so much better when they have an active mid laner to be able to match the movements too, as we see Niku turn up perfectly. If that stun connects on the Gyro, they get the kill there too, but just out of range, Mira can't quite close the gap. Aurora, going for mid lane, Riddies.
He's got the setup on a Panto, and yeah, time's been bought for Niku to come on over. PMA coming in as well. They get the boat dropped down, but Panto, he's not getting away from this. It's Riddies. I'll finish him off there with a 5-star from PMA. So NAVI Junior continuing to rack up the kills.
And I'd love to see the way with the Underlord too. This lineup in general, how much they can move around the map, as we're going to start seeing that come together with the recalls. Got to be able to outnumber Aurora in a lot of situations if they're not prepared for it. Until Nightfall looks like he wants to get involved, which will take some time. Navi definitely can be those dictators of the pace in this early game. All 3 cores looking good. Supports too, having a nice time.
They got the setup onto Niku. Do they have enough damage? Let's mark into the Torrent.
They don't have the boat, so I don't believe so.
Niku's going to be fine. Arcane Rune.
Niku.
And Panto's going to be able to take that off the map. Deny. Doesn't want to risk the chance of Niku running with an avalanche, even though it was on cooldown.
Yeah, Aurora overall, looking at some of, like, because of how this early game has gone too, the tanky lineup of Navi can definitely be a bit problematic for them early on until they have, you know, Finger online plus boat. Sometimes killing some of these heroes could get a bit difficult versus Tiny and Underlord. These guys can tank quite a bit of that damage. Aurora's is going to come a little bit slower. There's not that crazy burst until they have Finger and boat, if they want to use both on these targets. And PMA looks like he's just going to go Auras, so looking to play an old school Underlord route. So tanking up even more versus that slower damage that can come in for Aurora.
Smoke time here. There's still going to be, say, pre-level 6 on the line, but very close.
Very close. Yeah, if he gets like 1 or 2 creeps or a kill, he'll have it. Toronto, Tokyo.
And it's just Riddy's up at the moment. And inside the jungle, got the juice. That is the bigger catch, but can they get in range? Nope. They can't.
Oh, looks like he got the X off, but must have just
the animation was coming in, but yeah, I think just sort of headed into the fog just before the animation finished.
I mean, that's huge for Got the Juice. Looks like they're still going to persist for a kill up here.
Riddy's?
No way.
He's just going to be able to walk around the tree line and get past them.
That's the dream, really, for NAVI Junior. This rotation, that's, what, 45 seconds wasted for Aurora looking to make that move while they're able to just hit jungle creeps on the Underlord and the Gyro. Nice little sidestep there from Riddy's.
Yeah, Zayats pops up top as well.
And now Riddy's, he can, since he wasn't found, he can stick up here and be able to hold the tower.
And they still want to make a play top, Aurora. They got the 6 on Mirror. That's the setup, but they don't have enough burst, and they know it. They've got to be careful now. Got the Juice turning around the cooldown on towards Toronto, Tokyo. They'll look towards Mirror, bring down the Lion. Now with PMA coming in across the map, he's ready to set up for more. They get the control on Toronto, Tokyo. The boat comes in for a key attacker, but the heals are coming out. NAVI Junior perfectly fine as Aurora not able to get anything in return.
I know, and I'm definitely a little worried for Aurora's damage. He gets the X off to at least annoy PMA, bring him back up top.
He probably doesn't care too much, PMA. He's like, okay, whatever.
He'll have to TP bottom, but... Yeah, the mech comes in, they heal, and we're definitely seeing the tankiness from Navi. It was a very aggressive play from Aurora diving forward with the stun there from Mira. Not quite able to get that Finger set up, but Navi show up with the numbers again, up to a 3K lead. And we did see the mech come into play there. PMA drops a little low and then pumps himself back up.
A solid start here for NAVI Junior.
Very solid.
Looking very, very good after, what was that, a pretty rough game 1.
Yeah, and they've now, I mean, Niku, 3-0-2. Amp damage in the bottle. Blink is coming soon. Definitely a very good game for him to get this snowball going, making that space for his gyrocopter. How close is the Blade Mail on Kiyotaka? Not quite there, and Toronto, Tokyo. I would imagine that's when they look to start fighting back, so they can use those big damage spells in return versus Navi, because it's not only just the gyro, right? Those Blade Mails can be effective versus the Firestorm as well. So maybe that'll be their timing to look to recover things for Aurora, because their early game, their damage is definitely going to be a bit lackluster versus this mech. But Nightfall, he's the one who's going to start getting that farm load, right? Top net worth, he's been ignored. This is where Nature's Prophet things start to happen. If you don't start to find him, at least able to kill him a couple times, he's going to be able to keep ahead, if not match, versus that Gyro at all stages.
I think they do have a lot of ways to kind of mess with the Nature's Prophet in the team fight, right?
They do.
It's quite nice. A lot of AoE, a lot of things that can trip you up, catch you up. So the positioning from Nightfall is going to have to be pretty perfect before he gets that BKB online. Which
and even with BKB, though, they have a lot of damage. Like,
so they can focus it.
They can absolutely go for the full focus.
Yeah, it's not a super easy game for Nightfall to turn up, TP into the middle of a 5-on-5.
No. It's about the team game, though, right? Like, it's not super easy for him, but if he has the Bristle plus the Panto, then he has backup. Panto, that is...
ambitious moves there. He's not going to die for it or anything, but that was the Macropire drop down for not a whole lot. And NAVI Junior are coming in with a smoke play.
They've got 3. They've got recall available too. They're running to Panto.
They'll find Panto. I mean, Panto, very easy kill. Mira's going to hope for a TP out, and he'll make it.
Chakra almost getting the refresh there for Niku. Looking for more. They've got recall, so they always will be able to bring this 5-man if they do see the opportunity. Gonna just hit the tower with the heals. They'll bring Juice down as well.
Riddy's got eyes on Kiyotaka.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, they know that he's stepping out to the lane here. They are respecting him, though, with the Blade Mail online.
Yeah, you have to be careful.
No,
Start on Riddy.
Are they going to bail on Riddy's? I think they are. They'll just let Riddy's die. Leave him behind.
No save your buddy syndrome, though. They literally
They just completely bail on him.
Which is
not even nobody even turns and looks.
No.
They're just gone.
Which is very good for them. Just fully disengaged. Don't want to go for that tower pressure. Blade mails are up. They're looking to make setup now. Aurora. They see got the juice. He is 1200 HP.
It's a tough one to go on. It's
really
all down on if Kiyotaka gets an X mark. If he doesn't get the X mark set up, they're not getting the kill. And a lot of these situations, even if they do get the X mark, they might not be getting the kill anyway. Backup's there for the call, and of course PMA's ready with a Fiend's Gate to head over with that mech and help out. So it's this stage, with a little bit of a gold deficit that they're at, it's not simple for Aurora to make moves across the map. NAVI Junior's lineup's got pretty good answers.
They've got TPs coming in, and this is looking pretty dead for the Underlord.
And that's the one you want to catch, right?
Big one.
Sort of similar fashion is like when you're playing against a Dawnbreaker, right? You got to find that hero that's going to be coming in with that global presence, that global save.
And they get the Shrine too. So that's a pretty big snag to slow down the momentum that Navi was starting to build up. And they've got these 2 Blade Mails, so they can definitely look to fight. You see Kiyotaka is feeling quite confident to just kind of charge in at this point.
Let's see if we can find an X-Mark setup.
Zayats does get caught.
See what they can do about this. Doesn't have anyone else with him, but NAVI Junior, they don't know that, so they're still going to be very cautious and not look to try and turn.
I like how Mira just chilling over here. Just continuing to get the farm. Doesn't really have another place to be at the moment. How's Juice doing? All right, so he's going to go the S. He's doing a little bit of a different route than we see sometimes. You know, we see a lot of different, players adapt depending on the games. He's going to go the S and Y this game.
Okay. You think, because you need to get the S and Y and the BKB before the Aghanim.
It's just a straight up fighting build rather than a straight up like farming build. He knows that the action's going to be coming a lot in this game. He's also going to be getting recalled into fights, so. Okay.
And he knows he's going to have to sort of have that tankiness to deal with the fact that he's probably going to take some damage back in return for these Blade Mails.
Absolutely. And, he'll have the tankiness and then the reduction versus the disables versus the Lion and the Kunkka at least a little bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
NAVI Junior, ready around the mid lane. Shield Rune on Niku. Very ready to dive forward.
Kiyotaka will be quite the nice catch, but not an easy one. Get the toss combo, but the Blade Mail's now out. TPs are coming in, and indeed that close to the tower, they're not able to finish up the job.
They've got backup.
Maybe with the rest of them coming in now they can. Mira gets taken out. Kiyotaka, he's speedy. He's back up to the high ground. Is there anybody who's going to look to dive this? I don't think so.
Niku was thinking about it, but nah, cannot.
It's a hard one to go for. They get away with something, they kill off Mira on the Lion, and they'll be able to keep the pressure onto the tier 2 tower, so still a success here for NAVI Junior, but not quite the big kill that they would hope to get.
Can they finish this tower off is the question, though. The Macro Pyre looks like it will probably push them off of it. So not going to be able to get a big other kill there. The net worth has evened out because Nightfall is just getting all the time in the world to just hit the creeps.
Yeah, and his farm's going to speed up massively now that Mion is done.
And Toronto now has the shard, so easier for him to join inside of these fights too. So NAVI Junior have to be a little bit cleaner with these moves, get these core kills.
And I guess that's the thing as well, right? When you're on the gyro and you're going for this sort of battle build and you are spending a lot of time moving around the map with the rest of your team, you're going to fall behind a Mion and Nature's Prophet right and farm.
Sure, a little bit. Unless you're getting the kills constantly.
Sure, sure, unless the fights are working out consistently. Niku.
And NAVI Junior, I would imagine they want to keep looking to accelerate. These are some nice blocks.
Indeed, Nightfall's like, something's blocking me. What's going on? Is my mouse working?
Toss.
They get the toss back.
Nice
Into the root onto the 2 of them. Stomp coming in as well. The torrent will be there, but Zayats cleans them up with Illuminate. They might be able to turn for more here, potentially. Kiyotaka trying to run now as Mira holds back Riddies. The stun.
Trying to persist forward for kills, but can't get more. That was such a beautiful toss.
Yeah.
Tossed him on the bristle. He didn't have range to get to the Underlord, so he's like, all right, these 2 are comboed, and yeah, perfectly done, actually.
A very good setup for Niku.
Yeah.
And with a good bit of, terror that he's able to inflict onto Nightfall before it happens. 'Cause, there's that point, right? You're getting blocked. You're like, uh-oh. Something not good's about to happen.
It's almost like he was stunned. He literally couldn't move. As Niku going straight for BKB. So really wanting to just be that frontline beast for his team. Does mean he's not going to do as much damage as like this Echo build or any of these, but does mean that he can literally just walk through the Kunkka spells and the Jakiron Lion to get to the Nature's Prophet.
I think let's go again here, NAVI Junior. Keep the pressure up.
I mean, they have no cooldowns, really. Their lineup is not about cooldowns. It's about fight, 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 while for Aurora's does have a little more downtime. Pretty much having to fight around boat.
Radiant are scanning.
Hit by the scan, though. So Aurora should be able to avoid this.
And this was a pretty good read there from NAVI Junior, too. They were right on track to find Nightfall. Three to 11, but game state feels pretty even. Navi
That's
with
a close one.
Yeah, Navi with a bit of a lead here, I would say. But
That's a Panso. Panso does fall, but time has been bought for the rest of the team to turn up. Look at the bow combo laid down onto Niku. But he's still very tanky. They barely get him down a third of his HP.
NAVI Junior is just fully set up on that high ground with the heals. They're going to go for another play.
Let's see what he can get in. Niku up to the high ground. Look for the toss back. Won't quite be able to get it onto Kiyotaka.
All right.
Let's see what they can do with Nightfall. TPing in.
Another X pulls him back.
I mean, Niku's still he's so tanky. He's just walking around in this tier 3 tower. It's taken a lot to try and bring him down. See if they're even able to eventually get him. They have got the finger, but
the blade mail.
Toss off. It will finally be able to slay the Tiny. Now with the TPs coming in, they can try a little more. Got the juice going for the TP, but the stun's there. They'll catch the gyro. NAVI Junior. I think they poked a little too far out to the base this time round.
A little too eager to jump in there with Niku. Just too much control.
He really wanted that toss back.
He didn't have his BKB. He's what, like 500 away from it or so? He really wanted to try to go for this talkback, but the Necro Book, I don't think he had range anyway for it. It was just out of range there, and now they lose two big heroes. That's huge. That's what Aurora's been waiting for this entire time. BKB for Nightfall is going to be finished after that. And you have to be careful with these overextensions. This game has to be clean from Navi.
It does. Can't make these moves against Aurora. They will punish them.
And this is all before Radiance, too. So Kiyotaka, he's kind of just been like a walking blade mail on a couple spells. Now he's actually going to be doing more in the fights, just being able to walk in, too.
Yeah, they really have to sort of regain their position in the next move. If they don't, and this slips further in Aurora's favor, this game is going to very quickly get very hard for NAVI Junior after they had a promising start.
I think you get these two BKBs and you just, you still look for the fights, but you can't look for too much of overextensions because you are playing for a very strong mid-game timing when you are going this route. When you're going double BKB cores plus a pipe mech underlord, you're looking to dominate the mid-game. So if you lose these next few fights, there's going to be concerns for NAVI Junior.
Absolutely.
Aurora, BKB, as we said, for Nightfall. After that Mjolnir's done, Radiance is coming out. They've got everything ready. The pipe a little, actually not everything ready, but the pipe soon finished on Toronto, Tokyo too, so. That pipe is going to be very impactful versus the lineup of NAVI Junior, as it's a lot of magic. He's got the juice.
Mira's going to clip him with the stun. The follow by Sparf. Mira held back by the sleep. Now the TP's coming. Nightfall found his position with the BKB. Looks towards got the juice. But got the juice. Can they keep him alive? They can't. He'll fall. Nightfall now turns towards potentially more as they're controlling Niku. Niku has to BKB. PMA's going for the TP out. They're trying to bail out of this one. They'll get an avalanche onto Kiyotaka here. Kiyotaka will fall as Niku cleans up the triple.
Can he get out?
Back the bristle, the avalanche is there, but the goose stacks are building up. Nightfall's able to TP across, will get blasted back here by Zayats, but it doesn't matter, they can't save Niku. NAVI Junior, they have a fight where they do pick up a triple, but it's the fact that overall, the Nature's Prophet left standing alive, gets the clean up Nightfall.
Got the juice, gets nothing off. Just Mira jumping in, getting that instant disable. This is before that BKB, I believe, is ready for the gyro. They're just able to punch
close to the BKB as well.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for this S&Y route, but now we're seeing a bit of issues where he's just fully controlled. He gets a couple attacks off, but overall, mostly it's Niku doing all the damage inside this team.
It is. You know, we see Niku, as I say, clean up with a triple amongst this, but yeah, Nightfall goes completely unanswered, and that's the problem. That's only going to become a bigger problem, really, this Nature's Prophet.
Especially when he's got this backup of Toronto, Tokyo, just getting that big goo that comes out, always constantly lowering the armor so he can do that big damage. Now, Aurora hitting some really nice timings. It's still only a 1K lead for them right now, but these last two fights, you're starting to see that power really build up. And yeah, Toronto, Tokyo, pipe's about to be done. So Niku got to thrive in that last fight because I believe he did like 4,000 magic damage in the fight. This will make it quite a couple more steps difficult. If they can get toss back plays, it's still probably their best route of looking for fights. But for now, I think got the juices BKB before you look for another one. Can't let him die again before it. And yeah, we see majority of that Tiny's damage. It's magic since he's playing with the ET as well too. So Pipe's going to be very impactful. And yeah, like you said, the clear separation now between the two cores. Nightfall, a 3,000 difference between him and the Gyro. And Aurora, they're ready to fight. That Pipe, I believe, was finished. They've got a Solar Crest also from Panto. Navi Junior. Got the juices. BKB is coming out right now. We'll have it finished. I mean, Nightfall is just TPing in front of him.
He's ready to just start the play.
The stuns.
Backup's coming in.
Big stomp.
R&D root here, pretty much onto the four of them. Got the juice.
Huge
Next up here with the BKB. They've got the control. They're going to be able to clean up the two supports as Panto and Mirror fall. See if they can turn towards any of the cores, though. Jump forward and a toss back. They've got the control onto Toronto, Tokyo. The Bristleback in trouble as NAVI Junior get a third.
What a play from Britties.
I mean, they were just completely ready for that. I don't know if Nightfall's going to be looking to try and start the fights again after that. He TP's in, and the team's like, let us initiate next time, buddy.
Yeah, that was... I mean, they got the Hex initiation, right? They got the stun, but... I mean, Riddies, you can call him Reddies in this one because he was literally in the perfect spot, right? Stomp onto 3 or 4 heroes, splitter follow. Couldn't ask for a better moment for that. And now Roche, they'll be able to snag this too. So Comfort forgot the juice. Very ideal moment for that to happen for him. Stopping the momentum that was starting to be gained there from the side of Aurora. And now Juice, he's got the coverage, he's got that protection to be able to wait with his BKB if he does get insta-jumped. It's a fun game. This is a very close one. All about who's going to execute these team fights better at this point, but Navi Junior again with this Aegis now. See how they approach the fights. And let's see how Aurora, like you said, approach the fights too. Not having Nightfall probably TP to initiate things.
Yeah, he won't be doing that again. He's not going to TP in to start the fights himself like that, I don't think. They've got so many other ways better ways of starting the action that it feels a little unnecessary for him to be the one to go in first.
So far, Zayas also did want to comment this, yet to die. So overall in this Coddle, 5-0 and 8, one of my favorite support heroes in this current patch, and he's having a very good time on it.
Yeah, I've been coming in clutch with the heals and such.
Yeah, the Holy Locket build has definitely started to rack up in that last fight in particular too. He's had it for a long time. And yeah, I like this. Riddies, I think this is just how he should probably play for the entirety of the game. Just sit behind the Gyro, right? If they look to make an aggressive play on him, you have the counter initiation in order to bring your allies, follow it up forward. Because they have, it's pretty much if the ET and the Gyro are set up, they can bring everybody there, right? Coddle can recall himself to the ET or the Gyro, and then the Underlord can TP in. So Navi can have five heroes at a spot in pretty much any instant. Aurora. Trying to get this top tower, but Juice is actually the one persisting on bottom a little more himself here. Riddies. They're all walking so close past each other. Scan comes out. We'll clip onto the one. As both kind of exact similar movements from both sides. The two cores are kind of like solo pushing the tier 2s. The rest are all set up for a play. Juice will get recalled. Setting up the push. 3 minutes of Aegis. They are getting their side push though. And this is that treant at the moment that's doing that extra damage. So we'll have to react.
Tipping back here, got the juice. For the Fiend's Gate as well.
Go ahead, Panto. Can they get a second? No, Mira blinks away. Almost.
Oh, they can look to push this lane all the way back round, try and take that final tier 2 away from Aurora.
Juice is drawing down the mid lane. He looks like he wants to really get the push going.
Okay.
I don't know. They have issues with their lanes. It's always going to be the case when you're playing versus Nature's Prophet. Someone has to deal with the lane. So Juice will go top. I guess he can get recalled in 20 seconds when Zayat has it up.
Oh, Niku. He's got the Yule's play here to punish the X mark that Kiyotaka tried to set up to clear the wave with. Has to put the BKB to run this one off.
Doesn't BKB TP?
Can Niku go again? He's not quite up the cooldowns there.
That's a BKB though, used 80 seconds. Na'Vi can continue to look for this pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. Still with this, what, about a minute and a half left on the Aegis.
They can take the Shrine. They saw Nightfall TP bottom too. Nightfall's feeling a little hesitant to go for the steal of the Shrine. That's how Zeus's next item coming forward here. Still a bit of time till he's got that, any of that lifesteal. But 1 minute left on the Aegis. See if Aurora looks to wait for that timing to expire before they look for that head-on fight. A lot of time has been bought here for NAVI Junior to get this space, get this push going.
Let's see what they do here. Aurora, can they stop this push? Mira.
Aegis 50 seconds.
Mira's in.
He's got the shard though.
He's still looking pretty dead.
Sure is. He gets tossed back.
That's only going to protect him for so long.
Niku.
It's kind of trapped him, but he has got BKB ready to press. He's actually going to get saved anyway with the 4-star. Doesn't even need to pop the BKB for now. They'll use the fortification here, Aurora.
They're sustaining through this at the moment. This Coddle just keeping them healed up. 30 seconds on Aegis.
Tonatoka, they've got to be careful of these potential tossbacks. Is the Aegis gone? For the Ice Path setup. They don't have that follow-up from the line quite yet. Nightfall tries to step in with the damage, but the force is there.
Great force staff. I was about to say, is Kiyotaka going for shard soon? If this push is coming out, that's where you usually see the Kunkas get it. He Qs it pretty much right afterwards. But NAVI Junior, they'll back up after they get some good damage onto the tower here. Forcing all of Aurora in the base that entire time too, pretty much. Sure, Nightfall was outside a little, but good push forward.
Radiant are scanning.
Now these next few moments going to be the most important, since no Aegis coverage for your Gyro. Niku close to an Octarine.
I mean, he's going to be playing with some crazy cooldowns, right? With this and the Chakra. Yeah. Like, the uptimes on your avalanches and tosses are pretty ridiculous.
And the amp up, of course, that just gets built up there from the natural order. These things do add up.
Aurora? I want to try and go aggressive themselves here, entering into NAVI Junior's side of the map.
Wanting to find that back line, wanting to find the ET in particular, or that Coddle.
Mira's going to go
for the Underlord.
So if they can bring in enough damage, they have the finger. Forced to the side, but the Sprout's down. Nightfall trying to finish PMA off, but now the backup comes in. PMA, he's only down to half HP. He's perfectly fine. He just TP's out of this one. Aurora, they have to try and bail out themselves, and they will succeed with that for the most part. Tron and Tokyo Nightfall able to get out of here. Panto and Kiyotaka still on the run.
He's got a BKB TP. Oh, lag.
Oh!
Maybe that saves him.
He's going to get the chance to BKB TP.
Interesting choice. I guess, I mean, they didn't really see the ET, right? They went for the target that they saw. But jumping on the Underlord, that's literally the tankiest hero. Yeah. So, attempting to go for that there, Aurora. He gets the mech, gets the pipe. I think he had a Lotus maybe too. Big heals is Kiyotaka.
Oh!
Did he cancel it?
He did.
Oh.
I mean, he was in the TP animation during the pause, so he must have pressed something when he came out of the pause, right?
I guess, I mean, I must have been.
I think he pretty much had to just not press anything after the game unpaused, and he would have been fine, right? Unless I saw that wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I saw. Yeah, he looks, you can see it in his camera too. He was...
I guess a bit of foreshadowing from himself, because he's like, nice lag, and then he moves after the pause. I don't know. Maybe he moved before it and it messed him up. I don't know. Either way, he's dead. Unfortunate for him.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
I mean, that was them looking for this fight. Goes horribly wrong. NAVI Junior don't get crazy amount of kills out of it, but they do get some to be able to push forward and finish up another couple items. Satanic is pretty much going to be done now. Got the juice off of that, and they've slowed down Kiyotaka massively after that death. I mean, that's honestly pretty massive, the way that whole kicks off with Mira jumping the Underlord and then the overchases. NAVI Junior feeling confident to charge. 25 seconds, no Kunkka.
See what they can get done here.
No BKB on Nightfall for 10 seconds, but he TP's out in time. Recalls. That's one. That's two. He brings them both in.
He's a tanky boy.
It's a tough one to go for. You get the stomp, and he's facing forward.
And they're going to try again with another toss back. It's pretty deep now. And indeed, he'll be left to fall.
They got him again. Another kill. NAVI Junior punishing. Anytime that they get even one little kill, they go for another.
Niku. Got the Yule set up. BKB is back available to press for Kiyotaka if he needs to.
He really doesn't want to. Won't have to. But Satanic now done, forgot the juice. He's on high ground.
Oh, he's looking for the toss back, Niku. Won't find it this time. Next mark there. Nightfall turns up the fight as well. They'll be able to force Niku back to safety again. Protecting him without him having to pop the BKB here on Tiny.
That's a good enough strike there. For NAVI Junior, I think they can back up at least with a couple heroes and look to just keep recalling and playing on the enemy side of the map. Very good kill onto Toronto Tokyo. Starting to look much more comfortable for NAVI Junior, just being able to control the map. Even though they're playing versus Nature's Prophet, with this recall, with this Underlord, they're able to deal with any of this split push and still be ready for the fights. And Juice now with another big item finished up. The Revenant Brooch after the Satanic.
There's Aegis push. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for Aurora to deal with.
They just, it looks like for them, they don't know how they want to approach the fight once that Aegis push is coming, because the backline of NAVI Junior is just terrifying. If you walk up too close, you get tossed back, but you have to find these supports. You can't just let Coddle and ET free cast, which they have been. Riddy's having a pretty much flawless game on this ET, actually. 1, 2, and 17.
They know someone's down here. They've hit them with the scan. So Niku knows somebody's around.
Kiyotaka. They see him.
I know he's in there. They're going to get the setup with the toss.
Splitter is down.
It's going to come out, and now put the BKB in the boat. Go for the TP. It's enough to save him.
Good patience. If he TPs into the Splitter, gets him, so well done. But that means no BKB for the push. So they're just going to all join in, and now there's no BKB on Kunkka. So how do you stop this? I mean, NAVI Junior with some really nice macro plays. Let's get the waves out.
They're still very much respecting the fact that the whole team is backed up for this.
Yeah, even though there's no BKB from the Kunkka, they will just back themselves up. Not going to force the issue too much more. Yeah, loving the shot calling on NAVI Junior. You know, Pano was talking about sometimes when you see one of these guys playing the Coddle, they are ones that dictate pace of the game and dictate the macro game. Perhaps could be Zayats this game. Like 5-0-11, been doing a lot with these recalls. And he's about to have an Aghanims too, so more disruptive team fights. The farm, I feel like the farm for Aurora, besides Nightfall, completely stopped. Toronto Tokyo finally gets the BKB done. Kiyotaka is still not near an AC. It's really just Nightfall getting farm at this point. Oh! Juice. Big force stab.
All right. Not going to have enough damage. Or maybe. It's kind of caught a toss spot, but Niku's in with the save. Comes in with the toss back. Keeps that Aegis protected for a little longer, and Mira ends up dying to the output of. Got the juice.
Can he get out, though?
Can anybody save him? They can't. All right, so for Niku's efforts to try and bail out Got the Juice, he ends up paying with his own life.
They found Zayats.
By Toronto Tokyo. Get the setup here on towards PMA. It's falling apart. This is an Aegis push gone horribly wrong from Na'Vi.
Oh. I mean, Aurora with a flank, but an aggressive force staff to put Niku in a position where he feels like he has to toss back his ally, and it's a disaster. Now Aurora
they should have just
charging themselves.
Just let the Jaro die, right? Let that Aegis get taken away.
Now it's 50 seconds, no Tiny, no Underlord, and they found the Coddle in the back line. Toronto Tokyo somehow flanked onto Zayats this time around.
We'll see again here. You know, Niku, he wants to bail his bro out.
I mean, look at Toronto Tokyo. Look what he's doing during this. So they're very distracted by this Bristleback who's just running at the Coddle the whole time.
And Coddle was the important one that was needed there. He's the one with the force stuff.
He sure is.
Might have been able to bail Niku out. I'll tell you, yeah, Niku trying to save his buddy.
He maybe could have just done the beat. Did he have TP? I think he did. Maybe he could have just BK'd and TP'd out.
And now the push is coming in from Aurora.
Mistakes made, and Aurora, they're capitalized.
They get the tower.
And that's just still 90 seconds with Aegis, and they were able to do that. So Aurora.
Well, the levels are creeping up for Nightfall, of course.
Almost
That's
25.
That level 25 where you might as well just call the GG. It's coming soon.
And he's almost got Butterfly, too. And as we were mentioning for the Gyro, did go Revenant's Brooch, so might have to switch up the build a little bit here in the next item. He's got Silver Edge queued, but as soon as he sees that Butter, might have to just go for the MKB. It's a wild game. 10-23, but we're seeing that Aurora, especially on the high ground defenses, maybe not the first time around, but if they can get these type of force staff plays or reposition plays, can really mess with NAVI Junior.
Oh, they've hit the scan as well. They want to try and find someone farming this bottom line of the map.
Nightfall.
These two are going to look to try and set up on the Tormentor. NAVI Junior is on their way over.
Oh, this could be crazy.
They take it pretty quickly,
They
of
kill
course.
it in seconds.
Do they get out in time?
Tokyo.
Nightfall, he'll make it away. Toronto
BKB.
Tokyo's got the BKB, he's got the TP, the splitters coming in, but won't connect in time. So the escape is successful for Aurora.
Very sneaky. Killing it in 2 seconds later, of course.
I'm NAVI Junior, they nearly had the correct read right.
They did.
They were going straight for it, but indeed not able to make it in time.
I mean, look at this, too. They're setting up for top. I believe they saw Kiyotaka. They're bringing the numbers.
He, of course, does have the BKB, and he, in fact, has the backup of Mirror. The boats are coming out. He's tempted to try and turn and see if he can punish Zayats. Won't be able to. Mirror's the one to take the hit. And Kiyotaka will head out into the trees and TP out safely.
Mirror takes the gank. This game is definitely getting to some crazy spicy levels. As you said, Butterfly is done for Nightfall. 24 is about to be hit.
They do have ways to be there for the rat potential, right? They have the Kotl, they have the Underlord, so ways to sort of react to the pressure that Nightfall's going to be putting on. And
no one's got a Dagon, though. Maybe the Kotl has to start queuing it up.
I think you do.
I think Zayats or someone has to queue it up because it still becomes way too much of a nuisance. Got the juice, soon to 25. He does buy the Silver Edge, though. So not going to be going down that extra bit of hit for the Butterfly of the Nature's Prophet. And I have to point out that Nightfall, he did go for the Pyrrhic Cloak. I think this is one of the craziest neutrals.
It's a great item. You got to remember to press it, to use it. If you get it on someone, the amount of damage that's getting sent their way, it's a big old number, that 75%.
Especially if you ever get it on a support. If you're a core and you get this ability on
they're just dead.
They're dead. Just to that. Top Panto will get found.
Can they get something bigger? Looking for Nightfall. Put the BKB, and indeed he'll go for the classic hit.
He stopped,
the splitter's in. He's going to try and get with the secondary on, but the root's there as well.
Oh, and he has no buyback.
They've killed him off.
Oh, and he has no buyback.
95 seconds was spent up for that Butterfly.
And they almost actually find the Kunkka as well. I mean, it's 90 seconds, Owen.
90 seconds, no carry. And for a lineup where a lot of those resources are heavily tilted towards that of the carry, 31k net worth, Nature's Prophet, not available for this defense.
Who needs MKB if you find him completely alone? As now Rax, at least one set, looks like he likely will fall.
Let's see how much they can get. I mean, they're going to feel it as well. This Nature's Prophet ain't returning for a minute.
Yeah, they're like, I guess he doesn't have buyback. They definitely should have seen that Butterfly picked up.
They're going to go again.
It's 50 seconds. It's a long time. They might be able to get all 3 sets on.
Okay, they got the fortification.
Okay.
But as you say, they're going to know at this point, right, there's no need to back off. And now, in fact, if anything, they want to get in there. They're stepping up to the tier 4. They'll turn with the burst on towards Niku, but Niku's perfectly fine.
Juice is standing in Macro Pyre.
And the Avalanche clips onto Kiyotaka, starting to fall incredibly low. Niku gets the Yule Scepter set up on towards him. They'll use the force to get Kiyotaka back to safety. He'll turn with the boat. Won't make any offensive connection on towards NAVI Junior as they're able to kite it out. Mirror tries to throw out a stun over towards, got the juice, but Niku's in with the Avalanche, toss forward as well. Mirror's gone, also out without buyback for 50 seconds. The mid-brack's getting cleaned up. They move towards the bottom set as well.
12 seconds. Aurora's trying so hard to delay.
So much damage here being done by NAVI Junior. Can they clean up the final set? Nightfall back in the game.
Splitter.
It's down onto Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall's going to TP in aggressively. Got the juice, tries to turn down his ground. Sprout on Sprout action. Falls forward. Got the juice in on top of Nightfall. Buyback comes out from Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall can even clean up PMA. PMA is going to get forced to safety. PMA will live. Nightfall clipped by the Avalanche. They're not even able to get the kills. NAVI Junior, they can walk this one off. Toronto Tokyo is desperately trying to chase them down and fight something here for Aurora. See what he can get. They're controlling him here with the sleep. to the side.
Aurora wants to chase this so badly.
Nightfall's TPing in aggressively. He's got to be a bit careful. His BKB's on cooldown. He gets caught by the pit. Falls forward as well. Stun and the drag back for the tidal wave is there, but Nightfall's going to keep on running. A missile heading his way. Buyback comes in now from the Jakiro.
Toronto Tokyo's cleaning up in the back.
Got the juice, he's being focused. He does have the silver edge ready to pop, so he might be able to sneak away with another vision. No, in fact, he's going to look to maybe stand his ground because Niku's ready to go in once more. Jumps in with the toss here onto the two of them.
Juice, can he get away?
I mean, Niku's still perfectly fine. He's going to have another toss in a second. Got the juice, he's still got a lot of HP to play with. Toronto Tokyo's got to be careful. They get the toss over to the side. Toronto Tokyo trying to bounce away with over the cliffs. As NAVI Junior, they're not afraid of the fight.
They're kiting.
Got the juices ready to go back in. He knows if they can kill off this Nature's Prophet, it's going to be game over. They get the toss back on towards
the stun. It's there.
95 seconds out again. 100 gold short of the bite back here, Nightfall.
What a beautiful kite that they did. All the zeros have just kited them for 40 seconds.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
They knew to just keep the pressure on. They didn't have to run, and they could back off a little bit, but they knew that fight, at the end of the day, they could force it in their advantage. They're onto the tier 4s here, NAVI Junior.
That was a beautiful fight. They literally were just dancing around. Look at the damage done in this team fight. 30,000 from both sides, and somehow NAVI, they actually only ended up losing that coddle.
And he needs a bounty rune. Somebody find a bounty rune. There it is. There's the bounty rune. Toronto Tokyo able to get the bounty rune to make sure that the buyback gold's there for Nightfall.
But there's 9,000 gold on this gyrocopter. It's the pace. The push is coming in.
I mean, with this amount of money, just pick up a rapier, end the game. They'll probably be able to end the game anyway. But if you want to be super secure about it, maybe you do make that last-minute delivery. Get that same-day service. Ancients exposed, NAVI Junior. Are they going to be able to close this up? Aurora, they've got the 4 of them ready to try and put a stop to this. Toronto Tokyo moving in on towards the backlines. Niku is able to jump in, burst through Mirror. Mirror comes in with the buyback. Key attacker, core hit by the Will-O-Wisp. He'll back out for now. Nightfall, he's straight in the middle here with the BKB, trying to clean them up. Riddies will finally go down. Can Nightfall clean up anything more? The BKB's come to an end. He gets connected upon by the missile. Another buyback coming in now from key attacker. Nightfall turns towards PMA. PMA, he will die. Nightfall very low, running out of options to keep himself alive. Is there anyone that can save him? The missile connects. He's still alive.
Ow.
The shield comes in. Nightfall finally falls though. Got the juice, gets the triple. GG's called. NAVI Junior take game 2.
What a wild game of fights. Holy shit. NAVI Junior really pushing forward in this one there. I have to give, of course, the cores played very well, but I have to highlight the supports on NAVI Junior. I think Riddies and Zayats played unbelievable in this game. Feels like they almost never got caught in the back line. They're always dictating pace, getting their spells off, and they're changing the tides of those fights.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This is and 2 supports. You need to have the specialists on them, and they certainly both were. Yeah, Zayats, Kotl, and Riddies, Elder Titan. Great game for NAVI Junior. We had a lot more hope for them coming into this game too, and they certainly performed here towards the end of this one. It's 1-1 now between NAVI Junior and Aurora.
Oh, we love to see it. NAVI Junior taking that second game, meaning we have a third game to this series. And what a game 2 this was. We said they had to outplay and outmaneuver and outperform, and they did. They had so many brawls going their way, Jenkins. I think that is where I want to start, because I think NAVI Junior was able to force out those brawls time and time again.
Yeah, this was amazing gameplay. I agree with Fog that the supports really carried. Like, honestly, Zayats with the force staves in a lot of these fights, like forcing people over high grounds, out of the base, saving his Tiny that was going in to the, out of the Nature's Prophet sprout. And then we saw Tiny in the later fights of the game, like completely hard carrying. He had Octarine Shiva's Guard build. So he was legit just playing to take these really long fights, go for these tossbacks on these like tanky frontliner heroes where if they're out of position, they don't feel anywhere near as tanky. So honestly, everybody in NAVI Junior played so well, but yeah, shoutouts especially to Zayats on the Coddle.
Yeah, we saw most of these fights are really long and drawn out. You have the Coddle, you have the ET, you have this Underlord with all the auras. Like, if you can't burst a hero right away, which is incredibly hard to do, your lineup falls off in a big regard. And I think this is why we don't see a lot of line picked up anymore, because this hero is just pretty much built to, you go in, you have to kill a hero. But at some point in this game, that just stopped working for them, and then it just made that Mirror just couldn't really have a game at all in this one. So I think if you look back at like how Aurora did in this game, they probably expected to do a little bit better in the laning stage in particular. I feel like Toronto Tokyo had like one of the worst laning stages I've seen from him in a very long time, just getting completely destroyed by this gyrocopter and ET lane. So Yeah, lanes didn't go the way they expected them to. Then when you do have a snowball hero like Lion, the game can get very difficult for you. But Navi, they played amazing. And I think in general, this Underlord plus Coddle, it was so hard to play against. Like, how do you take these team fights? You're against the pipe, you're against this constant heal from the Coddle as well. You've got these 4 staffs, Tiny's tossing you back. It all just became too much from the deal with.
I will say, when I watched a lot of their replays from the various qualifiers, I did notice that Navi with Zayats, they are good at playing from ahead, but when they're behind, they look like chickens with their heads cut off. And it makes me think that maybe this is the play, is to pick a lineup that is like really strong in the early game, pick a lineup that's really strong at laning, get Zayats on a hero like Coddle that he can actually dictate the game with. And then just go ham. You know, like I think in the future, of course, this is going to be a polished team. Like most Dota teams at some point learn to have the comebacks. You know, Team Spirit, this is a sort of team that like they play to have the comebacks. They win TIs to have the comebacks. And it doesn't look like Navi can currently do that, because game 1 was just not even close. But game 2, like when they're ahead, these guys look solid. They look really solid.
Yeah, as we have our standout player of the match is Niku on his Tiny. I will mention, in case people didn't catch the draft, this was a Tiny that they overall first picked. And that means that Aurora had every chance, every corner they could change their hero, which they wanted to put mid, against this Tiny, and they had a Kunkka mid. And I think Kiyotaka Fear kind of underperformed that lane in particular as well.
Based off what
just played it well.
Yeah, I mean, based off what I've seen, right? Like, just only the data from the last tournament where BZM was picking this against every Tiny in the game and demolishing. So I don't know if this is Kiyotaka's comfort pick whatsoever, but this Tiny had a much better laning stage than I would have expected. So I bet it is Niku. This guy is really good at what he does. He seemed to be a very competent Tiny player. So I think moving forward into this matchup in particular, I'm really curious to see if this Coddle will get through again. Like, they gave it, maybe it's we won game 1, right? We'll try playing versus the Coddle. Didn't really work out, and we saw how powerful it was on Zayats. This hero just might be too strong to give away in general.
Especially Zayats Coddle. Like, didn't we see when he was on Secret? Like, this was... He was the guy. He was the Coddle techies guy. Yep. You know, it's a bit ballsy letting that through, especially when there's a Tiny already picked.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, true.
And they let the Coddle through, knowing that then they would get the Nature's Prophet. You know, they had to choose. This was also already set up by Navi from the get-go, because they only had one ban. They're like, if we leave both in, then we get one of the two. So that trade did not play out well for Aurora. We're going to look at 2 team fights that we had also during this game too, that we just wanted to relive a little bit. And the first one, Fear, is from you. It was a fairly early team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, this is the part of the game where things started to feel really hard. This kind of showing the power of the Underlord and the Tiny in particular. You have 2 strength cores and the Kunkka and the Bristleback, and you're trying to do burst damage the best you can, but Underlord, he's shutting you down with that percentage-based damage. Tiny's tossing heroes back into the pit, and I feel like just all the control and the area control they had on the ground made it so difficult for them to play this game on Aurora.
Yeah, and then there was another fight. It was a lot later, and at this point, I believe that NAVI Junior was already quite a little bit... they were ahead, Jenkins, but it looked like they might not be for long.
Yeah, this was actually when we thought that maybe Aurora was going to have a comeback situation. I mean, I know the gold lead's not like hugely significant, but there was the unfortunate lack of a 4-staff on the Tiny. He did rectify this with getting an Ogre Seal Totem afterwards. And like I said, I think Zayats carried the game in a lot of these fights, and a big reason was because of that 4-staff, but they had already used their saving abilities to save the gyro in that fight. But, you know, they were in an even playing field. Like, this team looks incredibly strong. So even one fight that kind of doesn't go exactly their way, like, still, as long as they're not getting devastated, like 10k gold deficit, they're going to put up a fight.
Yeah, they did put up a fight, a strong one, with now taking this second game of the series. There's one thing still I want to touch upon, because we said, like, before game 2 started, we said a lot of game number 2 is going to be dependent on the draft and how things work out. How do we think this is going to go moving forward? Because do we feel like this was just oh, hey, guys, Keeper of the Light should just be banned out? Like, was this Keeper of the Light base? It's like, okay, they won Keeper of the Light, ban it, and they lose?
I mean, a big part of it had to do with the Coddle being so strong, but this is Aurora we're talking about. We don't really know. Like, they can come out and just stomp this next game, or they can just potentially lose this next game too. It's really hard to say. I think they had a draft that could win, but they just didn't play to their strengths of their lineup, and Navi played really well to the strengths of their lineup, and they just ended up losing. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, and we also had maybe there's some things to take away as well for Navi here, Jenkins, because yes, they took every Aegis and it was very good, but they did not take any Tormentors. They were all on the side of Aurora. But before you answer that, we're going to see what's going to happen in game number 3 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
A deciding game number 3 coming your way between NAVI Junior and Aurora. You're watching Wallachia Season 4. And it is the first series of the group stage. And it is it's proving to be a very good opening series here. Jenkins, where do you want this game 3 to go? Because I feel like we've seen NAVI Junior evolve a little bit, you know, and maybe a large dependency on the draft in game 2. But what do you want to see them do in game number 3 if they don't get the Coddle?
I think this depends on, which team you're a fan of. If you're talking NAVI Junior, I really like the, you mentioned before the break that they let a lot of the Tormentors go. They were like giving up some key objectives on the map and then trading for Roche. And this is something that I noticed that they actually do quite frequently when they're ahead, is they play their own game. Like, they just know what objectives they want. They know what areas of the map that they want to play. And they don't fall victim to like the pressures of the enemy team. And I don't know the inner workings of this team, but I really want to say that I feel like this is Zayat's controlling the game. This is him making the calls, because when you watch the replays, he's the one that's warding. He's the one that's like walking in first, getting the vision. So I think whatever draft will allow them to have heroes that play around Zayats and allow Zayats to like dictate the game, this is good. It's not going to be a Coddle again. There's not a chance this gets through unless Aurora picks it, but some hero that can dictate the game.
Which other position 4s are there that can dictate the game like a Coddle does? I feel like there's not that many.
I don't want to dictate the game, but there's some that can just take over the game, like a Tinker, for example.
Sure, but you don't really direct the team because when you're playing Tinker, you're playing your own little game.
Yes,
right?
you are. I mean, as far as it just has to be big team fighters, I guess, like maybe some warlocks and stuff like that. Just like we're moving.
He does a solid job, I think, on Night Stalker, like a hero that can give vision, a hero that can set up wards. He plays Ricky as well. I mean, these are not heroes that are like.
I mean, you tried that with Slark too, right?
Yeah, he did. So, but that goes back to like, I don't think this team plays that great from behind, and Slark, I think, set them behind, whereas Coddle set them up for like a good early game.
I mean, it's hard because when I think of position 4, I don't really think of that as a leadership role. Usually the position 4s have a lot of individual freedom to do what they want on the map. They can either adapt and be sacrificial, or they can just take the game over themselves. And we'll have to see. But speaking of position 4s in Mira, I don't know if I want to see this Lion again. It feels like it's really weak in the laning stage. It wasn't able to do much to really help Toronto Tokyo out. And I think if that is going to be in the situation you want to play in, at least your hero has to have some type of benefit later on. Let's say the Coddle, for example, also another weak laner, but he gives so much to the team later on in the draft, whereas the playstyle of like just jumping the carry and killing him is dead. Like Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs, these type of items make it too hard to just burst one hero right away in the game of Dota right now. And we really saw like him struggle in this game. He ended up going like 1-12 on this line. So did the Jakiro, 1-10. The supports need to have a much better game going to game 3.
On hindsight, do you see why they went for the Lion to begin with? Because I know that during the draft we were already like, a Lion, maybe they have a plan with it.
Yeah, I think they just wanted more reliable stun because they had like a Nature's Prophet. One of the downsides of Kunkka as a hero, you can itemize against his disables. Right? You just buy AVULUS or a BKB, and you're pretty much on a timer. So they just wanted to have more reliable stun because they wanted that bristleback last pick.
Okay, well, we are in game number 3, and it's Aurora that is first.
There's a Coddle.
And they could pick Coddle. Nature's Prophet is also still in the pool at the moment. We do have Templar Assassin and Medusa banned out, as well as Ancient Operation. The Tiny that Niku played previous game also removed. And it is Aurora that is actually removing the Keeper of the Light so that they can once again, just like game number 1, first pick the Ringmaster.
Yep, and this is a hero that already solves the problem that you're going to do well in your lane. Like your spells, your level 2 power spike on Ringmaster is incredibly strong. Line, very weak. So I think they realized, or at least maybe Toronto Tokyo realized, I want to lane with something a bit stronger. I want to have a game.
Mm-hmm. And the question is, okay, I was going to say, do they take the Nature's Prophet? But this is NAVI Junior's most played hero in the... I think in general, actually, it's one of them. It's like top 3. They really love DK. I think part of it is that having a DK in the safe lane lets you pick supports like Crystal Maiden that can run through the portal and go play with Zayats and play in the off lane. I think that's part of it. But yeah, they really enjoy this hero.
I think if you're a team that really enjoys Tiny, which they do, I think DK's the next Tiny on the list.
Yeah, they also play a mid. Like they played in 2 roles.
Yeah, like you can go mid with this hero, you can go carry just like Tiny. The only thing that Tiny can do that DK can't do is just be a support as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm always a little hesitant when I see this, when teams win with Tiny and then go into the next game and then pick a DK. It feels a little one-dimensional, I feel, and they're trying to replicate what they did before, but maybe it's good enough. DK is still a very playable hero.
Yeah.
It's still strong in certain matchups, but I really enjoy DK in most games where you see your matchup and you can abuse like some Ember mid or something like that.
Yeah, Puck, something.
Should we be worried that Nature's Prophet is still in the pool?
It lost last game. I don't know.
It did.
Well, so here's the thing about NP, right? The earlier you pick this hero, the better it is. Because generally speaking, he doesn't hard counter anything. But his big strength of his heroes, he also doesn't get countered by
He's
anything.
always good, yeah.
He's always good. So, like, he loses a lot of value the more you wait and pick this hero.
I agree. This is why he had like a 99% contest rate in ESL Rally, because the games that he wasn't getting picked, it was because they just wanted to first pick other stuff, and then the later into the draft it goes, it's just less value to get him. That's why there was like that 1% there where teams were not first phasing it. And I think part of that is also most teams are playing it as a carry now, not really as a support pause 4, because there have been, nerfs.
The train was nerfed a lot, right?
Yeah, the HP on it is.
Yeah, I mean most NPs don't even level the train until as a carry till like the very last. You get 1 point at level 1, max sprout, teleport.
Still very strong at level 25 though.
Yes, that's when the gameplay changes for NP.
Yes.
You started becoming a rat.
Okay, so we got the Sand King banned out by NAVI Junior, as it's their turn to pick right now. Is there anything other than the Nature's Prophet that we Or they just go for a safe pick with the Phoenix. They play Phoenix in game number 1 as well.
Yeah, this is really safe. I mean, if they lane these 2 heroes together, it's a really strong lane. DK can go jungle, and Phoenix can take the lane, which is nice. You have ground targeted damage for the Ringmaster. It's not like, you know, he gives 80% magic resist when you're in the box, but still just having some ground targeted. So if a hero's at like 10% HP, you can finish them is pretty nice. And also, it's like healing a DK is one of the most toxic things. This hero's so tanky with the Phoenix Sunray on him.
Yeah, and it's Aurora getting their hands on the Beastmaster. That we know they can flex.
I mean, Beast is a hero that is usually good, and when you pick him very early as your first core, because you can flex it wherever. Typically speaking, Phoenix is pretty decent against them, but I think the evolution of Beastmaster has changed from being this zoo hero to jumping and bursting a hero really quickly.
Full to 0, killing a hero.
And I think when you play against Phoenix, like, he has this overtime heal.
And you're a tanky aura buyer too. You can get a pipe.
So if you can manage to get a burst, that could be good. I mean, I think in general, he probably won't go pipe. It's usually just like Ags,
true.
Shiva's Refresher.
True.
Shiva's could help as well versus both these heroes later on in the game.
So Snapfire's a bad hero.
Bad hero, but fantastic against an egg.
Exactly. That's exactly why I think they picked it. Also, Snap Beastmaster lane. This is one of the El Clasicos. You can even cookie the boar, and this can be pretty annoying. And they go for a Terrorblade. I mean, I will say I completely agree with Fear that like Beastmaster is not really this like aura summons guy anymore. Although people will do it, and Toronto Toki actually enjoys going for the Dom 2 build.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, but we'll see.
Rare.
I don't think he should do it this game.
So there's been hybrids. I've seen some people go for the facet that gives you attack speed with more units and all-inning in the Helm Dom, but I've also seen 33 done like a hybrid build where he'll just go for the Helm Dom, but still later go for the Ags later in the game, which I'd like to see. I don't want to see
gives you a
ever
timing
all in.
Yeah, I agree. It gives you some early timing with the creep, and then you can become the late game like full to 0 2 heroes with refresher orb hero. And I really like that against TB. I think if you can get Aurora on him plus a snap ult, like he is gonna die unless he has a pretty significant item advantage. Although we still don't know, like this can be DK mid, this can be TB offlane, DK carry, could be TB4. We saw 9 class whip that out. And
I would imagine that this is the Zayaj Wind Ranger though.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna pick Morph for sure there, but not really a Nightfall classic. Ursa, much more so. This hero can kill the egg. I mean, I think it's a little annoying for some of these heroes. Like, you can kill TB, sure, in the late game, but it's not really a matchup that TB hates at all because you are high armor, you do buy a pike, you buy butterfly.
You can,
I think,
easily get the Sunder off against Ursa.
I think you need a lot of items as Ursa this game. You're for sure going to need, like, obviously the Blink, Battle Fury, BKB, MKB, maybe an Abyssal. Then he'll be strong, but that's a lot of items down the road. So we'll see with that one. And this Wind Ranger right now, it's becoming more popular. The Gale Force, incredibly annoying to play against. Status resist on Ursa won't help you against that as well.
Yeah, true. I agree with you on the Ursa. I'm trying to think, like, why would Nightfall call for this? Is this just a, you know, give me my comfort hero, like this is the hero that he originally came onto the scene playing, or is the idea like he's going to go for the Revenant's Brooch build, which turns your damage into magic damage, or some of it.
But that doesn't work on Fury Swipes, though.
It doesn't? Are you sure? Because you can cleave on Fury Swipes, so.
But it's like so if you crit on a Fury Swipe, it'll only the right-click damage will crit, not the bonus Fury Swipe damage. There's a reason people don't buy Daedalus.
I think there's an exception for crit, but the Battle Fury cleave does work. I'll check during the game.
Battle Fury works because it's not a crit, because like the damage over time is consistent.
But the Revenant's Brooch crit is not a crit either, because it works, like if you crit with Daedalus, you can also proc the Revenant's Brooch on the crit from Daedalus.
You cannot.
You can't do that.
You cannot.
Why do people go Daedalus Revenant's Brooch then?
just to have more sources of crit, but it chooses one.
I see. Okay. Well, I'll need to check this during the break, during the game.
I've
and
tested
we'll,
all
we'll,
this,
we'll get
don't
back
worry.
to you once the entire series is over. My point is, I'm just trying to think of what is the logic, because I feel like yes, Ursa is good in the DK matchup. Like you can full to zero him before he can regen up. You chew through his armor.
Well, I can tell you, there's not very many good carries in Dota right now.
As we take a look at the schedule real quick, and 2 high armor heroes against Ursa though is you like playing these, right?
Yeah, I mean Ursa is like, right now he's like, I would call him maybe a B+, A- carry right now. He's in this weird spot where you play him, sometimes you feel really good. You're like, this hero's actually good. But there's some games where it just feels really bad. And I think this hero is all about timings. If you mess up one single timing on this hero feels real bad.
Yeah.
But if you hit all your timings on this hero, it feels real good. So I think this hero is very volatile, which is kind of, maybe for Nightfall, he thinks he's just going to hit all his timings this game. But if he doesn't hit all his timings, all of a sudden you're playing versus like these ranged heroes, this egg, and you have to make a choice. Am I going to use my BKB and rage to kill an egg? Am I going to use it to try and kill a TB? It just feels like if you can't burst a hero within your enraged BKB, this hero falls off a cliff. So that's pretty much what they're going to have to navigate through.
But he should never have to hit the eggs if that's because of his, like, there's a Snapfire. That's the reason they picked it, right? Which, by the way,
I feel like they doubled down on the countering the egg here.
we saw in the first game it was Mira playing the Ringmaster.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that this time Snapfire is preferred on the offlane, as in position 4, that is.
I think so.
So Panto Ringmaster in that case.
Although to be fair, Snap Ursa is a pretty good lane too. But I like seeing. I mean, Panto looks really good on Ringmaster, and I feel like Snapfire is one of Mira's like classic all-time heroes.
Yep.
So that's what I would like to see, just in terms of comfort. Like to me, this Aurora draft looks like 4 heroes. This looks like they just said, we lost to a team that we think is worse than us. Let's just pick all comfort, even if it's like not necessarily the greatest game for these heroes.
Beast mid.
Okay, never mind. I mean, Kiyotaka has been playing a lot of Beast mid, to be fair. It's just not like El Clasico for him, you know?
Sure.
Does that mean that, does it change anything for the Dragon Knight in terms of where you want him to go? Because there's still a lot of flex potential on the side of NAVI Junior, although they're going to have to reveal it very soon, considering they're out of bonus time.
I don't want DK in the offlane, I don't think.
I feel like DK and Beast will both farm fine mid, but Beast prefers to have the early
Offlane
timing.
TB?
Seems like it. Going back for the gyrocopter, we got the juice in the previous game. He had quite a decent time on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think offlane TB is interesting because there's a lot of variations of what you can build on it. But one variation I have seen that was really good is the Orchid Rush, right? And if you are playing versus an Ursa, Ursa's biggest weakness is getting kited or bursted by a silence. And I feel like you could just rush Orchid. It could be pretty good in this game. So I'm okay with it. I mean, as per usual, they didn't really try to protect the egg very much in this game.
Yeah.
But, Riddies will just have to play the edges of the map and play around Sunray more than the egg.
Yeah, I think if you're a Phoenix player, the moment you see a Snapfire being picked, you're like, okay, well, letting go of the whole egg idea and just playing around it instead.
I got a question from an offlane player to a carry player for Shiver.
Who's the offlane
is
player?
Gyrocopter? I wasn't talking to you. Shiver, how's the Gyrocopter Ursa matchup for Gyrocopter? Because surely, like, Ursa can burst the gyro.
I'm gonna defer this to Fear.
Okay, Fear.
Who was the offlane player?
What? PMA?
I said I'm an offlane player.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that.
If we play on a team together, what are you talking about, dude?
No, I mean, Ursa's definitely really good versus Gyrocopter, but I think Navi has kind of shown their cards on how they want to play in general. Got the Juice wants to win his lane, and then he wants to use winning his lane into snowballing the game. And I think if he played Terrorblade, he would not be able to do that, right? So he's really just trying to punish this Tidehunter pick.
Yeah, and he should be able to do that on a gyrocopter. Isn't that right? Odie Pixel and Fogged. Hey, Owen, how are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. No, looking forward to seeing indeed if he can do it again after a pretty solid Game 1 performance. I mean, Fogged, what do you sort of make of this, getting this kind of Ursa versus Gyro this game again?
I feel like isn't that like, I don't know. I can see why they wanted to do this because, like what Fear was saying, like winning the lane with the gyro. But then I'm just worried that this TB might not have a great purpose in the game, and you gave a better carry-to-carry matchup. So I don't know. I'm a little torn by the way that Navi ended up finishing it up, but maybe they do just want to come out of lane's ad.
Frog, did you change your hair?
My glasses.
You change your glasses?
You know.
Is that Superman without the costume?
I got artsy glasses.
Guys, I need people to know this. He changed his glasses for the first time in 16 years. Looks fantastic.
16 years?
16.
Oh, those old ones must have got pretty dirty.
Well, I replaced the glasses, but they were the same style.
Well, there we go. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, game 3 here. The deciding one between NAVI Junior and Aurora. And yeah, Gyrocopter again here for got the juice after NAVI Junior were able to close up that last game to win.
So, reason I have a little bit of hesitation about the little switch up, we'll see how it ends up working if lanes end up going really well, but the reason I saw NAVI Junior have such a good time last game is how great they were in teamfights with kiting and just control. This one, it feels kind of complicated when you have an off-lane Terrorblade. You're completely reliant on your DK and Wind Ranger to do all the control, so...
Yeah, because this is
some reserves just because the Ursa now has a great core-to-core matchup versus the Gyro.
Yeah.
So
like, there's going to be a point of the game where Aurora's going to be able to pop a Ravage, pop a Roar, and whoever gets clipped by the stun, Ursa's going to be on them and is going to kind of 100-0 them, right?
Very likely, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I just my worry is that it's going to be like Niku and Zayats just trying their best to constantly get these catches, and is the stuns going to be enough? You know, we'll see how they itemize. I do think the Orchid route sounds pretty nice for PMA if he wants to do that versus the Ursa, if he gets off to a hot start, because then another thing to play around. Yeah, which I kind of like how Aurora's finished things around here. You know, you've got a counter versus the Phoenix with the snap, you've got save versus the limited disables, and then you have that Ursa carry matchup. So
yeah,
how the lanes go.
And overall, like kind of. I mean, which lane do you see the most potential for NAVI Junior to shake things up? Is it the top lane early on? Can they put the pressure on the bear with these two?
That's just the one I'm uncertain about, really. It's strong, of course, with Wind Ranger, with the power shot spam, and of course you're getting this reflection spam, but
yeah,
he's just going to be playing on stick charges. I'm just uncertain if they can actually apply enough pressure on Nightfall to make it as worth it, but yeah, we'll see. Mid lane, I feel like Kiyotaka's going to have a pretty good time, but Niku also should have a good time. Bottom, got the juice, should win his lane. So I would say the two of the lanes for NAVI Junior look pretty either 50-50 or ahead of 50-50. The top lane, I'm just uncertain really how that one's going to go.
And do you imagine, are we going to see a very similar build for Got the Juice this time round, or do you think we get the Ags a bit earlier, he goes a bit more farm heavy?
Playing versus Roar and Ravage and might just go the similar route, right? Might just go fighting route.
Sure, get that SMY early.
Yeah, it does feel like he might just go that, since he's playing versus heavy lockdown. But yeah, just really, this pick just really does tell me, like what Fear was saying, just really wanting to ensure that they can win the lane so they can bully this Tidehunter, make sure that that last pick that was picked up there from Aurora gets shut down a bit, and they get off to a good start.
Of course, last 2 games, Toronto Tokyo has had not the easiest time in the lane.
No.
They're definitely being able to pressure him early.
Definitely won't be another one of those. Almost ever. I think Tidehunter, there's very few situations where you can be an aggressive Tide. So far, top, they're doing a good job. They might even find Panto here on the side. Power shot connects. One more hit. Blood grenade tick. We'll get him.
I think that this is the lane that you know, we could see NAVI Junior get away with quite a bit.
It could be like two lanes that they win and a mid lane that they trade, with the way that they've actually got it set up now, looking at it more. Because the constant spam from Wind Ranger, this hero is very annoying to play against as an Ursa.
No, even if he is able to acquire the stick charges, if they can keep him down low, it's always that threat. And only so much Panto can do early on.
Difficult to ever go aggressive onto these two, because even like at level 1 and 2 they're very strong on NAVI Junior, but level 3 they're even stronger, right?
Yeah, they can just turn.
You have the meta, you have the level 2 power shot perhaps, or a stun, extra stun, so yeah, so far. Lane's looking really strong here for NAVI Junior at the start. Mira, so you should be able to snipe a courier. This is a hero I've been wanting to see a little more, just because it's not really getting picked as much anymore. It's pretty much exclusively versus Phoenix. This Snapfire, you know, Mira, it's one of his staple heroes.
Yeah, well, why have people sort of fallen out of love with this hero right now in the patch?
His abilities just feel very lackluster. I don't know, the ult just feels like... The ult is his best ability, but Cookies just starts to be... I feel like it starts to be pretty unused as the game progresses. In laning phase, you see more impact from it, but... She got weaker, and all the others got stronger, it feels like, right? So... Very selective times you want to pick it, it's particular versus the egg.
Yeah. Now, I guess that's the thing with the ult as well. When you're a support, you want to be sort of in the middle of the action with the items. You're going to have these abilities, these items to sort of bail each other out, save people. And obviously, with the best use of the ult, you just got to sort of sit back, stay stationary, and just slowly kick out damage.
Mira versus Riddies. Riddies has the Lotus, so Mira's in trouble. One more hit. Might just be able to suicide.
Might be able to go to a Roche.
Looks like he's
going to go for the live.
Just live, actually. Even better. Kiyotaka doing very well in the mid lane. 23-3. He's actually slightly ahead of Nico. He's eating more harassment, and he hits the power shot.
What a shot there from Zayat.
They execute.
He weren't ready for that, Kiyotaka.
I don't think anyone was ready for that. That kill, beautiful. I love kill shot.
Yeah, good awareness there from Zayat. It's just a sweep over towards the mid, look for the opportunity.
I thought we were going to see this hero picked almost every single game on the 4 position. Just feels
If he hits the power shot, he gets this kill as well.
Could blood grenade and go for it. Opts to not try.
Okay, doesn't want to try.
Yeah, I love this hero overall for the kill shot, but also I think the shard has always been insane. So I think
shard's still super good.
People are showing that you can pick that one up really early, if not even just like a first item. And when you have Phoenix too, they could actually protect the egg with the Gale Force in some situations. So
yeah, when are we going to get some mid-win Ranger back in, or is that not? That's not. No. I'm telling you, you get one of those spell amp enchantments, and you get the you go some sort of Kaya Sanj build. Your power shot, you're one shot in wave. You get Octarine, you're just botsing around, you're just clearing every wave from a mile off.
Pick a different hero.
And then instead of losing the game in 20 minutes, you can lose it in 80. It's fantastic. Highly recommend it. Just sniping the whole wave.
I was about to say that sounds like when they're just delaying your loss. Top lane has really started to stabilize for Nightfall. It was starting to get a little dicey once they got the kill onto Panto to start, but I guess just being able to get the extra sustain and the movement that came up from the Wind Ranger gave him extra space. They're doing the same move they did last time. So both games they've made a 5-minute move, but usually they brought the support.
There you go. Where's the power shot? Oh, it's not even needed by Elizabeth. It's going to be needed now. He's not going to hit it. Doesn't matter. Panto still goes down.
Riddies.
He's getting away with this finally. We're going to take it out by the last hit there from the little shredder.
Nightfall.
Zayat.
Still alive. Bug grenade. Takes him out. Nightfall is actually going to survive. Able to TP away. Got the juice, comes in afterwards, but is a little bit late in terms of being able to get the kill set up. Looking for tower pressure.
Yeah, it looks like with the Q at the moment. Oh, hit.
Is there enough? Another blood grenade, a whip.
It's close. Kiyotaka wants to get back in, but the Dragon Tail comes out for Niku. They will kill him off. A backup comes in, power shot. Not going to clip onto Kiyotaka, but Kiyotaka might just tick out here to Riddies.
Puts him in the box.
They'll chase him down. He tries for the Dukes, but Kiyotaka will fall. NAVI Junior making sure that they get the trade in the mid.
Lots of movements happening in this game. This one is not one of those slower ones. Pre-7 minutes, we have 7 kills already. Both teams matching each other. Again, just like last time though, even though Toronto Tokyo starts slow, the same movement that happens both games from NAVI Junior comes out and Toronto gets some catch-up period. PMA. Getting walked down, one more hit. Does get brought out. Yeah, I don't know, I feel like Nightfall's game is looking pretty good, but they are getting solid farm on Tricore here for NAVI Junior. But so far not able to shut down this Ursa's lane in particular with the approach that they went for.
Still up. Eyes around this mid lane.
And it looks like Juice is going to go farm route. So,
yeah.
Yep, he's going to go crit farm. Maybe feels like the game state is going to get to that point where he has to do that. He does have a DK to make plays early, but let's see if that pays off for him. Niku. That Blightstone, getting extra damage onto the tower. He'll survive, though. It's Kiyotaka just going for... He just treads. Really treads.
There we go again. Got the juice.
Another move.
On his way top
they
once more.
They love to do this. TP is on cooldown for Kiyotaka. Toronto Tokyo has his at the ready.
Whoa, they get the shackle set up. Escape pack comes in, buys a bit of time here for Nightfall. The backup comes in as well for Toronto Tokyo. In with the Ravage. Nightfall's able to jump forward. They get the Tame of the Beast onto God the Juice, controlling him long enough for Nightfall to bring him down.
Power shot.
It's there on a Nightfall. He's got to be careful. Pops the Enrage, starts to back away. So Aurora
Panto is just in the right place. He just got the box, and they've got the Ravage, so...
Yeah, great counter play from him, and keeping the tower safe again.
Yeah. And that's got the juice getting slowed down. So, you know, they pick this hero, the gyro overall, to dominate the lane. These deaths do hurt. Yeah, great skill build there coming out from Panto. Definitely needing that escape back point here. Not going to go for the 2-0-2. Nightfall, top of the board. Mid lane. DK forms back up in 5. They really want to get this push going. Mira is still not 6, so no ult on him. Bringing 4 heroes. Again, looking to just got the juice for all these moves. Got the finish. Even though he dies making the other move top, he still looks to continue to play active with the team. So it's a really interesting way that NAVI Junior likes to play with their gyrocopter in particular.
No, they might just go top once more, right?
Like it, yeah.
Bring him up there again. This time.
Surely this time.
Yeah, I think this time, surely this top lane is going to be a place that Aurora back off from.
Yeah, no TP, no Ravage available. Kiyotaka has TP and Roar, but very limited mana, so looks like this one should be NAVI Junior finishing off that tower. Yeah, very cool way of playing the gyro. We'll be able to probably port back through. Go back toward bottom. Panto. Oopa. He's gonna walk right into him. Support level 6s are starting to be hit across the board, so both supports now have it. See who wants to take that fight first. As Mira has an amp damage, Ravage is coming back up in 20 seconds. Can NAVI Junior catch a fight before Ravage? Got the juices very far forward.
Getting the roar. Is there any save here for Got the Juice? We'll get the cooldown off, but yeah, they can't get him out of that one.
That's another death. He's getting slowed down a lot. The wheel not even connecting at all, but they don't need it with the roar. Mira. Won't get the connections there. Blink finished up for DK. See where Niku wants to go with that. Did we see the build yet decided there from the Tower Blade? I believe we did, right? So he is just going down the pipe build. So a build that we used to see more popularized by the TBs. I mean, that's kind of strictly versus just 2 of the heroes, though, right? Just the snap and the Beastmaster damage. At least some of it to block. Another Ravage.
And Got the Juice. The kisses are coming in.
He's gone again, Owen.
He's dying quite a bit now. They've got the Supernova. Toronto Tokyo, can he get out of range of this?
The tonic saves him.
The cookie gets him out of the stun. They're backing off here, Aurora.
Another save.
Can NAVI Junior catch anything? They're going to get the control on the Toronto Tokyo, so they'll get the Tide. Can they get the supports as well? Mira going for the TP out. The Dragon Tail will find him. Niku making sure the setup's there for them to clean up the snap, and he wants more, Niku.
No stun available. Tough for him to get on top of Panto. Does want to continue diving. The power shot. Not quite able to. But they lose the gyro again. He is really struggling, but Niku is having a really good game with his rotations. Definitely concerns for Got the Juice. Since he is playing versus that Ursa core matchup. Might just be Niku the one who has to start transitioning his build a little bit, perhaps. Because the TB is going full utility. So, it's surprised that he did go down that route.
Well, you would have liked to see a greedy route, as you say, well, because you feel like that the pipe timing's just not that big this game.
It just doesn't feel like it's that effective versus the entirety of Aurora's lineup. It's good versus like 1 or 2 heroes, but that's just about it. Sometimes you see it's like super effective versus everything, but we'll have to see. Might just be enough when it's like to protect the gyrocopter. Maybe that's the full idea behind it, but... Okay, talk halfway to Ags. 7-7, 2K lead at the moment still for NAVI Junior. So even though Got the Juice has died 3 times, they're getting good farm on these supports in comparison. See the Phoenix having 3.3K net worth. Full Pavis. Okay. I was trying to see what Riddies was going for. It looks like he really likes Solar Crest because he did similar last time. Is playing versus Ursa and Beast, so makes sense. Bit of a slowdown though. We started this game 7 kills in 7 minutes. Still about a kill a minute or so, but thought things would still continue to accelerate more.
I didn't know. Nightfall's going to be pretty happy with the space that he's getting.
Yeah, I would feel like he's very content. Mira won't be as content.
This is pretty much going to be the Battle Fury timing done for Nightfall.
They're smoking again, looking to make another catch here.
They want to find the Ursa.
The DK plus the Wind Ranger, they're the ones that can make those moves.
They want to. They're looking at Panto mid. I mean, it won't be a very big pick-off. They want something bigger, surely. I mean, they might take it if it ends up being an easy one.
Looks like they might settle if he steps up, but he seems aware. Look at Panto. Oh,
there we go.
Not aware enough.
TPs are coming in. Panto, he's going to get the chance to get his spells off.
The raindrop.
I mean, that was... the Supernovas come out. And they're trying to buy space here for Niku to back off. But Tokyo just happily walk in, ravage the Dragon Knight. Niku's dead. I mean, that was a very rough play to try and force around that tier 2. I mean,
Panto
at best,
so aware.
You kill off a Ringmaster.
Yeah, and Panto just seemed super aware. The raindrop actually saves his life versus the power shot execute there.
Yeah, that was rough. And that was pretty early into the Smoke's lifetime as well. They had time to try and look for more.
Yeah.
But yeah, they went for something. They don't get anything from that.
Maybe they felt forced in a way because of the DK form. Not sure.
I think they had time.
Yeah.
I think they played as if they... Yeah, if they had a little bit more patience, maybe they could have made the move up top.
And Aurora now kind of in a dream position. Yes, there's a 1K still slight there for NAVI Junior, but they've got the core items that they want, right? The Battle Fury's done on the Ursa, and the Ags is done on the Beastmaster already at this point in the game. NAVI Junior, they are setting up perhaps for Tormentor. 4 heroes on the bottom side. Ults are on cooldown for Aurora, so it looks like they can't contest this. Where's PMA's pipe? Okay, it's coming. Perhaps, I mean, I can see why with the pipe, though. Like, I think what he was thinking, too, is, like, yes, it's an old build that we used to see more from the TBs, but I think what he's trying to do is match the team fight, because without, like, their team fight is obviously lackluster in comparison to Aurora's, but maybe with the pipe, it can try to match in some situations. We'll see if it pays off. If it's able to protect Got the Juice in particular, who, speaking of Got the Juice, he did switch his build. So went back down the SNY route now. So looking like he does want that status res and extra tankiness.
That does mean that they're going to have to start winning some of these fights soon.
It does. And game pace is slowing down, and Ursa has the Battle Fury, so that farm is going to quickly accelerate.
I mean, is Nightfall this game, is he going to sort of get this Blink Dagger next and then look to get involved, or do you think he just kind of keeps to himself, gets the BKB done as well before taking the risk of getting involved in the action?
I probably can, especially if there's these overextensions that we're seeing from NAVI Junior. Like, yeah, obviously you want a BKB and Blink in this game, but feels like with the way that NAVI Junior is overextended, Nightfall might be able to show up and get some cleanup. Pipe finish for Toronto Tokyo as well. His feels like versus all 4 of them, right? Feels super impactful. 3 of them.
NAVI Junior, they'll wait for Niku's BKB.
Okay. See if that all pays off. See if the team fight that comes out when they've got the BKB plus the SNY perhaps. Got the Juice is showing himself top. It's a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, he's not going to overstay his welcome there. And we'll see. I mean, next after the pipe, where you get the shard on the Terrible, where do you go from here with this sort of build?
This is my curious. That's what I'm curious about too.
Like, what's the next?
Do you start hybriding, right? Like, do you start going hybrid to start having some damage yourself, or do you start playing to just be like a Sunderer guy to protect the?
We'll go some sort of Blink build.
That's what I was thinking. Just because looking at Aurora's draft, they're looking to roar, ravage, blow something.
Yeah,
right?
I wouldn't mind that. Yeah,
so,
if you can get the Sunder off.
I'm trying to think. Because like that, I feel like that is going to start to become his role as being the save rather than being.
Because they need it, right? Because who else is doing that on Navi's lineup, right? They're not. The save is going to be a Sunder.
Yeah, unless like something like Phoenix Ags, but that's like way later. Nightfall's got Blink. Aurora, they're ready to fight. Everything's up. They saw Got the Juice. He has to be super careful. Actually is able to distance himself. Nightfall jumps a little early. Blink done for Beast. So double Blinks finished up on the side of Aurora. NAVI, do they have the BKB yet for Niku? They don't.
He's so close.
PMA.
They'll get some easy kills here. At least the one.
Very
Get the
easy
grab onto
kill.
PMA.
Do end up, I'm surprised they threw the kisses.
I mean, they do connect with the Impalement Arts though onto Zyrus. They can try and chase him down as well. Windrun is up in a second.
The Hawk catches him.
Root will catch him. Another Impalement Arts. I mean, Panto, he don't miss.
Radiant's middle tower.
That one he does, though.
Another axe. We'll scout things out. Ravage still at the ready. They used Roaring Kisses. And it's time to go into that Roche. So posing the threat to the side of Navi Junior. That doesn't feel like something that I would think that they're going to contest, but it looks like they're going to try.
They had the BKB. I mean,
they're going to try.
It's 100. He's so close to the BKB on Dragon Knight, but he doesn't quite have it.
There's no kisses. That's one big thing, though. So they're probably trying to fight because of that. Juice.
I'll drop the cooldown. I'll kite this out. Niku's in. They get the jump onto Mira.
Mira.
He's able to jump up to the high ground with the cookie. They can't even kill the snap.
Survives. I thought for sure he was dead. Solar Crest protects him with a tonic.
And back to the Roshan. I mean, Nightfall's maybe seeing if he can get a pick off to the side. He doesn't want to go back in himself here on the Ursa.
Aurora smoking up themselves now for the wraparound. They have Roar up again, Owen.
They got Roar, they got Ravage. They're ready to go. Well, the Supernova comes out. Gonna try and make the jump over towards PMA. There's the Toronto Tokyo coming in with a Ravage. They're focusing down, got the juice.
Guys,
Thunder comes in. PMA able to make sure they got the juice. Gets right against full AP. NAVI Junior, they're in the pit.
He walked in.
Niku's looking to finish up the Roshan. They're trying to finish up the Roche. They won't get it though. As Dyer kills Roshan, Niku is able to snatch the Aegis. They've killed off Kiyotaka. Can they get Nightfall? Cookie into the side. Jackal won't connect. Nightfall's able to reset. Niku, he got the Aegis. Can he do anything with it?
Nightfall's going back in.
He's going to get the jump on the Riddies. Riddies is gone. He'll get himself another kill here. They'll try and get the stun on Mira. Mira continues to survive. They just cannot kill this Snapfire.
How are they still alive?
Niku's just getting kited now, as he may have got that Aegis snatch, but they're going to be able to deal with it the once.
And
Nightfall's
twice.
in position. They're going to be able to likely deal with it a second time. Oh,
and Mira actually dodges the power shot with the cookie,
yeah, I mean,
too.
just teased in him on the Snapfire.
That was, this actually looked like the fight from Navi Junior that we saw in the south side last game. Just the kiting, the little plays that Aurora was able to do to distance themselves. See, Mira
it wasn't a bad call for Navi Junior. They sort of had Niku get into the pit, try and finish up this Roshan. He was very close to getting the kill himself on it, but it just took a little bit too long to try and finish that off whilst Aurora was dealing with the rest of the team. Gets the steal on the Aegis. It doesn't matter. He didn't get the kill on the Roshan, so Aurora, they still get that for themselves. We'll see it again here.
Aurora only loses the one hero. Like, they literally just die with the one. They kite with like 10% HP on so many. I can't believe Mira survives this whole fight. Look at his HP right now. And he ends up surviving during all of it. Great wheel connection there from Panto. Gets onto the TB after the Sunder. And they go for the Roche, like you said, right? But it's actually very lucky that they even pick up the Aegis to survive a little longer. Otherwise, they might not even get the kill. Yeah, just great defensive spellcasting coming out from the side of Aurora.
Well done, everyone.
A tough one. They needed that fight to go well. Navi Junior with that one being a rough team fight. And of course, a team fight that might have been a bit different if the BKB could come out a little earlier at the start for Niku.
Very true.
But no, it wasn't to be the case. 100 gold short when he entered into that one. Did have enough by the end of it, though.
And Nightfall's about to have BKB now, too, so the approach for the fight's going to be so much easier for him, as we saw. He was struggling a little bit to stick on targets, but either way, this next item's going to make it really clear for him to just... They blink, they roar, the Gyrocopter, and they 100-0 him. And even if the Sunder comes out, the one problem is, yes, you reset the HP, but you do not remove Fury Swipe stacks. So... That's the other thing that always comes into weirdness. It's like, yes, you have this save from Sunder, but he's got like 10 Fury Swipe stacks. So the next 2 hits hit for like 400 damage.
It's not going to be easy for Navi Junior in the next few fights.
No. Especially because like every single time now every fight is going to be, you're playing versus every cooldown of Aurora.
Yeah, you just get, as you said, someone's getting, maybe everyone's getting ravaged. Someone's getting stunned, someone's getting killed, just mauled to pieces by the bear.
Yeah, one hero is pretty much dead right at the start. So I'll have to see how they adapt to that. You got the juice, as you said, his BKB is going to soon to be coming. Actually, not really. He's still about 1,000 plus away from it. Feels like Aurora is starting to get very comfortable in this game. And for Navi, I'm starting to see the pivot here, at least from PMA. He's trying to start going down Yasha and Manta, but it does feel like they're getting into some pretty difficult territories as this game continues. Toronto Tokyo is just it feels like he's undealable with too. He just kind of walks in and waddles in as this top.
He's always going to get it Ravage.
And he's always going to get it
You're
off.
never going to be able to stop him getting his ult off.
There's no break. The best effective tool that they have actually versus the Tide is the Max Sunray. Once he's got it, if they can full duration it onto him, but that's just not going to happen. He has Pipe too.
And by that time, you know, Ravage is already going to be coming out.
Exactly. So. This Watermelon is a big problem.
It's not an easy one here for NAVI Junior.
Kiyotaka about to have BKB also, so that Beastmaster's so quite a bit of a threat. And just these saves, as we've seen, you know, a couple little escape act or a cookie that ends up bailing them out of some situations. Saves are very important right now, it feels like. Yeah, looks like it's just going to be wait for BKB of Gyro, but so much space for the Ursa.
Yeah, they can kill him through it.
Sure can.
It was a nice Sunder from the PMA in the last fight.
It was.
But he can only do that once, really, and only save one.
Yeah, and even though they have BKBs, there's a Roar, right? There is the Roar at the end of the day, plus that Ursa that can just pierce right through it as BKB's used, but Kiyotaka's on top of him.
Yeah. Niku is going to try for the TP out. They got the damage to kill him. They do.
Right
they can take him out through the BKB.
Toronto versus 4.
Okay, well, if he's on his own like this, then he will die.
Takes them some time, but yes. Completely alone. Which damage did they end up doing? I want to see the numbers here.
I'm talking about saves. You know, for Aurora, the saves are going to continue. Panto's very close to having the Blink Dagger. He's going to go for this Blink Ether Lens, so and has that maximum potential of being in position and being able to bail out anyone on Aurora's side that gets gone on.
And Solar plus Glimmer on the Snapfire.
And Cookie.
So,
Like these supports could do so much to save, whereas obviously with NAVI Junior, there's much more aggressive supports, which did have a lot of good impact in the laning stage, but now at this point where it's all about keeping your carry alive, it's harder for NAVI Junior to perform in a team fight.
Absolutely. And Wind Ranger overall, you know, it's a different type of style support because you don't really have like you don't have an ultimate, right? Like your Gale Force is kind of your ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, indeed, your Focus Fire is easily your most useless ability in this role.
Exactly. So it's like, you know, the two supports on the side of Aurora are very impactful with their ultimates. Well, this is just Shackles that have to connect. All skill shots. AK lead continues to grow for Aurora. Basher for Nightfall is done. It looks like they just feel free to go anywhere on the map at the moment. 50 seconds left for Ravage, but feels like they can probably just fight without it. Has got the juice. Just doesn't feel good to play from behind as a gyrocopter.
Not at all. In particular, yeah, when you got this, and with this order of item build.
Yeah.
Not able to make as much as you can happen with the space that you're getting in these moments.
Okay, SNY is done, PMA, and he does max Metamorphosis to point out, because sometimes we do see them go stats and go full support round on the TV. Bottom, they're on Niku, the Basher.
I mean, the rest of the team is so far from it.
He is just dead.
And the rest of the team, they now have to get out as well.
C1 will be able to bail himself out. They got a deep ward during that expedition, but they lose Niku.
Yeah, they were just so far away from him. Could not swing back over in time to save him.
And Aurora just playing super confident now, running around with Nightfall with the two supports. Anyone they find could just die. PMA gets clipped.
The setup with the Scatter Blast is a little too far for now.
Nightfall's blink was CD, otherwise I think he would have gone. Ag's done for Toronto Tokyo. All timings are hit for Aurora. What's your answer, Navi? You need time for your gyro.
Yeah, then he needs an Aghanims, a Satanic, and a Rapier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just a casual 12,000.
It's a fair bit of money. Well, that's what he needs, it feels like.
Yeah, the Tricore is, even though they do have great scaling, Tricore, just with what they're up against, this was a bit of my concerns with the way that they pivoted. Just that Ursa versus Gyro, it just gets better and better if he's at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they didn't ban out the Gyro this game. They're like, you can pick it, we don't care.
Long away is the time of the laning phase. And it wasn't like a laning phase where they like killed Tidunder 5 times or something. They killed him 0 or 1. Toronto giving info with the gush. They've got 2 lanes pushing pretty hard.
And
so
fortification's been pressed.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They have to react to this on the side of NAVI Junior.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under
PMA insights did come through the twin gate, but
Is this a cut a creep wave approach, or?
yeah, it looks like it hit with the illusion.
Because I don't think fighting 5-on-5 at this point is an option for the side of NAVI Junior. You need more items.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nightfall and Mirror. Seeing if they catch anyone out by the tier 2. Nightfall, they'll look for Zayats.
He used the wind run already. It's gone. Of course, he gets the Nemesis Curse, the best neutral you can find on Ursa. And he does get the Vast one as well, too. So that attack range you saw coming into play. A Nemesis Curse is crazy how good this item is.
No, I love it.
Yeah,
It's one of my favorite to grab. You know, you don't even need to read the downside. Who cares? It's more damage, end of the day.
It's only 6%.
And it doesn't matter, you take a little bit more yourself.
Yep. You have ways to negate it as well anyway as Ursa, so it's probably one of the best on him as the enrage. And he is going to do the Revenant's Brooch. Revenant's Brooch, whatever. The build versus the Gyro on the TB.
Yeah, it's quick. This is fast starting timings in from him today.
Yep.
30 minutes in, pretty much going to have these done. Key Attacker's going to grab the Aegis for himself.
We've had some games where we do see Nightfall have a little bit of a slow one on the Ursa, but then we've also seen a couple games from Nightfall where he's like 20-0 on an Ursa.
Tower is under attack.
I think one of those games where he was 20-0, he actually lost, if I don't remember actually correctly. But either way, could definitely,
Radiant's top tower is under
you know, what Jenkins finished up talking about with toward the end of the draft is starting to ring in my heads too a little bit, where Aurora, you know, he was talking about Aurora just was like, let's just pick our comfort.
tower is falling.
And it truly is across the board comfort.
Yeah, they're going to be able to set up and look towards getting this bottom wave push round, go for the last tier 2. It's the nullifier now on Niku, so they have a bit of a better way to just try and solo focus down a target if they get the jump.
Okay. They can they can prevent at least some of the
They're gonna try.
escape acts.
Escape pact is there.
Did
And
he use
Niku.
it? Oh, he doesn't have it yet.
I think it was on the courier, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have it yet.
Oh. Well, that part of the plan wasn't discussed enough, I guess, from NAVI Junior. They went without their newest, biggest pickup. They didn't have it.
I don't think they have a chance of really getting the kill anyway, but without the nullifier, you have a
Yeah,
negative
definitely.
chance.
You're not killing anything.
You just get escape act. Like, at least with the nullifier, you can counteract that a bit.
The timing's just that little bit off. And now top.
Juice, Kitaka's on him.
He gets the jump, Key Attacker.
There is a Sunray.
Okay, BKBL from Key Attackers will try and stay on top of the 2 of them, bullying them back. The 4 of them, in fact, and Niku and PMA turn up. Key Attacker, he's got backup on the way over.
Tidehunter connecting. Toronto.
With a gush. It's a little bit deal. Panto's just in. He jumps and gets the ATOS set up. Nightfall jumps forward as well. They get the jump onto Niku. They collapse it upon the DK. He's gone. And now they're ready to look for more potential. They're bullying them up to the tier 4s. No fear here from Aurora.
I think Toronto Tokyo actually short blinked. I think he was trying to blink on the high ground and Ravage, and then he short blinked. I think they were going to go for more. And it still just might.
Yeah, these pokes here from Panto. He just keeps jumping in, ATOSing someone.
Radiant's top tower.
Keeping them on their toes here.
Ravage still at the ready. Roar back up in 10 seconds. Looks like they'll back up, but Kiyotaka can stick in this area and look for another target with the Roar. Gem picked up on the side of Aurora, looking to completely control the map. 15,000 lead now after these few moves. All ults pretty much at the ready again.
That's getting very scary for NAVI Junior.
Just too hard for them to make moves, and at this point their damage just feels non-existent.
Yeah, some of the timings were missed, and it's now cost them to be very far behind.
Overall PMA, I feel like he's just a walking Sunder at this point too. See how much he can actually do with this Terrorblade. Aurora.
Maybe they find Panto with the angle they're coming in here, NAVI Junior.
Would be nice to find the back line for the first time. Looks like they'll scout him.
Toronto Tokyo's going to scout them first. He gets in with the jump on a PMA.
They're on Panto.
They'll find Panto.
Good kill. Can they get more?
Well, Scatter Blast off the mark. So they're closing the gap in with the cookie on towards PMA. Toronto Tokyo, of course, still has the Ravage ready if necessary. Key attackers in with the Roar, takes out Science.
The egg.
They just turn towards the egg. They're
He's
going to
killing
be able to
it.
beat it down. The Supernova comes to an end. Double kill for Key attacker. Aurora, they can just clean this one up. As Niku's going to get chased down, trying to escape here with the BKB, but the Gush comes out. Key attacker jumps forward. Niku's gone. Zayats, he did buy back to try and help here and try and bail somebody out, but PMA can't escape the Beastmaster. Triple kill for Key attacker as they're just having a run.
Could just be it. Honestly, they get out with the gyro, but the rest of them all dead.
It's getting pretty miserable here now for NAVI Junior. Ultra kill for Key attacker. This game, this series is looking to be pretty much over here unless they could do something miraculous.
And Kiyotaka just blinks in, roars the Wind Ranger, kills him, and then kills the egg by himself as well. Fantastic game coming out from Kiyotaka this time on the Beastmaster. Has 4 dead. This Rex definitely going down.
And they had great success in game 2 around their gyro, but it's just what a very different game.
Absolutely. I mean, the Ursa just has the freest game ever as we see Nightfall.
Any fountain divers? Not yet. To be fair, they're pretty low, but you know, why not go for it anyway? You got an Aegis on the Beastmaster, get in there.
If they had a Pyrrhic Cloak, you know, if it was 35 minutes and they had that, you know, you throw the Pyrrhic Cloak on yourself, you run in. Not the case. Either way, Rax is dropping.
Oh,
there we go.
Got the juice.
Dead in the water.
BKB's still on cooldown for 30 seconds. Ravage comes in. Got the juice is gone. They do have some buybacks. He will come in with it.
Niku?
Niku. The Sunder comes in. PMA able to keep Niku safe. I'll try and turn towards Toronto Tokyo because they did get the top racks.
That was a full refresher on the courier. Kiyotaka just had it at their base. Whoopsie.
Nightfall's back in. They get the jump and got the juice. It's a dieback. Gone for 100.
PMA.
Have they got anything left in the tank in NAVI Junior? Key attackers in on top of the TB. In with the BKB as well. I mean, Navi's playing on. They're trying their best here to find something, but Nightfall's going to find them first. Gets it onto PMA. The Terrorblade's out. It's got buyback.
They're not giving up on.
Shiva's guard on Toronto Tokyo. 31,000 gold lead here for Aurora.
Roar back at the ready. As we said, Kiyotaka's courier did die, so it's not double Roar, but
70 seconds without the gyro, without the carry.
Waiting to strike. Nightfall will back up, look to finish up his Swift Blink while his team continues trapping them inside the base. Level 20 about to be hit for the snap as well. We'll take that shrine. And Kiyotaka very close to level 25. It's a strong approach from Aurora, as we see in all the team fights pretty much have been very decided for Aurora. Don't think a single one of the team fights they actually really lost in this game.
AMA. He was trying to push this bottom wave round.
There's an Abyssal.
Oh, the Jukes.
Jukin.
He's still going to get found.
Not Jukin.
Another one. Dead without buyback. As Aurora, they can get this bottom wave pushed round. Look to take that final tier 2.
It's interesting to see that they didn't really like pivot in terms of some of itemization. It was very standard from the side of NAVI Junior because they're playing versus like Ursa. No Yules being picked up on the Phoenix. They just went for cookie cutter, you know, Solar, Force. I'm not saying that this would have fixed their problems, but it does feel like Aurora just had the one-up with multiple different things coming into this game after the lanes didn't come out as successful for NAVI. He got the juice just having, one of the harder games for him, right? 1 in 6. Every single time he was showed, he was just dead.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they just didn't give enough respect towards the Nightfall Ursa with the way that they closed up the draft and the way that they played, and as you said, itemized.
Yeah.
Well, Panto does get taken out by that straight power shot coming in at the end of that one. Niku. It's going to come out after the BKB, so the BKB off in time. Niku will be fine from any further jump for now.
Instant buyback from Panto. Wants to keep the push going.
Ravage is up again.
Roar is up in no time as well. 30-second cooldown now on it, of course with that 25 talent. And his courier is respawning in 20 seconds. He has literally a full refresher and another 4,000 gold, so not much acquired here from NAVI Junior in the last 10-15 minutes.
They do anything crazy here. 37k behind. 37 minutes in. They're losing their final set. Well, actually, no, they still have the top set. Top set, of course, was left unharmed, as Aurora decided to go for kills instead. NAVI, they're all back up.
whoever shows is probably just going to get instantly gone.
They go the jump straight away over to Riddies. Riddies is gone.
I was like, who's going to show first?
Aki's in on the side. Gets the raw set up on towards Niku. The wheel comes in. Niku, he's gone. Has got the juice. Nightfall closes in upon him. A couple of swipes of his claws and he's dead. GG is called. Aurora take game 3. And with that, the series 2-1 against NAVI Junior here today.
With complete comfort this game, it felt like. Just Nightfall didn't really get bullied much. Maybe the first couple waves he got bullied, but then afterwards, his farm was just fine. They shut down the gyro completely, and overall Aurora just felt like an much easier approach into going into these team fights. They have this Tide with Ravage, just threatening everything, and then they have double save supports to bail out of any of these situations. So, Aurora, looking good.
Absolutely, yeah. Definitely seeing sort of the struggles in that sort of carry pool in terms of what you can pick. With the fact that they go for that gyro again, has a very, very different game. Ends 1-7-4 compared to Nightfall's 16-0-7. Aurora, they take the series 2-1.
Another deathless game for Nightfall, just like game number 1 of this series. Aurora Fear, they played very well and a very comfortable game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think their lineup as a whole had lots of team fight, good save, and I think in this game in particular, if we look at the Beastmaster from last game, you're playing against a lot of things where you just can't roar in and kill a target. There's no save on NAVI Junior here, so whenever Kiyotaka did go in for a roar kill, he usually got that kill, and I think that's pretty much required if you want to have a good beast game. You have to be able to go in, use your spells, and get the damage off, and without any way of debilitating that. So really good game overall from Aurora. Of course, the Ursa looked really good too. I think this is a hero that if you have a couple bad deaths, the game can be very difficult for you, but I think that's where the Ringmaster is pretty instrumental this game too, just keeping him alive, the cookies with the saves too. They really just kept Nightfall. He was able to just keep attacking in these fights, and that was definitely needed.
Yeah, he was doing a really good job at kiting in and out.
There's the cookie right there.
Yeah, the cookie was nice.
And then the next save, like they just used everything to keep him alive.
This is the insane thing about the Ringmaster save, is that like because you can actually move around in it, you can. There's so much more that you can do with it, right? Like you can save yourself and then, or save somebody, and then they can reposition to like a high ground or out of the fight, or it's so much harder to counter. And then on top of it, you can like throw the ult, so you can not only save somebody with multiple saves because you can strongman tunic them as well.
He did there.
Then you can turn around with the ult as well. Like, so you can be the one that's re-engaging and the person that's stopping the enemy engage. Like, as long as you're really good at this hero, it looks like one of the strongest heroes in Dota right now.
Yeah, I agree, and I think the hero is just very difficult to play. But on the other side, I think the offlane Terrorblade rushing pipe against like an Ursa lineup, I wanted to see the Orchid. And after this game, I still wanted to see the Orchid because the pipe, like, it didn't do anything this particular game. They missed a lot of timings too.
It tends not to these days. I feel like every time we see the offlane Terrorblade pipe, we question the hero, but then sometimes when you see the Orchid, it's like, oh, this is actually not that bad. Like, you kind of have to take a more aggressive approach to the hero right now because it does do a ton of damage. I mean, like, technically speaking, if you get an Orchid and you press Q, you're just turning the enemy carry against themselves with with an Orchid. Like, this alone is enough damage with like a +1 to kill somebody. But yeah, the pipe didn't. I can understand like the pipe against, you know, Snapfire ult and the Beastmaster, Aghanim Scepter. Like, this is a ton of magic damage, right? But when Nightfall is 16-0-7 and he's the one that's like destroying your face in the game, you just feel nothing. Like, the pipe doesn't do anything.
Yeah, there were a couple more issues, I feel like, on the side of NAVI Junior in terms of the draft. As we are looking at our standout player, it was the Beastmaster at the end of the day. Kiyotaka had some great moments, and as said, especially compared to that first game as mentioned, he just had a relatively free game.
Yeah, I mean, Nightfall may have been 16-0, but Kiyotaka still did more hero damage than him in this particular game, just kind of to show you, like, what this Beastmaster hero can do. Like, he's doing tons of damage, he's disabling. If this hero gets off to a good start, and as I mentioned before, if you're actually allowed to get a full duration roar off on a hero, this hero slaps real hard.
Yeah, I mean, past the gyro giving himself away as a kill in the early game, pretty much Kiyotaka was the one that was setting up all the kills on the map. So not only is he, you know, team fighting and disabling and tanking and doing a ton of damage, but he's also the hero that's like controlling the pace of the game. So it's nice to see him able to do that, because this is not like a traditional mid at all. it's not some, you know, invoker or whatever. I know Beastmaster is more of a spellcaster now, so he kind of does play like a mid, but you know, Kiyotaka learned this in the last few months, and he looks amazing on it.
Yeah, you might want to gloss over the gyrocopter a little bit, but Fear does not. He wants to highlight gyrocopter.
He's ruthless. Yeah.
He's going to be ruthless.
I'm not going to be ruthless. I'm
Well,
just going to
little
analyze
bit.
what happened in this game.
This is
here.
analysis, Shiva. Let him analyze.
All right, so I mean, basically, I wanted to highlight these two carries and specifically the early game and the rotations that did happen, because Gyro is a hero that wants to get very active on the map, because you do buy Falcon Blade, while Ursa, he does not. He wants to farm a Battle Fury, then later on that Blink Dagger timing, he will want to do things on the map. And this is one of the early rotations here, and we're talking about like what this Ringmaster can do. He just completely nullifies the just Gyro ult, right? Toronto Tokyo will TPN. And if this is your first rotation as a Gyrocopter, this is not a good sign. This is like sets up the whole tempo for your game. Then shortly after that, this is where the Beastmaster comes into play. He now makes rotation, realizing Gyrocopter already died once. And if there's a hero you don't want to die twice in a row with, that's definitely Gyrocopter. And unfortunately, he died 3 times in a row in this early game. And when you are last picking this as your tempo carry, you're not picking this for the carry-to-carry matchup. You're going to lose versus Ursa in the late game. And they knew that. So they wanted to play the tempo game. You have 3 bad deaths on Gyro, your game becomes almost impossible to play.
You said you were not going to be ruthless. He had a rough...
It's just how he is, Shiva. Don't blame him.
Those are just facts.
It's so good. I mean, in this game number 3, they for sure were. We're also going to relive a fight that happened around the 25-minute mark, Jenkins. I believe that's one thing that you wanted to highlight here, as DK has a rough time.
That's right, Shiva. This is one of my favorite clips in Dota history, because this perfectly encapsulates the dichotomy that is Aurora Gaming. First, you have a clip where they set up a beautiful kill on the Dragon Knight with the Invis on Kiyotaka, and then Toronto Tokyo is like, I can farm one more wave mid, and he just dies. It feels like if this team can just not have these sorts of situations happen, they are legitimately going to be like tier 1 of tier 1, but also they're so fun to watch because you have these 50-50s where it's like, come on, Toronto Tokyo, what are you doing there, man?
It's not just Toronto Tokyo. I believe you have another one that doesn't have Toronto Tokyo in at all.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, yes, it's all of the... Oh, yeah, this was a good one, too. This is good. So right before Zayats dies, he ends up kill-shotting Panto, and Panto just insta-buys back.
To be fair, they wanted to push.
They wanted to push, but it's like, you know, on the other hand, also, you just don't have to. You know, like you're gonna win. Like this gives an opportunity for if this hero dies right in front of base. You know, Ringmaster has no buyback. It gives an opening, but like, you know, they're like, nah, we're pushing right now. You know, I'm gonna. There was a little bit of rage in the buyback for sure. If you're playing with Toronto Tokyo,
really mad. Let's psychoanalyze them right now.
If you're playing with Toronto Tokyo, Kiyotaka, and Nightfall. Shout out Samira too, but you can just do whatever the fuck you want in the game.
Yeah.
So he's just like, I want to go with that impulse to buy back right now, and I'm just gonna call it it was a play.
Hey, it worked out. They won the game, you know. No hard feelings. There's the result though. It's 2-1 in favor of Aurora, and that means that they go to the winning side of things, while NAVI Junior is going to go to the losing side of things. We're having a Swiss group stage here, of course. So tomorrow, the winning teams will go up against the winning teams, and the losing teams will go up against the losing teams. And we need a lot more games to play today. We're going to move forward to our second series of the day here on this stream. It's going to be BetBoom versus Tidebound after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'm here with Save from BetBoom, and we're going to talk about Wallachia, this upcoming tournament. But of course, your year's been, I'd say, pretty good so far. How are you feeling about the team's performance so far?
Yeah, I think I'm satisfied with our performance. I mean, I play in one of the best teams who can win any tournaments, who can win against any teams. So yeah, this is what I was looking for.
It's interesting comparing this year to last year, because this time last year it was sort of one team at the top, Falcons, winning everything. This time I feel like every tournament is kind of like maybe 5 to 6, 7 teams which could potentially take it. Is that how you feel as well, and why do you think it's so close?
I mean, the Dota nowadays is like this, you know, like top 6 teams. They can win anyone in a good day, you know. Yeah. Sometimes some of those 6 teams, they start playing better than the other ones. So yeah.
It happens. But you guys have managed to stay up there. And how much work is it to keep yourselves at that level, you know, to stay competitive with the rest of those teams?
I mean, of course, you need to play a lot to be in this top 6 teams. And I think we play a lot. We give a lot to this game. And we're going to keep doing this.
So which of those teams do you enjoy playing the most?
I enjoy playing against all of them. Like Falcons, Tundra, PARIVISION, Team Spirit, and Liquid, I guess. Yeah, those 5 teams. Yeah. And we're the 6th team. Yeah, I enjoy playing all of them.
And what are your opinions on, you know, a lot of the other teams, they've picked up some quite fresh talent, you know, looking at Rue and Satanic. What are your opinions on the newer players coming in, and how come, you know, you haven't really, you've kind of stuck with the usual players?
Yeah, I think CIS region has a lot of new players. They got they're playing in Team Spirit and PARIVISION maybe, some Rune, Nine Class, Satanic, Ducalis, you know, all these players. Yeah, so I think it's advantage for the CIS region. If we compare with other regions, because there are a lot of regions where you just don't have the new players, but here we have it. Yeah, so that's why CIS was so strong, last year's.
I've noticed in the group stage, and this goes for you and a lot of other teams as well, any of those teams we were just talking about in the top 6, group stages tend to be a bit, I don't want to say casual, but no one's really dominating the group stage. Everybody's kind of staying towards the middle. And it's in the playoffs when you guys really perform, you know, you guys seem to be particularly good. Even in the lower brackets, you know, in the last event, you guys were able to have a pretty solid run through there. Do you feel what do you think the reason is for that?
I mean, if I talk about my team, we always have a slow start on the tournaments. We need a couple of series, you know, to understand how we actually want to play on exact tournaments. So yeah, we have a slow start, but then when it's time for playoffs, I feel we start playing very good.
I see. And does the communication sort of change between group stages and playoffs, or is it sort of a slow ramp up for you guys?
You use group stage, you know, as a part of training. You know, you can lose some maps. Maybe not all the players play on their 100%. You know, but when it's playoff and you made all the conclusions from the group stage, you show your best. Yeah, and of course it's very serious, playoff games.
Of course, you're aiming for the top spot. If you were to be in the grand finals with any team, you know, who do you want to be playing against in those grand finals?
I guess PARIVISION. They just won the last tournaments, and yeah, I would like to play against them.
Bit of vengeance, like to hear it. Save, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at Wallachia.
Thank you.
You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are starting our second series of the day on this stream, and it is BetBoom versus Tidebound, and we're going to dive straight into it. I'm joined by Jenkins and Fear, and I want to talk about BetBoom and the way Save was talking about his team just now with Nomad, because he touches on something that is fairly important for today. Slow day ones. Slow day ones, Jenkins. We saw that in the previous tournament they played. They went 1-3, I think, in their.
Oh, they did terribly.
They did terribly, and he says it's it's part of the process, and they treat group stages like extra practice. I feel like in a Swiss stage, that's risky to do.
Yeah, that is definitely risky business. You know, I feel like that's probably accounted for in their team talks, so to speak. And I can understand the slow day one feelings, because for the top 6 teams, as he was talking about, it is a gauntlet this year. There are so many tournaments back to back to back to back, very little time at home, very little time to decompress. So maybe that's kind of what they're doing on media day and then on the first day, and they just kind of have to get into the groove of the tournament. So I can get it, but yeah, I think it's Swiss. I don't think BetBoom's going to be screwing around too much in this one.
Well, I think a lot of teams don't do that on purpose. It's not like they're not trying. Just some teams
day one.
Some teams are just like really good at coming up with ideas, and some teams are better at adapting, right? And it feels like BetBoom, they just probably don't have the correct read on the patch right away going into these tournaments, but they evolve and learn very quickly through playing more games.
Well, in that case, if they do indeed don't do very well at day number 1, that means in Swish you get to play more games. So potentially that is a strat here. But this is a team that has come top 6 in their most recent tournaments, top 4 in the most recent one, and even getting first place at the one before that. So this is definitely a team at the top of their game right now, and consistency has seemingly not been an issue for them this event so far, as I do think this team used to be all about all eggs in the pure basket. Jenkins, is that still the case?
I will say the team looks significantly better when Pure is like popping off and having a good game, but I don't think it's completely dependent on Pure because they have GPK now.
They do, and GPK, like, his role on the team for a while now has been just being this initiator, right? You can see through all the heroes he plays. I think most of these heroes you see here, they're pretty meta. I think GPK is playing all the heroes that are strong in the patch. The tiny mid we saw before, the Storm, the Monkey King, the Kunkka. These are all really popular. A lot of Dragonites as well. He wants to get in there, stun for his teammates. Doesn't have to have a particularly good game. But yeah, pretty quintessential, just a mid-lane meta player at the moment.
A mid-lane meta player. How very pleasantly put. Is that the same for Nothing to Say? How did he compare?
I mean, he plays Ricky mid. We don't really see anyone else playing that. His most played heroes Razor. He's playing the Tinker mid, OD, Pango. Not many people are playing that as well. I think this is kind of Nothing to Say's like flair on this team. This is just Tidebound in a nutshell. These guys, they're crazy. They're willing to play any other hero in any position and try to make it work.
Yeah, I know in the previous Wallachia, we made the memes like, oh, this is Wings Gaming back. And the thing is that is reminiscent of Wings from this team is the fact that in pretty much every tournament that they've played, as long as they make it far where you actually have enough games for this stat to be true, their hero pools are always like top 3. Like they're always picking an insane amount of heroes on every role, and they're not necessarily even sticking to the meta.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing about Nothing to Say, though, that I didn't really show in the stats, he wasn't winning with any of the meta heroes. He was winning with the Ricky mids. Like, he was winning with the weird stuff, and I think that's something that's hard to account for when you play versus Tidebound. Like, they're stronger when they play off-meta stuff, so does that affect what you ban in the first phase? Maybe not, but maybe later on in the draft you are going to ban some of those specialty heroes.
I mean, this is a relatively new team. I mean, Wallachia Season 3 was the first event they played under the Tidebound banner. They have had their biggest success in the second tournament they played, when they played Universe 4. They came third on that one. It was the same one that BetBoom was able to take at the end of the day. I will say, I was a little disappointed by what they were able to pull out the event they played after that, which was Rally just over last week. They did not make it out of the group stages, and that has me slightly worried because normally, because I would be looking for an upward trajectory, and they didn't show that.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were all hoping for. I mean, it looked honestly like in Raleigh that Tidebound was going to have that upward trajectory, and then BetBoom was going to have the downward trajectory. But then after the early group stage, they kind of flipped. I mean, this does happen for teams. I talked to Bach at Rally, and he said that they're figuring stuff out right now. That's how he feels. So maybe they've had enough time at this point that they figured it out.
I hope so. That sounds very ominous, that they're figuring stuff out. I wonder what they figured out. I wonder how much impact it had that they were on the sidelines for the remainder of Rally, because I would imagine they could have taken a lot of inspiration from that event, whereas maybe before that they couldn't take that much inspiration from, for example, Dota 2 Pro Tracker, as that didn't work. So potentially that is just all they needed to get their head straight into the game again, Fear.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I think when you do lose a tournament that early on, you have a lot of time to think, right, about what you want to do, how things didn't work out. And oftentimes when you do lose a tournament that early, it's because your read on the game is just wrong, in whether it's drafting, map movement, and either you figure it out quickly and you become stronger, or you focus on the wrong things and you don't really make improvements. So well, hopefully they're in the right direction of what went wrong, because things went really wrong for them. And it could be multiple things that were wrong as well. So
I think this is like a feels team as well. Like from what Bach was saying, it's like they just play a lot. They get an idea of like the meta heroes from their pubs, etc. And they just kind of pick like what has been feeling good in their pubs, and they feel it out. And at the time when I talked to him, he wasn't feeling that great. He did mention the Medusa though. He said the Medusa was glitched in the game that he played it, where it was capped at 275 move speed, not 315. He was pretty salty about that. He was like, well, we tried this thing and it was glitched out, you know, and that kind of sucked. But, you know, he technically, he was the first guy to really popularize that.
He was very much true in that was in the Universe 4. But we really saw him pop off on that as we are seeing the team stats of this squad. I will say that's a quite large amount of games played, and in terms of win and loss, it's fairly even.
Yeah, not bad.
I think that's
not
really
bad.
good for a team.
Yeah.
it really just depends where at in the tournament you lose, you know? Like if you get all the wins in the group stage, but you bomb out in playoffs, you're just not going to feel good about that ever. So I think for this team, they're looking for getting wins when they matter the most. I think that's what they're struggling a bit with. So we'll see if they can even get to the playoffs.
In terms of these matches, I do feel like this historically I say, since their inception, has actually been a playoff team, though.
Yeah.
Like, they always do pretty well in teams in the playoffs, even though BetBoom got 4th and they had just won Fissure Universe before, and they should technically be, like, the way stronger team here. I don't know. I feel like this is even because we're in playoffs right now. I genuinely think, like, looking at the schedule today, I was like, yeah, this is the one that's definitely a 2-1 for one of these teams.
The last time these two teams faced was in the group stages for Rally, and they tied. These two teams did. They met once before that, which was a 2-0 in favor of BetBoom. We'll see how today goes, as we're in the first game of the best of 3. We got Tidebound on the Radiant side with BetBoom on the Dire side, and first pick going the way of BetBoom this time around, as we have got a lot of the usual suspects banned, leaving Tinker in the pool. Any other heroes not banned that we should be worried about? I mean, I see
Tiny.
Yeah,
definitely
still available.
Tiny available for sure.
a lot of Tiny.
Oh
a
God,
lot of
don't Monkey King, please.
Oh, and Ringmaster, we saw that before.
Yeah, Ringmaster as well. I think you want to go for one of these 3 supports, Ringmaster, Caudle, or Tinker. If you have players for all of them, like you try, that is not what I expected.
This is unusual.
That was one of their most played heroes this patch, though. We just saw it on the screen in front of us. So
First pick. All right, how good is Gyro as an overall first pick for you? Well, not overall, but like first pick for a team.
Depends on what your plan is, I suppose, with this hero. If your plan is it's just a carry, not very good. But if you can play it as a support, potentially, I know a lot of South American teams have been playing this, even when it's off meta, it is playable. So if they're willing to flex this in any capacity.
Do you think it has to be? Do you think it's ideal if it's flexible into both the 4 and the 5 position, or do you just need only one support position? Like, could Y play?
I mean, obviously, it's ideal if it can flex into both, right? But a lot of the heroes potentially, like Caudle, for example, is just best on 4. I don't know if Gyro has a preference like that, but I don't know what their plan is, right? Like, as of what I know from most Gyro teams, this hero is a carry, right? There's only very few teams that potentially might play this as a support, and I don't know if any of them are at this tournament, so we'll have to see. This will be new from Tidebound. I don't think Planet is particularly known for Gyrocopter.
They weren't the very first team to play Medusa offlane, were they? Or were they the ones to popularize it, you know, add actual pro games? Because I know it was done in pubs before. Because I'm wondering, like, how much they're trying to reinvent the meta here.
That's why I said popularized, but I know that if he played it in a patch where it was glitched and at 275 move speed, it must have been pretty early, because it's certainly not like that now, and it wasn't like that when we were seeing it get picked.
Offlane Gyro with Meteor Hammer?
Oh, that doesn't sound that bad, actually.
I mean, I think they're cooking something with this, but looking at their bans of the morph, it means they still want to go flat cannon. So, yeah, I don't know. Probably just a carry that. So I am like stuttering a little bit on this because like they had so much time to prep and change who they were off their Raleigh and how they want to play. And if their conclusion is Gyro first pick carry, I'm a little worried. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little worried. So we'll see.
I'll be obviously I'm a pleb. My logic for picking your cores first is you must have something very special in mind with your supports, and we have seen this meta, as a word, defined a lot by the supports. It's why you see Ancient Apparition banned out for his face. It's why Ringmaster is so popular. It's why you see Jakiro in almost every other game.
And
okay, I would argue that those heroes are really good because they're OP no matter when you pick them. And
are there any supports we haven't thought about though?
No, there's not. But not to completely shut you down. The reason why you pick cores early is because these cores are broken. You just got to give it in the game. There's never been a patch where you just sack cores so you get an OP support last pick. You know, that just doesn't really happen. You have to pick your cores early if you truly believe these heroes are OP, and if you're not going to get them later, so you got to get them now.
I totally agree with Fear. But anyway, Shiver, let's continue down this thread. OP supports Shadow Demon. Against Kunkka in prison.
Okay. Or
for the Kunkka, yes, naturally.
Shadow Demon, the block pick.
All right, hear me. Yeah, I unironically think that maybe I was five-heading as a slight meme there, but I think that the SD to stack for Bristle and Gyro sounds really strong. It's SD against Tinker. You've got the Purge for the shield. It's SD save against all of Kunkka spells. Fear you talked about in the previous series. It's very easy to combo break the Kunkka. And I honestly feel like BetBoom anticipating this just block picked the SD. That's what just happened, which is really goofy. So Shiver, you were right.
No hesitation for the Phoenix Tusk pickups. Wow, such strong, solid supports.
No egg protection. How do you feel about that, Fear?
Yet.
They got Walrus Punch. Tusk is definitely an egg protector.
Okay.
Yeah. Just put the egg in the snowball.
So he's happy.
Yeah, that's good.
He's happy with it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's not great egg hitters in general on BetBoom. SD doesn't want to run in there. He's a backline support. Tinker doesn't want to run in there. Also a backline support. Just not a right clicker. Kunkka doesn't right click very fast. He's about hitting one time very, very hard. Builds tank items. So they definitely need an egg killer as this pick. Ursa. Let's get some Ursa Warrior out. This is Pure's most played hero in the previous tournament. And it is very good against Gyro, as we saw in the previous series.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely... There's a lot of heroes that are good versus Gyro. There's a reason why this hero is typically
not good
later. I mean, Gyro's not a bad hero. I think this hero's good this patch. It's just, you need to know your lane is good for starters.
As a first pick.
Yeah.
Could still be an off lane.
You think so?
And then Bristle
mid? I don't know.
Are we going back to 2014 no one Gyro mid? Remember that? Was that before your time?
I don't think that would go particularly...
Oh, okay.
I don't think that would be great.
Okay. So if we're assuming the standard roles, that means that for our last two picks for both squads, I mean, it depends on the Kunkka really, but I see Miero as a Kunkka maybe more so than GPK.
So do I.
I just showed you a graphic. He plays a lot of
They both play it. But Miro, it was Miro's most played hero.
Yeah, I mean, they both love the hero. They're going to flex it for the best they can. But do you ban the Ricky? I'm just saying, you know, like, he wins on this hero. You're playing versus Ursa.
They went Gyro first. He just wins.
I mean, Gyro's gonna be their carry.
We gotta like wipe the Gyro first pick from our brain. I feel like it's breaking all of our brains.
My brain is working just fine.
Mine is not.
Gyro is laning with Phoenix or maybe Tusk in the safe lane. Okay.
Okay.
Bristleback is in the off lane with
either
Let's
relax.
Tusk or Phoenix. They need a mid laner.
What does well against a potential Kunkka? It will be overall last pick for Tidebound though, so they will be able to see
exactly.
what the plan is with the Kunkka.
So they'll wait for that, and I think they need a nothing to say hero that's either going to deal with the Kunkka and or whatever the last pick is, right? So it's really now up to BetBoom. what do they want to do with this Kunkka? Do they want it to be the offlaner? Or do they want to pick a new mid laner for GPK? And I think Tidebound has realized that Miro does play this Kunkka, respects it, and they end up banning the Storm, which, you know, totally respectable. You have absolutely 0 stuns right now. I think Ember might be on the docket too, just for the same reason. You have no good stuns to deal with these heroes.
Yeah, if it's going to be Ember, there will be a Huskar ban into Ember pick promptly.
I mean, I suppose there's a Puck as well, but I don't know if Puck is that good.
Or they just leave both in and ban out the Centaur instead?
Centaur, I mean, I guess you can disengage from the egg.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not great disables all around. Like, you can disengage from pretty much everything on Tidebound, and the only threat would be Tusk. And even Tusk, you can, like, center ult away from the snowball.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I agree with the same choices. Like, I guess maybe I'm more favoring towards Ember because...
Ember looks really good.
Yeah, I think there's, like... If they go Puck, there's slight damage issues in the early game.
I mean, I want an Ember or a Mars if you're going for an offlaner. But Monkey Band, I mean, nothing to say doesn't play a lot of Huskar.
It could still be Ember or Puck with the Monkey Band. It's good against both. Yeah, I guess they're banking on nothing to say not really being a Huskar player if they do pick it.
Yeah, so it's Ember, Puck, maybe Mars offlane looks good, or something that will be like, oh, wow, that makes a lot of sense. But we're not smart enough to say it right now.
Right. Yeah, usually that tends to happen on last pick with professional players.
Yeah. They're pretty smart.
They're all right at this game.
Sometimes they overthink and cook too hard too.
Yeah, we all do.
It's true.
Very true. They are out of time. They
got 2 seconds?
Whew, a Slardar.
Okay.
Is that one that you say, oh, that makes a lot of sense?
No. It doesn't actually make much sense.
I don't mind this, unironically. I was looking at
that's mid, right?
Yeah,
Has to be blind.
So GPK has been playing Slardar mid, and I was thinking the idea here is that you want to pick something that can go offlaner mid because Kunkka can go offlaner mid. They're, I guess, the only problem is they're countered by like a lot of the same heroes roughly, but it means that like Tidebound can't pick with certainty that they're going to get a mid to mid matchup. That's what's nice.
What are they block picking with this? Because like, I feel like that has to be a big factor here too.
I don't think you want to play Ricky into a Slardar.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that one's dead. You wouldn't want to play Ricky versus Kunkka mid. Well, I mean, you could dodge the X, but yeah, you're definitely not picking Ricky. But I don't know if Ricky was that instrumental of a pick.
Pango, maybe? Blocking
counter,
blocking
like,
Pango.
Can't you just like pick like some
Tiny? You're blocking Pango. Is Tiny
I mean,
banned?
you want to pick
Tiny's
your
banned.
ranged here, right?
Tiny's not banned.
Tiny is not banned.
He's still in.
I don't think you want that. Can you pick like a Quap or something and just punish?
Oh yeah, to punish. I was thinking about like what are they blocking with the Slardar? Yeah, you can definitely punish with a Quap.
But that's the thing. Like they know that might happen. But then if you pick Quap against like Kunkka, for example, that's not something.
You could.
How about the OD? You mentioned like he was in the graphic you showed us.
OD would be cool.
OD and Razor are both pretty good.
Yeah, and they're both very high up. Nothing to say.
Razor is not good, but I think
you don't think
OD
Razor's
is
good?
really cool. They pick Pango anyway. Why'd they do this, Jenkins? You said it was a block pick.
I am not sure, but I'm not a Pango player, so I have maybe my read on Pango versus Slardar is not correct, but I figured Slardar would do very well in this matchup. Can't you just press Stomp whenever Pango uses his Shield Crash?
Potentially. I mean, if you catch him at the right angle. I guess if you double jump from far enough away, it'll be difficult just because they cast animations, but I think nothing to say realized they needed a hero that could just kind of like get on the front lines and also deliver some stuns.
Yeah.
And he felt like this is probably out of the options. Like, you don't want to pick Ember versus like the Slardar, right?
No.
At least you have the physical barrier against Slardar. Of the options that were presented, this was the best. This is not usually how you exploit a last pick, though. So we'll have to see. I think in that regard, it does give BetBoom a laning advantage for sure here.
It's definitely an egg protector as well, like AoE stun to protect the egg. But also, the 3 cores on the side of BetBoom, Kunkka, Ursa, and Slardar, don't like to be mana burned. They need to use their mana, and they have low mana pools. So maybe that's the idea, is that once he gets a Diffusal Blade and he burns some mana on these heroes, like they don't have to kill them because they're useless without mana and have very low mana pools.
Yeah. What is the idea? What is the idea? Fogged? Fogged?
Hello? I think it's a way to start fights, and it synergizes well with the other heroes, because then they have the minus armor with Goo, with Gyro, plus this minus armor that comes from Pango. So I think it's just synergy plus having Disable, right? I don't know.
It doesn't seem too confident.
I mean, I'm saying with like with Jenkins and Fear, right? Like that's what I would see, right? Because they're lacking Disable, and then this synergizes well with the other two cores is what I would see.
How do you feel about it, Owen?
I'm a little concerned for Tidebound. I see BetBoom's lineup, and it's again another lineup, but there's just a lot of saves. They can bail each other out.
Yep.
All right, well, looking forward to seeing it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Sheev. Yes, let's see what goes down here in this series between BetBoom and Tidebound. But yeah, BetBoom, I mean, they have just kind of the two most obnoxious supports, I gotta say. When you're trying to kill someone and there's a Shadow Demon or a Tinker behind them, you're going to have a bad time.
And they have a lot of these heroes that are very good at single target, just killing a certain target, right? Like a Shadow Demon Purge plus a Corrosive Haze. That target's likely just dead. You're not moving. You're going to be amped up in most situations, so...
yeah, I think it's a tough one for Tidebound to play this game. Looking forward to see what they can do, because as we was discussed, it's obviously a very confident last pick Pango in the conditions that there are, right? It doesn't seem to be easy for the Pango, but regardless, there's no hesitation. They're like, let's go with the Pango here for nothing to say. It's one of his best.
I think overall they're looking at like the grand scheme of a game of like big team fights coming in together rather than just lanes and these little things. Because the lane, they pick the Pango into the Slardar that could, be pretty nice for the Slardar in particular, but they're doing other things that are pretty different. They're going drinking buddies on the Tusk.
Oh, we never see that, right?
We don't see this
pretty much
ever
exclusively tag team because you're picking your facet to win the lane.
But this is the one hero that you want to do drinking buddies with is Gyrocopter, because he provides flak with the bonus damage rather than just being the independent target with the tag team that you're standing on top of. So it looks like they're going for some different approaches, and that can actually allow you to go for saves. You have your snowball save, but you also have a way to yank the Gyro away from some of these catches. So
sure.
Interesting approach. I would say I'd like BetBoom's, but I would say I can see how Tidebound is looking at the overall team fight and grand picture rather than just like this lane, and this lane.
Yeah, let's have a look. Because, you just said, the team fight is going to be superior if they can piece it together and if they can get these kills without BetBoom saving one another.
But let's see also how the lanes end up going down, too. I do have some worries just because of this, I don't know, Shadow Demon overall, I still feel like this hero's underutilized, underpicked. Yes, he's gotten nerfed, but I think Demonic Purge in a meta of trying to save people is pretty crazy. So I do feel like save can do some pretty insane stuff. You can focus fire most targets because of that. Even a Pango can't get shield crashes or any save. So we'll see how that goes down.
And obviously with that sort of change up, going for the drinking buddies rather than the tag team, what does this mean for the laning stage itself? Like, is it going to be a bit tougher in this lane? Like, Kunkka and Shadow Demon are going to have a pretty easy time now.
I'd say less kill threat, but the thing about the Gyro is still he shoves the wave out, right? He does the same thing that he always does, where he just flaks out the wave, and that's probably going to be the same thing that we see them do. Just shove out the wave constantly, and then, let's just play off that rather than getting early kills. Definitely an interesting one, though, because this is when Drinking Buddies first got out, that was literally the first thing that came to my mind was Gyro. Yeah. This was like last year.
That's the hero.
Yeah, it's like the one that pairs beautifully with it because of the flak.
And let's see how this mid goes. See if indeed GPK is able to sort of mess with some of the shield crash.
He should do
crush himself.
I feel like he should have a pretty good edge over Nothing to Say. That being said, though, in the game, grand scheme of the game, Pango can do a lot of things to disrupt the Slardar. Yeah, very interesting kind of approaches coming out here from both sides. As we see bottom, they try to go for pulls, dragging the waves here from Save, but it does get stopped there from Y. He does have shards. Save? Ooh.
Not able to get him in the shard trap there. If they do,
very likely to get a kill.
They may have been that first blood.
This lane positioning is weird. I mean, this creep, Torrent won't get the last hit. Wait, did it actually? I think it did. I think the Torrent actually got that last instead of Shiro. Top, Goo. Not going to work there onto Pure. Oh, a very difficult lane to get aggressive onto this Ursa.
Yeah, should be pretty safe up it.
Yeah, the March and the laser can provide a lot of protection. Yeah, lanes definitely look quite strong across the board here from this side. But
maybe they can save this
is the big one, though. With Shiro, can you get the connection?
You can, but backup's coming in from Mira. Torrent onto the two of them. Save's going to get the space to walk off.
I think this is the lane that I would say Tidebound can actually end up winning this one. However, I also think that BetBoom can also win this one too, because Kunkka's very good versus gyrocopter throughout most stages of the game, if not all stages. Just constant poke and harass. The Rum is very good later stages too. Continue to just watch mid lane. GPK is getting good connections onto Nothing to Say. Just keeps getting that extra bash hit.
Yeah, it's going to get harder and harder, I feel, for the Pango.
Yeah, just those extra few denies definitely will start to add up. As a lot of damage onto Shiro, as we see there. How many tangles do they have left here? They only have... Both sides only have one tangle left. I mean, Shiro, he's going to continue to eat this harassment from the Tidebringer. Has to be careful.
Maybe trying to find an angle here, White. Nice here with the 10-stick charges on Miro.
It's too difficult to get aggressive. The damage adds up quickly between the two of them here. The Shadow Poison plus Tidebringer can just catch you completely off guard. Bach still farming nicely top, but Pure is getting pretty much free farm on this Ursa with Katomi at his side.
Would you imagine, will Tidebound be doing any of the sort of moves that NAVI Junior were, where they were bringing the gyro in quite early through the twin gates to make plays?
I mean, we could definitely see some early aggressive moves come in. I do like when I see the, I love when I see those gyros. The Duraccio / Skeeter Classic that they started when the gates first got added in. I do like when I see that. Definitely a possibility with these two. 21 and 9. In GPK, these denies. That's a big deal.
Yeah, he's just getting a completely free time there in the mid.
Yeah, he's going to have good half-level separation ahead of the Pango at this point now.
And I guess there just wasn't anything else you think that Nothing to Say might have been considering when it came to getting that last pick against the GPK Slardar mid?
I'm sure it was this discussion of like, do we want to just crush the lane and then be lacking stuff in the mid game, or do we want to just have a thing that does okay in the lane and then helps our draft overall? Because we have no stuns. So I think that was the thing. They had no stun and no way to start fights. So I think that's why, like I was mentioning to Sheev before, that's, at least for me, that's why I thought the Pango was their pick, rather than just looking for lanes. But see if that ends up even working out.
Yeah, very quiet start here.
Yeah, 0-0, still 5 minutes.
It's just difficult for Tidebound to get kills on the side lanes with, Tinker being top and a Shadow Demon being down bottom.
Shadow Demon plus Kunkka, because even the Admiral's Rum is like a pseudo save for himself.
It's
right?
not easy to kill this duo.
No, that might be why went down the drinking buddies rather than tag team. He's literally just playing for later on rather than for the laning phase. As we mentioned, it looks like that. I mean, that feels like it's the whole approach for Tidebound, right? It doesn't feel like this was a draft where they're like, okay, we're approaching these lanes like this. No, we're approaching the game overall. 0 points in the drinking buddies just yet. Literally 2 points short of Snowball.
Nice. They are getting stuff out of the lanes, right? Their cores are not getting nothing. It's just that they're not putting any pressure really onto BetBoom's cores.
Exactly. And for like a Slardar, being able to just get full free farm first 6 minutes is pretty Slardar, but move comes out, nothing to say.
First rotation, and finally the first blood. Was the one that you're happy to find it on here, getting it as the mid?
Definitely.
Nice.
Even looking to go for Pure.
They'll try and dive forward, but Planet, my goodness, nearly ends up dying, but Pure's actually the one that has to end up TPing away, but
he goes down!
And without TP.
Oh, I don't think he expected that damage, but Bach sticking on him with the goo. Great bait from Planet.
Absolutely, it looked like Planet was making a mistake, but he debated us all, Pure included.
And these are outplays in these side lanes that we see coming in now after that move from Nothing to Say. Huge stuff coming out from Planet and from Bach. GPK will throw him the high five.
Yeah, it was a big hit to Pure there. He was having an easy lane.
He was free farming.
33 free farming, 33 CS so far on the Bear, but now going to miss a fair few waves here. He's got to take the walk back to lane.
Very long time he has to spend running out there. Well, Bach is nearly going to be, what, 5.5, while Pure is still 4 and change, 4.5 himself. So it's full level advantage now for the Bristleback. Planet also going to be able to back up during this time. Looks like he's going to get the double stack off also on the Phoenix while grabbing the Shrine. So very good moves from this Phoenix. And it is, of course, Pango, nothing to say. Maybe there's the other one. Jenkins was mentioning it toward the end there, besides all the other reasons we talked about the Pango. Going the Diffusal route, right? So versus the triple strength cores or, low mana cores can definitely be pretty effective. So it could have just been multiple different things that he was looking at for here is why He's in the mid lane.
I'm going for GPK is tough. Maybe if they get him in a position to get the Rolling Thunder buff. Yeah, indeed. If they have both supports, maybe. But GPK playing it careful.
Yeah, as long as he's not caught like literally in the river.
Yeah,
and
getting
gets
constantly bounced.
Yeah, he should be pretty fine unless the third hero's there. Miro, soon to have level 6. Seeing stacks, of course, come out from save, although a lot of them were prevented from the wards that were placed out earlier from Y. Here's that third hero.
And they're sort of trying to bait GPK in. Backup's coming in for GPK. Look at the disruption from save.
More backup also, the heals.
There's the crush out on a Planet. Planet will try and dive away, but the laser's there.
And nothing to say.
He might be in trouble as well as he comes out of the Rolling Thunder. He's got a swashbuckle in a second.
He ain't getting away.
Indeed, he's not. GPK able to chase him down the river. Will miss the crush. Shouldn't matter, though. The poison stacks up. I mean, you could see that there. BetBoom were very much ready for that. GPK, this time he was the one sort of doing the baiting, just sort of hanging around. He saw the three of them. The whole of BetBoom saw the three of Tidebound trying to set up for that.
Oh, and bottom. Look at GPK. Very active. Level 6 been hit by Miro. Instantly makes the move.
Set up into the boat. Not able to quite close the gap, though.
Does get scared to make that full move. Shiro able to distance himself, the two supports making the move over. Yeah, good bait play, right? Coming out from it. Yeah. GPK there. That was cool. Double defensive supports. You know, you mentioned it yourself. It's going to be difficult to bring them down if you don't kill them before those supports do come in.
It's just so hard to make moves. You constantly in the back of your mind have to be considering, is somebody going to TP and save this person? And 9 out of 10 times it's probably going to be yes when you're playing against these two.
Very even start across the board, but I would say that I think Tidebound is probably a little bit happier because I would say that BetBoom, they got like these counter picks in lanes, and Tidebound's actually the ones coming out in 9 minutes in a very comfortable spot across the board with all 3 cores. Some pretty solid stuff, and now we're seeing that rotation. It's a little bit later, about 3 minutes later than we saw, 3 or 4 minutes later than we saw in NAVI Junior, but they're bringing this gyrocopter level 7 top. Pure
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
does see the move coming. Of course, they have that ward that did scout everything.
And Pure's happy to walk
He walks back in.
He knows he's got backup on the way.
Sure does. GPK's here.
Gonna turn towards Miro. Look at the X-Mark setup here. Snowball comes into play. Cooldown comes in on towards Miro. The shield comes out with the defense matrix, but Miro will fall.
The march.
BetBoom, what can they get in return? They're gonna look towards Bark. Pure trying to chase for the kill, but nothing to say. Turns up. Bark gets the double.
He's
Bark
alive.
survives. Nothing to say. Comes crashing in with the Rolling Thunder across the 3 of them. BetBoom. What more can they do? They've got the disruption towards the end of the Rolling Thunder. GPK considering getting into position, but he has to still respect the fact that Planet's around. Bark, as low as he is, he's looking to get back involved in on this. Starts to get the goo onto GPK. Bark pushing the limits here on the bristle.
My God, this kiting from Bach, dropping a 10% HP for half the fight. Beautiful kiting in from them again. Look how much damage is in this fight. Craziness.
Yeah, very nicely addressed there from Tidebound.
Beautiful snowball to kind of stall things out there. Allow them to get the setup from nothing to say. Nothing to say now. Another
GPK, a few times now, falling a little short on the crushes.
I think that's 3 that I've seen him actually not connect in a way. Beautiful kiting, though. You can definitely see some issues for BetBoom in some of these situations of the upcoming fights if they can't stick on targets. It's a lot of slows. Maybe not the most stuns, but the goo in particular is very annoying for Pure. Especially at this current moment. Those stacks looking. GPK, he's going to go back and finish them, it looks like, for his blink soon. Just kidding. They see action for bottom.
See if they can dive in for this Miro.
Boat's ready.
He's got the setup. Snowball's going to be there to break the initiation. Still, though, for the 4 of them, it's time to crush in on towards Y. They'll find him.
Action-packed. Both teams are going to be looking to play around cooldowns. Just anytime they see a target, I feel like both of them are going to look for these fights non-stop. Miro going the armlet route. So I've seen a lot of different builds actually coming out from these Kunkas. I think I saw some Atoses in the last series, not in our series, but in the other series. Going down more of a carry route. Probably because he has Slardar as well, too. Wants to be able to scale. It's a very good item on Kunka.
Yeah, armlet does feel nice.
I thought he still was going to do just the Blade Mail because he's playing versus the Gyrocopter, but looks like it's going to be armlet into the Blade Mail, so wanting a little bit more scaling potential. Probably because of his lane going well. GPK, Blink, about to be finished. He's got an amp damage for the next move, too.
I mean, that'll be pretty nice to make a play around.
Yeah. Tidebound, they do have everything at the ready, and as we've seen, this snowball, Y in particular can mess with this initiation, at least from the X. But now with that blink on the starter, could prove to add some extra folds into the next team fight. Nothing to say, I believe, is that the defusal done? Looks like it is. And I mentioned last game where we didn't see the supports pivoting and adapting with what they're playing versus. I already see Phoenix going for Yules. It's a fantastic.
Yeah, because we didn't have a single Yules.
Not one Yules versus
a Nightfall Earth. They didn't respect him, Fog.
I mean, this one you're playing versus Kunkka, Slaughter.
Sure, multiple. Like
and
Yules.
Tinker. It's a godly Yules.
No, indeed. Good to see some the teams buying a Yules against these heroes.
Yeah, it's just good to always adapt, depending on what you're playing against here. And Buck has got his halberd finished up. Very good timings for him. 3-0 on this bristleback. I think we're in for a pretty big treat of a mid-game now. Dead even after these lanes. Maybe a slight lead for Tidebound, of course, with the gyro, or with the bristle having this type of start.
Now look at the Miro.
Difficulties as Miro.
Can he play his way out of this? Torrent to 2. Boat coming in as well. Of course, he has got the Samling. He's going to get saved for now by the disruption from Save.
They used the wrong Thunder.
He's not toggling his way out of that one. Ends up going down. Nothing to say, seeing if he can maybe set up for something else. Has eyes on to GPK, but in the river with the back of the Tinker. Not someone to mess around. But GPK does jump in. He's lucky to not get caught by the shards there.
Off the mark again with the crush. Going for the rune. Bach is already there. He's actually going to spawn bottom. Good catch there from Tidebound, finding Miro isolated again. Catch. Planet.
He has got the Supernova if he wants. Not going to get the chance to get it off.
Dispels that slow. GPK.
Could look to dive in for this GPK. Does he want to go for an aggressive blink play here up to the tier 2s? No, not yet.
He still had the last trickling moments of the amp damage there, so just a bit of extra damage versus that Phoenix. Don't think expected it. GPK being super active. All 6 kills because of him so far.
But considering to start the defense here around the mid, that'll work. BetBoom, they don't want to push him whilst the bristleback's around.
Looks like they'll... Are they shifting toward bottom? Can they actually find Shiro? This would be a fantastic grab if they can. They don't know exactly where he is yet.
Oh, Pure.
Pure.
He's got the wand. Plus the Enrage as well.
They're gonna... I mean, they're continuing to try to close the gap. The Phoenix and Tusk TP, but can't quite. And GPK. All early game. Blink into the shard. He actually purchased it himself, too. Very cool. So yeah, you don't see this always, but wanting to just be very aggressive in this early game is what that tells me.
So the Soulmans are nice and early.
All the cores thrive, of course, with that shard, too. Does work really well with their lineup.
Yeah, they're just going to continue to run at them, really, BetBoom.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
There's going to be no slowdown from them. Katomi!
He's
fine. TP in, but indeed these two supports can't do a whole lot about him.
He is very tanky. He's got the Holy Locket. The Bull's coming in.
And maybe with the backup, they can make something happen here. They've got the Supernova into the Rolling Thunder. Nothing to say, gets the angle onto Katomi. Have they got the damage to kill off this Tinker? Katomi surviving throughout it all. Finally, he falls. GPK jumps in with the crush. The boat comes down onto both Nothing to Say and
Oh
Buck.
my god, these Tidebringers.
I mean, they're getting incredibly low, but can they actually get enough damage to finish them off? GPK is going to try and chase them out to the side. Planet will get taken out by Pure. They should find why GPK with the crush.
Oh my. Oh, and they're lucky to get out with these 3.
I mean, they were so low.
This Shard, Slardar plus Tidebringer actually just... the 2 Tidebringer hits, look how much he did in the fight, if you want to see that fight recap. He actually did so much. When I saw the first hit, I was like, wait, what? And then he refreshed most of it because he has the high tide, I believe it is.
Crazy.
So he got the second hit. It almost killed everybody.
Yeah. I mean, dude, why you don't get the blade, man? Get yourself a Daedalus. Treat yourself.
I would love to see it.
Just rush crit.
I mean, blade most too valuable.
It is. And he's a sensible man. He's a professional player.
But that's a big deal. The fact that BetBoom can bait like that, and that's versus majority of the ultimates from the side of Tidebound, it's massive. Katomi tanking, I don't even know, it felt like 10,000 damage or something on this Tinker.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy how much they had to throw down on him.
They had to throw the egg, the rolling thunder. They had to commit literally everything.
And they nearly didn't get him.
Yeah. Oh, he got the last hit with the shards, looks like.
Oh, he did?
Didn't catch that.
Oh, there you go.
Why?
Something about these Tusk players, you know, whether it's Tormentors or Roshan, the shard snipes are real.
Yeah, that was 9 class,
we had one of those, I said the other day, that was probably the other month. Maybe, was that even the other year?
I think it was last month.
It was last month, right. Might even be last for Lucky. I can't remember now.
I think it might have been.
I think it was.
Yeah. Or maybe before. I don't know. It's a lot of Dota going on.
Yeah.
Shiro almost has Ags. So still in a pretty comfortable spot. But is behind the Ursa, of course. And they have a great single target to play versus him. And Kunk overall just, I think for so long, I want to say this was secret in 2015, 2016, 2017, where they
Secret?
This is a long time ago, Aaron. I'm doing a throwback, but Kunkka versus Gyro has traditionally been very nice. The way that the rum works. I believe it was when Nisha was on the team was when they were doing that. So I'm throwing back a long time ago, but I remember this Gyro versus Tidon. Gyro versus...
Oh, that... Oh, GPK. We'll get away this time. And that's true. We've obviously got Nisha back with Liquid here this tournament.
Yep.
And indeed, yeah, talk about his Kunkka. We have, I think Exxon was playing some Kunkka mid earlier, right? I'm looking forward to seeing some maybe Nisha bring back.
I think we're going to see a
tournament.
I mean, we're going to see a ton.
Do you think it's pretty viable to bring back in the mid? You like it in the mid?
Not as good as the offlane, I think, but it's a flex.
Yep.
It's a flex hero.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have a rising amount of Kunkka action this tournament. I bet
BetBoom.
It's a popular one.
With this Aegis, they can make a lot happen. Right now, hard for Tidebound to fight into this when they've got this cluster.
I mean, Mira's, he's looking pretty deep here, Mira.
He's got the blade mail for Shiro. Shiro?
We've got the X-Mark setup. Coming in with the backup. They'll try and bring him to safety, but he's gone.
Instant disruption.
Able to kill him off. See if they can go for more here, BetBoom. As GPK dives around to the side, looks towards nothing to say. The time of the punch, though, kill off save. GPK, he's getting very low here to the damage output of Bar, because he'll die.
They bring everybody. So fast the TPs come in. Won't be able to bail Shiro out, but they do get 2 kills nonetheless. Nice disruption from Save. Actually prevented the snowball.
It did indeed, yeah. That snowball would have come in clutch otherwise.
Yeah, because he pulled him in with the drinking buddies and almost got the save there, but Save prevented the save with the disruption as they strike back.
Yeah, we'll see it again here.
Mira also did something funny. Look, ready? He starts attacking the Watcher. Look.
He did, yeah.
But yeah, look at this. Pull in, and then the disruption instantly from Save to prevent it. But yeah, it's sticking around too long. The minus armor and just Bach in general, it really, really starts to add up, Owen. When you've got this lucky shot that procs from the Pango on top of this Bristle hitting this hard. It's not just a gyro carry. Definitely the separation, though. Pure up to a Basher now with this just over 2 more minutes. He's feeling confident. About 2,000 gold difference between him and the gyro. And we're starting to see these damn Tinkers, Owen. He has surpassed his mid laner in a second here. So another core, of course, forming into the mixed for BetBoom.
Yeah, it's crazy hero.
Yeah, it's broken hero, you mean? It really is.
I mean, and the thing as well that it still has that flex as well. It's not like you can only play as support. We're seeing these mid Tinkers obviously still having a great time with him.
I think that's what makes it the most broken for me, is that you first pick it and it's just...
Do you imagine there was sort of a period where, like, obviously with the changes of Tinker back, I mean, whenever it was, what, months or a year or so ago, that the mids were like, oh my goodness, whoa! Talking about the mids, GPK's jumped in. See what they can get here.
It's a clustered area.
It is. They're all down on towards Y. Pure's going to be able to turn and tear down the Tusk.
Still got Aegis.
Indeed, they don't want to throw too much down onto the Bear, and maybe now Park's in trouble. The crush setup after the disruption allows them to close in, kill off the Bristle. They buy back here on Y, but there's no further fight to be had here from Tidebound with Bark dead.
BetBoom just better at taking these fights head on. Very patient, also not overextending past the targets. They see the Rolling Thunder come in, they just fight in the march. Stay in their march, stay near their Kunkka and Slardar. Now up to a very comfortable lead, 5,000, actually 6,000 after this tower perhaps. And getting these items that are honestly very good with what they're playing against. Armor. Look how tanky this Kunkka now is. 35 armor on him versus a Bristle, Gyro, and Pango lineup in particular. Looking to be more and more comfortable for them. Echo Saber for GPK. He is starting to dwindle a little bit in terms of that net worth, but he's got this Kunkka, this Ursa, and of course this Tinker that's also still scaling behind him, so.
It's getting tougher and tougher for Tidebound.
Yeah. They need to get the connections of their ultis all together, because that last fight's like awkward because they're playing into Aegis. They don't want to dive with the Phoenix and covering it with a roll because they could lose like 4 or 5 heroes, so they have to have it all connect in synergy together and not versus an Aegis. feeling pretty confident. Fuck.
Oh.
Off the mark.
Same time, BetBoom probably don't feel too much pressure.
I don't think so.
They can hang back, and if it is getting too awkward for them to try and find a way to get the jumps, that Pierre can farm out the BKB.
They can just kind of like chill with like 2 heroes, because if anyone does show split, they have great ways of setting up for kills with like 1 or 2 heroes. Quite a bit easier, I would say, than the side of Tidebound. Tidebound, I would say they need to bring multiple heroes to go for these type of setup plays, while BetBoom is, they can just have like the Ursa go for solo plays, or with just a +1. So easier for BetBoom to threaten kills on the map without actually having to show anything.
No, absolutely right, because the setup's just much more limited from Tidebound's heroes.
Sure. I think that's why they wanted this Pango, right? Like we were mentioning, but now we're starting to see the faults of everything else, at least with the way that BetBoom's playing around it. Lead just from 6 to 8K pretty quickly. Lotus Orb finished up from Muro. It's going to be hard to bring down these targets with the saves that they have behind them and these items that they're starting to get. The fact that Pure was able to go like Basher, right, because he had Aegis and he has these defensive supports. Now he can go back for BKB. This BKB timing is going to be quite scary versus Gyro and Pango. He's going to be able to pick his targets in the next fight. Shiro has BKB himself.
It definitely feels like they can't keep this Ursa off him, though.
Yeah.
Still going to have struggles, even with the BKB press.
Might be a smoke v smoke, the clash that kind of happens here, but even though Tidebound have their items connection, you know, the timings that they've gotten, it feels like BetBoom's timings just look that much scarier at the moment. Fuck. Maybe tempting them to go on him. BetBoom reclaiming their high ground area. Ursa BKB is on him.
Don't want to try.
Tidebound's getting the high ground themselves. GPK.
And BetBoom probably quite aware of this. Yeah, they're keeping to the edge here, making sure that they don't get caught out by some sort of high ground play from Tidebound.
They don't want to just walk into the Gyro and the Rolling Thunder. They want to have the initiation themselves. Pure, very deep, aggressive blink forward for the wave. Doesn't look like they'll be able to catch him, though. They have a dive Yules if they want to try, but let's see if that's the case. Pure.
And backup's on its way.
He's got backup. There's the Yules.
So they can try and force out the BKB from him. And he's going to get caught in the Rolling Thunder. He's not going to get the chance to spot the BKB. He's dead. Nothing to say. He's going to get momentarily trapped. But the rest of the team, they can still make this work. The disruption will come out on towards Katomi to try and save him for now. Miro's not going to be able to get out of this as he gets caught by the stun. Double kill for Shiro. Save. He'll be able to TP away.
What a fight approach. I think 100 to 0 him instantly. Pure just hesitant with the BKB. GPK.
So they can go from as well. Underneath the tier 1. They'll try and slither his way to safety, but the punch gets him.
What a fight. It's not even really a fight. It's just a domination from Tidebound.
It is. I guess, you know, Pure, he did not respect the fact that they could just kill him off. He very much trusted in the save potential of his supports. I mean, the supports, it's not on them. They tried to bail him out. But in the spot that he was in, indeed, he disappeared immediately. Didn't even get the chance to press his BKB.
Yeah, it looks like everything just connected on him at the exact same time, so they couldn't actually bail him. Like, look how quick the burst came out. All right, that entire lead is gone, Owen.
We'll see it here again.
And that 9,000 leads is...
I think there was a little bit of time when he came out of the Yules wake and maybe insta BKB.
Oh, yeah, he had time. He was hesitant. He didn't. I don't think he expected to be burst that fast by any means.
I guess just did not respect the blink Rolling Thunder follow-up to come in for nothing to say. As it did.
I mean, this is the biggest swing that we've seen so far in
Massive
this tournament, at least for us. A 9,000 swing off of one.
Boy.
Not even a team fight. Really. It was literally just them getting the connection with the roll. Pure is just dead before anything. A 9,000 or 10,000 gold injection is massive too. Like, which item do they get fully finished up? I believe it's almost a butterfly for Shiro after he just finished up one of his items.
Yeah, that's a rough one to lose there for BetBoom.
Yep. Back smoked up, looking for the battle.
See what they can get.
It's on Shiro.
It's a good catch, but the save comes out with the snowball. This time Pure not messing around with the BKB, pops it here. They've got the demonic purge slow onto Shiro as they'll kill off Shiro through his BKB.
And now an actual approach of a team fight where Pure is able to do something.
Maybe look for more in Miro. Seeing if we can maybe get an X mark onto someone.
Looks like it's a Roche. BetBoom should be able to get that one for free. Don't believe that they want to fight without their gyrocopter, but they actually are setting up. All right, Bach.
GPK.
They're going to try for it. The roll's coming in.
Yeah, nothing to say with the Rolling Thunder. Good damage onto GPK as well. GPK's falling pretty low. He's got to be careful. Pure will be able to finish off the Roshan, get the Aegis secure on the Ursa. Jumps forward towards YY. He's able to get the snowball off in time. Nothing to say. Slides up the high ground with the swashbuckle.
It's a good egg.
In a good position. It's going to stop BetBoom from being able to chase up to the high ground. BetBoom keep their distance. Now the Supernova's gone off. Maybe BetBoom can get back in.
Pure, he's looking for backline.
Let's get to the jump across. This time he finishes off wide. Bach. Trapped up by the X mark. Pure wants to keep this going. So closing on the bristle, getting those swipes stacked up from Bach. And managed to move away. Enough slow stacking up in return onto Pure to stop the Ursa from chasing.
I'm surprised they actually go for this play, though. They try to contest versus this Aegis area into March. Bit of a crazy play to go for it there. Almost getting some kills, but end up losing that Tusk.
And now with the Aegis on Pure, BetBoom can get back to business, taking these objectives.
They take the Shrine as well, too. GPK is able to sneak himself over there and take it away. Actually quite a big deal. Quite a big hiccup we saw from the side of BetBoom bottom. But if Pure is able to actually stand in the fights, we see his power. But Shiro he does have this butterfly done. Looks like Pure at the moment isn't queuing up the MKB though. He hasn't purchased, so he might still just go the Abyssal anyway, just for the lockdown Pierce through the BKB. He probably feels like they can actually just kill him through the butterfly. Even with the evasion hits, as long as they have him locked down. But we definitely do see how important the ones are in this game in particular, right? If either one of them are dead, it's like either one of the sides are just going to avoid the fight after that main carry is dead, because it's a majority of that damage that comes out. Tidebound has, I think, a bit more of that mixed damage from their Tricore.
Smoke time.
See what they find. Do they find backline?
It's a risky smoke into this Aegis.
It is. Pure is level 20 as well. I think GPK just finished up his Ags as well, and a Haste Rune. They got a lot of timings on BetBoom here.
Shiro. GPK's found him. Needs him with the jump. The BKB comes off in time. White drags him to the side with the Drinking Buddy. They'll get the cooldown off, and nothing stays in with the Rolling Thunder. Gets the stun off onto the three of them. GPK and Pure falling low. As Katomi goes down, Pure has to go for the BKB TP out.
He just
GPK dies, and the Rolling Thunder continues to catch Miro again. Miro's going to try for the TP out, but the Yules is there to put a stop to it. Tidebound very much ready there for the fight that BetBoom tried to catch them off guard with.
Holy I mean, why? And every time, just ready. Super quick with the snowball. The Drinking Buddy's definitely coming into play there, too. They've got the full surround, and they kill 4. That's crazy. These are some very well executed fights coming out from the side of Tidebound.
They are really very much around kind of, again, just Rolling Thunder. These plays from nothing to say. You're seeing why they don't care. They put the pick it in this last pick mid against a matchup that's not going to be easy. So many times, so many fights. I don't know if any other hero could be doing a better job of what the Pango has been able to do in the hands of nothing to say.
Absolutely. I mean, he's doing so much work in terms of enabling his course to it, the minus armor, right? You're seeing Bach and Shiro do so much damage because of that, besides the control. Really cool fights. Every time it looks like BetBoom, they've got a really good stable thing coming in. Yeah. Multiple items flying in. They literally had 3 core items coming in for that fight, and they get decimated, so very, very cool. Pure, looking for a solo grab, won't be able to get nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Just a minute left on that Aegis, and as we've seen it, Aegis or not, Tidebound, they'll still look for the fights and they'll take them.
Yeah. I'm surprised GPK and Miro are not queuing up the BKBs in particular on these two, because it feels like they're getting pressured a lot from just the control that comes out when the Rolling Thunder comes in. Maybe we'll see them go for it after, but yeah, still prioritizing these other items at the moment.
Yeah, because the Rolling Thunder has just been massively disruptive.
Yeah.
And sure, they have saves between the Shadow Demon and the Tinker, but there's only so much saving you can do. And your whole team's getting Rolling Thundered.
You have to be in the back line. If you're in the front line, like you're screwed. As we saw there, it was, I think Katomi, he poured it in on the Slardar, right? So he was literally on top of the gyrocopter too there, so he didn't really get to cast his spells. a couple of these fights we've definitely seen, I mean, from both sides, right? It's like one of the heroes dies and the fight's already over, so both teams just kind of, one of the teams either bails out or...
And they could go again. I mean, they've just got a full AC done on Bach and a full Satanic done on Shiro.
All right.
Pure. No, he's going to get found. Uh-oh.
Aegis, 3, 2, 1.
It's
they
gone.
timed it.
They've got to try and bail him out, and this is going to go for the BKB TP out. They're going to be able to kill him all through it.
What a timing. Tidebound.
Yeah, BetBoom slipping up.
I mean, they're punishing all these mistakes massively. Actually timing that Aegis perfectly. And as you say, yeah, right after the AC gets finished too, so this push is strong. This could just be a Rax.
They've got the AC, they've got the Satanic and Shiro, so he can continue to self-sustain.
Let's see.
Sit up on this high ground, looks to do some damage. There's a full minute without the Ursa in action. Now they jump forward, they get the gap closed on towards Katomi. The boat coming down. One's going to get dragged back into it. GPK's in with the crush, trying to play aggressively to finish off the task, but Y's fine. Dive for from Planet, he's in with the Supernova. GPK's got to run, but he's getting slowed down, burnt down by the Sunray. Supernova stun catches onto him. GPK, he's dead as well. No buyback on him. They'll try and get the X-Mark dragged back onto Y, but Y, he's got nothing to say by his side. He's able to get the blink back off to the low ground. This is going to end up dragging him outside of the base because of the Lotus. Miro's put himself in a terrible position there off the back of his own Lotus play.
And that was his gem too, so gem hits the deck. Tidebound can continue this push. Katomi's still alive for the defense, but they lose so much out of this Owen.
And nothing to say. He's in under the tier 4s, makes the jumps over towards save, save's gone.
Another one. Tidebound.
They're outplaying BetBoom massively here.
They're showing the strength of their 5-man in particular too in multiple different situations.
They could go for a second set of racks.
They absolutely can. 30 seconds, no Slardar. 40, no Shadow Demon. There's 2 sets. Absolutely massive plays.
Yeah, it's really come together for them and really just fallen apart for BetBoom.
These mistakes are massive, right? Like Pure getting caught bottom, not getting the BKB off.
He might get caught again.
Now almost another time.
Yeah, they started to drift in his direction.
And these are, really heads-up moves from Tidebound. So much, that makes lots of credit you can give to Y in particular with his snowball saves. But the entire team, it's of course like single individual plays that are coming out, but it's the team effort. It's the 5 heroes, the synergy that comes in from the draft that they had conceptualized from earlier, so. Very, very cool stuff. Nullifier for Shiro. Don't have to worry as much about those barriers.
Yeah, huge arms just flying out. We nearly got the Octarine coming in around the corner for nothing to say.
And it looks like for BetBoom, I mean, it's nothing big anymore. I mean, they literally lost every fight after their big timings.
They did.
The top one in particular, Haste Rune Slardar with a full upgraded Aghanims. You know, they've got the Abyssal Blade Ursa, and they got decimated in that fight. See if they can put up another, at least one more actual team fight for themselves. Because the last 2 or 3 just, the last 2 in particular have been disastrous. But they're not going those BKBs, so it does make it hard for you to get that extra connection versus the Rolling Thunder. Miro, he is going for the Hex. And GPK is queuing up the AC.
That's tough. Yeah, I wonder if you sort of rewind this game a bit and kind of get BetBoom to make some different decisions if they would have decided to get BKBs a little earlier.
Maybe. I mean, the bottom, I think that whole bottom situation really messed with their entire timings and their entire game plan that they had going on.
Yeah.
Because they had all these items coming in. They're going to look for a smoke connection. Let's see if they can get on top of this gyro. Let's see if they can prevent the save.
Who's going to get the jump first?
Pure.
They get the jump on a Bart, not the ideal target. Pure's going to try and jump the backlines, but he gets punched up by Rot. Why? Pure bounces back down to the low ground, hit with the Ogre Seal Totem, but nothing saying the river. He's caught GPK. GPK's just caught in his darts. He's dead. Pure will be able to jump back up to the high ground here with the BKB and the Enrage, but nothing says closing in on him. They've cleaned up both GPK and safe. They're ready to look for more. Miro tries with the TP out, but why? In with the snowball, puts a stop to his escape. They'll get a 3rd kill, and they'll lose nothing Tidebound.
And these team fights are just too strong. The perfect execution, it seems like, from Tidebound now at this point, especially with this lead. Bach just shows his face and everyone gets free spellcasts off.
The team fight's just too strong. BetBoom can't fight into this.
GG.
And they'll tap out. GG is called. Tidebound take game 1. As BetBoom, they crumble, Fog.
Absolutely crumble too, right? They had a 9,000 gold lead. They have their Ursa Aegis. Again, they get a successful, even after that kind of, what do you call it, like a throw or an advantage take that Tidebound takes from that, BetBoom reestablishes things a little bit. And then again, just gets completely dominated in a team fight. So Tidebound, just understanding the team fights in particular in this game and knowing how to round up their draft in terms of that. Sure, the lanes could have gone maybe more favored for BetBoom, but Tidebound, they weathered everything, and their overall team fights were beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah. Nothing to say. Was not scared to play the Pango into the Slardar, despite that sort of lane situation. And yeah, the overall game, he absolutely pops off. 6-1 and 14 with that last pick Pango here today. Team Tidebound, they'll take game 1.
You'll have to see it. Tidebound came in this game number 1 with a very unique way of drafting. We've not seen first pick Gyrocopter, I think, in a very, very long time. And they just played their draft out perfectly. I wouldn't say it was anything gimmicky, Fear. I just think they played very solidly, very well. People saw what's coming, and they won.
Yeah, I mean, we had the question before of why are people not picking Shadow Demon, and that's why, Jenkins. That is why people don't pick Shadow Demon anymore.
Yeah, they had the saves.
He was on BetBoom, yeah.
They had multiple forms of save. It just wasn't enough. You know, shoutouts to Bach. I gotta say, my boy Bach on that bristle, he was a complete menace that game. The utility, the front lining, he was always in the right spot. He was making so much space in these fights. Fear, you were saying you think Ursa actually gets countered by the green bristleback.
I do believe that is true, yeah.
Why is that?
Oh, okay, I see. I think in general, just like, this is, Ursa's, I mean, we said it in the pregame panel, you have to burst a target. You've got to commit cooldowns to do so. And Bristle's not an easy hero to kill. And he's kind of known for just walking away. And we saw in a couple of fights, he's trying to go on this Bristleback, and he's just spitting goo at him and ultimately getting kited. And I think Ursa does suffer a lot from getting kited, of course. I mean, in this fight, he suffered from not pressing any buttons, but that's a completely different story. But all the way they itemized, even this Bristleback, he went for a Halberd for this arm. Planet on the Phoenix with the early Yules, also something Ursa doesn't enjoy. And Shiro, he itemized for the Nullifier. So if you do manage to get all these small items, it does feel like Ursa is a hero that if you don't win the fight decisively and very quickly, the game can be very hard. And the way they drafted on BetBoom Team, we talked about the team fight, this Shadow Demon doesn't offer anything to the team fight. This Slardar mid, also very single target heavy. Ursa, single target heavy. So it just got to a point in this game where they were just lacking the prolonged fights. They had to burst someone right away. When you're playing versus all these tanky heroes and a snowball save, it's very difficult to play.
And there were a couple of moments where it looked like BetBoom was doing well.
Yeah, there were. I mean, especially in the early game, I think those like early rotations to their safe lane tower were working out quite nicely because they did have some pretty good like skirmishing heroes, you know, for the early fights, but not team fighters for like the late game fights. And I think the longer and longer the fights would go for Tidebound, the more they would stack up the goo stacks. You know, what Fogg said pre-game was absolutely true. Like the goo plus the gyro damage, like all the physical damage that they had was just slowly stacking up. And the longer the fight went, the easier it was for them to win.
Yeah, as we got our MVP of this game number 1 with the last pick, Pango. We weren't 100% sure about the Pango, but only dying to 1, 6-1 and 14. Fear, stats don't lie. He did a great job.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely did. I think Nothing to Say has been really good on this Pango, and I think they just doubled down on having the better team fight. And, you know, with the Phoenix, with the Pango, as well as having the Gyrocopter, it just got to a point in this game where the whole screen was just covered with AoE on the floor. And as I mentioned, heroes like Slardar, they don't really enjoy this very much. Ursa, if you can't burst the hero, also very difficult. I think this Tusk was a big problem for the Ursa, as it usually is, because you can just kind of time him out. And Planet, yet again, like, he played so good on this Phoenix. Like, he was insanely good. His eggs were amazing. His Yules are always on point. He had such a good performance.
And he's playing against an Ursa. It's not an easy, you know.
He countered the Ursa this
Phoenix game to me. Yeah, but he countered him. Like, I can see why for this team sometimes that they just first pick the Phoenix, slime it out there. Like in other tournaments, they've done this. It's because like, oh yeah, your Planet is just insanely good at this hero.
Yeah, there's a couple of moments that we'd like to relive here. One in particular, around the 16-minute mark, it's around the first Roshan, I believe as well, Jenkins.
Yeah, so this is one of those early fights. There were a couple of them here in the safe lane tower for BetBoom where you know, it's just one of these games where you have like literally everybody on both sides rotating, minus, you know, potentially a carry. But these fights did turn out to go pretty nicely for BetBoom, because at this point, I think with the Slardar, the longer and longer the game goes, the longer and longer the fight goes, the better the game goes for you. Ursa as well in the early game is pretty good at like chasing, keeping the stacks up, and like you run into a Slardar, like you're not running away from him, not at this point in the game, but then the later the game goes, the more you have like the bristles coming online, the more you have the gyrocopters getting, you know, he actually has points in the flat cannon and it's doing damage, and you're getting that off with the minus armor. So the way that the fights panned out in the early game and the late game kind of flipped for the teams as the game went on.
Yes, and then we do have another fight a little bit later on, which was a very well-timed kill.
Yeah, this was a attempted night falling that I wanted to get in here. The timing of the Aegis was absolutely impeccable there, and Pure thought that because he had the BKB and Enrage, that he could, even though the Aegis was despawning, he could play up, he could play aggressive, which in a lot of cases is true, but you know, it's just a matter on like your read on what the damage numbers are. And Tidebound had the correct read that they could time out the Aegis and then kill him through his Enraged TP.
Yeah, and then there's one more thing I'd like to touch upon, and I know you already mentioned the Phoenix Fair, but I feel like we gotta mention him again if we compare him especially to the position 4 of BetBoom.
Yeah, I couldn't help myself but say it earlier, but I think in general, like, we kind of mentioned both these things already. Shadow Demon, we don't see him picked a lot in this meta right now. And I think if we compare what the Shadow Demon in this game compared to what Planet did on the Phoenix, night and day difference here. Like, you have the Shivas, you have the Yules, you're just double downing on items your team needs. The Yules is for the Ursa, so when his BKB is down, that hero is now useless for a little bit, especially if he uses Enrage. You've got the Shivas as well for just more damage for your entire team here. But more than anything, it's just like the egg placements are absolutely critical in this game. Like, he was always placing them just far enough back we get the full sun rays off in these fights. And we'll see in this fight as well, like, there was a lot of these fights where he did this. He'll just like go away from the Ursa real quick, do the first sun ray, get Ursa out of the fight, then he'll just egg, refresh the sun ray, and continuously just allow the team fights to keep rolling. And I think Planet, I mean, we said in the last series, like, it's a hard Phoenix game, and Phoenix had issues, but in this game, it's still a hard Phoenix game, but he had all the workarounds for this hard Phoenix game and just made it happen.
Yeah, he had the protection this time around, right? Because you mentioned that the Tusk would be a great hero to protect the egg a little bit as well there. On hindsight, the draft for Tidebound, almost flawless. It was very, at least it was very well crafted, no? Or is it just a result of maybe you guys not liking the Shadow Demon and maybe the Slardar as much?
It was well-rounded, I think.
Okay.
Tidebound, like, their draft, like, the first big gyro wasn't a wow or anything. It was just kind of a gyro in the draft. They did outdraft him in the sense that they scaled better into the late game. I think if you look back at this draft, it's kind of BetBoom is going to have to be like, we have to make some changes because things are going well in the early game. Then we just could never fight them. I think that's where they need to change things.
Well, let's see what changes they will make for game number 2 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Game number 2 between BetBoom and Tidebound coming your way here for PGL Wallachia Season 4. We're in the second series of the day and with the second game of the day. And this is the series that Jenkins is expecting to go the full distance. And I think, Jenkins, game 1 kind of feels like your point's been proven. This should be a 3-gamer. This should be BetBoom turning it around.
Yeah, I would still expect that because I think like the game that we saw is not reflective of like BetBoom's actual potential. There was like one fight where Pure just died without pressing anything, and
that happened.
And sometimes this happens to the best Dota teams, especially BetBoom. It'll happen, but they're just not the sort of team to go down like with a whimper. If they do, hypothetically, if they do get 2-0'd here, once again, I think we could end up in a like ESL rally situation where day 1 maybe doesn't go so well, and then they end up making like top 4 again. This is just how BetBoom functions. But for them to turn it around within a series is absolutely something which is in their history.
Yeah. I mean, I think GPK, I was kind of praising his hero pool and how standard it is. He kind of broke the mold on this one, and it was very strange to me because I like Gyro and Phoenix are pretty big Slardar counters. They always have been historically, and he picked it into that. And I'm just like wondering, what was the rationale on that one? You know, because like if you think of heroes that are good versus Phoenix, right? It's usually the Spirit's mid because you don't have a stun. You can kind of bully him. He chose to go a different route, and I think that hurt them a lot in this series because GPK was very quiet. He had a good pick. He saw a lot of heroes, but didn't have a lot of impact with this hero, unfortunately.
No,
yeah.
Thinking about that though, they did not have overall last pick. Pango was picked into him.
I mean, that should be a fine matchup for him too, right? But like, I mean, I just think in general, you need to think a little bit less about winning your lane in this patch and think more about winning the game. And a lot of the games that are, I mean, that's a very stupid thing to say, is like, just think about winning the game. But by that, I mean, like, you have to figure out like all stages of the game. It's very team fight heavy. There's lots of objectives, Roshans, Tormentors. You can't just go high ground and end games. You have to have like really good scale, and all your heroes have to scale. And like the Slardar Shadow Demon in particular for me just didn't do it.
I mean, Slardar can be that hero from ahead, but from behind, like the moment you lose like 1 or 2 fights, you don't have the bash dealing more damage to creeps anymore. There is just no good way to come back. Like you will fall off, and playing against any other mid that's like capable of farming or has some sort of tool to actually get some net worth in the game, it can feel really rough. And yeah, I totally agree. Like I think ironically, the mid lane has a lot of focus on it right now. Like a lot of people are going for 6-minute runes, and we see like even a 5v5 happening mid. And the reason behind that is because mid was just on an island. Like you can't bottle refill anymore, so it became a lot more about like that lane dominance. But ironically, because the supports are now going mid is back to a role that is not just on an island, you know?
Yeah, it's not.
So you can't just focus on winning your lane. Like you have to have a hero that will have some impact in the mid game, regardless of how the lane goes. And I agree. Yeah, pick more for the team fighting in the game.
Yeah, I just think if your whole strategy is revolving around purging someone, using amp damage on them, and then Ursa single tar killing 1 unit, and you're playing against a save like Tusk, that's just not going to work.
Yeah.
And that Tusk was like picked pretty early on too. So
True.
I don't know. They just had a wrong read on this game, and that's why I think it'll probably go 3 games, because that happens every once in a while, and it doesn't happen 2 times in a row usually to a team this caliber.
Yeah. Not a team with a excellent coach and high tier players. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I think one thing that stood out to me is we had on one side the Phoenix and the Tusk, and you know, during our postgame we talked a lot about them because they had a big impact. We talked about the Shadow Demon because Shadow Demon as a hero is just falling a little bit flat. But when you're saying was a little bit quiet, I feel like the Tinker, which was overall first pick by BetBoom in that first game, was also fairly quiet.
He farmed a lot.
I think,
yeah, but then what?
I feel like that hero can look quiet when he's losing because he's just healing. So I think that's the issue. I was gonna say like I would definitely go back for the Tinker.
Okay.
They're speed drafting this one.
They are like.
Oh, they actually.
Okay.
They're committed to this first pick.
Look how fast these bans are.
This is hilarious. Is this exactly the same? I'm just quickly checking because obviously we did swap sides, but it is now BetBoom on the Radiant side, but they are still first pick like they were previous game, and that also means Tidebound, like previous game, is overall last pick.
BetBoom are drafting like they're mad.
BetBoom did the same thing, except they banned the Bristle instead of Ringmaster.
Do you see how fast they banned him though?
Yeah,
Which is precisely why I think Tidebound they have now taken a pause, because this is the first time that there's a change. Is the Bristle's now out, Ringmaster is in. So they're like, okay, well, do we take Ringmaster? The gyro looked good in the first phase with the Bristle because you have the flat cannon plus, the Bristle goo, which I completely agree. I think that's something it was very good for Fog to point that out during the pregame, because like the damage was insane with the Bristle goo plus the Pango and the gyro. But they do go for the Ringmaster. I mean, it's just too good. It's top 3 supports in the game for sure. Maybe top 1.
They ban out the Kunkka though, so that's another change. So there's 2 deny picks so far with the Bristle and the Kunkka. So both offlaners have been forced on a different hero for this game number 2.
Do you think the Ringmaster's better than Coddle?
I think it depends on who can play what.
That's true.
Both heroes are like some of the highest skilled heroes in the entire game right now.
I mean, the only support we've seen permabanned so far is the AA.
Yeah.
Nobody is allowed to touch that hero.
That one's an easy hero. Like
yeah,
it plays itself.
Yeah, anyone can play that
Very
one.
high skill
You
hero.
press R on somebody, they die from full health.
But you have to aim it.
10 seconds.
That is true.
Thank you.
It is very
On
very
stunned
hard
heroes usually.
Yeah, usually there's a combo.
You just have to be able to pressure R at the right time.
You know what I hate? I hate these ancient apparitions that are still like sitting somewhere far on the map and globally using their ult.
With Midas.
This is like 10 years ago that was good. So
Who's
sick.
even doing that? This is like such irrelevant information. Is that your Herald games or what?
No, in Herald they play with the Agnum Scepter and they play with the right click. It's a carry AA.
That's even better, actually. So somewhere in that middle zone.
It's in the middle zone. The middle's always the worst.
Herald's doing it right. Pros are doing it right. Yeah. Just you ancient players aren't doing
It's
it.
That's a normal distribution. See that all the time in Dota.
Cool. What about you, Shiver?
I don't sit in the fountain with Midas.
Oh, okay. You wouldn't be in the fountain. Like, you can't use your Midas in the fountain.
This is true.
I didn't say in the fountain.
You said in the fountain.
No, I
don't
didn't.
think
you
you
just
did.
heard that because you're defensive because you're an
You
ancient
said on the other
apparition
side
player.
of the map,
Yeah.
which could be the fountain.
Sure, let's focus out.
I guess when you're playing with Owen, he's in their fountain. That is the other side of the map.
It is a fountain, that's for sure. All right, so we got Doom coming out for BetBoom.
Mm-hmm.
That should be an offline hero, right? That being said, Pure is able to play it as well. He was one of the first carry Dooms out there.
Mm-hmm.
Just times have changed, you know? I just think these non-carry carries have a place in the game for sure, but it's very specific to having a gotcha pick. Right now, I am a big fan of just traditional carries at scale. Seem to be doing really well right now. And I think Doom is an answer to, hey, if you're going to play this gyro, we're going to just Doom him every single fight.
Yeah.
You can't get a Satanic.
Yeah.
And Gyro's known for kind of holding his ground, and Doom is the ultimate, you can't hold your ground against.
Yeah, that's Gyro's whole point. Is like you get a Satanic, and even if you stun him, his side gunner will heal him to full HP with the Satanic. So this is a counter. And Doom's win rate in Rally was extremely good. It's just that it wasn't picked in that many games. It was like the games that it was picked in, there was a purpose for it, and it was winning. So I kind of feel like we're in that situation right now where BetBoom, of course, Miro is a big Doom player. He can play it, but
He's a
also
big everything player.
Yeah, he plays everything at this point.
He's a good offlaner.
He has gotten very good at offlaning.
Yes.
He used to just be the summons guy mostly, but yeah, no, I think this is an excellent pick, and I would like to see some sort of answer from Tidebound for the Doom. I mean, I guess Ringmaster's.
He has a box.
He has a box, but it doesn't prevent pure damage. So
the box doesn't do anything versus Doom, really. Like, you have to, it doesn't
save you from a power shot either.
Yeah, I mean, like, you get put in the box, right? And there's a limited AoE in which you can run in, which Doom is going to be on top of you with pure damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, box usually saves, like, a roar or some big stun. Doom lasts way too long. He doesn't care about Ringmaster at all. Lifestealer does come out. Really good Lifestealer game.
Yeah, this is...
I mean, that's usually what you expect on what we call the 18 pick there. I like this so much better than Ursa. I feel like these carries... I mean, Ursa right now is just... it's so volatile. I consider this hero more of like a bait right now. There's just so many items you can buy to counter him. You have to commit. You have to snowball. Lifestealer, he's nice sustained damage. He can sit in the front. You have nothing that goes through BKB at all right now, except for Earth Splitter, I suppose. But Lifestealer does enjoy playing versus all these heroes currently.
I mean, BetBoom fell into the same trap in the previous tournament where they were picking the Ursa early on in the tournament and losing with it. They did not have a good win rate. And then they just started to go to like the PA and the Lifestealers of the world, and then they started winning.
Yeah.
So
I'm telling you, this Ursa, you go play a pub with it, like, dude, this is OP. This is the best hero in the game, but it just feels really good when you're winning. But you have to have that one loss where just like, you know, okay, this hero has
where people actually buy a Yule Scepter for you. Yeah, then it feels really bad. I guess one thing for the Doom, by the way, is Elder Titan sleep into disengage. But like you said, the Lifestealer, this was a great pick. He doesn't care about Elder Titan. He's going to munch on him. You can't sleep him. It's going to do very well against the Sand King in lane. You have Magic Immunity for all the Sand King damage. You destroy Gyro in the game. This is like a hero that can just man up against a Gyro. Even with a Satanic, a Lifestealer can like out lifesteal a Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, Gyro in general doesn't really win one-on-one matchups just because this hero is mainly played as a team fight carry, right? You have your flak damage is mainly spreading to everyone. So if you do play a hero that can just get on top of him and it's very tanky, just the lifesteal alone and the enrage is going to help you kill this Gyro pretty quickly. What we saw in the last game from Tidebound, they're not really drafting to have just Shiro carry them straight out. They're trying to have a lot of team fight. They're trying to play the objective game, and with a net worth advantage, Gyro will just win the game that way.
And you know what? They do have the same thing that they had last game, which is they have a lot of AoE. Sand King, AoE. Elder Titan, AoE. Ringmaster, kind of. Some of it, yeah, some of his spells. It's not like a crazy amount of damage, but even his dart, which is like his biggest damage dealing ability, really is you have 4 charges on it. So Gyro as well, and they're playing against the lineup where it's like all single target again. So that is one thing that I do worry for BetBoom, is that I think that like a lot of the reason the Slardars and the SDs of the world feel kind of bad on this patch is like it's all about AoE damage. It's all about team fighting. And so Tidebound definitely has the advantage there.
Do we think there is a chance this will be a GPK Wind Ranger?
No.
Okay.
I just think in general, I just don't think
He's like the only one that still plays it mid.
Yeah, I just don't think this hero is a good core. I feel like
But we saw them picking Shadow Demon. There's also not a good support.
I mean, you have a point there, but I think in general, the Shadow Demon, there's some merits to picking Innocent Core, where I'm not sure how you play Wind Ranger Core right now. Ever since they got one of like the Whirlwind facet, this hero's a little underwhelming. You're just kind of sniping people to execute, and you're playing around your shard too. His ult is probably, or her ult is the worst part of this hero, I feel like right now, and I feel like if you want to play as a core, that's what you're building it around, right?
Yeah. You surely Queen of Pain this, right? There's some mid that you pick here to dumpster the Monkey King. I mean, he could still Razor. It's a great Razor game, actually.
We've seen a surprising amount of Leshrac against Monkey mid as well, but probably not for Slice.
Doom Lifestealer sounds rough.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But I mean, for the same thing, dooming a Quap is...
Yeah, that feels pretty good.
Too.
Yeah.
I thought we said Monkey was bad.
Monkey is bad.
Okay.
I mean, the stats say Monkey is bad.
But I think what Fear said is definitely true, that Monkey has been a really early pick for a lot of teams, and you do have to consider like a late pick of a hero to be almost a different hero than an early pick, you know?
I don't think Monkey's good this game.
Ooh.
Why?
Why not? You like it?
Not good versus Monkey mid, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So, I mean...
Maybe they put the Sand King.
Oh, they do put the Sand King mid. It's nothing to say.
It's not really any better.
Oh.
If you have to win the Sentry battle, otherwise...
You have to, yeah.
Monkey will beat Sand King, for sure.
But he can just defensively put a Sentry on his high ground, and Sand King can never go walk and hit it twice. I don't know. I think in general, like, there's merits to the mag. They're tripling down on the team fight. They think this is very important. They now have an ability to BKB pure,
Yes.
which is nice. Lane is just as hard though. Strength heroes don't typically do great versus Lifestealer. I mean, they're not really looking to counterpick. I'm learning on Tidebound. I think what they've discovered about themselves is we're going to focus on our own drafts and make sure we have the tools needed to play the game and not really look too much into just winning the lanes and having the best laning heroes, because they got a crazy amount of team fight.
Yeah, and I think with the Gyro early pick, they probably just decided, like Shiro said, like, you know, they decided they needed somebody to be the first pick player, and Shiro's like, I can do it. Just pick me Gyro. And he made the call, and it worked out for them game 1. So I guess we'll see if it works out for them in game 2. I love the overwhelming team fight. I think that's great on this patch.
Is it as well-rounded? If we just look at only the draft, is it as well-rounded as our draft for game number 1? If you don't take into account what BetBoom has?
Yeah,
I think so.
I mean, I think it has everything you need in a draft. I mean, there's definitely weaknesses that can be exploited by BetBoom, definitely in the laning stage, but we'll see if they catch on to it or apply that pressure.
We're going to see exactly that right now.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get in the action of game 2 here between Team Tidebound and BetBoom. Vogt, what do you make of it this time around? So indeed, that last switch up coming in from them, with Bart getting the Magnus. They're going to put the Sand King in towards the mid. Are they going to do all right with these matchups?
I mean, it's a choice that they want to make, right? Like, it's the Sand King mid, exactly like they said. It's a melee versus a Monkey King, so you're setting yourself up in a pretty dangerous position. It's going to be about that Sentry War, so... I mean, it's exactly what Panel's saying, though. Tidebound, they're drafting for game. They're not drafting for lanes. This is literally 5 team fight heroes. It's not something you see very often when teams do this and just disregard the lanes. Last game, they actually ended up coming out ahead in the lane somehow. Only by a slight margin, but they overall had the better team fight, and they ended up winning the lanes, even though they ended up having a 10k deficit and ended up winning the game afterwards. They're just all about team fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
they've got it right. The one-bow combo is pretty real.
I mean, it's probably the biggest team fight lineup I think you'll almost ever see, Owen. And like, unless you add like a Shaker and Enigma, these are almost the same. The ET amping up a Sand King, a Gyro, a Mag. Yeah.
You literally have 5 AoE ultimates, right?
Yeah.
Like 5 team fight ultimates from Tidebound, which you don't see a lot in a draft.
Yeah. And looking at Shiro, he went for Afterburner this game, so pivoting away from the secondary strikes, just wanting to have that little bit of extra movement speed too, to be able to distance himself perhaps versus Lifestealer. Versus a triple melee cores. So a bit of a switch up.
That's true. It's triple melee cores against massive team fight ultimates.
Exactly.
Like, you're going to hit multiple heroes.
Yeah. We do see there the quad bounty rune, of course, though, for BetBoom. Which usually means the team loses the game, I think most of these players joke about. They're like, oh, we got quad bounty. In a pub, it's an auto-win, and in official, uh-oh. But nah, it's obviously a good thing to get those 4 bounties. It looks like it should be a pretty solid lane, a pretty free lane again for Pure. And overall, again, yeah, the lanes overall for this side of BetBoom, they look good. Top lane, of course, is the one where Shiro can have an excellent time in, but these other 2 lanes definitely look really solid for BetBoom. Does he have a sentry coming out yet? He does. He has a sentry and a dust.
Okay, so he is ready to make sure that he can push this matchup advantage to the maximum here, GPK.
He wants to get kills. He wants to snowball. As soon as he gets level 3, can definitely look to fight under, so we'll see if he can push Nothing to Say away. It's very interesting. You know, I always like when I see, I think I mentioned this like every single tournament, but when teams just have their own styles, it's just really cool. Because when a meta just starts to become so cookie cutter and everybody's just copying each other, it gets stagnant. So I'd love to see just some variations of not always counter picking and just playing your own stuff. It'd be pretty cool. GPK, I mean, he's got the sentry down, he's got the dust, so this lane, it feels like it's going to be pretty miserable for Nothing to Say.
I mean, surely it must be terrible. Like
it feels literally miserable.
Yeah.
I feel like now at this point, like, do you go boots and just drag waves, or do you just have to go for your bottle?
That's true. Yeah. Maybe we'll just go behind the tower and grab them.
I don't know, honestly. It's weird. We'll have to see how he adapts for the lane. It's just going to be incredibly difficult. But as we said, Tidebound didn't draft for lanes. Drafted for overall game. But that does mean that there's going to be a gold advantage right off the bat. Besides those 4 bounty runes, BetBoom will have a gold lead in these first 5 minutes. Probably a significant one, too.
I mean, yeah, because it's just going to be like 1,000 gold difference between these mids very early.
Very early.
You'd imagine coming up at this sort of rate when you get that 17 and 9 against the 7 and 1.
And offlane's not much better, right? Like Fear was talking about. They decided to do this switch up, but you end up putting yourself in a kind of similar situation where Mag versus Lifestealer instead of, Sanking versus Lifestealer. So just difficult. Nothing to say. The dust comes out. Won't be able to get a kill, of course, but does just push him away from any creeps.
I'm able to deny. What do?
You watch.
Is what
you feel very sad.
Denied. There you go. Got one there.
Wait, a courier.
Oh,
wait, Pure.
Yeah.
He got skewered.
Whoa.
No rage. He's level 2 still.
Yeah, that's a very nice little kill for them to find in that bit of a window early on when they could.
I wasn't even looking. Did he get baited for the courier and then got skewered? Or did he just get connected from a shockwave skewer play?
I think he must have.
Either way, gets brought down close to the tower, so wasn't careful. Still, of course, farming very nicely, but that's huge for Bach. We saw this lane actually be the difference maker last game too. You know, they were struggling in their lanes, and then the off lane was actually the one that gets big kills for Bach. So pretty cool. Taking advantage of no rage. Pure immediately is going to put that point in it now, so shouldn't happen again. But even getting it once is a big deal.
Katsuomi.
And maybe, okay, so I'm thinking more, so maybe the other thing that they were discussing is that, yes, the thing about the Sanking is he's going to lose the lane, but then he just jungles, right? You do the stack thing that people would always do, and you just get him to catch back up off of that. Sure, you're giving Monkey King absolutely free farm, but you have a recovery outlet. Because they're like, who else is going to farm the stacks in the early game? It'll be the Sanking.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how much of a
We'll see if it works.
problem the free farm Monkey King is going to be because of this.
It does feel like it's going to be a pretty big one, but that being said, too, Monkey King has had a lot of struggles in a lot of these games.
Yeah, you can fall off pretty hard as a Monkey King.
Yeah, because you overplay your hand. You know, you start to feel so good about your game. You're like,
because imagine, because what are you going for the mid? You're going what? Treads, Diffusal, and running around the map.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, I was looking at what other things he has, but I would imagine so. Yes, this game. Why? The power shot's actually off the mark. Save. He's got another power shot in 2, 1. Will he dodge it? He does.
Gotta be a bit careful themselves here, BetBoom. Save.
The speed is adding up. They distance themselves.
Skill shots being missed left, right, and center here.
It's not the easiest one to land at times.
Impalement arts are all over the place.
Yeah.
Power shots are all over the place.
It's all good. Happens to the best of us. 22 denies. GPK, of course, still decimating. But yeah, Sanking, I believe he has a triple stack on the hard camp and the ancient, and perhaps some more stacks to recover on.
And he didn't feed.
And he did not feed. Very true. And they did get a kill on that safe lane because of the Magnus instead of having a Sanking there. So all these little trade-offs, not too shabby. And they're like, honestly, like even though they have these like these losing like looking at the gold split up, it's like 500 difference or so. Not the worst by any means right now. And now Box in a kind of a little bit of a 1v1 versus Pure, which he loves, as this Magnus right now.
And with this bit of jungling, it's
catching it up.
He's not that poor. Nothing to say. Sure, he's not
that rich.
He's not the level of the Monkey King, but in terms of farm, but still managing to have a bit of an early game here with the farm.
And he's 6, so he has Epi. So if there is a rotation that comes in, he can post kill threats still onto these side lanes with an Epi if there's an overextension. Shiro, the Monkey King is rotating up.
They're going to try and go for him.
Stomp will connect.
It will indeed. So
and
now with the power shot coming in, GPK might be in trouble. He'll turn and get the boundless off. He'll stand his ground with the Wukong's command, but he's dead. And now with the epicenter, nothing to say, walks down Miro, double kill here for the Sand King.
We've seen this before.
And that hurts so much, right? When you had this great lane as a Monkey King, you go for that first play, you end up dying, and not only just dying, but dying in a situation where it's you and your offlaner dying to the enemy mid.
To the guy that you were dunking on. He's
that's rough.
He's ahead of you in net worth and experience. Yeah, that's huge. I mean, as we said, the Monkey Kings, sometimes these overextensions can come out.
See if they can get bottom.
Bach.
They should be able to have him here. He's skewing in aggressively, moments to go, won't be able to get out.
Nice move.
So gets back in, we'll be able to set up something here for Pure on the safe lane, at least GPK.
But nothing to say is literally,
Yeah.
it's like that lane never happened now at this point. Level 7, good counter kills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and as you say, just a great stomp there, really, to stop GPK from getting that chance to finish off the kill.
Yep. Just literally right on the cusp as if there. King does connect, nothing to say, gets a shield rune. Is it enough to protect him? It doesn't look like it. GPK still going to be, he's got to kind of do this though, right? So it's going to look to be very active. He's actually pivoting, so this actually feels maybe better. Mage Slayer, maybe not as great for overall killing, but doesn't get burst from the insane magic damage that's going to be coming out later on and now.
And he's going to go up top again.
Won't find the connection here. Pure is in the area too.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I should be able to finish off the tower here. Fortification coming to an end, and doesn't look like Tidebound want to try and defend.
I think they're pretty happy just defending it the once with the first move from the Sank and getting him caught back up. Now he's got these stacks. It's gonna get him not too close to Blink, but yeah, much closer. Well, he's gonna be about like 700, 800 away. And then they have great ways to initiate and counter-initiate when he's got that finished up, because he's got the ET and he's got the save potential, of course, from the Ringmaster. Well, not yet, actually, but eventually he will, because we do see Planet has 302 skill build this time around, but...
I guess the thing is that when you go for this Mage Slayer build, is it not still going to be a situation where you'll have the Mage Slayer, but you're still going to want to have the BKB pretty early this game?
I think he's still going to probably go it,
to the point where are you going Mage Slayer into the BKB, or you get something else in between?
Mage Slayer shard BKB, but either way, I mean, he goes down.
Just gets completely controlled by the two of them.
This is always the issue that I think me and you talk about it a lot, is what do the monkeys build that feels really good that doesn't make you like fall off? Because there's just too many of these games where it does hit big problems. Just feels like he needs like 3 items. But what do you want first?
Yeah. I think, it can just kind of hurt when you put this money into some of the magic resistance like the Mage Slayer when you're still going to have to buy BKB anyway afterwards.
I personally used to always like it's one of these 3. Echo, Diffusal, or Mage Slayer from the mid lane. So either you can be active or you can be that much tankier, but we'll see if these end up working out, because he's going to slow down quite a lot there.
Yes. Yep.
That's 2 back-to-back. Well, not 2 back-to-back, but 2 deaths in this early game.
Just continued top spot for nothing to say. He's having a great day today.
He's got a haste rune, making his way top. Arrow, maybe getting solo killed here.
He is.
Whoa! I mean, Shiro showing why they want the first pick Gyro.
First pick Gyro, it got you good there.
Yep. That's huge. You got a full level. More than a full level from that kill. I mean, GPK still hasn't purchased anything, so I think maybe he's having the eternal debate.
I think he might be having hesitation. Well, no, he's sending it out. He's going to buy the cornucopia, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he is going to still go for the Mage Slayer route first. Which you say it makes it. Mage Slayer does feel good.
It's just Gyro and Sanking, it makes sense.
It's just where do you go after that?
Yeah.
Like, well, what is sort of the long-term plan?
I mean, that is going to be putting the... that does tell Pure you're the full-out hard carry, which, of course, he has to be, but...
Yeah, Pure has got the armlet. Of course, we're going on that road to the Radiance. So we'll need some space and time.
And this does mean that GPK has to be active, though, right?
And they're going to have the double blinks online pretty soon for Tidebound. Nothing says it already got his.
He's here, top save. Look at the shackle connection. That was awkward. He could actually probably just stunned him instead of just wrapping up the epi, but either way, Save will be able to just walk himself away. I mean, Bach is getting time to farm a Blink Dagger on. This all feels quite good for Team Tidebound. The lineup with massive Wombo combo team fight.
I mean,
they didn't really lose their lanes now.
They did not. And they're going to have double blinks with all these team fight ultimates against a team, as we say, with 3 melee cores.
And lacking of initiation. Who's going to run in and start the fight? It's got to be GPK or Miero just charging through. That just gives setup, it feels like, for Team Tidebound.
It doesn't look easy for BetBoom.
No, it does not.
It feels like they really kind of needed GPK to not only crush his lane, but keep that momentum, and he wasn't able to do that.
They still have Katomi, of course, who's farming incredibly well as this 5-position Tinker, so he will get that scaling. But yeah, we've just seen too many. I feel like I've just seen too many of these games where these big team fights they just reign supreme. They allow you to take the objectives that much easier. If you're not at a huge deficit. I mean, even last game when they were at a pretty big deficit, they were able to just fully turn it in a heartbeat. But yeah, there's the blinks. Obak, incredibly good. I mean, super good timing that he's able to get versus that matchup. And they have nothing to say with it, with rune control. So this Sanking is able to get the last few power runes. He had the Arcane, I believe he had the Haste earlier too. So let's see how BetBoom looks to prepare for this move. No blinks on them. Save, looks like he's going to be the one.
Yeah, they'll walk him down with the epicenter.
Yeah, they just cancel the TP as well from the Tinker. They don't want to give up 2 kills. Mid tower, can he set up for the defense with March? This tree line, looks like he actually is going to be able to. Don't think they scouted him with the Spirit. I mean, they get a kill on save, but Katomi's able to stop the push. These stacks here, no stacks, but they'll just farm the triangle, but TPs are coming in, GPK. Considering to get involved, but just hard to close the gap. He's gonna jump in.
Boundless, he's gonna go for it. Makes the jump on towards Planet, but the sleep comes in from Y. Planet able to turn with the wheel,
Doom.
trying to hold the back. They'll drop the Doom down on towards him. They'll kill Planet off and chase down Y.
He's speedy. Is the pick pull fast enough? It is not. And
he's gonna be able to walk down one off. So they make the commitment for the action. They do have to use a Doom. They don't end up getting a kill with the Doom, but they do get a kill nonetheless outside of it. But it is still just a support kill.
If they can finish the tower, it's pretty decent. That's the question, though, is if they can finish the tower. With the amp damage, they're persisting through for it. Should have it. I mean, this is kind of how GPK has to play, so I can get why he's going Mage Slayer, because he doesn't have the initiations early. Like, he has to kind of just put himself out there and just jump in to start the fight, so I totally understand why he's gone for this route. Until Doom has Blink, they just have really limited ways to make plays. And Miro, he's going to be switching it up a little bit, of course. Going with drums, Midas, Cell, whatever, yeah, etc.
Swinging around towards the bottom lane now. They've got eyes on Bark. And Bark has got a lot of backup.
He sure does. They have to kill him in the stun.
Bark?
He's actually making it. He gets the rage off.
Yeah, it's an instant reaction there with the rage. A risky move for Bark to try and make.
I'm surprised he went for the jump himself. Looks like they're still looking for the angle for this Tormentor, the stun.
They get the catch on to save. GPK's here.
Pulled off his tree.
I was thinking about the Wukongs, but now Bark's in with the jump. They'll get the setup. Boundless into the Wukong's command. The escape pack comes out, trying to help Bark get out of this. They're in with the Burrow Strike. Zero to the side. They're taking GPK out of the Wukongs. Zero in on something, but GPK's healing up with the Jingu Mastery. The wheel will control the 3 of them for now. Gives a bit of chance for the rest of Tidebound to try and run, but the Shackle Shot latches in onto Shiro. Shiro tries to turn and fight back. A big fear onto the 3 of them, but Shiro will fall. GPK gets the double. Might get more here as well.
Oop, GPK.
And Bark is here to help out. Has got the Shockwave Skewer. Planet able to tame him for the moment.
Another power shot. Tries to get the scout, can't get the connection. An awkward start for Tidebound with the RP whiffing and then starting a fight without it, then not having Skewer instantly. Things start really weird. GPK actually gets his Jingu up as he gets skewered, so he gets the lifesteal onto the back line.
Going for that sort of blink RP play, it's a massive gamble, right? These players, pure, he's always going to get the rage off.
And at the end of the day, too, Owen, it's right before the Tormentor, so it may be something that Bach just disregarded off his mind, that it's 7 seconds until Tormentor fight.
Yeah.
But them not having that for this team fight is actually massive.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, and they had nothing to say coming in the tree. He was very close. They could have maybe just let him go in first.
Like the skewer, look at, he blinks in, but it was on cooldown for a second. So then he gets stunned, and then the Jingu comes out, and by the time he's skewered, he pretty much is going to stand his ground and fight.
A tough one there for sure, and that gives BetBoom a real nice boost up now. They're up 5k lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is with the Armlet Lifestealer being able to fight and get some big kills. He's got the Relic now for the next fight. And GPK, Mage Slayer pays off. He's able to stand his ground versus that magic damage. Hiccup there from Tidebound. GPK.
Bark.
Going for it again.
Got the catch. Follow up with the Burrow Strike again with the wheel trying to control him, but do they have the damage to bring him down? The heal's coming in. RP backup. They'll use it to lock down GPK, but he still survives. Able to get the Boundless off and the Wukongs. The shield comes in from Kataomi. GPK, can they finally
He's still alive.
The heals continue to come in. They can't kill him for now. The splitter, it's going to get dodged, right?
Yep.
He's in with the Mischief. Dodges it. They can't kill him.
And the Mage Slayer as well too.
Yeah,
that damage. Damage.
It's enough. It's enough to stop them from being able to take him down. I mean, this is, at this point,
huge.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Tidebound? You're throwing these ultimates at him. You're not killing him. And you got these kind of blink tiger timings, right? You went for these blinks on both of your mid and your off lane. Haven't really been able to make huge plays with it. Nothing to say. He might even be in trouble. He's going to go for the TP out.
He gets hit.
And they've got him.
The last attack there from Pure gets the kill.
Did a lot of damage. We saw BetBoom kind of crumble in game 1. Game 2, it's Tidebound's turn to sort of take a bit of a turn.
And they're the ones, they're trying to make the aggressive moves themselves without a lot of their damage too. Like Shiro's not involved in those moves. So he's the one that provides that extra bit that they didn't need, perhaps, versus that Monkey King. I mean, BetBoom now, similar to last game, starting to get that big momentum.
Yeah, they're cruising now. It's a huge lead. You've got through this sort of period of the game where the life stealer could have been shut down. He wasn't. This relic, this Radiance is going to be done here on top of the arm. They're 18 minutes in for Pure.
I mean, their blinks pretty much only netted them, what, 1 kill? Was it a kill on the Wind Ranger? Maybe 1 more.
I think, yeah, it's not been impressive. As I say, when you go for those 2 blinks on your 2 cores, and then the game starts to slip away, that it feels rough.
Yeah, they just haven't found those connections they wanted, and now that sit back and farm that BetBoom has been able to do, especially for Katomi, look at his net worth. Now he's ahead of the Sand King.
Yeah.
He's in some pretty crazy levels of farm, and the sustain matters, as we saw there. That extra bit of heal can just be massive. The barrier, the defense matrix, plus that mech, plus the extra heal on the Monkey King, that was everything there.
Because that's the thing now, you can move around the map, you can look towards GPK, but it's going to feel tough to sort of make the call to say, hey, let's try and kill this Monkey King again.
They need to have...
Because they haven't succeeded the last few times. If they go for this sort of play once more and they fail at killing GPK, they're going to be feeling just entirely helpless.
Yeah, they need to just have better layering of their spells in particular. If they're going to go for those plays, they need to just blow him up, not small sequences of spells coming in, his saves coming in slowly from the Tinker. They need to just kaboom him. The BetBoom, they're the ones who are actually prepared. Their ults are at the ready. Nothing to say. So right on top of him.
So there's going to be help to get him out. There's not. Dooms gets dropped down.
Bach actually gets the Force Staff, but the Doom comes out on the Force Staff and dispels it. Big hit for BetBoom.
Absolutely. I mean, there was that period of the game where it looked like nothing to say was going to start popping off with how he recovered after a very tough matchup against GPK in the mid lane. But now it's back to GPK being massively on top. Nothing to say his game falling apart once more.
Mage Slayer paying off dividends.
Yep, there he just can't fight into him.
Nope. With the extra heals that he's got with the Tinker.
And he's got so much. He's got 2,300 gold on top of a GPK. I'm interested to see where he goes with this now. Is he going to build continued survival, or can he get something a bit more aggressive? He's got options here as the Monkey King.
I feel like he can go something like an SNY even. It doesn't even feel that bad this game. Versus the RP and the heavy disables, it could be something he can consider if he doesn't want to go full D.
Because yeah, if he can get SNY on top of the Mage Slayer with good timing, yeah, good luck killing him.
Yeah. Bottom, Shiro's found again.
They're able to get on top of him. Is there any save coming in any time? There's not.
The big Wombo combo team fight, it's not connecting.
It's not at all.
They're making the moves first.
Yeah, just running up and down the map, all of their cores, plus the Tinker, as you say, getting all the farm in the world.
Huge.
And Tidebound, of course, they've got the gyro farming, obviously not this moment as he gets taken out, but outside of that, the 2 other cores, nothing to say in Buck. They want to make plays, and they just haven't been able to do so.
It's literally 3 in a row that just have not connected. So
see, well, they're going to try again, keep trying with the blinks.
Feels like 6 minutes or so since they've, more than 6 minutes since they landed a connection. Katomi, he's level 14. He's already got the marches down too.
Look at the setup. I mean, all 3 ults will get dropped down, and we'll get the kill.
My goodness, imagine if Pure was there actually. Actually, never mind, Infest was on cooldown. I was going to say, if Pure was there even like 5 seconds earlier with Infest, maybe even saves him, but not going to be the case either way.
They get the kill, they get out, but it's 3 ultimates, and it is just the support.
And it's the positioning that they get a kill.
And you had to go pretty deep for that. Yeah. There was a fair bit of time going and looking for that Katomi kill.
You don't get a kill into a tower or anything like that. And speaking of towers, actually, look at the HP on all these.
They've still got all tier 1s up.
They have not even really touched them. They're like full HP. So the blinks, they tried to make these plays, but it's hurt them more than helped it feels. As BetBoom has reacted perfectly around it. And yeah, they're both just going to do it. So Radiance, SNY
yep,
on
just
left
tank up.
healer. SNY, I believe, I saw him queue it up afterwards on Monkey King.
Yeah, he's going for it.
He hasn't decided yet, but I saw he queued it up after we were talking about it.
I mean, if you want to be cheeky, you maybe just screw the SNY, just buy yourself a nullifier. You know what I mean? Get an early nullifier on the Monkey King.
Do you need it, though? That's the question. I think if you just tank up, you don't need to.
You don't want people getting 4-staffed away, you know?
Sure. He's the bees switching it, by the way.
A BKB.
Yeah.
I mean, BKB does feel kind of necessary because you're playing against like the Sand King. It's a lot of... You don't want to get stunned.
Oop! Ah, close. I think they were probably discussing like internal debate. It's like maybe I do because I have to jump in.
Because it is a good BKB game.
It's a fantastic one. Yeah, versus all wombo combo. I still would have hated the S and Y, but either way. This will allow them, especially in this next fight, to perhaps have a very decisive one. Around the Roche, perhaps, is what he's thinking, that he wants this BKB.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. But the BKB, they've also got the Greaves done as well on Tinker.
Yeah.
So the next team fight, it's not easy. I mean, they're very much itemized now to stop Tidebound from being able to get any sort of success with what they were finding success with in game roam, right? This time around, you go for this team fight, you have the heroes, but you're behind, and the question is if you're just going to have enough damage from this team fight to kill any of these crucial heroes on BetBoom.
And if even killing one of them is enough.
Yeah.
Because they are scaling on 4 heroes because of the Tinker, so... Full BKB on Miro too, so yep. They have Rage, of course, on Lifestealer, double BKB on the other cores now.
Yep.
So they can protect each other nicely, at least in terms versus that wombo combo. As long as they're not all chain stunned, 1 or 2 of them will get their immunity off. As Roche, easy pickings.
Yeah, because it... Whoop.
They will find Planet, solo kill. Slow pace game, just goes for the Doom on him.
They're trying for the Axon back. About 1,000 gold off it. BKB close for Shiro.
And it's going to start having to come to high ground defenses pretty soon. It does feel like with the way that BetBoom's just taking over the map completely. And that is something that Tidebound does have. They do. You said insane team fight, insane high ground D.
But it's all on the team fight. It's all on these long cooldowns. Because this is the thing, right? For BetBoom, if they can just build to survive through those ultimates...
That's what I was going to say, too.
Then Tidebound, what have you got? You got a gyro. That's it, right? It's all on whether or not Shiro's going to be able to clean up after everything else has been thrown down in the team fights. And at the moment, he's not in a bad spot. It's just he's in the same sort of level of a spot as you say, sort of these 3 cores on BetBoom. It's a lot of work cut out for him.
Yeah, I was wondering if we're going to see the pipe queued up from Kentomi as well. He's just going to go lens and scale a little bit more, but this is a great pipe game too. They can just get these auras and the damage is going to be, definitely lackluster, it feels like, from Tidebound. Even if they have the high ground defense, if they throw everything, there could just be situations where BetBoom can just tank through it, like you're saying.
Are they going to try?
Let's see. Can they get these big connections? As you said, Ag's done for Bach.
Yep.
Ag's done for nothing to say.
They can get that catch. They've got the control. They've got the AoE damage, but do they have enough single target?
That is going to be the question. And it is into this Aegis still, so 3 minutes.
I mean,
is very safe.
This thing is what the group up here. Are they actually going to go for a smoke move, or this was just in preparation for if BetBoom were going to get aggressive?
I think in prep for BetBoom, yeah. I think overall making an outward move right now into this Aegis is very risky. You don't know where the vision completely is, and Tinker can always just rejoin and you can get outnumbered.
Well, they did time the fights very well around the expiry of the Aegis last game, so
that's very
maybe we'll see them look to work towards that in 3 minutes.
3 minutes, so 3 minutes and 3 seconds. So
until then, they're just sort of holding each other's hands, just in preparation.
They're waiting
of a sort of an aggressive move from BetBoom.
Yeah, they're like waiting for someone to just step out of position.
Yep.
Not the case by any means. BetBoom's actually just playing completely elsewhere. Tormentor. We'll go to Miro.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's just a lot of time where
Tower is under attack.
BetBoom's getting to split up, get these objectives.
They're farming so hard.
And Tidebound just looked terrified.
Yeah, they're just playing. We want to try to get the team fight if it comes to us. And BetBoom's just playing, we're hitting creeps and we're just outscaling you massively. Midas on Doom continues to kick in with the Devours.
And I like this, GPK just playing full survival. Mage Slayer into
after.
BKB into SMY.
I think the BKB was because he wanted to ensure that they can go for the Roche.
Yep.
And then he can go back for Fiasco. Because if he goes for SMY and a fight comes out, then maybe things get weird, but
this is, it does feel kind of like one of the ways you do have to build this hero, because you can end up being very squishy on a Monkey King.
Yeah.
But, GPK with the itemization, ensuring that's not going to be a problem here for him today.
It might just be the better build overall, period.
Yeah, it's
diffusal.
the diffusal stuff,
so
it's
risky.
tempting, but it is risky.
Yeah.
You do end up being very glass cannon for a large portion of the game.
I feel like we've seen Tidebound here for the last 3 minutes, and the net worth has increased by...
It's adding up, yeah.
I feel like it's added up by 4K in the last 3 minutes. All this downtime with a Midas Doom, a Tinker farming everything. They have a ward on this far side.
And GPK's coming over.
They're expecting the catch.
The Horde toss onto the three.
RP on three.
As well, into the wheel. They've been able to clean up Katomi and GPK.
Oh.
And they do it a second time here as they look towards Pure. He's got the rage.
He's got no infest.
Can he get away from this?
No way, he just walks away.
Bark's going to try and chase forward. Feels pretty speedy though, Miro watching him from the side. He's actually going to jump in aggressively. Miro goes for the Doom play, what?
Miro?
I mean, he's going to BKB, try and TP out of this.
Oh my goodness, he's dead.
I mean...
It's happening again.
Maybe he just really felt that he needed to throw his body in to make sure that the Lifestealer could get out, but I think Pure was already... He was already miles out of there.
I mean, we need to... The way that this fight happens, the replay is so necessary, because Bach, it's kind of like a, oh my god, I got lucky, I got these other two guys. They blinked into when I'm jumping the Tinker.
I think I want to... We'll see if...
I'll see you in a second.
Well, BetBoom can find here. Pure. We're going to move back in. Bach forces away.
Comes right back.
So if they can get anything more white, we'll be able to get out the Gale just in time.
Pure is going BKB as well. Just really trying to prevent the Wombo combo. Nothing to say. Shackle won't connect.
Okay. Because when Bug went for that play, I mean, I don't know if it would have made much of a difference, but Pure, he jumped out and ended up getting RP'd, right? He could have maybe waited, because he jumps, and now this is the 3-man.
I think he got caught in the stun from the horn toss as he came out. Like, literally same frame.
Yeah, exactly.
It looked like it was literally same frame. He popped out as the horn toss.
Which maybe doesn't matter, maybe because if he's still infested at that point where he gets to jump out on the high ground, gets to rage, play with his first Aegis
probably doesn't
a little bit more aggressively, probably not killing anyone, so it might not matter. But yeah, I guess, yeah, Miro was really worried about Pure dying, so he's like, I'll die for you.
I mean, honestly, and then Owen, if he doesn't have rage there and he actually used it before, like you're talking about, he might actually die on the revive.
True. So I guess it was better that he kind of popped out as he did.
Either way,
bit of a shake-up. They've still got the lead. 10k advantage here for BetBoom.
For sure, but now Shiro has a position where he can play in the game. Butterfly is done. He's been able to do the disassemble kind of plays. He's got that finished for this next upcoming fight. So they have hybrid damage. They have physical and magical.
Looking at these hitters, Gyro can carry this game pretty hard, I think.
Sure. I mean, with all the Wombo combo, absolutely. I mean, this one is not decided just yet by any means.
Gyro can do this. So BetBoom, they got to tidy it up a little bit. We saw some mistakes from them in the last game. Can't let this one slip away.
Also, I mean, just teamfight execution, though. It was Tidebound who, after that last game, like, it was 3 teamfights in a row that pretty much decided the game for them, so.
That's true.
That's one. They probably, I mean, 2 more would be pretty necessary for sure still at this point. But looking, it is about Shiro now. Now they have to kind of stay behind this gyrocopter at all times. And let's see if BetBoom is prepared. And it looks like they are.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You said fresh BKB for Pure.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think I have to start adding myself like a little Midas counter. How many times they sell the Midas when I watch these Dooms?
Yeah, it's coming and going.
I want to say he sold it either 3 or 4 times so far, but impossible for me to keep track of it. Smoke on smoke.
All right, gonna go through the twin gate. They're not gonna be able to find anyone up here.
Katomi does show himself for a moment, and actually doesn't. He's inside the tree line still, sorry. So doesn't show himself. They see the march afterwards, but it's too late.
Still yet to get a tier 1 tower here.
That's very true.
31, you don't see this often.
There you go.
Here we go. So 31 minutes in, Tidebound are able to get their first tier 1.
Right when you say it. I'm looking at neutral items really quickly. Okay, nothing to talk about.
Oh, they might find them here though.
Shiro.
This is right. Able to get the BKB off. See what they can do and turn and fight here. Good skewer. RP here. Gets the setup. And still has to back up a little bit here on Shiro. Mira's able to back away, but the BKB does fall incredibly low. GPK gets the Wukong's command laid down, but they're able to get out to the side here. Tidebound yet to lose anybody. Finally, Y will fall. Pure.
Back on Katomi.
It's going to chase down Planet. Jump forward again for GPK. They clean up a second support. Beautiful boundless there for GPK. Lines up and catches Shiro as well. That's Shiro gone for 70 seconds, and he's been spending the gold. He's out without buyback.
I mean, they landed a pretty good connection on it, but Pure just too strong, too tanky. He just stands his ground, and it's literally just him versus everybody.
Yeah. And you
Even
love to see
Katomi goes brought down.
because once you got this BKB online on Lifestealer, it just feels fantastic, right? What, the rage,
BKB
into the BKB, into a rage.
Yeah, and you
the
saw it.
The timing's just fantastic.
Yeah, he had what, 24 seconds of immunity or whatever it is, 22 seconds of immunity. They couldn't actually push him off of Shiro. The Doom, very effective. He literally didn't get to do anything.
Yeah, panic sort of set in for Shiro, right? He steps up, I think, with the Ags kind of flat. He just ends up hitting someone. He's like, oh, okay, you're there, and then bam.
I mean, that was like ships crossing in the night, and then, yeah, the Ags revealed him. It was like, wait a minute. Pure?
Bark. With the skewering onto GPK. Indeed, Pure's is able to turn towards Bark. Bark's in trouble. They're trying to force to safety, but Bark's gone for a minute.
Why? Shackle connects to the back target.
Creeps are coming in again, so the backdoor protection, it's gone.
Hey, Bach, I think this is 3 times I've seen now that the Tinker Shard just trips him up. This stupid warp flare. It roots him in place, and then he gets brought down from the Lifestealer.
Oh, there we go. BetBoom back on track with that
track.
one. Clean up the mid set of barracks. Ready to swing round towards another lane. Keep the sky. They've got the basher now done on GPK.
Great Doom from Miro in that last fight. And good buyback from Katomi.
Well, nothing to say.
Shows
They close
himself.
in upon him. He's used the burrow strike. Has to put the BKB to stay safe.
Pure. Back away.
Of course, he's going to have some pretty good damage in the team fight now.
Shiro, doomed again.
Oh.
Shiro's on him.
He's going to get dragged back. The team have to try and do their best to bail him out. They'll be able to force him to the high ground. The wheel holds back Miro. But this time they can protect their gyro. Maybe consider looking for more. The sleep does connect onto GPK.
The splitter's going to connect.
It's there as well. They're trying to step up, but the BKB's up for GPK. Turns with the boundless on towards White.
Shiro's healing. They got to start backing away on BetBoom.
Yeah, they've got to play it chill until the Doom's back in action.
Miro going for a little bit of an opportunity play, but it is in the base. They're able to kind of protect Shiro and get that trade kill.
I have to keep Shiro alive at all costs. Without the gyro, they're not going to have the damage to clean up a team fight.
45 seconds, no Doom. This ward is on the high ground. They are aware of it, though. ET Spirit will scout it. So much pressure on Bach to land these big RPs, really, at this point, to allow Shiro to hit the targets. As he needs that separation. He can't have the Lifestealer trading with him.
Oh,
Shackle
safe.
doesn't connect.
For the angle. Pure. He's going to step in, Bart. We'll get the Shiro back on. The save's gone immediately.
50 seconds. Pure. Still has his BKB. I will buy a gem, so looking to control this vision. It is a problem for them at the moment. BetBoom has 3 very strong aggressive wards that they have to get rid of. How close to MKB on Shiro? He is about 1,000 or so away once he sells. But man, they are truly just hugging him. They cannot leave his side.
You can't let the gyro die.
It's all about him at this point. Doom is still on cooldown.
They go for the
10
smoke
seconds.
place. Yeah, this is time to make the moves.
I didn't see if... I don't think the ward clipped it. I don't believe it did. And they do see GPK with the ward they placed 5 minutes ago. GPK, is he going to get caught here?
That would be a pretty huge catch, but he's playing it safe, sticking to the trees.
They're all TPing over.
Yeah, they're going to know something's up now. So if Shiro clears the wave like that, there's no way he does that without his team behind him.
Oh,
so
okay. He pivoted again. He's going down the Satanic route instead of going the MKB.
All right.
So he disassembled to be able to make that one as well. Sure, versus the Doom, not going to be effective, but being able to come back in the fight post-Doom, then he can Satanic and Lifesteal and stand his ground, perhaps. Of course, still standing toe-to-toe versus Lifestealer. Not really a thing he wants to do.
Nope.
But in overall grand scheme of things of a 5v5, his damage is definitely there for the gyro.
Now Roshan's back up. BetBoom. They could probably get away with start going for this, but you know, at the moment they don't have full information with the vision, so they don't know exactly the whereabouts of Tidebound, so they'll look to sweep the area beforehand. Tidebound themselves, ready to go for another smoke and ready to head out. They've got that extra catch as well. That Hex fogged could slip them up.
Guard completely, yeah. Save, he does have a ward. They place it on high ground. But yeah, this Hex, this is an unexpected one to see on a Ringmaster at this point.
Absolutely, and on top of the Ether Lens as well, you've got that good amount of cast range to try and catch the key targets with it.
He could, you can see how they're putting him in front. He could be even the one that initiates. He gets a Hex and then they get the follow-up RP skewer.
I mean, yeah, if they can get the Hex into RP onto Pure or GPK, it's going to be a tough fight for BetBoom, despite the fact that BetBoom do have this 12k lead.
Both teams looking to play around their vision. BetBoom camping their ward. How's the buyback status looking? Couple still available.
I think at least for if the supports have them, they will be ready to spend them.
More for Tidebound, actually. They're the ones with 3 available. Katomi's is still on cooldown. No cores on BetBoom have theirs. Both teams very patient. Katomi does have the liberty of pushing these side lanes at freedom. So they have 2 lanes pushing in.
Is it too risky to sort of get Shiro into the pit and start hitting the Roshan? He's got, he's got the evasion, he's got the lifesteal, right? So you can kind of safely start chipping away at him.
I just think they don't know exactly where GPK is. You know, if you start doing that and he's just standing on the trees, you give them a free initiation. They're going to start backing up to their base. Pure.
He's in.
They get the Hex.
They get the Hex. The RP's there as well. Is there any sort of save in time? There is. Pure's going to be more than fine. He's able to turn and in fact get the lockdown on towards Shiro. Shiro's in trouble. The escape hack comes out, trying to get out of there, but the Doom will slowly but surely bring him down. Shiro's gone.
Invest.
It's Miro able to keep Pure safe inside him. Jump forward again for GPK. They're ready to dive tier 4s. They're in on towards the Sankey. Nothing says. Got to get the skewer back onto GPK towards the Phantom. The BKB's off. He'll be able to step back. Triple kill for Pure.
He's too tanky.
I mean, he really is. They get the Hex into RP, but they only got him down to about half HP.
Just way too tanky. That was with everything on top of him too. The ET Spirit. They had literally everything going.
I mean, maybe you're right as well. Maybe if it wasn't a Satanic and it was a damage item like the MKB and he still had the Chrysalis, maybe they could have threatened the kill more.
That's true. I mean, going for the Satanic, it actually did nothing for him. So, buyback comes out.
They're going to try and hold it 4 versus 5, but it could start getting pretty messy for Tidebound. Bark's gone. He's also got a buyback available. They've already used 2 here for nothing to say on why.
They're just hitting tier 4s. Pure.
Miro's in again. As the tier 4s are falling. Their Gyrocopter Shiro, the one they needed to carry them hard here through these tough times, dead still for 15 seconds.
And Pure can just keep hitting the tower. He's got the backup of his team. Stomp won't connect.
Ancient's exposed. BetBoom. They can chill out a little bit now. If they want to, Shiro's going to be back up. They'll respect that.
Yeah, look, they can back up and get rush.
Yep, they're in no rush now. They know how comfortable of a spot they're in. 26k advantage.
Yeah, and they're definitely probably recognizing Shiro's lack of damage there.
It just wasn't there. It was not there.
Had the control, but not the damage.
A very tough position now for Tidebound. Down 2 sets of racks down their tier 4s.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, SNY overall, just it's always going to be an item that comes into factor massively whenever there's all this wombo combo, these stuns. So status resistance is always huge. On top of that, with the Tinker, of course.
And Roshan should be an easy one for them. Not going to see any sort of effort from Tidebound to get out here.
They are smoking to perhaps catch
it's
right on the
not going to be anywhere near quick enough.
Maybe they try to catch on the high ground for like the clumps.
Yeah. Surely they can't. Yeah, they're not going to continue moving here. I mean, are they going to try and fight this? I mean, maybe they can catch someone by surprise. They're going to try. They take the risky play, see if they can catch a free pick. They do get it. They get Katomi. GPK and Pure, they're watching from the side.
I mean, they got to take risks at this point, right? It does feel like it. So we'll be able to catch the Tinker. He has buyback.
Okay.
Down for 100.
Another fire done now on Pure.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to, like, catch him with their
just try something,
right? Like, oh, we're gonna walk up the hill as 5, and they just get lucky because they have 5 heroes there. I think that's something that they were trying to go for on Tidebound. Not gonna be the case though.
Yeah, we just got to see the big damage come out from Shiro, and it's gonna take time. He's only got 1,000 gold on top of the Chrysalis that he's been able to finish up again.
I think he needs one here. I was gonna say, I think this one he needs.
There it is. And then at least if he can get there, then the Satanic doesn't feel too bad, right? Because that's the combo you need. You never want to have a Rapier without the Satanic.
Well, I mean, he's versus Doom, so you gotta...
Oh, that's true.
But yes,
and yeah, Miro's been pretty on point with the Doom's last few team fights.
I mean, there's not really anybody else that he needs to even think about.
No, you just Doom this Gyro and then you feel good.
And you feel great.
Yeah.
He's literally all the damage at this point. You don't have to care about this magic damage that comes out from the Sanking by any means at this point. When he has a fresher, maybe? If he goes for it? No, he's going Shiva, sorry. 24,000 lead. Pure
Well, this'll work.
can pick up his full next item if he'd like to. Kind of slot starved though.
Yeah, what are we switching up next?
Is it armlet time?
I guess the armlet's got to go right.
I guess so, right?
Armlet out, MKB in. Must be. Unless you want to play without
just-
phase boots. Can you play without phase?
I do not like that. Not a lifestealer. I will say.
I will see. There's a lot of money.
Refresher.
I think he could even just treat himself to a moonshard instead, right? Keep the slot. So he's not having to sort of juggle his items.
Sure. Consume Aghanims. It's still a pretty good game for that, too.
Yeah.
But Refresher finished up. Bach, Faith Beyond.
Okay, get them in the fountain. That's the plan.
What does he get? He also got himself a ceremonial robe, so extra status resistance reduction. Pure. Onto the high ground.
You do have to be a little careful with the Magnus. You know,
Look at the map.
you don't have a huge amount of mana to play with.
Look at the left side. Miro looking for his prime
He's
target.
looking for Shiro. He's in. The BKB will
85.
come out, but the Doom has been dropped down. So I guess the best thing for Tidebound is if they can just get out of here. RP's going to be used, the first one. Refreshing's going to be popped. There's the second one. Do they have to follow it? They're bringing Miro down low, but the BKB comes off as well as the defense matrix. Doesn't matter. Miro does go down. They've killed Pure the once.
Shiro's gone.
But Shiro's out. This time around, he does have the money for buyback, so we'll get back in on the action. Nothing to say. Bounces away. Pure moving in with the rage. Nothing to say. We'll get safely back towards the fountain. Pure turns over towards Y. The boundless strike down on the Shiro. Shiro will be able to get the Satanic off. Y trying to scramble back to safety. Will manage to make it out of there, but Shiro's in trouble. Pure and GPK, they're in on top of him, but Bark's in. Gets the horn toss into the Skewer back on towards Pure. Drags him back over towards the fountain, but Pure, he was able to get the Ghost Scepter and get it off. Gives him a bit of safety and enough time to put the rage. Turn back towards the Ancient as BetBoom look to try and finish this off. There's no Shiro for nearly 2 minutes.
Did he buy Ghost Scepter, sell, buy Blink, and Blink out?
He absolutely
that
did,
was
folks.
sick. And Pure
ready to style on them here to close it up.
stepping it up after that last game when he made some slip-ups. This one he's doing clutch moves. Pure.
He's going to get the rage off.
He gets the rage off pre-hex.
Does have to be a little careful. He's sitting pretty low.
Healing back up.
They're trying to do their best here, holding with the four of them.
Bach.
He's not going to get the angle for the Skewer back. Escape Act. We'll keep Bug safe for now. GPK's in. Gets the jump on it. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. Gets the burrow strike off. Doesn't matter. And nothing to say. He's dead. Pure. He's tempted to dive the fountain. You've got to be a little careful with this Magnus around.
GG.
And indeed, they'll tap out. Game 2 here. Going to BetBoom. We're going to get a game 3 fogged.
Very appropriate too. You know, BetBoom in that last game, they had some difficulties that ended up happening in terms of the team fights. Pure in particular holding BKBs. Dies after they have a 9K lead a couple of times. This one, not really too many mistakes in particular from Pure. He ends up cleaning up his act beautifully. 10-1, great game from the Lifestealer, and overall their entire game plan ends up working. The big wombo combo team fight this time, maybe it's a little too much.
I think it may just have been. It may just have been Shiro was not able to be enough here on the gyro to kind of be that scaling damage output that they needed to be able to follow up on it. As BetBoom coming in clutch here towards the end. We saw some cute plays as well from Pure to top it up. They'll get the 1-1. We're going to a game 3 now between BetBoom and Team Tidebound.
As foretold by Andrew Jenkins, this series does go the distance. BetBoom is able to make that comeback in the series, Jenkins, as you very well predicted they would be.
It's like hella weird to hear your full name. Actually, that's really weird. That's
my full name.
That's my full name. Yeah, my middle name's Jenkins, actually.
Andrew Jenkins.
But yeah, they played extremely well on all of their heroes. There was the occasional mistake. Miro jumping in with the Doom when his team had just died. GPK had some rough feeds in the early game. But like in general, as a team, they made all the right decisions. GPK, once he got the Mage Slayer, started completely popping off in the fights. There were fights where like Bach would isolate, Pure on the Lifestealer, and then GPK is just like, well, okay, I'm also a carry. Like I'm gonna, go in and kill the gyro, which we can see the issue with the first pick gyro in this game, I think.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because like we've mentioned before, you're gonna pick that gyro first, right? And typically, if you are gonna be that first pick player, you're making sacrifices for something later down the road. It's mainly a counter pick, right, on the other lanes, but what are they leaving open in this game for, like, you're last picking a Magnus into a Lifestealer? Like, that's not a good matchup. Not necessarily, right?
Which also rotates a Sand King to mid, and he got
Sand King, yeah,
dumpstered. in
Like,
lane.
if you're gonna first pick your carry like this, there has to be like more of a gotcha pick later down the line here. I get it. Like, they want to play this big team fight heavy style. This is probably the conclusion they came up after Raleigh. Like, this is how we're gonna play the game. But unfortunately, was not enough in this particular game. And I think one of the reasons is because, you know, this lifesteal was a big problem. It was an 18 pick hero here. He went 10-1. I think they didn't have any means of like killing him. And that's like the one downside and what was exploited by BetBoom here is like your lineup is incredibly low on damage. So we're going to pick these really tanky heroes like the Monkey King, the Lifestealer. And sure, you're going to RP them. You're going to use the Wheel of Wonder. We're going to use every single spell, but you just don't have damage because you have a gyro carry to burst these single target heroes.
I mean, that's always an interesting matchup to me is the Mag Lifestealer, because I feel like if I'm Lifestealer, I'm like totally okay with that matchup in the game because you get a Sanjin Yasha, so you don't really care about the RP. You have status resist. You literally gain HP from killing creeps and heroes on Lifestealer. So he's very hard to burst in an RP, especially with the Sanjin Yasha. And then you have ways of healing up. Like a Lifestealer doesn't really care if he's at like 20 or 30% HP. You just infest something or you rage and then hit somebody.
And if you think that you can skewer him into the fountain to kill him there, think again, because you just bought a Ghost Scepter, used it, sold it, bought a blink, blinked out. Easy peasy. I mean, yeah, that's just what you do every time.
It's really obvious. Yeah.
Simple. It's basic.
Yeah, obvious gameplay.
Basic Lifestealer gameplay.
I mean, that was Esther. It was really fun to watch that. We saw the Monkey King in the mid lane having a good time, and Jenkins would like to highlight how he was doing in the early stage of the game.
Yeah, it was honestly some of his early rotations were thwarted. I will say it looked good, but then there was a nice sleep in this fight. And then the TP in comes from nothing to say on Sand King, and they turn it around. And I thought, well, wow, maybe this is why Tidebound picked the Sand King, or sent the Sand King mid, is they thought that he could just counter-rotate the Monkey King. Even here in the mid lane, this is one of the most simple kills I've ever seen. Like, this was such a casual blink burrow into, like, Ringmaster spells. Like there was nothing crazy there. But then at about 13 minutes, we can see these components in his inventory, the Cornucopia, the Orb of Frost. Guess what he's building with these?
Mage Slayer.
A Mage Slayer. And the moment that he gets the Mage Slayer, we see another fight that goes very well for him. And I will say, obviously, this is not a great way to start the fight where you're missing an RP. But
you get it.
Well, true. That's true.
Yeah.
But, hitting an RP, you want to hit that skewer back, but there's the rage. And GPK, in this fight, he is in the middle of things here, and he is able to just absolutely man up with the Mage Slayer. Like, look at all of the damage that he's taking. Like, all of the spells that he's tanking, I should say, but not really taking any damage. It keeps going, right? They hit all these, like, big three-man spells, and still, because they're on the Monkey King, they are able to pick off the two important cores on Tidebound. And from this point onward, basically, they just continuously try to use everything on GPK.
Yeah,
and he wouldn't die.
I mean, RP, Epicenter, Wheel of Wonder. I think this is also one of those things where it's kind of hard to see the impact straight up on what Tinker does in a team fight or in these situations, but he's keeping the Monkey King alive 100% here. I mean, the Mage Slayer definitely helps as well, but like, Kato Amiana's Tinker just really enabled GPK in those later moments when he got that Mage Slayer to no longer die to these rotations, and I think that really turned the game.
It really did. And then there was a potential, the Wombo combo team fight potential for Tidebound. That was the way they were supposed to play the game, Fear.
It looked good here, but like he did manage to get 3 heroes in that skewer RP. Unfortunately, at this point, it's almost a little too late. You are playing against an Aegis, but like, this is kind of how fights had to go if you wanted to win, if you were Tidebound. So it did look good here in this particular moment, but like, how often were you able to get these like dream scenarios for the side of Tidebound? I think once this did happen, a couple mistakes were made here, like Miro goes in, dies as well. This is where you kind of call everyone back and be like, all right, we need to focus up now because we can't play sloppy against a Magnus or we're going to get punished, and they did. And I think this whole series for BetBoom as a whole, it was them kind of evolving and adapting to the series and just being able to just get back in. And I think we talked about before, this is a team that oftentimes struggles game 1 or early on in the group stage, but they adapt very quickly.
Yeah, and this game 3, now that we've seen BetBoom adapt, Jenkins, do you feel like this will be Tidebound adapting? Or because the start of this draft, in case you missed it, was exactly the same as game number 1. Surely this time around, though, Jenkins, it should change.
Yeah, I don't think any team can play a game like that and not have some sort of adaptation going into game 3. I will say maybe what they change up is not committing so heavily to the team fighting to the degree where they are like basically throwing the lanes in order to, and also like throwing, you know, the carry to carry matchup. Like they're really handing a lot away. I like the idea. I like that they have an identity that they've decided upon, like Fear was alluding to, but maybe a little bit more focus on picking good lanes because they had last pick there.
They did. They chose to have that Sand King up against that Monkey. I don't think they'll do that again, but just to be sure, we'll see you back for draft for game number 3.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Ciobănaș foili, bată-mi de foili, că ai lăsat oili și-a plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du. Bună cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un câr de oi.
Welcome back. You are watching PGL Wallachia Season 4, and we are heading to game number 3 of the second series of today. We got BetBoom and Tidebound. Both of these teams have one more game left to play to decide which one of these two teams is going to the winning teams and which one goes to the losing teams. As we're in a Swiss group stage, it means that tomorrow, if you won today, you'll go up against teams that also won. And if you lose, you go together with the other losers up against each other. And for this one, I feel like we have no idea what to expect because we've seen so far 2 times Tidebound going for the same thing. Obviously, it worked for game number 1, but it didn't for game number 2. And I feel like, Fear, we have yet to see them properly adjust. So that's what's going to be the test for them, as we've seen that BetBoom can adjust. If you're on the side of Tidebound, how would you adjust? Because they clearly value that gyrocopter very highly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the gyro's fine. You can still go with this if that's what you want to do. I think they just didn't take advantage of the last pick very well. You do at some point, you have a lot of AoE spread damage, sure, but you need a little more focus damage, and I think you maybe stop the team from getting it big as advantage, maybe in the laning stage. So with all that considered, TLDR is don't pick all team fight. Pick a little bit more in laning phase and maybe pick a bit more damage because they were definitely lacking in the damage and lacking a bit in the laning stage too. Pure had way too free of a game.
Yeah, maybe 4 team fighters is enough, not 5. Just slightly reduce the number.
Yeah, just a little tweaks here and there and they'll be fine.
Well, this definitely, this banning phase so far is going a lot slower than the banning phase of game number 2. So we'll have
Silencer.
They first banned Silencer.
They do.
What on earth are they cooking here?
They must be cooking something. I will say this time around, they don't have overall last pick, but they do have first pick. So maybe they're planning on doing something crazy with that first pick that we didn't see because, yeah, Silencer first phase ban. Unusual. That also means that one of the usual suspects makes it through.
Like, gyrocopter?
Yeah. Heroes to mention is Templar Assassin.
TA and Coddle.
Keeper of the Light. Yep. Templar Assassin still banned. Keeper of the Light insta-pick.
Well, I was going to say, you could trade TA Coddle because TA is good versus Coddle, but you could also ban the TA because it's good versus Coddle and take the Coddle.
Yeah.
So that definitely works. They're changing it up.
Yeah.
And I think this is I like to see it personally. I think the first big gyro thing, it worked once. There was nothing about game number 1 where I'm like, wow, this first big gyro really won them this game situation. It was fine. It did what it needed to do.
It didn't like give them a sick draft advantage.
It doesn't. No, it didn't. And game number 2, same story. It's fine, but you're not really like abusing things. And I think after that game 1, the adjustments BB team showed is like, yeah, we actually have quite a few heroes that are really good versus gyro. So I think Tidebound understood that and they adapted.
The Doom in particular was he was getting doomed in every fight, even with the BKB getting off. Like it just
doesn't matter.
It didn't matter.
Yeah.
We saw this hero being banned out in the first phase in the previous game. I will, by the way, check back a little bit every time once in a while in the draft, asking, does the Silencer ban make sense now?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Just checking.
I thought maybe like what they were doing is they potentially wanted a Tinker mid for nothing to say, and like Silencer is really good against Tinker because if you arcane curse him, you know, he's constantly spamming spells, something like that. But then the Tinker gets banned, and then the draft becomes normal. You know, something along those lines. Because a Coddle, it's not like you're like, oh no, I hope they don't pick a Silencer when I'm Coddle. Like nobody really cares.
I mean, I thought they might want Bristle back again or something with the Silencer.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, either way, for now it's just a casual Silencer ban. Maybe they'll reveal a little bit later on what that entails, but for now, super casual.
Super casual. Also, some casual bans on strong supports with the Ringmaster Jakiro removed. We have the Terrorblade still out from BetBoom as well as they pick up the Tiny.
I feel like that's a partial block pick. You kind of have to.
Sure,
you know? Coddle, Chakra with Tiny, Avatos is so much damage, so much disable. The hero really needs the mana as well. I also think like the way that Tiny likes to play the game, skirmishing around the map, constantly going for pickoffs, this is perfect for Coddle recalling somebody across the map. Although I will say, PA, amazing hero against the Coddle Fear.
Yes, Jenkins.
Because of course the PA can jump and kill the Coddle in the fights. You got that long range jump ability, and it's not just like one and done. You know, it's like if he 4 staffs and runs away from you and glimmers and all this bullshit, number one, you're a nullifier buyer, and number two, you can continue chasing him. Because I feel like Caudle will always get away from you once, and so you need to be able to jump him a second time. Fear?
Yes, that's right, Jenkins. But I think as well, if you're looking for heroes for Tidebound that are quite good, Bristleback, that is something that is always good with Caudle. But I was thinking maybe not now, but in the future we could see.
Gyrocopter?
No, we could also see potentially Nothing to Say play the Pangolier again. That is also a hero that he's really good at. That PA doesn't enjoy playing versus the early pressure. That
Did
hero
you
applies.
know the highest win rate hero in the game versus a PA is Pangolier?
I did not know that, but I do know as a PA player that it doesn't feel good playing versus Pangolier.
It apparently feels the worst, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you can't evade the swashbuckle, so that sucks.
Yeah.
He has a physical barrier. Well, that sucks too. And then what do you do when he's rolling? Like, you can't attack him. You're a melee hero, so
yeah,
makes a lot of sense.
And all of his ult does damage based on his right click, but it's not.
It's physical.
It's physical, and it's not dodgeable. So it does make sense.
It does make sense. Maybe they'll pick it on 18 pick. We will have to see. I mean, I want to see what they pick here on BetBoom, but another hero that's really popular right now, especially in pubs, is Morphling. You can already turn it a tiny, which is really nice. You have like mixed damage for PA. We'll see if they go that route, but for now, we're bringing out old patch stuff.
Yeah, it's a classic. BetBoom was one of the first teams to really popularize this too.
And it is very popular, I have been told, in high MMR pubs still.
Yeah.
As, I know that Fly was saying that he was surprised that it wasn't popping up as much in the pro games he was watching. So, especially with PA, very strong lane.
Yeah, I think it's a guaranteed lane win, which is really nice. And especially against Caudle Bristle. These are heroes that are going to be like solely harassing you down, providing you with free wand charges, and Warlock will just infinitely heal the PA up to full HP, and you can chase and kill the Caudle in the lane.
I mean, I feel like Dota's in a kind of a, I'm not gonna say weird spot, but I feel like a lot of teams don't care about laning so much anymore, and more so laning efficiency. Like, we can use last game as an example, right? You put Sand King mid versus Monkey King, you're like, oh, yeah, sure, Monkey King beats Sand King, but Sand King doesn't really care about laning. You can look at it that way too. You can just go jungle. I think Caudle Bristle, same thing. This lane is super hard. You can't beat it, but you don't even need to lane it, really. You could just like stack the jungle and then get your farm that way too. So oftentimes I am looking like, oh, this lane, there's no way you can win. But some of these lanes are not built to win. They're built to just get their farm through neutral camps because there's a lot of them on the map.
I will say, as a Warlock, if you can Fatal Bonds the Bristleback, and Bristleback obviously lives through it, and that's great because he's super tanky. If you have a couple of squishy heroes, a link there too, they'll die if you do enough damage to that Bristleback. So that will be interesting. Obviously, some Dispel might be good. Disruptor? Unusual. Unusual. I see Jenkins is nodding along. You're not convinced? The Morphling that you guys predicted does still come out.
I feel like...
Good morph prediction there, Jenkins.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think... Okay, I'll just pose this as a question. Clinton, Loomis, Fear, Dota, Darkness 69. Yes. Do you think
Andrew Jenkins
the Disruptor was a... They were thinking that the Morphling was going to come out. And they picked the Disruptor anticipating that.
No.
Okay.
I think this is a pseudo Keeper Light counter. Kind of like if you think of IO.
Because you...
Oh, because you recall people into...
Yeah, you can just send them back.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I was...
Or you can... He recalls someone into a Static Storm, too.
Yep.
This is just modern-day IO, I think.
That is a good way of putting it. Yeah, I look at this hero in the draft, and I instinctively think, like, oh, Caudle, he's like the healing, like, horse guy. You don't think of him like the global dude, even though this is literally why he's OP. So, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
I don't think Morph cares. I mean, you care a little bit about silences, for sure, but... At the same time, like, it doesn't make Morph unplayable. And they needed some form of catch, so... I mean, the only problem I have with Disruptor is, like, as a position 4, what do you do? Like, what is your laning presence?
Non-existent. I will say, though, all these heroes on Tidebound do run away from you. Like, Windrunner windruns, Caudle, super fast. At Bristle, he's also hasted, pretty much. Morphling waveforms away.
I mean, that's the thing, right? If you're running, that's why Disruptor's always been, if you're winning, one of the best heroes in Dota. But if you're losing, and they're running into you.
Yeah.
It kind of goes the opposite.
That's what the
way.
Warlock's for, you know? They cover both options.
So previous game, we thought Tidebound had too much of one thing. Too much team fight in that case. I see on the side of BetBoom, they've got a little bit of everything right now. Quite a little bit of team fight, I will say. Do we think that Tidebound has
They didn't
too
ban
little?
Pango.
They did not.
I think they have too little stuns right now, but I think Nothing to Say will probably fix that here. I'd be really happy to see a Pango here. Like, it's really good.
And it would lane decently against the Tiny?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Well, they banned the Enigma.
I mean, that is the counter to Morphin lane as well as Doom. I mean, Doom doesn't counter Morphin lane, but, you know, getting Doom doesn't feel good as a Morphling.
Yeah, Doom is already out as well, so we'll see what Arrow plays at the end of the day. I would imagine that's the hero that BetBoom is still looking for. As its first Tidebound, hero for Nothing to Say. Pango would fit really well. Any other usual suspects that they could be talking about right now? Because they have so much reserve time left.
I mean, it's Pango, Ember. Those are.
It depends on
they
how.
could slaughter themselves out.
Yeah, I was gonna say they could be cute. It depends on how cute he's feeling.
Ooh, he's feeling Brewmaster.
No.
Okay.
Is he?
Or is he feeling...
I've never seen a Brew mid, but I've seen a Bristle mid. I'll say that.
Okay.
So,
I mean, I think
I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think most likely Bristle will go mid.
I think Bristle mid does very well against a Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, you're 0 armor, right? So he should have a free lane there. Should have stacks as well. The Brewmaster, I mean, it's a bit annoying for the PA just because you do have so much evasion that can come out.
Ooh.
And so now they're throwing Tiny into the off lane.
Seems like it.
And now Bristle is going to have to lane versus a Huskar. But I think it's a similar story here. Huskar is going to be very farmed. And they have incredibly bad heroes against Huskar as a whole. Until Morph gets more farm. But you can still get some farm on Bristleback. You just got to stack the jungle. But it's not like Veno level fast or Sand King level fast. So this does provide a problem for sure. But they had to throw Tiny in the off lane to really make this work. So a Tiny Disruptor lane is probably not going to stop Morph.
I wonder, they were taking a little while to pick there.
They were.
Because I wonder if they were thinking of putting the Wind Ranger mid against Huskar and then the Bristle's a 5 or something. Like there was a...
That has been played before. I've seen some of these players try this as a support. It's, I don't know.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. But I think you know, it goes back to what you said after the second game, which is like... teams are not really necessarily playing to lane. Like they're fine accepting that a hero is going to get kind of shit on in the first like 2 minutes and then just go jungle or like cut the wave. And I think Bristle this is a hero that you're going to make that argument for. You know, I'm sure Nothing to Say can handle it. It does mean a Tiny is now being played in the off lane for BetBoom. And this is a, man, I feel like as an offlaner, he can really fall off. You know, and it can also lack a lot of the things that some other offlaners will provide, like in Aura Buyer.
He doesn't have a backup plan. Like most all offlanes, like these Sand Kings, they can just go jungle, right? If Tiny's lane starts going poorly, good luck.
But do we feel like the trade-off that BetBoom did with putting that Huskar mid and therefore giving Huskar a great game, is that worth it?
It's all on GPK. He probably made the call.
I think it's worth it, yeah.
Pick me Huskar, and I think if you have a Huskar player and he says that, you listen. And especially if Miro's like, yeah, it's fine. I can play the Tiny. I think you have to trust. You have to trust the Huskar player. And I know GPK has been fiending this hero since the patch where they added this third facet where you can dispel. So I believe
it's terrible though.
It's terrible, but he's been fiending it.
Okay, well, let's see if this Huskar is going to play off for BetBoom or if Tidebound is going to take this one as we're heading over to Fogged and ODPixel.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, the deciding game 3 now here between BetBoom and Tidebound, and we're getting indeed that last pick, Huskar, coming in.
Don't worry, Fear. He went Incendiary.
He
did not go. I don't even know what the hell it's called. It's some
even...
healing thing. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it. I'm usually pretty good at these.
Because it's just like, how can you ever not go this fast, right? Because the damage it does is ridiculous.
What is it? Oh, Cauterize. I knew. Damn it. It was Cauterize because it healed. Yes, damn it. So obviously not going to go that one. He's just going to go standard Incendiary. I'm curious to see how this is going to go. They've gone for just a very different type of style. They throw the Tiny to the offlane. They have a Disruptor Tiny as their 3-4, which I don't think I've ever seen in a very, very long time.
Yeah, we might never have had that.
Yeah, so
duo in a pro game, yeah.
Yeah, in a very, very long time. So we'll see how much pressure they can actually apply onto a Morphling, because it does feel pretty nice for him. And then, yeah, let's see how mid ends up going, because it should be pretty good for GPK, but I'm going to factor in some rotations. I think Y is going to look to do some power shot snipes, very likely to mid, but we shall see how it all goes down. Cool to see the Brew come out, too. I know Bach is one of the... It's been rising a little more in popularity. That's why.
He might be in trouble.
Got a blood grenade.
Well, that win run don't last too long at the beginning.
No, he's looking to be pretty dead.
Oh,
he stepped backwards.
He did. Pure step back.
That might save his life.
If he didn't take a step back, he would have been able to get that extra dagger off when it came off cooldown, and I think he would have had it.
Oh, might have saved his life.
Yep.
Either way, he's going to have to go back to base. So it is going to be Shiro in a matchup versus 2 heroes, and they are actually blocking the wave. So Shiro has to farm under tower with the way that they did do the block. And they're going to probably mess with his last hits.
Oh, let's see. So how rough is this mid matchup for the Bristle? Like, it should be very rough, right? Or is there some way that the Bristle can sort of play this?
I think I had never seen Bristle versus Huskar.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, so obviously it's going to get very hard once those spears, the levels start coming up. But I think Nothing to Say can do a pretty good job of dragging.
Okay.
As Bristle, I want to say that, but maybe not. Maybe he's just dead. Hey, like just be dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, rest in peace. Okay, first blood for GPK. I mean, yeah. But it's just, and as the panel said, they did have options.
They did. I thought they were
going to sort of switch things up. But with the way things have gone so far today in this series, I think Nothing to Say. He likes the pain. Right? He doesn't mind playing these mid matchups where he is not favored.
I mean, but why did he literally just walk up and killed himself? They could have just played it more patient.
You know, sometimes you make a misjudgment.
Yeah, I guess.
You know, you think you can't die when you can.
I mean, it's a lot of health burn. These spears are no jokes. Okay, I mean, it's going to be a devastating one for him. He's just going to have to play fully off stacks and dragging creep waves, but now you can maybe just go boots on GPK and match it. And he does actually have those boots.
Maybe he didn't check the facet. He was like Jenkins. He was like, oh, this guy's got that other rubbish facet. He's not going to have the damage to kill me.
And GPK is playing this pretty beautifully. Nothing to say.
Is he dead again?
I think he...
He's at least going to have to run. How many stacks is that? He won't be dead.
He lives, but he is now put at 100.
He's very sad. It's going to feel pretty bad.
Okay, this could actually just make the game pretty much impossible for him to ever play if he can literally get nothing.
He wants to get the creep wave, but you can't. There's a Huskar ready to stop you. Well,
and looking at the other lanes too, Pure is free farming because he has a Warlock behind him, so no way they can ever pressure him.
What do you do here, is this Bristle? You're just stuck in this...
Keep trying to drag the wave, but you're level 2.
Kind of area of limbo. You might as well just start stacking the enemy ancients so you lose the game quicker. It's rough. What do? You
just have to play to catch your wave. But GPK is going to chase you now at this point. Do you buy a Windlace to match as well? Let me see, I'm checking his career. He did! He bought the... I was about to say, do you buy like Phase Boot and like Windlace on the Huskar just to chase the Bristle? It might be something he does, just to prevent Nothing to Say from recovering at all. So Windlace and Boots, they're there for GPK, so very likely drags a wave.
Because you... Like, when you look at that draft, you would have said, if you did indeed make that switch up, get something like the Wind Ranger mid, like, this lineup could work in other capacities. Like, it's not terrible to move the Bristle somewhere
Bristle
else.
5. I thought they were going to do Bristle. Well, you saw this, people trying the Snot Rocket Bristle 5, even at TI, wasn't it? I think we saw people doing it last year. But I mean, maybe they thought that he could actually get to the point of dragging waves. I actually did. I kind of did too. But dying the way that he did was devastating. And Planet, he's still fatal bound.
Oh, might be okay though.
He's got the tangle running. Looks like he should be all right. But they're not. I mean, Pure is full free farm. Huskar full free farm, and Tiny's actually having a very good time too. Because at the start, the Wind Ranger got put back to base.
Save.
He's got a glimpse.
Drags him back over to GPK, but indeed the TP.
Oh my
it's going to be a fair bit of damage, but we'll survive. Nothing to say.
You'll tell your team, guys, they used a blood grenade. They wasted one. Don't take those.
There's like, how's mid going? And you're like, it's going fine, boys. I got him on the ropes.
Yep. We forced a TP from the support.
Forced TP.
Level 5 versus
level 2. Yes, but don't look at the levels.
That might be the biggest disparity I've seen in terms of levels.
In a mid matchup at 4 minutes in?
At 4 minutes? Sometimes
I think so.
We've seen like the level 3 and they have 0 CS and they're roaming, but they're usually like a couple levels.
Look, Safe's just hanging around ready to be annoying.
I mean, they can just kill him if he steps up. They have the glyph available for the dive. They're hunting for him.
Oh.
Another TP's coming in. They're bringing it numbers. The Quills.
Oh. Hey, they got
The
him!
Quills!
Hey, there we go. GPK down.
And save 2. The support rotations, they work. One more hit. Oh, you safe.
He's salving up.
He does not have a way out of this, though. No TP. Planet with that chakra. That Quill, it definitely added up. Not expected.
That's a big move.
Big
Gives you know, a bit of chance here for nothing to say. He is currently not moving. Okay, he's waiting for the TP. He's got TP back off cooldown. Can get back to the lane.
What's his levels looking like?
He got about half a level from that.
Okay.
3.5 now.
He's still 3. All right, well, they're going to get stacks for him, though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I'd imagine soon.
Because I guess that's the thing, right? He got to live for that kill, but it was split between him and the 2 supports.
Yeah, and I guess, okay, so, trying to, silver linings and everything, too, is now they can leave bottom, right? Shiro needs nothing. Probably didn't really need much anyway, since he was versus a Disruptor and a Tiny. They can look to just make moves around. Planet?
This time should be dead.
Definitely. So let's see if the supports just kind of literally hugging the Bristle can change things up, since they can just leave the Morph on their own. I don't know. And nothing to say, is just still so poor.
Now, and what do you sort of buy on the Bristle when you had this rough of a start? What's sort of your road to recovery?
I mean, I would say it would be like that Halberd kind of style build, maybe, but... I mean, it's that or Aghanims. I can't think of anything else. Everything else sounds horrible. So maybe it is just Ags. Okay, yeah, he's queued up Ags. I mean, we'll have to say. It's very early, but a 2K lead, and it's a, it's of course it's the Huskar, but it's also this PA. It's the PA just able to get full free farm.
No, okay, this is the thing as well, right? This was a first pick PA.
It was.
This is a first pick PA getting complete free farm.
And it's versus pretty limited disable and 0 silences in particular. Morph can change things around because you can, turn into Tiny or whatever, give extra stun, but yeah, it's looking very nice for Pure. And he's going to have to break later on, of course, versus the Bristle too. Sure, Morph will be a problem, but if you've got absolute free farm, probably not. And they're giving Miero actually the wisdom here too, so boosting up their Tiny even more. Save in the mid lane.
Oh, they want to try and kill nothing to say.
Got a glimpse.
Back into the kinetic field.
This time they got him easy.
And he's gone. Not going to be a fun game for nothing to say on the Bristle.
Definitely not. Unless literally just mistakes that come out from GPK and he gets caught by Quill somehow, it really just feels like it's a very sad one for this Bristleback. So Shiro, it's going to be a lot of work for you, my friend. And there are definitely spells that can trip up Shiro. Disruptor, even though it was picked before the Morphling actually came out, they will at least have a silence to deal with him. Bach.
GPK trying to close the gap a little bit there.
Bach can't TP. There's a Disruptor here now.
Yes, they've been pretty pesky with his presence.
He really is. This 4-position Disruptors, just because the strength of their independent cores, it's actually doing quite well. Just being able to rotate from lane to lane. How many stacks does Katomi have? He has 4 Grimoire stacks, so he's got the ult at the ready if they see a fight opportunity. Nothing to say, we'll get some recovery, but he's just still so frail.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do they want to try to contest stacks is the question. That can be where it's quite a bit riskier unless you bring the Tiny as well. They're considering it, maybe with Golem.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But looks like nothing to say. Is going to be able to get away with farming this in a very safe position. Needs the stack desperately. We'll be able to get him that level 6. Armlet done. GPK can start to accelerate things as well. Probably pressure mid tower. While for Tidebound, yeah, it's stack. Yeah, it really is. Just plan it. Get your double stacks going for the Coddle to try to get your Bristleback back into a better position.
And it is a very nice armlet game, right? Not a lot.
It's a great one.
Of sort of dots that are going to be thrown down onto you.
By Planet.
So if they can find anything in return, they're looking at Katomi.
Level 6 on Bach.
He's got the Golem, he'll drop it.
We'll let him back away. Just really doesn't want to give up any extra kills. Gonna be able to put some extra pressure onto this tower here. Pure is also pressuring top, and Miero is also bottom. So they're showing in all 3 lanes. and not getting punished for it.
Structures are fortified.
Bach is considering if he can go for some type of play here. Save.
That's very risky.
They just popped the split. Pure goes for a wraparound play.
He's going to be able to jump back towards the rest of his team, but the shackles
Pure?
are in, and indeed, Pure, he walked in.
He just gave up his up.
Oh, okay, and now...
Shiro will take that all day.
Indeed, he's ready to be the PA himself, turns into him, closes the gap on Akadaomi. A couple of times this series, Pure's done this. He's walked into some fights at some pretty rough angles, folks.
Last game he played almost flawlessly, but the first game he did have a couple approaches that were weird. That one just walked into a Brewmaster. They did see him, to be fair. They do have the vision there, but that's a massive kill. Shiro gets... Does he get both? I believe he does, right? So he gets both last hits the kills. They almost got the deny, too.
Now he's able to get back to the lane. They're still hitting some excellent time. He's top net worth here on the Morphling.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge... almost a complete recovery, I would say, in this game. Jeep, nothing to say, has stacks everywhere to catch back up, so... He's actually got 2 components of his Aghanims now finished up.
It's not a terrible spot to be in, right? Considering what happened in those opening minutes.
No, definitely not. Shiro will run directly into Pure. There are 5 heroes surrounding him. There's no Disruptor ult, but Shiro completely alone.
Yeah, look at the avalanche. He can just sort of buy his time here, but getting away, it's not going to happen.
Quickly brought down.
Looking to make quick moves maybe towards the top as well. If
Save's already up here.
Might be able to find the setup onto Bach.
Doesn't have ulti available. Does he have vision? No.
Good jukes here. Plays to where he reckons it's at least likely that any sort of vision will be down.
Pretty outrageous movement speed with the Drunken Master plus the pig pole. He's literally just hasted. He just zooms out of there. Recall. Planet. Looks like they want to take a fight down here. Just kidding. Recalling away.
Yeah, they don't want to hold this tower. Don't quite have the primal split back up.
I thought I checked nothing to say, and I saw the buff on him, too. I was just blind. Wait, it did. Okay, so it wasn't just me. It shows it on the coddle, too. Okay. I play this hero a ton, too, and I actually didn't even notice that, so. Planet. Continue to just get that recovery for mana. Bach at the ready to fight. He's going the Vessel route, too. Looking for early timings to be able to fight around, I would say. But, oh, and yeah, they've completely recovered things.
Well,
Shiro's
they have.
level 10. He's 2 levels ahead of the PA now at this point. And Bristol's game has been almost completely recovered. It's 3 components toward the Aghanims. Catch. Doesn't get the shift off. Can they burst him in time? They can. Nice glimpse.
Able to pick up the 2 bounty runes on the way out there, though.
True.
Shiro.
Very true. If he doesn't get that glimpse timing there, he might actually end up surviving with the shift. Katomi top.
Looking to dive in. Katsomi already out.
Limited cancels. Tried to bring Y in time, but not able to.
And they can pressure the tier 1 top. But indeed, nothing to say. 100 gold. He'll have the Aghanims done.
It's literally only 1,000 gold behind. And Pure, after he was having that full free farm, that did slow him down a lot with the Morph. He's only 700 behind. He's got to have Battle Fury done, I believe, coming out. Why?
Bringing in the TPs. Why?
Very dead. They all want the kill. All 3 cores jump on top of it. Mira will be the one to snag it. Wisdom, can they consider contesting? Miro is making his move over. He has his Blink Dagger. They can consider, but I don't think they can actually fight there if they knew where Tidebound was. The Brewmaster, I believe, Spirit Vessel's done. He's right next to it.
They might be tempted.
They might be tempted, though.
Yeah,
They
10
really might be
seconds to
tempted.
get over there.
Do they have a ward? I'm checking the supports. Katomi has it, but he's too far. I don't think they make it. Yeah, they made the call. Nothing really besides that. It's also just painful. If they get it, they could just die, and there's not really much else for them to gain over there. So I can see why they don't want to even try for it. This feels like it should be the closest game that we have in all 3 of the 3 games that we've had, in particular from these 2.
Yeah, looks like both the PA and Morph are going to
both have good timings.
Have a game.
Yep. good team fight on both sides, I would say. The supports on the side of BetBoom provide them a ton of team fight, while the Brewmaster provides a ton on the side of Tidebound. Great dispels that he can do too. They're gonna look to smoke. They've got the Spirit Vessel done. Yeah, Aghanims is done for the Bristle. They're feeling powerful. I mean, the power of Brew is pretty scary in a lot of games too, just because of the untapped potential sometimes of him, because he can change team fights. Like you have the number advantage if he's able to just chain cycle on a target, get good dispels off. And numbers are definitely going to be a thing that we will see Tidebound look to play with a lot because of the recall. Just constantly looking for that position advantage. Tormentor will be the call.
That's a good shot as well.
It's a really nice one.
Yeah, getting the Gale Force online nice and early for the win range, yeah.
They have a lot of good ones. Even the Coddle one, if you got it, was nice. That extra recall plus extra heal is nothing to scoff at. Gets the shift off.
Yeah.
Shiro.
Not going to be able to burst him. Another Gale here from White. Kind of dragging Miro back.
Gets the shackle.
And we get the angle. Bringing in the Brew, but Buck's going to get dragged back by the Glimpse. Still, though, Shiro able to turn into the Tiny, use the Avalanche against him. And there we go, picking up the Tormentor, picking up that Shard, paying dividends straight away.
Immediately. And Shiro, really good play there, using that Tiny against himself.
Oh, they're going to lose to Roche.
Should be able to set up with it, with all the minus armor.
Should be able to take, I mean, they're going to try and contest this surely, BetBoom. I don't think you let this go away for free.
They've got BKB on GPK, they've got Golem.
See what they can do. 3 in the pit. The Golem's going to get dropped down. The Static Storm follow up as well here. Catching the 3 of them with the silence. That Shiro gone. Nothing to say to fall. They just walk up and drop an easy team fight. Buck will be able to get the primal split off, but he's got to use it to run. They've got no fight surely left to have. I mean, they're trying to poke back and mess around with GPK, who's looking to finish off the Roshan.
Bach has to be careful. He is at, what, a 200 HP when it ends.
Yeah, he's got to get out surely. And he's away.
Right, the supports leading the charge there.
Yep. Ooh. Careful with the toggles.
He was, I think he was 20 HP from getting executed there. Or kill shotted, sorry.
I guess, yeah, this sort of snipe potential is causing him to have to be quite careful. Buck!
He's back.
He's going to get clipped by the Avalanche.
Rush!
Easy deny.
Oh, man. GPK, is there another power shot?
Yeah, where's the power shot?
Here it is.
Nah, it's already gone. Roshan dead, Aegis secured.
Huge from the supports.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't sort of bear in mind the fact that both the Golem and Static Storm were available.
Yep.
They got a little too excited after they killed the Tiny, I guess. And yeah, didn't respect the fact that the supports could pretty much single-handedly deal with them.
Especially if Shiro's caught inside of it too. It's literally we're all caught inside of it.
Yeah, very nice play around the Roche there from BetBoom. GPK. The Aegis takes the tier 1 tower top. And in the network you can see PA Pure shooting ahead.
Back to a comfortable spot for them. Bach is just kind of poor. That's also the big thing. Since he's gone down this Vessel route, rather than having this, the Radiance that you see, he wants to try to go for more early fighting, but see how he's able to recover since the fights have not gone his way with the Vessel build in these last few moments. They are getting more space on the supports, as we do see. Y as well as Planet getting a decent amount more than the 2 supports, but I would say the 2 supports on the side of BetBoom don't really need too much to be very impactful either. Disruptor and Warlock. Sure, Disruptor eventually would love to have an Aghanims, but early on, their spells just do what they do. So in a pretty comfy spot. I'm looking to just continue playing around GPK with this Aegis, with this BKB. They've got a Static Storm. Quite scary, I would say, for the side of Tidebound to show on lanes, since they're playing versus this Disruptor at this point. They have way more difficult ways of setting up for kills on the side lanes. Theirs is all about just like big team fights, but it's also not that great versus BetBoom. Power shot.
Looking for Miro. Shackles there.
To the Kobold.
Miro. He's going to need the coverage here for the Static Storm. The Golem to drop down from his supports to try and help him out. Now GPK ready to get over to the backline.
Shiro?
Takes out Y. Miro will fall.
Shiro?
Shiro's committed in pretty deep for this. He's got to head back. Puts the man to tries to walk this off. We'll have to wait for him back up to get back to the safety of the tier 3. But Bark's still outside of the base.
Glimpse.
The drag back, but he's got the split. So stays safe.
but they force a split completely defensive. They take out the Bristle. They will lose their Tiny, but we got some nice pickoffs there and forced reactions from the side of Tidebound.
Yeah, they can still go for more here with the Aegis.
Yeah, especially now that there's no brew split. They're going to know that they have the edge on every single one of those team fights without it available. Tier 2. It's getting pressured. How do you respond? They don't have any of their D-pushers actually in the area. Not the Coddle, not the Wind Ranger to get that power shot or Illuminate spam. They'll just use the Glyph. Miro couldn't quite find the grab. Miro's going carry build also from offlane, so he's not pivoting. So they're going to have 3 full-out carries.
That's going to be tough. Tidebound to deal with.
Yeah, 3 carries especially since you're not having the good mid game with your Brewmaster at the moment. Pure will be just fine. I know there's a ward somewhere around here. Sentry gets placed, it'll get taken out. You can see how aggressive BetBoom's playing. They're feeling very confident right now.
It's pretty much just the shackle shot, right? It's the only thing that can kind of trip them up outside of the ultimates. Not a lot that they can throw out here, Tidebound, to try and threaten the cause. They get the toss back. Split still on cooldown, even if it wasn't, wouldn't have had a chance there.
Tier 2. Oof, nice shot with the power shot. Doesn't connect. Another jump.
Get anything there. Tries to get the vision with the Thunder Strike, but ends up costing him his life save. So a sweet little attempt there, but does not work out.
Tries to be fancy. Gets punished. Shrine of Wisdom will get claimed from the side of BetBoom, but Planet, I don't know when the hell he did this, but he smoked out to be able to steal the opposing one.
Easy.
Very nice. And he's even going to steal some farm. Only a 2K lead for the side of BetBoom, but it feels larger. A lot of that gold, of course, as we said, the supports on the side of Tidebound. It just does feel like this Huskar and this PA. They have great ways into this next 10 minutes of the game. The Aghanims is about to be done for the Huskar too, to lock down targets. So just easier ways for them to continue to set up this advantage compared to Tidebound, where, yeah, like you said, it's a shackle shot. If there's no brew split, it's literally a shackle shot to set up the fight. Another tier 2. 2 tier 2s, 20 minutes for the lineup with the PA.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Planet. Very close to having the Aghanims.
He is still farming very well. It's just going to be in terms of... Well, they have damage for PA and Huskar too. They might have some of that extra control, but they absolutely are lacking this extra their offlaner. Bach is still only level 11. It's not even 12 yet on this brew. Planet's level 13, so...
Miro?
It's going to be quite weak as...
They're going to find nothing to say.
We'll find a kill.
They will. They'll get safe.
They will get brought down. And the Aghanim is just so good versus Bristleback. It's good versus everybody, but of course versus Bristleback in particular, since it taunts and you just can bring him down in seconds. And Shiro will need a BKB.
A tough one to carry.
Very tough one. It's him alone.
I mean,
It really
it's
is
kind of
starting to
similar like
feel-
last game right there. He had his work cut out on the gyro.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to do it. This time, it's even harder.
Yeah, even though Bach had, he's recovered, right? Absolutely. The factor is he still is going to be playing into a PA shard at some points too. He's playing into this Huskar % damage, who also turns him. Yeah, it really does feel like Shiro has difficulty set to 9 at the moment, maybe 10 even. BKB's finished. Oop, Pure. Checking some neutral items since we have some downtime, seeing what everybody took. Just the standard all Brigands. Brigands on the triple carries, of course. Just checking to see if there's any of the greedy as well too. It looks like no greedy coming out on the supports at least, but either way, able to control. Net worth is not leading, it's not growing, staying stagnant. But that does feel still pretty good for Pure.
Nice to smoke.
All coming out. Shiro with his BKB. BKB also on the bristle. Is Bach 12 yet? Okay, he is. So he does have level 2 split, at least on line 2.
Let's see if they can jump first.
No.
Miro.
Instant jump.
He's going to get the avalanche on the 2, then gets the toss back onto YY. He's able to get away with the wind run. Static Storm and Golem drop down here. Miro though falls. Pure tries to jump over towards the backlines, but they're kiting him pretty good.
He's deep.
Pure's got to back off now with the remainder of the BKB. Y survives throughout this all. As BetBoom, they don't get the kills. Now GPK will get the BKB off. He's able to jump over towards Shiro, gets him with the taunt.
GPK!
GPK's dead. Shiro doesn't even get close to dying as he cleans up the double kill. Pure's able to jump away, but the Rock's going to follow up on him. Gale as well, bringing him back.
There he might be able to keep chasing.
They want to try.
It's true.
See if they can get this. Shackle. Oh, onto the one tree as well.
He's got another jump.
But he's ready for him. Nothing to say is there. They close in onto Pure. Wow. They're going to get the PA as well.
And another.
They might even get the Warlock on top of it. Kataomi also to get taken out.
Wow.
What a fight there from Tidebound. They were more than ready.
The shackles connected perfect. They had the double BKBs at the ready. BetBoom. Miro, he jumps in thinking he's got a pick off, but it's all 5 again.
Yeah, they just turn and kill him.
Oh, wow. We've seen this from Tidebound multiple times in this series. Even the game that they lost, it's the team fights. Remarkable stuff. Punishing the greed, really. The Blink Echo Saber built from the Tiny. Miro, though, now comes in. We'll be able to find nothing to say up aggressive.
Yeah, they'll stop the push. Still quite the win there for Tidebound.
Huge for Shiro. Now he has the Eagle song finished up now, too, afterwards. Yeah, their double BKB timing paying off massively. Miro maybe going to be more hesitant how he goes for that initiation next time.
Yeah, this Butterfly's going to feel pretty great here, right?
It is.
Nobody wants to buy an MKB.
No.
Or have that sort of true strike solution.
They do have a lot of damage, though, right?
Sure.
He'll just have high burst in particular, and I am seeing the Disruptor save. He's halfway to his eggs, too. So this can also be one of those super game-changing ones that can just
they're hunting.
Make you win every fight. Shiro.
He's not respecting the fact that there's wards down.
He's got BKB. He's gone. 90 seconds.
Same time, Pure's being hunted.
He's got his BKB. He's trying not to use it. He will now.
He's going to turn and try and kill off Y, and he will get the kill.
1v4. Jumps in. We'll be able to jump out.
Now do they want to go for the Roche?
And both cores don't have BKB, right? The Morphling doesn't have BKB and Pure doesn't have BKB, so BetBoom, they feel like they can start to force this.
Can you get away with this as BetBoom? I don't know if you can. I think Tidebound aren't afraid to fight.
They have ults ready. They have Bach with his Primal. Miro. Looking for backline. They have that ward there. They want to try to catch Planet, but not able to close the gap.
They're not getting anything this time.
And Planet is being a true nuisance. He needs to be dealt with in these fights.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Difficult for them to just approach in a straight-up fashion. Ward will be expiring in 30 seconds around that Roche pit. Less than 1K lead now. Things are looking exciting. All going to be up to that execution in the fights. Pure almost has Satanic. And that will still help a lot, because you said limited disables, so you can still hop in and out of these team fights, especially when he's got this extra survivability. And Miro, I think he's going to disassemble for BKB after those last 2 fights. And then they probably look to fight around that. Maybe look to go for that Roche when he's got BKB on the Tiny. 25 gold until he hasn't finished. He completely whiffed the wave. Now he'll get it, and there's that BKB coming. So Satanic on the PA, BKB on the Tiny. He had a couple timings coming in here. Tidebound still playing on their previous timings. Shiro's got the wave pretty far up top. They seem to have a good idea of where he is, though, because of that Manta.
Oh, it's a difficult one, though.
It is. He's got the BKB.
Yeah, they know something's going on now, Tidebound.
Yep. They're joining next to each other. Nothing to say. Charging in. He's got an Arcane Rune.
Radiant are scanning.
GPK.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both teams waiting for the smokes to break. BetBooms will break first.
Pure.
Scouts it out.
He's kind of eyes on nothing to say. White. Trying to get the angle, but Mirror's in with the jump first. Gets the toss back on towards White. They look towards the Wind Rangers, but the Will-O-Wisp is dropped down. White's still alive. He gets healed up. White, he's out of there. They couldn't kill the Wind Ranger. They've lost Miro. The Will-O-Wisp dragging in the PA. Pure finally gets the BKB off, but he can't still finish off White. White survives. Pure jumps in. Looking towards Planet, but the Ghost Scepter's up. Planet is perfectly fine, and now Pure, his BKB's come to an end. He's trying to finish off Planet. Can they kill these supports? White and Planet survive through it all. Pure's dead, and now Buck's ready to chase down Katomis. Gets the drag back here. Katomi's gone. They couldn't kill the supports, Fogged.
They bailed, and that was the two of them bailing each other out. The Glimmer literally got delivered as they jumped Innocence. He gets it off on himself, then Y gets the heal.
And it continues.
What an insane fight. Again, Tidebound. This series has literally just been them just showing how good they are at team fights.
Game 2, they couldn't get it together, but yeah, Game 1, Game 3, the team fights, it's you got to kind of be left scratching your heads if you're BetBoom, right? You're trying to take them on in these team fights, but Tidebound, they just start playing you.
Ready, watch it. I believe, it got delivered to him right there. You see, he's got the Glimmer, he gets it off, he gets the extra heal. They can't even finish him off. And then the whole fight's so split. Everyone has to just run.
Yeah, and just Y and Planet. They're just not dying.
No.
You know, Pure's trying his best to kill one of these supports. He doesn't get them. He doesn't get either of them.
I mean, GPK is having difficulties of when he wants to use BKB, and even if he does, it's only 6 seconds. He gets thrown in the air. The number advantage is there. And Tidebound playing this draft now to perfection, it feels. Shiro truly enabled at its finest. He's got the Aegis now too. And even though it's been BetBoom, just like Game 1 actually, or Game 2, sorry, or Game 1, sorry, where they get 2 item timings, they look for fight, and they lose off of those item timings right afterwards. Quite crazy. Because that was Miro with the BKB, that was Satanic on Pure, and it was not any real big new items on Tidebound. It was just positioning and team fight advantage.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
And now at the point where you know, you're at the same farm as this Bristleback against the Husker.
Yeah. And your PA can't stick on the Morphling and can't stick on the backline targets either. You can't kill the supports because they've got defensive items, and the Morphling is not something you can just go for with a Butterfly.
What do you do? I mean, surely someone's going to get like a Nullifier soon, right?
I think you have to on Pure, but then you also need MKB. So they're in a bit of a difficult situation if no one can actually buy the item they need.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
10k lead now, Tidebound. Have been taking these fights even at a deficit. Now with the lead, feeling confident to go toward high ground. Glimpse from save. He still doesn't have his Aghanims. Still a full component away.
And what do they do?
It's an Aegis push. Lost the last 2 team fights quite handedly. So they're probably feeling pretty scared to just take a head-on fight.
Miro.
He's gonna try again.
And he gets the opening with the toss back into the taunt. They're trying to burst through the Brewmaster. Can they do so? They can. They kill him off, but at the same time, nothing to say. He's cleaned up the 2 supports himself.
And Miro's dead.
And as Shiro's ready to dive in, comes in with the break, destroys GPK. Sweet boost there as Shiro turns into the PA, uses the Fan of Knives against the Husker. Pure, BKB is trying to get in at least clean up the Golem. But they're coming in with the buybacks themselves, Tidebound. They want to keep on the aggressive here, whilst they still have this sort of nearly 3 minutes of Aegis.
And Shiro just playing so well, so confident how he jumps forward onto the Tiny, then breaks the Huskar and finishes him off. Some beautiful Morphling plays.
And with these buybacks as well, they're making the call that the buybacks aren't, maybe not there, and indeed they'd be correct with that call. There's no buyback available on either Miro or GPK.
And they have the sustain to just stick here.
They're looking to close it up. Yeah, they're on the tier 4s.
Oh, and they've done it.
The split's up. BetBoom, 3 against 5. Is there anything left that they have in the tank? Pure's trying to step up, but the Will-O-Wisp, the Gale Force, blowing him back. It's over. GG's called. Tidebound take the game. The series, it's theirs 2-1 against BetBoom.
In a really cool fashion, too. In their own fashion. Based off of team fights. Not looking for these counter picks, doing some type of stranger things with their lanes, but it's about the team fights. That was honestly a treat to watch, in particular from the supports, but also just from the recovery period. You know, Bach having a bit of a tough time in the brew, but he ends up doing his job anyway. He gets the extra control, but I do have to give a ton of credit to the supports.
Yeah.
I think Planet and Y, they just did crazy. I don't know how they do this stuff, actually, in these fights. It's nuts.
No, crazy stuff from Team Tidebound on that one, and what a recovery, really. You're going to remember back, 4 minutes in, nothing to say, level 2 against the level 5 Huskar. Things turned around quite drastically as the game went on. This series, it's Team Tidebound taking the victory.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fog. There's a lot to break down. Oof, look at this is defeat written on their faces as it's Tidebound that take this one 2-1. A lot to think about, a lot to talk about after a game like that. And we should start with the start of this game that actually looked like it was going really well for BetBoom Fair.
Yeah, it did. I mean, that mid lane was an absolute disaster. PA completely free farming in the safe lane as well. I mean, the hero they didn't stop this game was the Morph, and that came back and bit him pretty hard. This is a hero that, when you do have free farm, is very, very potent, but I feel like BetBoom, they made quite a few mistakes. I think Nothing to Say got back into this game by getting a bunch of freebie kills that he probably shouldn't have got. So, not the cleanest game from BetBoom, but Team Tidebound, they seem to be making some strides here and looking a lot better.
Yeah, they played this extremely well. There was like one fight where they had this very long chase, and
was it.
They got like just a 2K gold lead from this or something like that.
This is the fight.
And it was enough that they did not, for the rest of the game, like lose the lead. I vastly underestimated how good Morphling is when you turn into PA. I thought like, okay, well, you don't get the crit, right? Like, it's an ultimate. But you can turn back into Morphling and you have 2 waves of chasing, you know, waveform and the PA jump. You get the attack speed from PA. You're spamming daggers as well. Like, Shiro's ability to chase in this game was
You also,
insane.
just to add to that, you get the shard too.
And you get the shard, yeah.
And you can break Huskar.
Which, yeah, he used against the Huskar at a certain point. And you can use it against the PA as well, actually. Yeah. So she kind of counters herself in that way. So, yeah, this is a matchup, which now I think I'm going to look back and think, like, okay, this is actually Morphling favored.
Yeah, and
White Morphling favored.
We talked a lot about the Disruptor and how good or bad, potentially, depending on how the lanes go, it would be with that amount of chase where you can give chase to all these very fast heroes. I do feel like we saw Disruptor do pretty okay at the start, but then the moment that they are a little bit behind, Disruptor is useless.
Yeah, I mean, this hero just is not good when the other team has BKBs and stuff like that. Like, the counterplay to that is buying Ags, right? But
yeah, we even saw people like rushing Ags when Disruptor wasn't.
Yeah, it just takes a long time to get there. And Save, unfortunately, he wanted the Ags. He tried rushing the Ags, only finished 2 components. He was that poor. I think a lot of that had to do with, like, he made some uncharacteristic mistakes this game. I remember 2 times where, one, he ran up to enemy high ground and Bristle just instant killed him when he's trying to get vision for that glimpse. Then another time, Tiny tosses a Bristle back again. Instead of using the Static Storm and locking him down, he also got instant killed again. So these things really set him back. So as I mentioned before, just a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes here. We see why Tiny isn't often played in the offlane.
Yeah.
I feel like Miro didn't have one of the games we typically see him have on this hero. And there's a reason this hero's not in the offlane.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, he's a throwaway. He is a throwaway so that GPK can go mid and, you know, devastate. And he did do that, but he didn't carry it forward into, you know, 1v5 in the game, because Huskars just don't really do that anymore.
No, and our MVP goes to Y on the Wind Ranger. I will say, he hit a lot of shackles that were like insane.
Honestly, it's not shackle shot often that you see as like the really high skill Wind Ranger plays in these games. It's the power shot, like, you know, executing people. But in this game, it was kind of nice to see like the Light of Heaven type shackles, you know, reminiscent of those days. So yeah, he played extremely well. Honestly, this entire series, I think the supports were some of the stars of the show.
Yeah, which I was gonna say they saved the support picks for last in the earlier drafts, but
right.
Last pick supports. That's how you win the meta.
Yeah, let's take a look though at the mid lane. I mean, this was not about supports. This was about the Huskar versus the Bristlefear.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the middle of the screen there, you will see where all the action is happening. Nothing to Say is trying his best to get creep aggro, right? Because this is an unlaneable lane. But you did see that GPK, he actually skilled his Q at level 2, and maybe that threw Nothing to Say off balance a little bit.
Yeah.
Getting first blooded there. And after that, the lane was over. And I thought, and you know, this game would be very difficult to win. They're on forward because whenever Huskar successfully kills you mid and you're no longer able to play this like dragging type of matchup, the game can be incredibly difficult. So yeah, I mean, I think he was like
nice
level 2 at 4 minutes in this game on the Bristleback. It was a bit of a rough one.
Yeah,
but they still brought it back, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that sure, Wind Ranger looked good, but this Morphling, this is the hero I wanted to see, right? This is the hero that just carries games if you have a good game for it. No more this first pick Gyrocopter. No. Give Shiro a hero in the game like the Terrorblade, the Morphling, the TAs. These are the guys that are gonna like throw the team on the back, no matter how bad of a mid lane performance run, no matter how bad your off lane's doing. These are the carries that will just win games for you.
Yes, and speaking of carries that win games, we also have a look at supports that win games. Keeper of the Light has been a support that wins games today, and I think we're going to see maybe it banned a little bit, but not this game round, Jenkins.
No, this was just wanted to highlight that Baki was a bit playing, sacrificial in this game. He had Glimmer Cape, I think, after he went for the Spirit Vessel. He didn't need to be the carry of the show, He's got a coddle. More net worth than what he has. You can build into the Solar Crest, the Ghost Scepter to keep yourself alive, and then eventually the Aghanim Scepter, which did turn out to be quite effective, especially against a hero like Tiny. It's just so goddamn slow. Poor Miro. Poor Miro. I feel like one of the issues with Tiny as an offlaner is that he kind of functions best as a hero when he is at a certain item threshold where like you get the Echo Saber, then it's like, okay, now I can kill the support in one hit. And then by the time the support has another item, Tiny has the next item, and then he can continue killing the support in one shot. But as an offlaner, you don't have the same level of farm and experience as like a mid-Tiny, and you don't meet that threshold. So then it's kind of like, what's his purpose? He could just be a 4 at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of feel like this fight that we saw where the Keeper of the Light Ags really comes in clutch at the start of this fight. This is like basically Tidebound saying, okay, we're ready. We're going to just run at you, and you're not going to get a moments of peace. And that's what they did.
Yep.
It's game over.
That was their timing.
Yeah.
That was their timing. They knew it. You could see it in the way that they were playing. They're like, this is the chase. Like, this is where we win the game.
Yeah. And overall, I mean, that was a very impressive victory from Tidebound over BetBoom, considering BetBoom has been top 6 in a lot of the tournaments that they have been playing, or top 4 in first place as well. So this is a great start for Tidebound as they move to the winning teams, with BetBoom dropping to the losing teams. We'll see more of them tomorrow. We're going to move on to our third series, rather, of the day. For that, it will be Richard Lewis taking you through that part with his panel, and you should definitely check it out because it is Team Liquid versus Nigma Galaxy after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
I'm here with the previous PGL Wallachia champions, Team Liquid, joined by Saberlight. Saberlight, how are you doing?
I'm great. Happy to be back. You know, as you said, we won it once, so now it's time to do it again.
Was it like a big sort of relief for you to win the last Wallachia? Because obviously you had some really big shoes to fill with replacing 33, and you know there's a lot of pressure on you and stuff. But then you I feel like you kind of proved it to everybody a lot in the last Wallachia. So has it been like a little bit easier for you since then?
A little bit for sure. I think it was for sure really nice to win a tournament because you know I've been playing Dota for a bit now, like basically 4-ish years in the top tier scene, and I've only gotten like top 2s, best result. So finally winning one was really important to me, and it also like proved or like showed me that it is possible and also not that hard. Like for example, I feel like the last Wallachia was not a hard tournament to win. Because, I mean, whether it was because we, like, things clicked really well for us, or if other teams, like, were a little bit behind on the patch, because it was, like, on a new patch, you know, either could have been, it's probably, like, a bit of both. But, yeah, you know, after winning one, it feels much more feasible to just keep winning. And, yeah, I feel like ever since then, I do have much more of a winner mindset.
Interesting. And you feel like that's kind of the page that the whole team is on coming into this Wallachia then?
I would say so, but it's also for the other guys, they've already won TI, they won a bunch of stuff, so I feel like I mean, obviously it's very nice to win another one, but you know, they're already winners, so I think for them it's much less impactful than for me, but for sure still impactful.
I mean, you always like making people laugh and kind of, with the vlogs and everything, you're on the front lines, you know, you're kind of presenting it as well. Do you feel like that comes from, is that just what you've always been? You know, you've always liked playing well and you always like making people laugh at the same time?
I would say so. I think like back in like school, I guess, I was the class clown in a way, but I think...
Not surprised.
Yeah. For me, I think more than anything, I play Dota because it's fun. It's like a very fun job to have, and I think as long as you're having fun, it's like that's what I do it for. It's not necessarily for like some fame or money. It's just because it's fun, and so like this is part of it, you know, being silly, making jokes, and just enjoying yourself. I think that's what it's kind of all about, at least for me. And so yeah, I think if that kind of disappears, then it would for sure not be as enjoyable for me to be a pro.
Obviously, you're looking to win it again. Who do you think are going to be your biggest roadblocks in terms of getting another win here?
I think probably PARIVISION. They are kind of, we don't have the best track record against them. However, I feel like they almost lost to us with the stand. So now with Nisha and our full power, we're going to finally send them home. I think it's about time that we beat them. So I am looking forward to beating PARIVISION for sure.
Awesome. Very excited for the Liquid PARIVISION rematch.
Yeah.
And looking forward to watching you play. Hopefully it's going to be another podium finish for you, Sablight. Thanks for coming to talk to me and best of luck at the event.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, Dota fans. The action here in Wallachia is going to continue. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio for our next series, a contrast of temperatures on the analysis desk. Of course, we have the lovely, warm dispenser of beverages, the tea governor, and the cold-blooded lizard.
Definitely.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, he's very warm. I'm doing fine. Like, played some Dota, watched some Dota. Really happy to be here once again.
Prepared for the wrong series.
prepared for the wrong series.
Tell us about the secondary stream quickly before we jump into the main stream.
Well, they already started, by the way. So
okay. Yeah.
They're ahead of schedule, at least in comparison to us.
Yeah. If we were covering that game, that would be amazing. But we're not. We're actually covering. Oh, they're just going to show it, bro. Yeah, awesome. Why not?
This is your time to shine.
Production. Yeah, you prepared for Spirit and Shopify Rebellion. So good for you.
Yeah, I had all of their games and how many times Shopify has won against Team Spirit or lost, and same for Heroic and Tundra. So yeah, we're not going to use that. We're going to use that some other time.
Not to worry. Look, we've got a great series to cover here on the mainstream, of course, because as you can see, we're going to be getting into Team Liquid versus a Team NGX, and then a little bit later on, we're going to have Falcons, or Falcons if you're American, Kraken versus Talon. So let's start by setting the table for Team Liquid versus Team NGX. Obviously, Team Liquid are reigning champions, and then unfortunately they went to Raleigh, had to use a stand-in, got 5th to 6th, but they are back to full strength with Nisha present here. So I'll just toss this one out there, guys. I mean, are we thinking they're going to retain their crown?
Retain the crown straight away. I'd argue easy contenders for a top 3, but I think with how competitive we are nowadays, I think we're just blessed that in the current year of Dota, we're not just looking at 2 teams winning everything.
Yeah.
So I would argue probably not, but at least a strong journey for them, but probably not going to win it again.
Yeah, definitely hard to say how well they're going to do.
That's the safe answer.
Yeah,
I went for a no. Yeah.
I mean, you expect them to do very well, considering that they just, with the stand-in, still did kind of all right. They performed well, and it's a stand-in for a position that's arguably the most impactful on Liquid, right? Like, Nisha is the driving force of the team, so I expect them to do well, but who knows? Let's see what kind of a form they're in, because they have played a full tournament without Nisha. Then again, we do know that these guys don't really play a lot of pub scrims, so it might not even matter that much going into the new season of Wallachia.
I think it's scary having a team when you do have a stand-in and you do get like a good result, to then it's kind of like a new perspective, right? Because like with Bryle, he brings like a new way of looking at the game. Then you come to this one, you get like a nice break. The Dota schedule is so intense that to expect our top players to play the best Dota at every single tournament throughout the entire year is going to be very challenging. So I think even giving a team a slight break where one player gets to, doesn't go to the event, then he comes back in, that amount of energy that you can bring can even elevate a team. So as much as I said, it's unlikely they can do a back-to-back, it could honestly work out.
Absolutely. That Nisha entrance, by the way, with the red backlight as he's going in, his face is
fire, wasn't it?
It was really fire. He means business, and now I want to see what that entrance means. Is he fired up, or is he just angry that he missed the tournament? What's going to happen?
Well,
or maybe he just relaxed, right?
But their opponents, Team NGX, obviously have had, let's say, a downtrend in fortunes. I kind of feel for them. I always want them to be better than they usually finish.
Well, when it comes to
I love the roster,
Yeah. When it comes to NGX, I don't think we can say that they've had a bad run recently, because this has been the best run that they've had in a long time.
Sure.
They managed to qualify here and there, but usually they drop out of the groups. So this is, I would still say, like, following the qualifiers that they've been in and watching them qualify for quite a few times now, this is probably the best form that they've been in a long time.
Well, tell me why that is.
Oh, I mean,
who's popping off?
I mean, you can see already on the screen. We zoomed on GH, but I'm going to talk about Ghost on the left-hand side. Luckily, there we go. But no, I think Ghost in the carry role, at least when I got to cast during Blast Slam, that was like his big moment, right? They were making this like miracle run. They were in the top 3. They did lose to Tundra 2-1, and then Tundra won the entire event. But since that tournament, they haven't really been able to kind of connect the dots since that point, like create that that moment. But I think Ghost, when he gets the kind of the end, like I guess the correct draft around him, he can just make these moments. But it does feel like Nigma is a team that relies on, they need the right place at the right time. Like their baseline performance isn't good enough to get themselves deep into runs. Like they need all the stars to align. Yeah, pardon the pun there, I guess.
No, I like that one.
Thanks.
Yeah, the stars definitely need to align for them to pick up carry potential, like win rate potential, winning the game from the mid lane. That's how I see it. Like for me, Ghost is great, but like his ceiling is perhaps at the moment at least still not as high as Sumail's. And I feel like when they have that win condition on the mid lane, eventually he wins them the game. Like if you get there, if he's playing one of these meta supports from the mid lane, like these heroes that you play mid, you're a position 2, but you're just a glorified support for your carry, then it kind of falls off. Like if Sumail is playing something like a Magnus, at least the way I see it. And their offlane as well when it comes to the hero pool is still a question mark.
But also some of Sumail's choices in previous tournaments, maybe not Raleigh, but ones before that were like he's playing OD but not buying Aghanims until like minute 60.
Yes,
then he's
quite famously.
Quite famously, and it's like that's a timing-based item. Then he's playing Earthshaker where he's going like Blink, Yasha, Kaya, and he's not opting to go for like the BKB or the Aghanims build that other players. And in interviews during those tournaments, like notable mid laners are going, why is Sumail not going for this build or this path, because if he did that, we expected to lose the game, but then they made a comeback. So I do feel like, as much as you're praising the kind of that scaling, I think Sumo has had moments where he has chosen greedier item paths that maybe, if you rewind the clock, wouldn't have got punished. But due to the caliber of all the teams that we have, a slightly wrong build can really impact your ability to close out a game. And that is one thing, at least for Nigma, that if you play around it and respect it, sure, that's fine. That's your way of Dota. But if you don't really understand the weaknesses and then you play into it, you are going to lose a lot of games. And that's kind of what's happening, at least in the tournaments that I've been able to cover.
Sorry, I was going to say, with the draft is about to start, but do finish your thoughts.
No, just to go off of that, like Nigma, they not only on the mid or the safe lane, like they sometimes do tend to pick some different things, and I don't know if that's maybe due to them not being to scrim as much versus other teams as some, because when Alpha Wolves were broken, like they were still going for a different, the pack leader facet on Lycan. Multiple games in a row, and like things like that do happen, but I still think that there's huge room for improvement when it comes to Nigma.
I just like the fact they have their own identity, right? They, at least 4 or 5 months ago, they were a team that still was doing the IO. Of course, you have GH, but it's like they're doing IO strategies. They like to do the Dark Side before it became popular. Like they clearly come to tournaments with, this is our playbook, and we are going to make our playbook work. And it depends on how far they can get. And it's I guess the tournament adaptation that you're going to look at. And
they have the Coddle as well, by the way. A lot of teams tend to ban that one out against them. It's still in the pool. Beastmaster gets yoinked by Liquid. When it comes to some other heroes, by the way, as well from Nigma, Tiny for me stands out as well. Like not just because of the flex that they have with it.
Liquid playing it safe though. With the Beastmaster, you already ban out the Bristle, you ban out the Gyrocopter. You don't really see Alchemist anymore. Again, DK not really big, so
PA is in the pool.
Pretty safe.
Like if you want to play it safe for Nigma right now, you have something like a PA Warlock into Beastmaster. Feels decent in the laning stage. Overall, another hero that's really good at the moment is the Terrorblade. You could even go for like something like an Abaddon the moment you see the Beast. You mentioned, I believe, the Ringmaster as well. But there's another one that's just as potent at the moment.
I do like the fact that at least in the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've seen the shift of Jakiro, where before it was always, I think it's called Icebreaker, the double ice bar facet, right? It's everyone took that by default, and then randomly, a couple players started going for Twin Terror, and then it's like, oh, but why are you going for it? And even here, you can see the stats. It's Twin Terror is, I mean, it's pretty bleak stats to be fair, but the point still stands that beforehand, no one would care about the additional damage.
The moment they added the Icebreaker, I instantly went and picked it, right?
Of course.
And then after, it wasn't that long, maybe 2 or 3 days of playing pubs, I saw that every Eastern European Jakiro was doing the twin thing. And it looked dumb to me. Like, why the hell wouldn't you have a double stun? Like a secondary stun on your ice pad. But you show up to a lane with 2 levels, you basically max it out. You can go 1-1-4. And it's ridiculously strong. In the laning stage, at least, you can solo that lane.
The main point is, with Twin Terror, you're getting 10% more damage on each of your hits. So in laning phase, that's basically why you take it. You're taking it for the lane. You're not at minute 15 going, oh, I'm going to buy a Dragon Lance and try and right-click my enemy, right? You are truly just going, I want to win the lane and truly delete my opponent. So, yeah. Just a nice kind of natural change for the hero.
Yeah, nice bonus damage here and there. They get the PA and the Gyro bans, by the way, so far. So Beastmaster protected a little bit there. On the other side, I'm really happy that we will not be seeing any Tinker. Even though in Nigma's hands, it's been strong, but I'm tired of the hero already.
No, well, spare a thought for OD Pixel and Fogged as well. I don't know how many Tinker games they had to cast, like, so.
I still wish there was like a group vote from all the teams before a tournament started. You all pick like your top 3 heroes most hated, and maybe like a couple just get universally banned for the entire event. Like,
it's a good idea.
I mean, it would make it way more enjoyable. Like, I don't think any of us want to talk about March of the Machines or Defense Matrix one more time.
It's really cool how many strong heroes went through, by the way. Like, the meta is pretty diverse, I have to say, at the moment. When it comes to... I don't think it has necessarily settled just yet. You do have your usual suspects like Nature's Prophet and the Medusa that need to go in the first phase, most likely. But Darkseer going through now as well.
Yeah, Darkseer used to be a first phase ban.
I was going to say it was a permaban last for
yeah, exactly. Yeah, but a very, very strong hero for sure. And we often see Nigma Galaxy like to play the double melee off lanes. Naturally, Darkseer, that melee body is exceptionally good. Tusk will potentially be good here. I think we saw drinking buddies utilized by Tidebound earlier. And another thing, that got fully ignored. As soon as it got nerfed, where the cast range was reduced when you slide to your ally, no one wanted to play it anymore. But with the rise of Kunkka, with Xmark and Torrent, with Ringmaster Will, if you get drinking buddies on Tusk, it doesn't matter how you get that repositioning, just getting the snowball save breaks their aggression.
Just while the draft evolves, because I want to get this on the broadcast, tell us about the rise of Ringmaster, because again, last Wallachia, he was considered bad, and I think there was maybe one player in the world picking him. Now he seems to be pretty ubiquitous. We've seen a lot of him.
He just does everything, right? He can push waves with his first spell, his second spell, Escape Act, you get magic resistance, and you just kind of prolong the fight, you save heroes. Then you have Impalement Arts, which does percentage damage, which pretty much auto-wins you the lane if you can hit them. Pro players, you'd like to think they can hit them. And then also you just have a teamfight spell, a big stun. Like, you do everything.
Yeah, and you have a unicycle that you never use, of course, because you don't take that facet. But
Exactly.
I'd love to see it. Like, I'd love to see that.
The
buff.
iconic Suns fan call.
that secondary bag of goods is just way too funny to play around. But of course, it's bad as hell, so it's not gonna get picked ever unless it's Omega buffed. But we get an ET as well, and with this ET, I might be expecting some ranged carry for Liquid. There is. With the AA ban, they pick up the ET, so maybe they're preventing a Morphling pickup on the other side as well.
I mean, Liquid's just respecting that Nigma Galaxy is going to be skirmishing. Right, Jakiro after laning phase, you want to put yourself in a position to Liquid fire a tower. Darkseer with an early mech or a pipe, or even like the Crimson, you want to push into engagements. Now you have ET with a sleep. You have Ringmaster with the Escape Act or the Will of... is it Will of Wonder? Yeah, Will of Wonder. And then Beastmaster though can stand up the front line with a BKB and Aghanims. So it's like...
Man, does it feel great that you can build a Vanguard on
Darkseer?
On Darkseer. Show up to a lane. And then you get yourself a Halberd as well if needed. It's just such an enjoyable item progression for him. And his facet, by the way, this is something that's... sorry, not facet, the innate ability is something we don't discuss that often. I feel like on the analyst desk as well, but in certain team fights just completely changes everything. You pop that level, you're full HP, you turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams are drafting to their own style, right? There's no... Like, they're respecting what the enemy's going for, but I think Nigma is getting everything they want, and Liquid's going, you know what? You play your game, we're just going to counterplay you in a couple fights and then break your ability to eventually scale into the game. Terrorblade, sure, fine, good carry, plays into the Beastmaster well. We've already seen plenty of anti-Beastmaster carries getting banned out by Liquid, so you kind of need to go down that pecking order.
Mickey Morph? I mean, it's all right. Like, the lane versus Darkseer isn't bad. You can get...
Morph is a classic combination, yeah.
Classic combo. You can get over the shards. I feel like... whenever I see a Tusk, I'd like to have a core that doesn't care about the shards. So either a built-in mobility like Blink, or... the jump is also kind of...
The jump does that, yeah.
And by the way, this is a difficult lane for Darkseer. Like, an Ursa at the moment... Every lane I came to as Darkseer versus an Ursa, I've lost. And in general, I feel like that Ursa is in a really good spot at the moment.
Yeah, I think this is going to really be about how the Jakiro plays out his game. Because if Terrorblade can be left alone around minute 4, Jakiro then rotates to the Darkseer Tusk lane, a couple kills in the Ursa, you take his tower, even Terrorblade going through the Twin Gate, opening up that tower with meta.
Right.
You then actually kind of create the tempo. But yes, Ursa versus Darkseer, if you put them in a 1v1, Ursa wins the lane every single time.
Like, even with the supports, I would say, like, the Tusk doesn't really do a lot. When you consider the ET there, like, I feel like ET and Ursa can still come out on top. Of course, it's very skill based. Like, it all comes down to the way they play it out. But considering Jakiro can rotate, well, keep this in mind. Ringmaster can as well, and he is really solid at doing that too. Plus, you can leave the Beastmaster alone. So, yeah, we'll see. If that happens.
Didn't Sumo play mid Darkseer a couple times? He did.
Yes. Yeah. You're right.
I had to just triple check that because right now the bans from Liquid are respecting the
mid
Darkseer can go to mid. Then you find a new offlane because Enigma, very good counter to the Ursa. Something you need to be careful for. You need to be mindful.
And they just have a funky set of offlaners on Nigma. Like, and when I say that, I mean it in a good way and sometimes in a bad way as well. They like to experiment a lot. Sometimes you do put these heroes on mid, and then you get something like a Tiny on offlane, which can be a hit or miss. Not in this game, of course, it's banned, but see the Storm and the Shaker banned out by Nigma. So they're basically just expecting a Nisha hero, which is kind of obvious, even though Beast has been played mid as well.
Yeah, and they're not really banning out Puck.
I was going to say, yeah, the Puck's still there.
Yeah, but then there is an argument where you could put Sniper on mid as last pick, and the Tusk if you go drinking buddies, and you have the movement speed, and you can maybe disengage from the Ursa aggression, you farm that way. Sniper then beats Puck mid. Like, there's a way that the draft can still feel really good, and they're just taking out other heroes that they respect.
There's also Huskar, right? Like, this man is still left in the pool. If you want to cheese it out with your last pick for Nigma, it's maybe doable. If it's a good hero on the mid lane, I mean, why not?
I think Nigma Galaxy are going to be very happy with all the heroes that they have, right? Like, as long as they don't fall victim to getting, group echo stomped by an ET or overcommitting to a hero that's going to get saved by Ringmaster and just being out of position, like, their fights are extremely strong.
They ban out the Puck themselves.
That means that they might be going for Invoker if they're doing this. Then you have the ET stomp, but you go for Brewmaster.
Interesting.
So it's Beast mid?
Sure.
Yeah.
In the end, yeah. And the Brew versus the Illusions, amazing pick. Like, and by the way, they're no stranger to the Beast mid. Like, this hero has been played by multiple teams, them included, on the mid lane, and it does well. Like, you do the same thing that you do from the offlane. You don't go for the Beast, of course. You go for the other facet and the Aghanims. So, yeah, like, looks like a solid rounding up of their draft. Is there a way now to mix everything up if you're afraid of this Panda? Like, put some TB offlane, Darkseer mid, last pick a different carry. I don't think they're going to do it, but...
I mean, it's complicated for Nigma Galaxy because all their fights are skirmishing style fights, right? Like, you poke a hero that gets walled, you punch them with the Tusk, then you Ice Path, but you're right-clicking them over time, it's Iron Chill over time, and then Brewmaster, he can split it off. The Ursa can enrage. Like, Liquid, when they get into the game of items, as long as they're not egregiously out of position, like, they can deal with what Nigma has.
Yeah.
So now Nigma also has to answer, how do we actually lock down the Brewmaster? And if we do, then how do we kill the Ursa after?
So they are switching everything up. Like, I kind of like this. It is a morphling into an ET though, which is generally historically been considered not the best, but yeah, let's see.
So mid Darkseer, offlane Terrorblade, and then carry morphling.
The smile says something there.
Look, there's another thing. Like, you did pick this. You have TB and morphling into ET. I feel like if I could choose a game to play ET, it would be this one. Like, if you gave me 1,000,000 games and say, like, which one in the pro scene, this is one of the best ET games that I have seen.
It does feel like it's easier for Liquid to play on their timings because Beastmaster from the mid lane, with Darkseer being his like counter matchup, it's just going to be farm versus farm. And the first 6,000 gold on a Beastmaster is I can look at Roshan, I can look at progressing towers, I can dictate the game. And Darkseer, it's I'm buying auras in the hope my team wants to fight with me. And then he's got an offlane Terrorblade and a carry morphling. So there might be a kind of that disjoint in what can the Darkseer truly do with that free gold he's going to get from mid when the rest of his team wants to farm.
I believe they're putting Jakiro on the 4, right, as well. And that's a nice approach as well, because what I'm seeing here is you show up to the lane. Like, I've seen this same exact lane, by the way, many times, but on safe lane. However, it's going to work the same on off. What happens is you use Reflection, and you just hit him with Dual Breath or with one of your Liquid Fires. And Ursa, he can't really do a lot in that lane. So at least when it comes to the lanes, I think that they have fixed them a little bit with this last pick.
I'll quickly check in with our commentators and get their opinion. It's Bebop and Rocksteady. How are you doing, guys?
Doing pretty good. Ready for the first game between us, right?
Yeah, ready. I'm just going to throw it out there. I think this might be the first time in the history of Dota that we have a triple master lineup coming out. It is Beastmaster, Brewmaster, and Ringmaster on the same team.
All the masters. I like it. Master of Puppets. Well, come on, B-Cup, give me a prediction. Whose draft do you like better?
Ghost used to play for a Chinese team, and he's playing Morphling, so I got to go with Liquid. If there's a lot of history with China teams.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. Apply that theory. The game is about to go live. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh, yeah, you've never been a big fan of these, like, cause it's Fly.
Yeah,
his Morphling, he was always on the receiving end, dying to kobolds and shit. But yeah, should be a fun one. I think the panel had some good points about dealing with this Ursa in the lane, because Ursa, a lot of the times, like the way they set up the lanes with this Darkseer also being played from the mid lane, so they have a bit of an upper hand in that one. They did not want to give free lane to Ursa, and now Ursa will need to play against Jakiro, and is going to need to play against Terrorblade. In the lane, it's not going to be as good as they would expect it to be. GH, he got initiated on, but he's definitely going to be fine using the shards.
Yeah, AOK as Liquid try to come over and get themselves a kill. I'm just kind of looking into how the lanes are shaping up. And are any of these facets sticking out at you? Anything in particular that maybe benefits a little bit more than the other coming into these matchups?
No, I mean, Icebreaker on Jakiro, I saw a lot of people picking up different facets in the last few tournaments. I still feel Icebreaker overall, when we break the numbers, what it does is still overall a better facet. Other than that, everything is pretty much the same. I would love to see the other facet than Ringmaster, but it's probably not going to happen unless somebody decides to really meme it up.
Looking to maybe get a kill here on a noob that'll do some damage. I would love to see the Unicycle in play, but we're never going to get that opportunity. It's the classics, the Carney classics.
That's why they're called the classics, yeah, exactly.
You always got to stick to what works. Bounty Runes, now this one picked up by Insania. Early on, it's just 3 Bounty Runes for the side of Team Liquid, and you've got this weird matchup made of 2 usual offlaners of a Beastmaster and a Darkseer. Not that we're not seeing these heroes mid these days, but what makes them so prone to being over in the mid lane now?
People realize you can just keep farming from the mid lane if you can shove the wave and farm the jungle at the same time. These heroes are very good at doing so, and you're not going to be able to die. They saw the matchup. Beastmaster has been used as a carry for a long time now, and now also being used as a mid laner, and we're seeing the same thing happening with Darkseer. I don't think we're going to be seeing carry Darkseer, but panel also discussed about Darkseer, the item that he brings to the table compared to the Beastmaster, because he's buying into Aura items, and then you have Beastmaster who he's playing for himself, picking up that Aghanim Scepter, Blink, BKB, these type of items, so he wants to be more active on the map, easier to pressure Roshan, easier to pressure Tormentor as well. Noob
in a little bit of trouble. Mickey and Insania putting on some heavy damage onto this Terrorblade. Going back to that conversation about Beastmaster and Darkseer, you know, what is the timing still the same on that Aghanim Scepter for Beastmaster from the mid lane? Is it still like that 11-12 minute Ags? As Boxy falling down here to GH for first blood. They even want to go for Saberlight, put some more damage in a wave form forward from Ghost, but they'll stick to just getting the Ringmaster.
I just realized that they have double GH in this bottom lane. They have GH and GH OS. So, super duper combo coming out from them. Boxy on Ringmaster. This hero is very, very strong. I think a lot of people didn't realize until we saw professional e-gamers start to play it. Slowly, you need to hit your spells to be able to like get the good harassment, because if you don't get the impalement arts, and Hell Saber Lido is also going to die. Boxy left him alone. NGX, they saw the opportunity, they took it.
Yeah, the GH squared down bottom, getting that kill. And the Impalement Art's max health damage per second feels really strong. You hit 2 of those, and you kind of start out these fights pretty well. You do have that save, too. You feel like overall a hero that kind of checks a lot of boxes, and you know, when you're doing percent health as a 5 position.
Checks a lot of boxes. He has a box. He has an escape act. He doesn't have it yet. We'll need to check that box slightly later. You want to max out your other spells, maybe put 1 value point in it just in case. But yeah, all your other spells, especially your Q, it is a farming tool, and Impalement Arts, very, very good spell. It scales. I think we're in meta where, again, we have these super strong heroes, super... Like, in terms of tankiness, everybody has a lot of HP, so percentage-based damage is always going to be good.
Heroes that have 1,500 health at 3 minutes into the game or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous. But bottom lane, GH comes back to the lane. Still just 2-0 right now for the side of Nigma Galaxy, and 17-10 for the Beastmaster over mid, denying quite a bit in this mid lane away from Sumail, but overall 12-2, not really something to fret too much about. But Sumail forced all the way back and has to TP back over mid, so Nisha getting the better of this lane, which then, of course, goes to what you talked about, getting a faster Ags, getting those faster timings, and being involved a little bit earlier. Top lane, and they were putting some damage on to Noob earlier, but you could see Mickey 16-4. This lane feels pretty great for them overall.
Yeah, one thing that we didn't mention is both of the offlane and carry, it's all about that physical damage. So it's relatively easy to itemize in terms of picking up some extra armor, knowing that both of them are heavy on physical. And we can see Mickey as soon as he's left alone, immediately they're going to start to put a little bit more pressure. Omar is level 3 right now, still thinking what he needs to put. Does he want to have an extra point in Liquid Fire? It's a lot of slow. This is something that Ursa doesn't like to play into. One of the reasons why Venomancer was always considered a really good counter to Ursa in the lane is he can't move, and if he can't move, he can't deal the damage, so you don't have to be afraid of it.
Yeah, I'm a little worried later on how this Ursa is going to deal with what they have in terms of kiting him. Like the Liquid Fire, the Dual Breath, Walrus Punch a little bit later into the game.
You have two carries, pretty much, TB and Morphling, that have physical damage, and these are the highest armor heroes in the game. And Ursa is all about that physical damage. Even though he has stacking damage, it's still physical damage.
See if they can do anything more to Mickey than just... Right now, a little bit of a Dual Breath damage coming out from the Jakiro as well as that Liquid Frost, but that's all he's really doing, just trying to open up the lane for Noob, who, despite the fact that he was aggressed on earlier in the lane, his farm looks pretty good. 27-8 so far. I would think that maybe this lane would have felt a little bit harder with how much he was getting aggressed on, but...
No, it was just his first level.
Yeah.
Because you're playing against ET, don't have much of a protection. Once Omar gets level 2, it does mean that he's going to have an extra slow, and you're also playing into 2 melee heroes. As Jakiro, you shouldn't have any issues. Same goes for Reflection. The heroes are going to be there, in your vicinity, so you can get a couple of right clicks. These are the heroes that don't deal well with the illusions. As it goes for the game, we have 6 heroes in the top lane, 6 minutes in. Both position 4s are trying to make a move.
Anybody coming out, GH looking for an opening, maybe to go in Insania. They land the shards, it's around the Elder Titan. They'll Metamorphosis for a moment, but they don't want to dive under the Tier 1 tower. Boxy is here. See if the Ringmaster can provide any help. He still went 1-0-2, so he doesn't have Escape Act to help out.
Keeping the Catapult alive. Noob will tank some tower shots. Needs to be careful, even though he does have a healing salve. Terrorblade is the hero that doesn't have that much HP to work with.
So they'll give up on that attempt at trying to get a kill here with those 3 heroes. GH actually goes over bottom. They see an opening in Saberlight, but Drinking Buddy's actually pulling Ghost a little bit further away from Saberlight, who's able to walk away and now has Boxy over to the side to even help out. But this is by the 7-minute mark, and they want to try and get their hands on this shrine.
Go away. They can't take this fight.
Insania also coming over. They go to the snowball. Ghost is sticking around maybe to help out, but seeing that there's a 3rd hero here, elects to try and run. They'll have this sleep. It doesn't land on Ghost. Ghost still standing nearby, but it's offering him a target to use that Drinking Buddies to get away from the Dire side, but it's just not looking like it's going to be enough. I say so, but Mickey's dead at the same time. GH is still alive, and he snowballs to extend his life even longer.
He has a stick. He has a raindrop.
This is the definition of space made. He's still alive.
Yeah, you can't pass. That bridge on the right, you can only fit 1 hero. You shall not pass.
Saberlight's, he's in so much trouble. Tame the Beast. Oh, and the sleep on it, too.
They finally get him.
He'll be the one who survives. Nisha comes over with the roar, and they will get this Morphling, and it goes wrong at the end of the day for Nigma after drawing them all the way out and all the way over.
You know what I want to see, B-Cop? I want to see Brewmaster and Tusklane. So use Drinking Buddies. These are the the drunk Dota heroes.
Drink a little Cinder Brew, a couple of Drinking Buddies, and you have a party in a lane. Man, they got Mickey top, and then they end up getting those heroes over
there
bottom.
should be a
though, in return.
tooltip. Drink responsibly on some of these spells.
Some designated driver. You're going to need Centaur to take you home. Mickey, Noob. Level 5 each, and now they're going to go for this Ursa once again.
Oh, Mickey.
Try to jump away, but there is just nowhere for him to go. Shards connect, and Omar gets the kill onto the Ursa. Nigma look pretty good at the moment. The lanes are going well. I mean, bottom didn't look good. Other than that, I think the game so far feels fine.
Yeah, this is what I want to see from this lineup, because they have Jakiro, you have Tusk, and Darkseer, who is pretty high level. He's level 8, and look exactly what he's doing right now. He's stacking in the triangle for himself. In terms of net worth, he's doing pretty good. Not as good as Beastmaster right now, but after clearing this stack, he should definitely skyrocket. It was Omar who was stacking in the triangle. Total 6 stacks for NGX and 5 for Team Liquid.
Yeah, not a crazy difference between stacks at all. I feel like we used to see the numbers skyrocket in previous patches. At this point, 14, 15. Some crazy number, especially from Liquid. But Nisha level 9, and he is going for that Ags. Timing-wise, though, looks like it's going to be around that 13-minute mark or so.
You did the math.
I tried.
It might be incorrect, but you did the math.
I'll never say that my math is correct. We've learned that from.
It's not correct, and it's not fast.
No. I try my hardest, you know? The NA education holds me back so dearly. Boxy gonna farm up here. He wants to get that level 6 on the Ringmaster as quickly as he can and get into that Wheel of Wonder, have that extra bit of lockdown for the side of Liquid. It is a 2,000 net worth lead for Nigma Galaxy. Ghost has been left alone over bottom after dying. Omar is also here at level 6, so he's got Macro Pyre ready to go. They have been going up top to get Mickey, and they might want to even go up there again and try and find him and kill him again.
They don't really have a playmaker. I think they're also lacking a little bit of damage, and Saberlight is in trouble again.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. The Macro Pyre down, burning away, and does not want to split. So Omar going to get yet another kill. He's on a killing spree on this Jakiro. And they are really making the off and safe lane of Liquid struggle. We talked about Beastmaster doing well, and he wants that Ags. He wants to get involved, but until that point, you don't really feel that extra bit of oomph, as well as that damage.
They really don't have a playmaker.
Yeah.
Brewmaster is not the guy that can start the fight. Maybe you can get a split off, try to grab a kill from that, but you need to have a good follow-up. I think Nisha is their strongest hero right now, and they should definitely try to use it. There's that split.
Yeah, they use that split. The Void Panda pulling back this Jakiro under the tower. Omar's
a kill is a kill. Team Liquid
might as well use it.
We'll take anything right now.
And they've been pretty famished up to this point, trying to get a couple of these kills. They lost this tier 1 tower over top, and Noob
putting a lot of pressure on Mickey.
Uncomfortable. Yeah, they've got this ward here, so they still have the vision on him, but the snowball is not going to hit. They still...
I love and hate these creeps at the same time. With the Ravage, yeah. If I'm playing my Wraith King off lane, they immediately ravage my skeletons, and then a lot of them do die. GH as well will die in this one. Nisha will pick up the kill, which will push him forward closer to his Aghanim Scepter. This is going to be the big timing for Team Liquid. I think they're trying to get any kind of a kill. First roar being used, they grab a kill, first split. Any of these spells, even though they're on relatively long cooldown, they're going to use Pop It to try to grab a kill, because they understood that they lost the laning stage. And on the other side, Nigma Galaxy, if you look at the items that they're going for, you see Terrorblade going for Orchid, which is going to be the big one. That's going to be the item that's going to control Brewmaster and going to control Ursa. None of these two heroes love to play into any kind of silence. They do, however, have a good way of disengaging with the box and with Stomp from ET. Saberlight's going to TP in, but not much else he can do. Just bringing the numbers, doesn't have split, doesn't have ways of dealing with the illusions. Needs another 300 gold to finish off that Orchid. That's going to be the big timing for them. I could see them being paired up with Tusk, Jakiro. And they also have a big combo that we didn't mention. Vacuum into Macropyre, into Ice Wall. It's into Ice Path. That's going to be very deadly. Sumail.
They need to be very careful with that, and they are kind of struggling on both their carry and offlaner. It does feel like at the moment, whenever
especially without the Radiance, whenever Split's offline, they really can't fight. But they are about to have this Ags, and that is going to time with this Primal Roar being back available, and he is level 12 on Nisha. That looks pretty good, but they are smoked up here on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and they're going to see if they can find themselves a kill. They've kind of got this understanding about where Mickey has been farming for the most part, and GH is up here, but not joining Noob and Omar. Meanwhile, going for these stacks, Nisha going to continue to farm as he will unlock these drums of Slom. Mickey deep in his own jungle, deep in this river, but they do have this obs here, and they have
double
an
obs
idea.
And a Watcher, but they're still smoked. DB Illusion is going to get scouted. The rest of them are still smoked up. Let's see if Mickey reads the situation.
He should with that obs on that cliff, but he is staying nearby. Now starts to go to the south of the tower.
Sees them. The Watcher sees him.
So he won't get caught, at least not for the moment. Now Guardian Greaves finished on that Darkseer, so they do have a little bit more sustainability if they want to fight with this Darkseer.
And this is the big timing that we talked about. Nisha with the Aghanim Scepter, they immediately smoke. They're looking for something. Trying to read the movement from NGX. Noob still sticking around.
Surprisingly, too, they look for the sleep. The Wheel of Wonders thrown over. The Impalement Arts don't actually land, and he throws the Orchid. It's onto the Beastmaster, but it's not going to matter. They'll end up losing Noob anyway. They bring a lot of heroes here to get this kill.
Yeah.
And there are supports left, but he stayed for some reason.
Electric spell usage. You remember the song, We Are Electric. They missed every single spell. They still got the kill.
Ice Path down, Macropyre used, GH dead off screen, but Saberlight going to be forced to split. And now, do they have the damage to clean up these Panda Bears and finish off Saberlight? They're nearby, and that Void Panda will pull Omar, who's taking a bit of damage. He's down to about half health. Meanwhile, the Tormentor being taken by Liquid, so they end up losing Boxy. But Insania gets the shard.
They didn't lose Boxy. They killed Boxy on purpose.
Well, they tried to give him the shard.
And
that's how it works, right?
A lot of the times it does work that way, but it is Insania who got it in the end.
They didn't even get that kill on a Saberlight. He uses that split. It's going to be on cooldown for a while, but they didn't stick around him, and they also end up losing the Tormentor. So Nigma Galaxy's last few minutes or so.
I think they wanted to, like, ET's shard is good. It's not a top tier shard by any means, but I think they wanted to have it on Boxy because Ringmaster shard is very, very good at dealing with the illusions, and you're going to be playing against Terrorblade, his illusions, you're going to be playing against illusions from the wall, plus also the miss chance is, I think this number could be slightly higher. It's 30%. You're also playing into TB and Morphling, which two of those heroes do rely on dealing physical damage, so very good shard. I think S tier shard for this game.
Side of Nigma Galaxy end up getting the Aegis, so it's a secondary prize, but really feels good to have that Aegis in your pocket, especially on the Morphling. I haven't really been feeling as positive in terms of ganks because they've been stuck at 5 kills for a while. They haven't really gotten much out of the map in terms of kills to continue to shut down this Ursa as well as this Brewmaster. And now Mickey, he's caught up. He's close to where the TB is, but does still need some time to kind of make up that difference between him and the Morphling.
Tried to smoke up, use this Orchid on Terrorblade to be able to get a kill on Ursa, but they were unable to do so. Ghost will continue pushing with Vlad's. With Orb of Destruction, definitely has more than enough damage to bring this one down, and doesn't seem like Liquid wants to take this fight.
They don't want to take the fight at the moment. Manta style flying out for Ghost. They'll take that tier 2 tower. And now they've got this Radiance for Saberlight. At the same time, I believe Nisha, he's got that Blink Dagger flying out to him as well. So they'll have a bit of a power spike from the Radiance, but also having that mobility for Nisha to kind of set up with the Primal Roar could be quite nice, especially once Primal split, he's got the mana for it, back to healthy and looking to fight.
Would definitely love to have level 2 split, because the Brolings can still die. You're playing in a lot of magic and physical damage coming out. All that damage is amplified as well by Vlad's. They have the Aura, they have a Guardian Greaves. Man, what happened to Dota 2 and Sumail? He was one of the flashiest players that we ever had, and now he's playing mid Darkseer, buying Guardian Greaves pipe. It has to feel bad.
It's a completely different playstyle than we're used to.
Yeah.
I mean, you play mid to be flashy. But both mids playing off laners, but one definitely more flashy than the other when it comes to looks impact. Blink with Roar is definitely going to look cooler. Amplified damage picked up by Saberlight. And he'll spot Ghost for the moment. He's got this Radiance. He does have Primal Split. It is only the level 1 split, but I think he's okay with that. And he'll start to put some pressure on a Ghost. And Ice Path missing. Saberlight really doesn't have to be too scared at the moment, especially with the rest of his team minus Nisha behind him. For the moment, though, you've got Nisha pushing bottom, and we'll see if they try to maybe take this fight to Nisha or look to take a fight in the triangle where they saw that Liquid was. Looks like they'll just stick to going over towards bottom, and Nisha kind of reading this.
Knows that something's happening. It's getting very close to his BKB. Nisha is super farmed. 11,000 at 19 minutes on the Beastmaster. These are some big numbers. Let's see if he manages to blink out, and he does. Finds the spot.
Really great spot. That was well done by Nisha to read that, blink into a spot where most likely doesn't get spotted and most likely works out to be 100% correct. Now you've got, I believe, Blink Dagger flying out for Boxy there too, so he'll have positioning to help out with the escape act that he now has access to, and you've got that save, and you know, this Aegis not really rounding out the kills for Nigma at all. Like, they're still at 5 kills. They still really haven't made that massive impact on the map. They got the tier 2 top, but are they wasting too much time here from Nigma? Gotta wonder if it's been too long and too wasted, as Liquid are starting to catch up, especially Mickey, who's had that time and space. He's now surpassing Sumail. They'll find themselves the Terrorblade. They go to the Primal Split, the waveform forward from Ghost, but they've got the control.
Need to use it in Omar, and he does.
He'll sunder Omar. He'll get back to about full health, but he's already stunned up once again. Omar's going to be now low and dead. They'll take the Jakiro. They look over at Noob. The waveform forward once again, but Boxy with the blink of the Dame the Beast to get the kill. GH gone as well. 3 heroes dead. The escape act is there, and now Ghost trying to fight. He's got 48 seconds remaining on this Aegis, but here's the rest of Liquid, and it is all going to fall apart inside of Nigma Galaxy. They'll have Sumail, but the wall was already used, so he may not want to get involved, and he won't get involved. Ghost is dead for the 2nd time, and even with that Aegis, Liquid take advantage.
That was such a good split, and I said it, like, he might need to sunder Jakiro. He does that, and both of them are very low HP. The Radiance is burning them down. There was nobody to help them out, and suddenly they find themselves isolated. They kill Morphling as well on top of that. Boxy with the nice box save coming out from him, and now you can feel the power of Team Liquid's lineup, because they have good ways to disengage if they're the ones initiating. If they're using the Primal Roar, they're going to be able to get the kill. And this is the item that we talked about as well. It's very easy to itemize in terms of building the items playing into 2 physical cores. Right. So he finishes off full Solar Crest. Not the item that we see a lot of the times, especially in the recent times, because sometimes we'll see a casual Pavis. So this item has been nerfed overall. But yeah, very good pickup in this game.
The crest feels good. They've got their way to kind of sustain their game, and you're not really feeling as much of an impact from a Dark
Still
Seer
at 5.
mid, you know? And you're still at 5 kills. I mean, they haven't really been able to do anything. They're going to try here. They're going to try and get this Beastmaster, but do they have enough? Primal Roar is already used. He's got the damage coming in. The Earth Splitter flies in. Nisha's going to be low, and he'll finally die. They get a kill for Nigma Galaxy. It only took them about 6 or 7 minutes.
That's the big kill. That's the biggest kill they could have gotten. Beastmaster was on top of the network, and now Morphling did overtake him. Manta style completed. Going into BKB, it seems. He wants to be able to not get kited by Brewmaster, which is exactly what I think it's necessary. I see that Noob is going for Hurricane Pike. Saberlight is really pushing the limits of the hero. Does have Split available.
He does have Ringmaster nearby, but there goes the Primal Split. The wall is down, and now the Orchid on one of the Pandas. They'll get that one, but they start to TP away. Mickey leaves, and Boxy's still hanging around, but he's going to TP to the Tier 3 tower.
Just
and maybe
hanging around.
Come the other way to get a save if need be. Walrus Punch up into the air. Ravage. On the Void Panda.
Nice play from Saber.
Earth Panda up onto the high ground with the Void Panda, and they'll throw down the Ice Path, but it won't matter. The Wheel of Wonder is used, and that's enough to save Saberlight.
They also had Escape Act ready if needed. NGX, they wasted a lot of time chasing Saberlight. Even though he used the split, I still think that they can take the fight. Nisha is about to finish his BKB in 300 gold, so that's going to be... Because they have no real abilities that he's going to be afraid of other than Punch from Tusk. I became dyslexic for a second.
Do have BKB for Ursa in 300 gold as well, so the
that's the big
timing is going to be
Team Liquid, they're going to be hitting the timings. Roshan may respawn in 30 seconds. There's also going to be Tormentor available in 1 minute and 30, so definitely when you have Ursa, you want to be, this is why you pick the hero as well, you want to be killing off those objectives relatively early on. I did already talk about the importance of Boxy getting the shard because it's so good. First of all, you have ET to deal with high armor. You have ways of dealing with the illusions with the Bruce Split and also dealing with the illusions with Spotlight. So a lot of the things are gonna line up for Team Liquid in the next few minutes, and another Ravage in the bottom lane.
Looking as they use the Roar, Omar Ice Path connects on Anisha. Macropire there reactivates the Ice Path, but he has the Escape Act and finds the escape door to leave. Still though, net worth-wise, it's pretty tight, but it does feel like Liquid have kind of been the dominators of the map. The farm has kind of gone their way. They've made up the ground that they were losing in the laning stage. And Nigma are still kind of looking for more of a push, more of an answer. And now the second Roche is available, so maybe it lies in that objective to get another Aegis, to have these next items, and to fight with that, because first Aegis didn't go well at all.
No, they were not able to find any kind of opening. And there it is, 25 minutes in. Roshan is changing his position, going to the top lane.
Right towards where Enigma are hanging out. Ghost, who is sitting top of the net worth, he's in the area. Only one not here right now is Terrorblade. But you gotta be careful. Saberlight hanging out in the middle lane.
He has no mana. Does have 21 charges.
Drinking buddies on to Sumail, but Saberlight pops that wand, shows that he's got mana, and he's ready to go with the Primal Split if they were to engage.
It does feel in this game for Liquid, whenever they buy an item, they get double the value. Radiance, very good against these high armor heroes. Mischance against the illusions, against Morphling, against Terrorblade, all that physical damage. You see that Ursa, he has MKB queued up, knowing that he's playing against high armor, so that magical damage proc is gonna be good. Both of these heroes kind of like to play with Butterfly as well. Now you have Manta Style that is coming on Saberlight, so the Orchid is not gonna be as effective anymore.
The Solar Crest feels like it's double value as well, like you were talking about earlier. And they are going to smoke and see each other.
The blink out.
They jump on to Ghost. He's going to be forced away from away. They go to the BKB. They've got the Primal Split, and the Primal Roar is used. They get the kill to GH. But now with the BKB running out on Mickey, how much time does he have to start and go on to these heroes?
He pulled him out.
Fought back on this Tusk. And now Sumail, with the help of Ghost, can he make anything happen? Saberlight, the Primal Split going to last for about a fourth of it. They've got the Ravage that lands out of Ghost from these neutral creeps, but Saberlight hit with the Dual Breath, and eventually they will disengage.
Maybe this is going to be the opportunity for NGX to try to go inside a Roche Pit and take it. GH did use buyback because they know that there are no big AoE abilities. If you look at the green lights on top, only Ursa has it. And immediately into Roche Pit. They do not want to waste any kind of time, but Saberlight, he knows exactly what they're doing. So he's buying a little bit more time. Maybe another round of ultimates are going to be available. You can see where Boxy is on top, trying to scout things out with the dagger.
And the Impalement Art's actually hitting on a Roche, and Ghost taking a lot of damage.
As BKB has Manta Style, but for Team Liquid, it's all about buying time until their ultis reset. And Roar available
ET's
again.
One of the best heroes in buying time with that sleep.
I think it's Faceless Void, but okay.
Okay. Well. Just dilate time. Got Darkseer, making sure that he's pushing the mid lane as well. Just maybe make Liquid a little bit more uncomfortable about going for this defense on Roche. But again, Saberlight just right in their face. Walrus Punch comes out. Impalement Arts, they go to the Wheel of Wonder. They're going to try and get the Tame the Beast, but they get the cone to Saberlight. They throw the Primal Roar out. It's going to be on a Sumail, who ends up dead as well. Boxy, he's gone, forced to buy back. Niche taking a lot of damage. Ghost kills him too, and 3 heroes are dead on the side of Liquid, and all of a sudden you bought back on Sumail, and Roche is open for the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy should be able to take it. Sumail even committing with the buyback. Ghost, of course, is going to be the one picking it up. First, Aegis, as you said, wasn't really that good of a usage, but yeah, Team Liquid, I think Brewmaster, he goes in and he is in the Earth Brawler stance, which does give him magic resistance. I don't know if he should have maybe swapped the Void Brawler that does give him status resistance. This one makes him more tanky, the green one. Does have Manta Style to get rid of some things, but yeah, they just burst him down from 100 to 0.
GH has been, in my eyes, the one making a lot of these fights happen, as he's had that blink with the Walrus Punch to set up for Nigma Galaxy, and that's kind of how it gets started there. They have that blink Walrus Punch on a Saberlight. They're able to take him out pretty quickly, and ultimately Liquid, they have to give up this Aegis. Ends up being a problem for them, and what was, at least last time, the split on objectives where Liquid got the Tormentor, Nigma Galaxy got the Aegis. It's both objectives now for the side of Nigma Galaxy, and GH has access to that shard. So he'll have the upgraded shard.
Yeah, it's the only shard in the game that does amplify the shard.
Really hanging on that S.
Yeah.
We've got the banner too. They're up 1,000 net worth, and Ghost now ahead by 2K on this Morphling. He's been putting out some pretty big numbers in these fights. Didn't really feel the impact of this Morphling initially, and you know, that was a little bit due in part to the pressure that was put on him initially, but still needed a couple items as a Morphling to kind of get involved. See how Liquid want to play around this Aegis, because they weren't too afraid, honestly, of the last one, but the game state's certainly way different this time around.
Yeah, most definitely. And I'm looking at neutral items that they chose. There's a lot of Shivs. There's a lot of Gale Guards. Basically, we have 5 Gale Guards and 4 Shivs.
Nothing wrong here.
No. Perfectly balanced.
Yule's picked up for GH there. McKay closing in on level 20. He's going into the Revenant's Brooch. He also wants that shard.
Yeah, he's just thinking whether he needs MKB, which item is going to give him the most damage. Seeing that there are no butterflies, but both of these heroes can still swap the butterflies.
Ooh, the
they
damage!
Just evaporate.
Mickey and Nisha putting the damage on. They'll get the Aegis. They'll also get the kill on Omar, who does have buyback. But here comes Ghost again. They've got the Walrus Punch up into the air. It's going to be Mickey. GH going to survive with his life. The vacuum back. They've got the Primal Split. The vacuum put Boxy back into the wall, but now they're trying to disengage on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Ghost, though, getting bashed up. He's in some trouble. They'll need some help. Waveform away. They've got some vision on this with the Obs over to the mid lane, but Sumail now still running. Shards block out the rest of Saberlight, but now he's got that Cyclone, so they still have that extra control here, but Sumail able to blink away and get out of the hands of Liquid, who did a good job of taking away the Aegis and the Jakiro to start. But Saberlight, as he comes back to form, Nigma Galaxy, they're thinking about going back in, but they'll hold off at the steps before they make that jump.
Quick and easy kills from Liquid. This game is very back and forth. You see one team getting a couple of kills, then they take objectives, and now Nigma Galaxy, they're still trying to look for something. There's no tier 2 tower. They definitely don't have enough to go for the high ground. They took the tier 2 tower in the top lane. There's one available in bottom.
You can see the quick damage numbers there from the Beastmaster as well as the Ursa when they were able to clean up both the Jakiro and the first life of Ghost very quickly. Speaking of Jakiro, by the way, he's 1,100 gold out from getting an axe.
I'm very impressed, Benjamin. That was quick and correct this time around. It took you like less than 2 seconds.
I had to do the price and then minus, and he already has one component. But yeah, he's 1,100 gold away, or in my eyes, pretty close to the item.
This is going to be the big upgrade. You're playing with Darkseer, so it's going to be much easier to execute. And if they can reset, bait some of the BKBs, the fights are going to be much easier for them. With another round of reflections, vacuums into ice bats. Thing is, they need to survive. And I really like this item, something that we didn't talk about, is Ghost picking up Nullifier.
Sumail in trouble.
He's dead.
He is very dead. They're even going to get Omar. That'll slow down the Ags, and they get 2 heroes. They also get Sumail, who's going to be dead for 75 seconds.
And I want to go back to the point about Ursa and his itemization, where Mickey is deciding what he wants to buy. And item like this last item needs to be very carefully chosen by Mickey, because as we said, both of the heroes, they love to build into Butterfly, and you're running out of slots on her. So that's the problem with the hero, because you become 6-slotted relatively early on. Core items, basically 4 of your slots are always taken, because you have BKB, you have Blink Dagger, Battle Fury, and you need a Basher on that hero. So the last slot is pretty much going to be, okay, what do I need? Is that an MKB? Is that going to be some Wind Waker, some kind of a Dispel? This time around, it's going to be Revenant's Brooch, which is a very good choice for Mickey, knowing that he's playing into Morphling, he's playing into Terrorblade, so those crits are going to be magical, which is very good against high armor heroes.
Electing also then, you got to upgrade what's there. He could go to the Abyssal Blade, have that extra bit of control post, say, Roar, or just another hero that he wants to make sure doesn't get you know, vacuum wall. Could be the Darkseer, could be whoever, but it's big impact once you get into that Abyssal, especially having that Blink. Although I wouldn't mind if they brought back the Abyssal Jump. That's a Yules from GH. And they've got the shards. BKB is not exactly going to matter here with the shards lasting so long. They go to the vacuum, they're going to look over to the Elder Titan, they get the kill on Insania, and now Ghost putting the damage on to Mickey, but the escape act will put him into the trees and into the box. But can he get out of the box? They look for what's in the box, and they will get the kill on a Mickey.
This is a big kill. Mickey, he just bought out onto Revenant's Brooch, so it doesn't have it available. And you have to deal with this Giga push that is going to come out. You're playing against Terrorblade, you're playing against Morphling with Vlad, so that's quite a lot of damage on your building. Same goes for Jakiro. And let's see how they want to enter this one. No buyback for 60 seconds, no ET for 15. Glyph is available for Team Liquid.
Start with the tier 3. And they will answer the call with that Glyph, of course. But how much do Nigma Galaxy get out of this?
That's a set of barracks for sure. Maybe even 2 sets.
35 seconds till they get this Ursa back in to try and fight. Insania trying to buy some time with the sleep, but Noob's now over here in the top lane. And, I mean, they're taking these towers at a decent speed, but they'll Glyph again. Wanting to clean up the creep wave, having that extra tier 3. They didn't use it on the racks over mid. They end up using it on the tier 3 here top. But they still lose this tower, and Saberlight blinks forward. They get the sleep onto the Morphling, and they are going to primal split.
He's not shifting.
Ursa in 6, and now they're going to look over the Morphling, who's in some trouble. The Snowball's going to be their first save for a second, but Ghost still dies. They'll look. Yules up into the air. GH, he's low and ignored. Those axes actually end up missing, but the Cyclone connects, and they'll have this Ion Shell. They'll have the damage. The heroes around GH, and they grab a second.
Oh, I'm just thinking, Ghost getting stomped like that by ET, this one is on him. Like, he can either try to waveform, he can try to Manta style out of it, move away, and he's just sitting there, gets clipped by it, and they immediately jump him. Team Liquid finds the opportunity, and you can see the damage coming out from the Beastmaster still needs to be respected.
Oh, yeah.
They have the mixed damage coming out from the Beastmaster. They also have Shiva's Guard available on him, going into Refresher, I believe, on Beastmaster. So all of these things, very even game overall, but it does feel like both of these teams are kind of making one mistake, and then the other team punishes it for the couple of minutes, and then it goes back to the other side.
It's been no lead really too high as Omar dying there once again. I think the biggest lead is about 2,000-3,000 net worth for either team. I mean, no team has solidified their advantage up to this point. But Roche now up again. First 2 Aegis picked up by Nigma Galaxy. But you're at a point in the game where it does feel like Liquid, they should be able to control the
Yeah, I think they should run into Roche Pit right now immediately and take it. 15 seconds without Jakiro. This is not where you want to buy back. They also took the enemy outpost, so they can't TP to anything. I think a lot of questions in this patch is, where do I TP to? Because if I lose my towers, I have nothing to TP to. I can't punish. I can't play the other side of the map because you lost those outposts, you lost those spots, and for the first time, as you said, it's going to be Team Liquid having the Aegis, Brewmaster holding the Refresher Shard.
So Omar will commit to the Ags. He'll have that upgraded Macro Pyre, but that's him committing without buyback, hoping that the upgraded Macro Pyre changes the tides of these fights well enough. They've got an Aegis here on Mickey, but he's able to jump over the shards. And he's not really feeling the brunt of the Nigma Galaxy damage. Having that extra Solar Crest, of course, and having just multiple ways to survive and sustain. Nigma
Some
Galaxy
big items
a lot.
on side of Liquid right now. Refresher on Beastmaster. So double BKB, double Roar, double Primal Split as well on Brewmaster, who's holding the Refresher Shard in his backpack. Plus, you're also fighting into Aegis and Abyssal Blade on Ursa available. Okay. They also have no saves. If Omar gets jumped, he's going to be dying very quickly. Okay, that was a good force staff.
Yeah, you need him to stay alive. You want him to spend the money on the Ags. You want
This
him to
is
be
where
able to
the
throw
old Abyssal, the jump.
Yeah,
would come in pretty handy.
They'll still try
Thank
for
God we got
Omar.
rid of that.
Ice Path Macro Pyre and El Saberlighto is very ditto. And they'll look for Noob, but they've got this Primal Roar. They get the kill to the Terrorblade. They've dropped down the wall, but the damage on the Ghost, he's in some trouble. They got the sleep onto him, but now the Wheel of Wonder comes in. It'll lock down GH. They get a kill onto a second hero, but at least for the moment, Ghost ends up surviving. Omar on the run, trying to get away from the side of Liquid, but the Tame the Beast whips him down. Mickey will get credit for that kill as they finish off a third.
I'm not sure if Saberlight TP'd to an outpost or if he TP'd to ET's Spirit, because he bought back, found the opportunity, and managed to get back into the fight immediately. Terrorblade, he used his meta, died, and Jakiro did deal quite a lot of damage, almost 4,000 damage coming out for him, but yeah, Beastmaster with the refresher that he used, double roar, second BKB still available, and yeah, they're in a lot of trouble right now. Still playing into Aegis. Team Liquid, they don't want to stop yet.
It's never a good sign when you die with your buyback symbol still under your icon. But that happened at GH, and we said the leads hadn't grown higher than 2K, but now all of a sudden, Liquid, they found their moment. They've got this Aegis still. They're up 10,000 net worth, and they aren't upset with the fact that they lost that mid-center axe first. They had got their high ground broken first because they put this push on and they're able to lock these heroes down and get what they want out of the map.
Wheel of
and they're going to
Wonders.
find more. Noob, Sumail, both dead. Ghost, they'll try to protect. They'll throw it on the Macro Pyre, but the double force staff on Mickey make sure that he's going to be out of the Macro Pyre, and they start to burn down Saberlight. But he is going to be A-okay with the Cyclone onto the Morphling, and the damage just not being enough to get the Brewmaster. And instead, they'll jump forward. They've got the Bash. They'll have the Abyssal, but that vacuum and the wall isn't going to be enough. The Escape Act is thrown onto himself here. His box, he's able to retreat a little bit, but make it down to a little bit of health.
He could get him
Still
the
has
cheese.
his Aegis.
He just gave him the cheese.
Eats the cheese, back to full. Ice Path doesn't matter, and they'll start to take the bottom set of racks as Liquid
Back
looking
to
to put
full
the nail in the
HP.
coffin on this game number 1.
There is tier 2 towers still available in the top lane, but 30 seconds without TB. Noob unable to get BKB 2 times in a row. No Sunder. Team Liquid understanding who needs to be focused. I think 2 of the biggest heroes are actually Terrorblade and Jakiro. Jakiro being the one, if they can get a kill from 100 to 0 before he can get the Macro Pyre, I think they're auto-winning the fight.
Saberlight TP's back towards top. He'll clear up this creep wave that was pushing in, and they jump from 10K to 17,000 here for Liquid, and they feel like they are one fight away from
pretty much
sealing the deal.
They use Refresher Shard, they use Cheese. Aegis still up and running on Mickey for another 55 seconds. Not sure if that's going to be enough for Liquid to take another fight with it, but yeah, a lot of items are starting to pile up. Saberlight has Shiva's Guard in his quick buy, even though they have 1 Shiva's. 2 Shivas is still fine. Maybe there's an argument for him to buy into AC. AC is not the best against Darkshire, but it's very good against Terrorblade and Morphling, so...
Would there be an argument for 3 Shivas? They got 2, why not 3?
Yeah, I don't think that ever happened. Maybe in some Herald, but in a professional game, 3 Shiva's Guards is a bit too much. Back in the days, B-Cup, you couldn't buy more than like 1 item per team. For example, you could have had 1 Necro, you could have had 1 Mech, I believe 1, maybe 2 Yule Scepters.
What year is this?
This is like 20... Nah, this is like 2000 and maybe 7 up to 2010.
I thought you were going to say something like
1960s. Yeah.
I was getting worried. You kept going back. Smoke up from all 5 on Nigma Galaxy. No Aegis for
Nisha, he's in a good spot, and they have Observer plus Sentry. He's ready to jump in. Shiva's Guard and Overwhelming Blink. You blink in, slow everything down. It's very good against the illusions. Nothing's gonna move. And plus, on top of that, he does have Arcane Rune, plus 25 talent. So Primal Roar cooldown from 30 with Arcane Rune, it goes down to 22 seconds. So he could use that 2, maybe even 3 times in a fight. Make it 4 times with Refresher. Not even joking.
I'll keep an eye on the numbers. Can't promise I know how to count.
Arcane Rune is gonna expire probably, so.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we will not be seeing that one. Big courier kill.
Yeah, that was the Hex. Oy.
Back in the days, B-Cup, we're going back in time. If your items did die on a courier, 2006, 2007, your items just dropped and they were dead. There was a game where ZSMJ Medusa, he lost Divine Rapier at like 19 minutes, bought another Divine Rapier, and won the game.
Famous Hyper Glory team player. Now, Dota back then, was it in black and white?
No. It was still a good-looking game.
All right. Tier 2 tower top is going to drop. As the side of Nigma Galaxy, they're nowhere near the vicinity of where they're putting this push in, but Saberlight, he's going to TP back towards bottom and secure this shrine, I believe. Or no, he's just, he's in the area. He's got the shrine. Nobody's contesting. Ghost still trying to build up into that Satanic. He's got the Nullifier Man to BKB and a Butterfly. However, it just hasn't been enough. As, like you said, Liquid's been doing a very good job of focusing the heroes like Terrorblade and Shakiro who need to die first. So when you lose a lot of that net worth in the Terrorblade, you just, even with all the gold that Ghost has, you really just don't feel nearly strong.
If you get on top of the reason why he's dying so quickly is Insania with the shard, because he can reposition himself, get on top of the hero, which makes it super difficult for them to, like, all your base armor is gone instantly, which is very good against Morphling and Terrorblade, of course. And now he also does have Hex, so they have 4-staff Hex initiation, Ogre Seal Totem. ET's going to be very maneuverable in the fights.
Ogre Seal Totem, that 4-staff being shown off now. All right, let's see what Nigma Galaxy can get done. They're still trying to find the right positioning. And, you know, I'm kind of... Oh, man, looking at these supports and their levels, I mean, Omar is only level 15. And then GH is 17, which isn't as bad, but Boxy is level 22.
Boxy has been living, and also ET, to point out, Insania, he's having a blast of a game, dying only 1 time in a 46-minute game as ET.
He's got a Hex. He's ready to go. He's about to hit level 20. I mean, this is an ET at a real good spot, especially compared to the supports of the side of Nigma Galaxy. Have they patched the timer yet? Is this an accurate representation of when Roche is going to be back up?
We can try to do math. No, it's not.
Okay. Are we? All right.
Yeah, because it says 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'll just believe you. I'll stick with that. 5-man smoke from Liquid.
Well, they should know something is up if they're not defending from their base.
This is a weird spot for Nigma Galaxy. They're going to go and throw down this Macro Pyre, but they've got the control to Ghost. The Spotlight's thrown out from Boxy, and they're going to go to the Primal Roar. They've got the damage onto Omar. They're going to roar again. They've got Sumail locked down and killed off for 100 seconds. Noob trying to do anything he can, but he will die.
He dies
Nikkei
so
gets
quickly.
the kill, and that's going to be 3 dead on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Snowball comes across. GH trying to get out. The Impalement Art's not going to connect on GH, but it's not going to matter. They've got duels up into the air, and then when he comes back down, the shards aren't placed perfectly, so he ends up dead anyway.
I'm looking at the buybacks. Jakiro has one available, but he's going to be alive in 20 seconds. Darkshire is the big one, because he bought that Hex. They did have it, but I got to give credit to Saberlight, because he was the one getting the initiation, blinks in, gets the split off, and then immediately tosses Morphling into the air.
Yeah, let's take another look at this one. Jumps in, and you can see the stun immediately with the boulder thrown over at him, and the Cyclone taking Ghost out of the equation quite a bit. And they're able to get the first roar on Omar, then Sumail and Noob. I mean, he, even with all that armor, dies so quickly. just cannot survive at all. And Ghost just barely TPing out, and they do get that gem on the deck there too. I mean, Liquid have all the answers, and they are just extending this lead immensely to where Nigma Galaxy don't really have any clue what to do. I mean, it's a tough spot to be in.
They don't have
so
enough.
much.
They're just struggling dealing with this Brewmaster, and it's gonna be another Roche for Mickey, who's gonna pick up that Aegis, sitting on 5,000 gold. Thinking about purchasing MKB, does have that extra bit of a move speed with the Swift Blink, so can get rid of his Phase Boot, seeing that there is Butterfly available, plus also he does have Serrated Shiv, so 20% chance to have True Strike, which is very, very good, especially on Ursa, because of his attack speed with Overpower. It does have 1 second cooldown, but still, if you're not attacking instantly, you're dealing your current HP as damage. So if you start hitting Morphling, who is shifting quite a lot, it's a lot of damage to be added on top of the Fury Swipes.
Looking pretty good there for Ursa. Buybacks you were talking about, 3 available for the side of Nigma Galaxy. Terribly doesn't have his, and Sumail can't afford theirs either. Spotlight down again as they go to the Primal Split. The top tier 3 in some trouble, but here come Nigma Galaxy again. They go to the Hex, they've got the control. It's going to be on Anisha. Can they get the kill though? They'll finish him off. They'll end up losing Omar. Goes for the BKB, but do they have anything left in the tank? They use a lot here to get the kill onto this Beastmaster who doesn't have buyback. They're going to buy back here on the Jakiro. He'll TP forward. Can they get an ice pass down? But Ghost starting to take some damage. There's the ice pass. It lands on Amike. You got to remember, he still has this Aegis to work with, though. Killing him once may not be enough. They'll find the sweep. It's on to GH. It's on to everybody. I mean, everybody just got stung. Good night, Moon. And they are going to go and try to finish them off. Ghost still standing his ground. He goes after Mickey, who will get low, but end up losing that Aegis as he's backing far away from Nigma Galaxy. The split from Saberlight. Got about half that duration left, but Ghost not afraid to continue moving on forward. Gets stunned up by that Earth Panda. The Void Panda pulling over that Earth Panda as well, but they're looking like they may want to re-engage as they throw another stun on a Noob, but instead they blink further and further away. Can they draw Nigma Galaxy away from their base? Because look, the creeps are taking the tier 4 towers.
And they killed the most important hero on side of Liquid, taking out Beastmaster, who does have a Refresher Orb, does have a Refresher Shard as well in his backpack. So no BKB, no multiple roars coming out from him. Also no cheese, so that was a very good initiation coming up from Nigma Galaxy, and there was no escape act, I believe. Mickey still thinking about maybe going in.
Swift blinks away. Has just a split second as Noob was moving forward.
Noob didn't get a single new item in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, he had to buy back and hasn't made any real progress on anything else. He wants the Lincolns, but even then, I'm worried about if that'll be enough for him to kind of feel impactful in these fights.
They definitely need a Lotus Orb. I see that both supports want to buy it on NGX. Great against Beastmaster, great against pretty much anything against this Hex initiation, so they can throw it on somebody who goes in first. Darkseer, what is he buying into? He's trying to buy his BKB. Won't have buyback available if he commits to it.
They've got Saberlight towards bottom. There are a couple heroes here, but he'll end up TPing out of harm's way. Top Ceterax, mid Ceterax also down for Liquid, but while that fight was going on, there was a tier 4 loss for Nigma Galaxy. They need to be careful about how long these fights take, too, with their base being pushed in like that. Bit tough, because these fights are pretty extended. All of them seem pretty long.
They do. They really do. Nisha did eat his Aghanim Scepter.
Overwhelming Blink and the Primal Roar. It's going to be on a Ghost who gets low and ends up dead. GH has got no buyback available on Ghost. Macro Pyre, there's the Abyssal Blade. They'll take out Omar. 3 here's dead on the side of Nigma Galaxy, right by the base.
89 seconds without their carry. Jakiro is also dead, not having buyback. This just might be it.
Ghost has buyback in 80 gold. If they can get the Bounty Rune, which I believe Sumail, he's going to go through the river to try and get. So that'll be there, and that'll give buyback to Ghost. And that will mean that they have at least one fight remaining.
They need to go in. Banner has been planted, so they're dealing with the banner right now, while rest of Liquid, they're taking the barracks. This is Mega Creeps we're talking about. They have no tier 4 tower available. Their heroes, they also don't deal well with Mega Creeps. Team Liquid, they just unlock, potentially closing out the game. Saberlight, he's in, pops a refresher.
Yeah, he goes to the Primal Split. Good shards. They are taking away a couple of these Panda Bears, and he's down to the last one. The escape back used. That's going to be the Ancient exposed, but they go to the Primal Roar. They've got the snowball for the save. It's going to be over on a Mickey. They drop down the wall. They go to the Abyssal Blade with a Battle Fury doing some decent damage, but Geech is able to get away, at least for the moment. Vacuum back. Do they have the damage? They've got the Hex. It's on a Ghost. The Ice Path lands. It's going to be on a Mickey. Tame the Beast. The Fear is there. Ghost ends up dead. He is gone for 2 minutes. Mickey still burning pretty well. They'll get the kill on a Saberlight. He does have buyback. He can come back into the fight with the Boots Travel. Isha, as well as Boxy, they're going to be locked down with the shards. They get the kill on a Mickey. He'll buy back there too, and even without Ghost, they're starting to defend a little bit. But Noob, force staff back with his own Hurricane Pike. Saberlight gonna focus the Ancient. They'll jump in with the Abyssal. The Snowball's not gonna be enough to get the save. They'll get the kill on a Noob. He's gone for 2 minutes, and the Ancient is low for the side of Nigma Galaxy. As much as they want to try and hold on, it'll be Liquid who take game 1.
Really back and forth game. We haven't seen big fights, and Saberlight, he's like, yeah, this is way too hot. I need to take off my shirt. And yeah, very good showing from Team Liquid in this game 1.
Yeah, very good job from Team Liquid taking game 1 over Nigma Galaxy. We're going to throw it back over to the panel and hear where their thoughts are, and you guys can take it away.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ben. I mean, it's probably, if you only watched the last 15, 20 minutes of that, you might find it hard to believe Team NGX were very much in that game at one point. It kind of felt brutally one-sided at the end, but, I mean, that was predicated on a few mistakes here and there, wasn't it, panelists?
Yep. Thank you, host. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Host.
Would you like to take it away, Lizard, or shall I?
I can start, sure,
Please.
whatever. Like, yeah, they had a couple of really genius ideas, I have to say, from Nigma. Like, at the beginning, the way they switched things up, put the Darkseer on the mid lane, not a novelty for them, but certainly a strat that's a bit out there.
Yeah.
They put the Darkseer mid, and they make sure that their lanes are a lot stronger than they were supposed to be. And I feel like maybe this caught Liquid off guard a little bit. That's why they were in control. However, you only stay in control without making mistakes, and T, I believe they had a few.
They did.
Yes.
Before we get there, I do, again, want to praise Nigma for showcasing their identity as a team, because this is the playstyle that, if they were to win, you're talking about the harmony of the skirmishing playstyle that their players are installing, right? You've got Darkseer from mid, he's overlapping very early with his Terrorblade in the offlane, the Terrorblade's buying Orchid, they're going super aggressive. But this playstyle, it will eventually get to a point that you don't scale into that late game, right? Compare that to Liquid, we're seeing, you know, the fights on the screen here. You're fighting into the big ET spell usage, you've got Brew with a split, and he's tanky enough to not die. You know, what's it called? Beastmaster, that's the hero name. He's got what? Shivas, BKB, Refresher. Like, as much as we got to praise Nigma for their draft style and like sticking true to themselves, when you do falter with that second Aegis, when you go up to the high ground, you give away the Morphling Death, you're 1 or 2 mistakes away from a team like Liquid just going, oh, thank you. We've overcome that hurdle of your game plan, and now we can just dictate the entire game.
Yeah, and that's exactly how it planned out. I mean, you have to say it for Liquid, once they got those opportunities, they just didn't take their foot off the throat, you know.
I have to say, they had, like, we were talking a bit of trash about Nigma, and them dropping the ball, but at the same time, Liquid, they did the same thing. Like, they had a lot of opportunities to take this game and run away with it, which eventually they did, but it was a little bit of a ping-pong game, in the mid-game at least. And from Nigma, I honestly think that they, at point, might have even felt a little bit too cocky or too sure in their ability to close out this game, and their advantage that they got punished because of that. Like, when you think about that mid-tier 2 and how they're moving with the carry that is carrying an Aegis, it's like, sure, you have an Aegis, but you're also playing into an Ursa and into a Beastmaster. Like, these heroes eliminate you from the face of the game in a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, you have to take it slow and steady. And every time that they weren't in position, Liquid out-executed them. And I feel like that's the main point for me, at least. Liquid, they were very patient, and the moment they saw an opportunity, they took it. And Nigma, unfortunately, they allowed those opportunities to happen.
I mean, we can also take a look at what happened in the mid. I feel that was, we did say before the game how important that was going to be. And Sumail, obviously, on the Darkseer. Yeah, your eyes do not deceive you. This is mid, not off lane.
Yeah, it's the mid lane matchup. It's, great to see, but I think, unfortunately, it is going to be the narrative of you have a mid Darkseer going for the double Aura versus a mid Beastmaster, Aghanims, BKB, Blink, and this is the itemization point where it's kind of that pivot. Like, what happens next? If you don't win the fights, a Darkseer, his farm will stall. Beastmaster, you'll passively farm in here. We are seeing Liquid showcasing when you have the BKBs, when you have the spells up, you can command a fight, you can control an area. But if their BKBs are on cooldown, if Split's on cooldown, Nigma might have the chance to find that way to take the fight, but it's on Nigma to always try and poke out the BKBs and reset the fight for the next engagement. And you can see here, this is how Nigma looked like they could maybe win this game. But to do that, every single fight is very difficult.
I feel like this game as well becomes extremely hard for Nigma once refreshers are up. Up to that point, your fights are a lot easier because, like, when you look at Darkseer and you see that he has no inventory, like nothing there, basically two aura items and the shard, you feel like that's bad, but he has a lot of stealth impact in the game. Like, he does a lot only by his spells, and the shard is extremely effective versus some hero like Nursa. So I can see how they could win this game with the Darkseer from the mid lane, even if he's underfarmed. And they showcased that with that last clip around the pit. Like, they kite back, buy back on the task, they take Rosh. Unfortunately, you're not going to get too many of those kind of fights versus Liquid. If you imagine the last couple of fights, the way they fight is Saberlight instantly goes in, just pops ulti, and that's it. He doesn't give them the chance to run around in a way.
Well, with that in mind, we can take a look at this clip from 31 minutes, I believe.
Yeah, but this is the moment they get the ages, they move up here and they just die. They feed it straight away, right? And that's that moment of clarity for Liquid and the moment of, I'm not sure what from Nigma, maybe not paying enough respect to the Beast and the Ursa.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, because imagine a different timeline, right? Where they don't get blown up there, they kite that initiation once again, no BKBs, you walk up the high ground, you might get a Rax or two for free, right? It's the fact that you don't really, I guess, continuously go for the pressure. It's like, to win the fights, it's poke and then take the secondary fight. That's the entire game plan for Nigma. But it kind of felt like in a couple moments, they weren't looking for the second fight, they were committing to the first one. And that's exactly what Liquid wants. Liquid wants to fight in their BKBs, in their spells.
I've got a question for you because you
might have an answer.
Okay, well, let's hope so. You talked a lot about identity for Team NGX, and I agree. I think, it's one of the things I like about them. I think they're a fun team to watch. But Lacoste made a good point, I thought, on the cast, which was, you've got Sumail, this notorious mechanical player, flashy plays, loves to do that. He's on a Darkseer, he's buying Greaves, he's doing,
he's a support.
Yeah, he's essentially, as you put it, a glorified support. And do you think, that is a necessity kind of where the meta is right now, but also is that kind of moving away from their identity? He didn't look like he was having a great time there.
Sure, but I would argue, even though Sumail can obviously shine on other heroes, I think this ability to fight and break your opponent early on is true to what Nigma wants to do as a team. So I'm not opposed to seeing Sumail play Darkseer. I think it's the other pieces can't falter. Like, when you take an Aegis as a team, if you waste that Aegis, that's the problem. I think analyzing the Sumail Darkseer is kind of the wrong piece of the puzzle here.
Okay.
Because I think other members in the team failed kind of the win conditions, because they could have won this game easily in certain moments.
Absolutely agree. I just have to go back to his secondary fights, because those secondary fights are the fights that win you the game if you're Nigma. And that's the way you could take this game. Unfortunately, they would usually drop the ball in the first fight already.
All right then, guys, great talking. We're going to take a quick break, or when we come back, we're going to be analyzing and setting up the draft for Game 2 of the series. Can Team NGX get back into it? We'll find out soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
When it comes to positivity and honestly just fantastic role models in the Dota 2 scene, I don't think there's anybody else except GH that comes to my mind, and I'm very excited to sit down with him and have a chat about himself and Nigma Galaxy. So firstly, welcome to Wallachia. How are you doing, and excited to play?
Thank you for the kind introduction. So I'm feeling good, a bit tired to be completely honest, but excited to play.
Yeah, it's a bit intense going from like one event to the next. I mean, do you have anything you do to stop yourself getting too tired or, too worn out by it?
Usually I try to sleep, and that's it, to be honest. Didn't get much of that recently, but hopefully we get some.
Looking back at your year, it's been pretty positive, I would say. What really came together? How did that kind of end up looking so good for you guys?
We had a proper preparation. We were kind of a relatively new team as well, because Miracle had decided to take a small break from the scene, and then we had gotten Ghost, which is a really talented player. Everything just clicked. We had new strategies, we had proper drafts, and everything was just coming together. So we had decent, good results. Afterwards, we're still trying hard, we're practicing every day, so we're gonna try the same for this tournament as well.
Of course, you have two players which swapped roles. I mean, quite a while ago now. But how is that kind of going? Do you feel very comfortable with both yourself and with Noob moving roles?
Swapping roles is never an easy thing, to be completely honest, especially when it comes to position 5. Because when I played position 4, it wasn't this much demanding when it came to warding and macro gameplay. But now it's a bit different, especially with all the calls and everything that's happening in the game. And for Noob, I believe he's doing good. He has been working a lot on his hero pool as well. So I think this is the biggest change when you go from mid lane to off lane. But truly, right now, I believe we're in a good place.
With the way that the team's kind of switched around, have you ended up taking a more leader role inside of the game?
I believe personally I had to step up in a couple of places, couple of areas, especially since we lost our main voice, which became coach right now in Kuroki. He was the in-game leader and he was making most of the shots. I believe I have had to and have to still step up my in-game leadership skills and my shot calling, because it's not an easy thing, especially if I didn't do it for the past I don't know how many years. So yeah, I had to step up a bit.
How does that work with Ghost? Being a stand-in and everything, and maybe not being quite as comfortable with the team.
So Ghost has been with us for some month now.
Yeah.
And we always try to discuss what works best for us. So far, in-game calls, I believe he has been doing pretty well, especially when it comes to the later stages of the game. The early stages of the game usually are taken over by the supports and probably the mid laner. But overall, I think we have a good system right now.
Absolutely. And does it bring you back reminders of, especially like I think 2017, 2018, where we had like kind of a similar schedule where it was like packed? Is it reminding you of those days when you used to play then as well?
It's funny you should mention that, because this is exactly what I was thinking about a couple of days ago, that in 2017 leading to 2020, kind of, right before COVID, the tournaments were super packed and we would play one event after the other. But I don't believe we would get this much tired for some reason. Maybe it's the long haul flights that actually affect us the most. So coming back from the US, which is around a 25-hour journey and then a 13-hour flight. So I think it's a bit too much right now.
Alrighty, GH. Really looking forward to seeing Nigma Galaxy play. Always exciting, and yeah, good luck at the event.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Liquid ahead in the series against Team NGX, although it could have maybe been different were it not for one or two mistakes. So there are some little bright spots there if you're them and you're thinking about getting back in this series. You know, there were some good ideas. The draft was reasonably well constructed. It was just about execution.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, more or less. Like you have to.
I'll do your job. Right?
Yeah, I was saying, like, I feel you summarized the post-game analysis quite well.
Thank you.
I feel like that is game one in a nutshell. So moving to game two.
Yeah, we might do. I think they do this thing called a draft or something.
Do they?
Yeah, I think that's
crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, if you had choice, what would be your change for Nigma Galaxy to get them into the thing? Now that you're taking over the analyst role a little bit more, like, what is that? You're the coach.
I mean, look, I just think I know how mid plays out now, but I want to see Sumail go big again. Like I've been such a fan of his down the years. I just give him one of his signature heroes. Like let him go bonkers. Like that's what they need. Put a smile back on his face, Steve.
Oh, okay. No, all right. You know what?
If he's not smiling, they're not winning.
That is sure. You know what? I rate that. I think happiness is truly one of the main factors in succeeding in a Dota team.
Absolutely zen.
Yeah.
Vibes.
No, I hard agree. I feel like this team does the best.
Wait, what?
No, this team for me still does the best even when Miracle was in and when they would qualify off of Sumail's performance on the mid lane. Same with the Ghost. I feel like Ghost is, I have to say, a tier 1 carry, but Sumail for me still is a cut above. Like he is playing Enigma and he's finding no success for a really long time. But I do believe
I want to give credit to Ghost as well. I know the draft's happening, but just because we didn't talk about it in the pre-show, obviously the whole thing with Miracle, when's he coming back? We know he's going to be out for
another
a bit
break
longer,
again.
Another break, exactly. You know, it's tough playing for the whole team in these circumstances. So
absolutely,
got to give him credit for that.
At the same time, it's probably the easiest role. Perhaps Miracle isn't. Amir isn't the easiest person to replace, but the carry should be one of easier roles to have a stand-in in or someone to replace a player. And let's be real, like they've played with Ghost for quite some time now, and even in the past they have experienced with him, right? Like when it comes to playing different tournaments. So I don't think we can play on the stand-in card anymore when it comes to Ghost and his performance.
I think that is fair.
Yeah, but what's also fair is to ban out the Coral versus GH. They didn't do it last game, I believe, maybe later on. But this time around, insta-ban, because they do have the first pick on Nigma. They don't tend to pick it first immediately, but they won't shy away from it. Last game it was Jakiro. This time it's the Ringmaster that they snatch.
Yeah, I'm really loving the evolution of this hero. You hit the nail on the head, T-Gov, when you were saying it just does everything.
Yep.
It literally, you saw that last game.
I just, when it got added to the game as well, when you read the patch notes, it's like, why does it do everything? It's just unnecessary.
Just new hero syndrome, isn't it?
It's like every Valve dev wanted to throw in a new spell, but no one ever said no to them. They just kept going, go and put it in the hero.
It's truly that. It's the new hero syndrome. One hero that's very similar to it, like every new hero that's on a support, like when you think about it, your Dark Willow as well, does everything. Your Hoodwink, everything. Like you have a disable, you have a lot of nukes, you have a way to get away, and you have a nuke that also breaks. And by the way, speaking of Hoodwink, I expect that hero to pop up very soon again. I do believe that she is, with the Go Nuts facet, I believe she is really strong at the moment.
You're shaking your head there. It's okay for the people at home.
No, it's okay. No, I was just deciding if I wanted to jump on that or not, and I decided not to jump on it.
That's fine. As a host, I was trying to push you onto that.
No, I felt it. What are we going for?
We're going for a Jakiro. Just a simple one into the Ringmaster. I feel like we talked about Ringmaster and how strong he is. Like he does have this pretty good box that works against everything, but there's a lot of AoE spells from Jakiro, so not that easy to juke and get away from all of those.
Well, the good thing is, it is setting up for what you want here. Like the drafts are both keeping the cores hidden, of course. They're not trying to force anyone into a weird position. which opens up for your, the Nigma coach analysis of I want to see Sumo play onto that kind of bigger hero. This is the type of draft pattern that would enable that.
It's what the world wants. It's what the fans want. It's what we all want.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't want to see him on a Ducks. Yeah, that's like so sad. Like I don't,
What do you mean? Like it takes so much skill to run around in perfect surge motion to apply that shard to everything.
Do you ever draw any patterns when you play Darkseer and have the surge? Do you ever like run around and make a little purple outline of anything
You're
specific?
Picasso with Darkseer.
Yeah.
With the Brewmaster being banned out, is this maybe a Terrorblade coming up as well? An illusion-based hero, or are we just happy to ban out Brew? Because this hero has been drafted quite a few times today.
Do you actually think we're
two at least?
Like with the changes, of course, I personally haven't mentioned it yet. I know it was probably mentioned quite a lot previously in the other tournaments, but with the change to obviously the statistics, right? Do you actually think Brewmaster would even get entertained today? Because when I see it in pubs at the high level, loses every time. It doesn't win.
Same.
So it's probably, if I had to put a guess, it's probably around like 45, 46% win rate. That means that Pro would never go near it. But we're seeing it in multiple games now, in the B stream here, in Tidebound series getting banned out as well, Liquid playing game 1, like a hero that has a horrendous pub win rate is heavily now suddenly respected.
Well, that's the beauty of not having those stats available anymore.
It's the vibes that carry it, right?
IO Marcy gets picked up by Nigma. Like we talked about them.
Yeah, we highlighted IO as well.
Yeah, and their identity too. Like this is definitely in their ballpark. The IO for sure, and Marcy is a flex for them. Like they have played it on multiple positions, so could be your carry, could be played on the offlane as well.
Just think how obnoxious that's going to be, right? Where the IO Marcy will be jumping onto heroes, and then if you are to try and kill the IO, the Ringmaster will save the IO with the magic resistance, but you'll still have the tether going to your Marcy.
I think I remember Sumail playing in one of the qualifiers this hero on mid lane as well. I might be wrong, but
I mean,
I kind of remember it. Yeah.
Nigma Galaxy streamer Weeha does love playing Weeha in the mid lane. No, Marcy in the mid lane. So maybe he's sent a message over. But yeah, I would like to think this is probably going to be a side lane combination. It just creates that aggression. It is very explosive. If you get a couple kills in lane, you keep hunting the map. The issue is, if you run into a lot of team fight, Marcy can buy BKB, but your IO can't.
Right.
So your IO can get deleted, and that's where Liquid have very quickly responded to AoE control with the Willow, with like Bramble Maze, Terrorize. When you see that relocate come in, just preemptively terrorize the location. They now have to disengage, they're stunned, and Gyrocopter with the cooldown. Plenty of damage. So IO has to be careful in this game.
Plenty is maybe even understated.
Maybe too much magic damage.
When you look at Liquid, it's literally just magic damage and team fight. It's absolutely insane. Whatever cores you're getting on Nigma, I hope that they like buying BKBs. Or maybe they can even have them built in, because this is ridiculous from Liquid at the moment.
Part of me wishes that the Marcy, I don't know how they can do it. Okay, no, they're just sticking true to their plan. Bristle, often when they pick it, it is for Noob. He likes to go for Snot Rocket still. He doesn't try and do the Amar where he goes for Red Facet. He likes to buy Pipe, be the frontliner, soak up that initiation. And we already said that Liquid have plenty of spell damage. Why not now pick up a Pipe buying hero that can soak a Burrow Strike or a Bramble, a key spell, and now IO Marcy. If you see the spell used, that's when you initiate.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have some slows as well. The Snot Rocket on the Bristle.
Yeah, combos nicely with the Marcy right-clicking for everyone. Yeah.
Exactly. It's just nice. Like, I feel that their draft is a little bit... When it comes to the way they take fights and the way they approach team fights, I feel like it's very one-dimensional, and that's usually a bad thing. Sometimes it can be really good if the enemy team cannot deal with it, because it means that you have excelled in one direction. But from Liquid, I feel like, at least on paper, they shouldn't have a problem with delaying the fights and setting them up. Or like, Sand King is... and has always been the best hero to counter aggression early on. Like, you go on some tier 1 tower, you dive, he TPs Epicenter, or multiple Burrow Strikes through
all four heroes do that, right? Technically, for Liquid.
All 4 heroes can do that. Sand King is just like a pinnacle. All of them are good.
I think, yeah, the main thing is Nigma's game plan is predictable. When you see the Bristle move to a tower, you're expecting IO Marcy to be behind him. If you jump a hero, Ringmaster will save them. But after that, if their aggressive positioning hasn't allowed them to get a kill, there isn't really like a second layer to their fight. It's just aggressively run at your enemy and hope that you kill them as you run through them. If you don't, there's no like smart stun to apply or a team fight to take. It is just brute force your way through the map.
Is there a pick that makes their draft a little bit more sophisticated?
Back to the whole sumo thing, right? Like a Storm Spirit or Ember, a hero. Like I think Ember's actually really good. A Mage Slayer that you can hit onto an enemy here that does magic damage, reduce theirs.
They played almost the same draft. Well, the 3 heroes have been the same. Ringmaster hasn't, and then they picked Monkey King as their mid. I feel like these monkeys, maybe Kunkas that are popular at the moment, aren't the best for what they have at the moment. And I'd like what Tigov has suggested. Something a bit flashier for Sumail, something that can create chaos on the map, something that you don't know from which angle he's actually hitting you in these fights or which way he's approaching the tower from.
But it is hard to draft because let's say they want Ember Spirit, right? For the Mage Slayer, you need to ban out a Monkey King, a Huskar. They've already banned out DK, so they only have
don't
one.
have the last pick, that's the problem.
And they don't have last pick, so you need a mid laner that can create a little bit of either momentum to follow that skirmish that we're expecting once again from them, or a flashy hero. Often the flashy heroes have these big counters, hence why we don't see them, as often. It's a little bit more nuanced than Liquid. They respect Leshrac. I like the Leshrac build from mid is very annoying, right? The facet which doesn't do tower damage, you go Kaya, Blink.
Misanthropy.
Just jump straight into the middle of the fight. It's
you
pretty
get
cool.
the Gleipnir, Misanthropy. It's too annoying.
I was just scared of saying the words, so
it's just,
it's just a lot of letters.
This gets on top of the supports immediately, even cores blows you up. It's plaguing the pubs, right? Like you can see it a lot, which is interesting. Like so far, I don't think we've seen it in Wallachia. Oh wait, it's only day 1.
Oh, to be fair, the Leshrac is also a nod towards IO. I think the best IO games is when you don't have one pairing, but you have multiple.
You have Bristle as well, by the way.
Exactly. So you have the IO Marcy for laning phase, if that's their combo. You then have in the mid game, you can go to the Bristleback to make him tanky. And then if you had a Leshrac, for example, it's now he's our kind of the late game steroid as well. So it's like you really have multiple choices where IO isn't just, oh, if you see the Marcy, the IO is going to be there, right? It's pretty cool when teams...
Ever heard of paralysis by choice?
Yeah.
I experienced it by playing IO in competitive scene and having multiple heroes to tether on. It's like...
Future facet by chance? Multiple tethers for IO? Okay, if there ever was a player to be able to maintain two perfect
you
tethers...
were losing HP,
the entire time.
You're giving away too much.
And they ban out a Pango as well. So yeah, Liquid just respecting heroes that create utter chaos. And we're going to see the Shaker. We've seen the Sumo Shaker before. He has opted, like I said in the before the start of the series, some different builds to other mid laners. But we just needed to see him on a hero that connects that aggression, right? Add a stun, because they didn't really have any stuns, right? Any perfect stuns. Add a stun with good execution. This is a team that can run over their opponent. But they need BKBs, and they have to respect the fact that Liquid will do so much damage if you are out of position. And they go for the Storm Spirit themselves.
Like from Liquid, this looks... The whole concept and their draft, a lot of mixed damage, a lot of magical damage, very easy to execute on paper. Naturally, they are scaling very nicely. The only problem that I can see is if they lose the lanes again, and this Marcy is just balling out of control, running you down with Relocate. Like that can happen and has happened before in the past, but I feel like Nigma, they don't have what it takes. Like you have this mid lane Shaker who generally takes a little bit of time to come online. More so than anything, I feel like Liquid might be pressuring from the get-go.
But then Gyrocopter pushes waves into a Bristleback. Bristle will always get to his first aura item quite nicely. If Marcy IO can find that one kill on a Willow or a Sand King, you can exploit that lane, and then you create these moments. So it's like, as much as Nigma's lineup does feel like it can scale out of the game very quickly, 25 minutes, you don't get the second Roshan, your BKBs are low, the game gets difficult. But the way they played game 1, they made the mistakes at 25 minutes, but their early game was good. So it's like, if they can just have a good early game, create this time, then sure. But yeah, Liquid's lineup, it's
gotta be
so
careful.
foolproof, yeah.
Gotta be careful in the mid game for Nigma. I feel like early game should be the easier part for them as well, but we'll see.
I just like the fact that they are just sticking true to themselves. Right, Bristleback lineup, it's one of their best strategies. They like using IO. They've paired it with a classic pub combination. Like they're doing everything that is them. They're not looking at Liquid's lineup going, oh my god, they're picking these counter-aggressive heroes. Maybe we should respect them. It's like, no, we want to be aggressive.
Are you worried at all for the Shaker? Because this is kind of a game where you can't mess up your item build. Like it needs to, eventually that BKB needs to come. And when I say eventually, it needs to be very early. Like you're playing into Brambles, you're playing into a lot of things that mess your initiation up.
Yeah, I could see like Blink, Kaya, BKB as an option.
How's that mid matchup?
Shaker farm, Storm farm. Shaker's actually quite nice into Storm because you have instant jump onto him, but I'm expecting both heroes to be very efficient, push out the lane, both equally farm well. Whoever contests the first rune probably can be a little bit more explosive, but it's how quick can they get to 2-3k net worth?
We'll see how it pans out because we are now ready to go into the game, so I can say take it away, B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming into game number 2 here, Liquid with a 1-0 lead. And we get the first IO Marcy of the tournament. It is something we've seen in the past work. It's a bit of a pub strat as well, but something that can definitely output quite a bit of damage, especially with that Unleash of Marcy.
Yeah, this is something that they ran 10 days ago when they played against Team Spirit and Rally. IO Marcy, plus they also had the Bristleback, the combination between these three, lowering the armor with the facet on Bristleback, and then, in theory, Marcy should be able to go in and deal the damage. Noob is playing the green facet with the Snot Rocket on Bristleback. Not playing the red facet, we see different offlaners have different opinions and what's good for the game. Amar pretty much always chooses the red facet, so that's that. But yeah, this time around they have their hands on Ringmaster. Boxy had some really nice saves in the previous game. Now they have pretty much a double save, and they have 3 heroes that are going to be providing vision. They're going to be in front. So I kind of like the adjustment that Nigma Galaxy did in this second game, and also overall they didn't have the last pick. They chose Shaker on 23, knowing that something elusive is going to come out on 24 on Liquid, something like a Storm Puck. These are all good picks considering that they had 0 lockdown, so they had to take something, and I think this Shaker could be really good for the game. Problem is, you're playing into a lot of stuns, a lot of control. Your Aghanim Scepter is not going to be as effective. Bramblemaz on the ground, you get hit by some like random ice spat, you blink in. Not going to be the easiest game for Earthshaker. I also want to see how Sumail is going to itemize. Because I think in this one, it's a lot of yapping B-Cup coming up from my side, but I just got to get it out there. I think an earlier BKB, I think in this one, I think Blink BKB and then maybe opt to go for Ags. I'm just gonna, no, I'm just kidding. This is not a monologue.
It could be. I can kill
it started like it.
I can let you keep going. I mean, I don't mind sitting here doing nothing. What I do
pay the same, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how both these lineups kind of line up. It just, I am a little bit worried as now they go for GH. I mean, Gyro's not a hero that's afraid of going through the Twin Gates and getting involved early if you can find the right opportunity, grab a couple of kills with Flat Cannon or Rocket Barrage. Like, you're not afraid, and I think there is some early advantages here for Liquid that they can really take momentum with.
I really like that Liquid is playing this lane very aggressively. They are putting the pressure. They're going to hit level 2 much faster, and this is going to be the opportunity for them to play aggressive. Boxy, however, is not level 2. I think he was staying away from one of the creeps. If they had Bramble Maze on top of that, I think that's potentially a kill on Ghost, even though he has 8 Magic Wand charges, 2 charges on IO. They would still definitely try to go for it. Boxy needs to buy another Blood Grenade, and mid lane, Shaker. Storm does have a lot of denies, already sitting at 5. Omar.
Life's pretty good for the Storm so far, but still 9 CS. I mean, it's easier to, with the totem, of course, to get some CS from higher health, make sure you can lock down a little bit here. But we saw the way that Nisha was playing when we were looking there before. He is just trying to put on some harassment onto the Earthshaker. Earthshaker actually getting really low a little bit earlier on into that lane. And we'll see how Sumail kind of reacts with this as Nisha continuing to just put some onslaught here onto this Earthshaker, making his life very difficult.
Really like that Liquid is picking strong lanes. They have strong lane in the top. The way they played it makes it a strong lane. Playing very aggressively onto IO, something that Sanking doesn't like to play is get initiated on at these early levels because he's not a strong laner. Boxy fixes a lot of those problems, and they see the opportunity while Boxy's picking up the Lotus. Maybe he's gonna give him the Lotus. 125 should be enough for him to maybe even get a stun out of it. And now,
oh gosh,
try to TP out. So double kill for Ghost. This is not the start that you want to have on Liquid.
He also TP'd. He tried to TP back to the tower, and now he's dead. He's going to have to walk all the way back. That leaves Saberlight by himself for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, Sanking has never been a good laner. I wanted to say that Dark Willow fixes some of these issues with Bramble, the way they play the lane, playing aggressively, keeping them low, but then making a mistake. And now, as you said, Dark Willow needs to run back to the top lane.
And there's no river in that lane to speed you up.
Lane is in a good spot, however. So Saberlight will be getting some solo XP, will be pushing himself closer to level 4. We'll put that second point in Sandstorm, but overall they managed to stabilize this top lane. Ghost, double kill from him.
Mickey gonna get that kill onto the Bristleback, not afraid to go after him, even under the tower. You need to be careful now with Saberlight. You got Ghost at level 3. Your sustain feels pretty good. If you were out a little bit too far, rebound dispose combo and some damage, all of a sudden you are in a lot.
Omar is making a move. Fissure on the other side.
Isha is in trouble mid, and one more right click could have done it, but he pops that wand, and they didn't want to commit with Sumail going further, and
nice
Omar.
Nice sluggers. He tried to get him with it.
That was
Isha.
And Isha's still alive. I mean, he is not dead yet, but nobody's made the rotation to help him out. Tame the beast, and there's the fissure. That'll kill him. Finally, Nisha hit out of the park and killed out of the mid lane.
Nisha is very tanky with the items that he did go for with the magic wand. This is something that we didn't talk about. Playing into Shaker means there's going to be a lot of spam coming out from him, and Saberlight is now in big trouble, very dead.
Yeah, he gets pulled out, I believe, of the Sandstorm radius, and then all of a sudden disposed and, you know, rebounded on, and he ends up dead, and that is just another kill in this top lane. Similar kind of to what we saw in game number 1, where Nigma did a really good job in some of the lanes, but maintaining it was where they kind of fell short. This time around, though, Sumail's on a bit of a flashier hero. He's
Saberlight again.
Support-ish mid, and Saberlight again get pressured with a third hero up top here from Nigma Galaxy, but there's no kill. At least
all right, guys, I think it's time to leave him alone. Boxy has been stacking in the triangle. Only 2 stacks, but I also see quite a lot of stacks for Noob in the triangle, who's also not having a good time. Both offlaners, he's even having a worse time than Saberlight.
Yeah, but I just
oh, no. That feels bad. Marcy running in and denying your golden creep.
It's a bit rough.
We also didn't want to show that he missed that catapult as well. We moved the camera instantly.
You gotta let him fly under the radar, but then you called him out on it. Mickey put some damage onto the tier 1 tower. He's level 6. He is having a great time bottom. You said, you know, their off lane Noob was struggling, but I mean, Mickey is getting a lot out of this.
This also says to me, we are the way they're playing right now in the bottom lane, we want to invade enemy XP rune. Omar, he's already TPing in, but if they want to contest this one, they probably need another hero, and that's going to be Shaker. Sumail has a good Fissure attempt, and it's going to connect.
Yeah, it'll block him, call down, use. That'll just miss. And it doesn't matter anyway. They get the kill on Mickey, who was dominating the start of this game. And again, it feels like maybe the rotation's lacking a little bit. Nisha, he was getting chased over mid for a long time. Nobody rotates there. Bottom lane, maybe if you have a +1, you can defend against Sumail coming over bottom.
Yeah, whoever made that shot, made that call, definitely worth it, knowing that how aggressive they were playing. GH scouting things out, but will definitely pay with his life. Big zip. Can he get a deny? Not really.
Was wondering if he might, but Saberlight gets credit for the kill on a GH, and he gets a bit back, gets that stack. They'll throw a sentry down to see if they block that camp. Sumail's level 6, so of course is Nisha. We saw him with the ball lightning, but now taking over top of the net worth, at least for the moment, is Ghost, and then immediately back to Mickey. So both carries this time around, both having good games. We'll see kind of how it progresses in these next 5 minutes or so, how Sumail is going to play with this Earthshaker, has the second slam available. But once you get Unleashed from Ghost, when you have it with this Marcy, especially if you get the relocate, it's a kill on just about anybody. If you could just continually get a little bit of lockdown, maybe Nisha's the question mark, but with a bit of extra lockdown, he'll die. Whether it be a well-timed Tame the Beast or a Fissure with a totem, or all three. So we'll have to see. They do set up here together. 3 heroes here now make it 4 with Ghost. Saberlight, they know he's going for these stacks, and again, he's in some trouble. Rebound, he'll burrow strike to try and get away, but they've got the dispose. They'll unleash, they'll get the kill on a Saberlight. Now Insania under the tier 1 tower may not be safe. They tether over, and Insania pulling them under the tower. As Ghost may have gone a little bit too far, but he still has the help from GH. Mickey also coming over the rebound away, and these heroes on the side of Nigma Galaxy are able to escape. Not the greatest for Liquid, but so far for Nigma Galaxy, they've made some pretty stellar moves.
Yep. I mean, look at the net worth. It's still in favor of Team Liquid. If you look at the numbers, a lot of that is on Gyrocopter. Mickey's having a blast. There's also double Bounty Rune that he's about to pick up in the bottom lane.
They're coming back over, knowing they can just Echo Slam this stack, and that's what they do. But the ball lining over, they've got the Bramble Maze down. Do they have the damage to get the kill here on Tanisha? They do. Sumail is low, but there's the escape back. That's going to help him try to survive. But now the relocate out, and he'll be A-OK. Saberlight, he used Epicenter, and he doesn't have much more. He doesn't actually have a lot of health remaining either. He needs to be very careful. Box you off to the side, and they'll relocate back into this one.
This is such a nice move from Nigma Galaxy, and it comes down to them having this observer board slightly to the left, which does allow them to see tier 1 tower, and it also sees the movement when they're going for stacking, when they saw Sanking going for the stack as well. Now Nisha.
Fissure Totem and Tame the Beast again, and he's just dead back to back.
Seeing him on camera, he's like, man, what the hell just happened? Died again. This is 3rd death on Nisha, level 7 only.
That is pretty brutal. Ice Path connects. Bramble Maze is down, rooted up as he jumps out of it, uses that unleash. It gets a little bit worrisome now that Nisha is surpassed by a Bristleback who didn't really enjoy his lane.
No, he was sitting in a triangle trying to get some extra bit of a farm.
Yeah.
Definitely got it, but their Ancients also got stolen. Saberlight, he is getting closer to his Blink Dagger. I'm not going to say that they need initiation, seeing that they have Storm Spirit, but they can easily combine their spells. If they land their spells, heroes are going to die. They have overwhelming magic damage coming out, but also if they get initiated on, the heroes on their side are gonna die. And you can see that Mickey also immediately TPing in. He wants to be more active, knowing that all that network that he does have, all that good laning stage, he needs to turn that into something. He needs to help out the team, because the team right now is not doing too hot.
Omar caught in the brambles. Homing missile. Ooh, good
nice
job
dodge
there by Omar, but the call down will connect and they'll get the kill, at least on a 1. They'll find themselves Sumail, but they've got the tether. He tries to relocate out, but it's not going to be in time. They'll take out a second, and they get Ghost's Courier. Ends up being a very fortunate move there for Liquid, and GH is going to die here too.
Mickey
so
didn't want to get this kill. He wanted to give it to Nisha, knowing that he's not having a good time. Like, between bottom 4, there isn't that much of a difference. It's just that Mickey is so farmed, and so is Ghost. Ghost has Armlet available, Orb of Destruction, Orb of Corrosion, all that minus armor, all that damage, combine that with the Bristleback. Going into BKB, that's the power of IO and Marcy combination. You don't have to build your Battle Fury Marcy when you're playing from carry. Instead, you're building into these smaller items, and they're not done.
Escape hack to try and leave, but you're stuck within the Sandstorm. Omar's going to die here again. It's to Insania. Liquid, despite the fact that the last few fights have not gone their way, they're not afraid. They know that they have a power spike here, and they have this bit of extra range that maybe Nigma are lacking, so they know they can make moves like this behind the tower.
This is all before Sumail gets his Blink Dagger. He's very close to getting it right now, needs another, basically has it. So Echo Slam will be available. Still a good timing on it.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Treads, Wand, Bottle, 12-minute Blink Dagger, sounds good. Saberlight also does have a Blink Dagger available.
Yeah, that's what led to their last kill on the Ringmaster, so they were able to get that. And Well, let's see if they move again, because you've got Gyro, who's really, like you said, wanting to use this net worth. He is close to having that Ags. He's 1,300 gold away. Solid quick math. I'll praise myself on that
3
one.
bounty runes picked up as well. That's going to help out a lot. Mickey, 9,000 net worth, 13 minutes into the game.
They'll go for Saberlight, Burrow Strike, Macro Pyre, Ice Path. All of a sudden, Unleashed not feeling as strong. Ball Lightning all the way over. Meanwhile, there was a Wheel of Wonder used bottom to get the kill on a Mickey, so they're able to get the kill on the Gyrocopter. They are starting to TP up towards top. Burrow Strike lands, and now Noob's in a little bit of trouble. The Bedlam on top of him. Noob ends up dead very
through the
quickly.
blade mail.
The Beast. That's going to land on a boxy. They'll throw the Blood Grenade on there. The rebound into the 2, but it's into the Ice Path. Ball Lightning away, and Sania, he's in trouble, disposed of and killed off. 3 heroes into the side of Liquid. They do get the kill onto Noob, but Nisha not working with a lot of mana.
Even dropping the item gets some extra bit of a mana, but it's still not enough. These Tame the Beasts have been very controlling. Storm Spirit dying 3 or 4 times because of it.
If you ever wondered how they kept a circus together, I mean, that's exactly it.
Never wondered, but I guess now I know.
Sometimes you just get the answers to things you don't care about. Ags just about finished for Mickey. We'll take a look at a replay here.
It took them too long to kill it. They were not on the same page. I think if they do this fight differently, if they just don't complicate, stun into Epicenter, followed by an Ice Path into another Ice Path stun, should be enough, or the fight would even look differently, but they got themselves pretty low, killing Bristleback through the Blade Mail, and then another Fear onto Boxy, who's unable to get the Terrorize, and yeah, with the control that they have, this Earthshaker pick definitely working out for them, getting a kill in the bottom lane onto Mickey, then he TP stop. Pretty much the whole squad comes to the top lane, and then Nisha. What a good timing from Omar.
Yeah, really good timing. The saving grace right now for Liquid is the fact that despite dying a couple times, I mean, Mickey is still having an amazing game.
His Aghanim Scepter is being delivered.
Yeah. Tormentor going to be challenged, but not in time. It will catch some of these heroes. I mean, not really that low considering the fact that they did the Tormentor, but they're going to go and get the Terrorize. It lands on Sumail, unable to do anything. They get themselves dying. One. There's
or is he?
Dead. Ghost. He falls for 3, and that'll make it 4. They clean up after the Tormentor was taken, losing nothing on the side of Team Liquid.
They helped him out in the end. That was such a nice and clean. This is Boxy pretty much setting things up, seeing the Tormentor just died, lands multiple man Terrorize, and then the Epicenter. It also gives them ability to get another jump. Nisha goes in, finds the target immediately. This is a, I'm not gonna say a risky move, but seems like Team Liquid read the situation really well, and the timing was pretty much perfect.
This is all actually before Mickey gets his axe. Yeah. It's still being delivered at this point. A little bit of chuckles coming through. It's exactly what it sounds like.
Really got him there.
Saberlight killed by Ghost, and Sumail trying to get a kill here, at least on a Boxy, and maybe Boxy expecting them to come in, and he also sees the relocate, so throws down the Bramble Maze, and GH and Ghost, they've got 7 seconds before they're leaving. If they can kill GH before that, they might be able to get something going, but he's able to get out with the Tether and the Escape Act. Wheel of Wonder even used, but there's the Fissure and the Totem Slam. Nisha not working with a lot of mana, but they want to go on a Sumail. They've got the Spotlight, but the Rocket Barrage, it may not care about that. Couple more right clicks, they'll kill off this Earthshaker. Omar,
they're not done.
Tame the Beast,
okay,
unable
he wants
to save
to chase.
The Earthshaker. Yeah, they want to chase, they want to look for more, but the jump up from Omar onto the high ground towards Noob is what will deter them.
Team Liquid, they are getting always some kind of a good trade. Like, they lost the laning stage. At least the mid lane and the top lane. Bottom lane, Mickey was getting all the free farm, but they managed to shut them down, steal some of their ancient stacks, and then with the right move, they got themselves back into the game. Those 2-3 kills in the mid lane. Also managed to kill a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but Mickey is massive. Mickey is sitting at almost 12,000 net worth. 17 minutes into the game, and going for a bit of a different itemization. I really like this Hurricane Pike that he's gonna buy. Playing against Shaker, Bristleback, even Marcy, these are the heroes that want to jump on top of you, and if you can keep the distance, you're still gonna be able to deal damage. It also gives you a good amount of tankiness, because once he finishes that, he's gonna be sitting at like 2.5k HP with strength crits.
Ghost BKB unleashing and rebounding. He's trying to keep up with Boxy. This BKB is going to run out in a moment, but he goes into the Shadow Realm. He's got the BetBoom on top of Ghost. They got the kill to Insania. They'll tether back over. Meke and Saberlight nearby. There's the Dispose looking for the Terrorize. It lands. It's on to Ghost. He's still not dead. The Wheel of Wonder comes in. He's able to rebound off of GH. So he stays alive. The Curse Crown pops. Boxy ends up dead. That's 3 heroes gone to the side of Liquid. Sumail got a double kill there, and Nigma Galaxy drawing Liquid in and eventually winning that fight.
I think we all done this. Through one point, whoever played Dota is you're focusing the guy that is tethered up to Io, who's getting all the heals, a couple of armlet toggles as well. Mech has been used on top of that, and Marcy's not an easy hero to kill. She gets very, very tanky. Like, they saw the opportunity. They're like, yeah, we gotta go. BKB's down, but it wasn't enough. Even though they have this epicenter, it was not used in the previous fight. Terrorize does land, but look at the GH. He's giving him all the heals. He's giving him the body so that he can rebound off of him, and then the rest of the team is gonna come in, and they're gonna be able to clean up.
They clean up quite well, and they take their prize. That's going to be the Aegis in their hands. But now, all of a sudden, Nisha, we've seen this before. He's had back-to-back deaths earlier in this game, but he's going to be able to ball Lightning all the way out of the grasp of Nigma Galaxy. He wants this BKB, but Nisha playing a very dangerous game in where he was farming. Again, even though that Mike has top of the net worth in that situation, it doesn't feel like he's able to get the damage out. Curse Crown will pop. They have Ice Path. They'll get the call down, and Sumail ends up dead to Boxy. Just a bit too far out by himself, too deep, and they have now this Ob Sentry combo.
Omar, I feel like there's been a lot of stacking in the triangles by Boxy. I think Noob and Omar have been doing quite a lot of stacks as well.
18, oh my gosh.
10 from Boxy.
31 stacks made in this game. And, I mean, that's exactly what we talked about that was needed, right? Both Sand King and Bristle having a tough game, they had to stack. Otherwise, they're kind of non-existent.
Yeah, Sand King definitely needed it. Bristleback as well. He was on the receiving end when it comes down to laning stage, playing against Jakiro and Gyrocopter. Not an easy lane for him by any means.
Everybody queuing up or pinging out that shrine on the side of Nigma Galaxy. They know it's available. Bedlam and the Curse Crown, but sets himself up to be on the shrine. They'll look for the Terrorize, and that lands onto the Marcy and a Boxy. Ooh, it was close. He's still trying to hold on to it. Noob tried to steal the other one. Curse Crown now.
Buying a lot of time.
But yeah,
we'll die eventually.
It's space, I guess, made. He still gets the shrine, and he gets the +1 on the kill. Not bad overall. Mickey getting close to dying in that situation. He's going into the Reverend's Brooch as well as a Satanic there, too. And just like last game, this game is not really extended in terms of the net worth lead for either side. It was 2,000-3,000 for either team for the longest moment. Now 60-40, though, showing for Team Liquid, and I could understand that with where Gyro is in terms of farm, but Marcy's making up the difference.
Marcy, like, if she goes ham with the BKB, she's also holding the Aegis, has Brigand's Blade. This is a very, very good item on Marcy. Level 2 ulti with Brigand's Blade. Heroes are gonna disappear almost instantly. Whoever gets focused on doesn't need to use BKB immediately because he has Aegis, he has Io behind him as well. And let's see if Liquid decides to defend this tower. Not gonna be the easiest defend.
Gotta worry about this Aegis. Still a minute 45 remaining on it. So fighting in, especially with how much Ghost is being sustained in these fights, it's really a tough ask for wanting Liquid to go in. Guess we'll see. Insania, he's getting chased and even used that Macro Pyre. Ice Path TP attempt, but the Echo Slam is there, and Ghost gets another kill. Liquid, though, in doing so and getting those heroes to come over, now they have a chance to maybe react to this tier 2 low. Rambo Maze. Again, GH staying at a a distance where he can jump in and tether if need be.
I don't think they can focus Ghost. He's just not going to die. Way too tanky, has SNY armlet, that status resistance is going to kick in, holding the Aegis. Pipe is very close for Noob to be finished. He did pick up the shard before, and Nisha, exactly what they need to do. Cut the waves, because this timing from Nigma Galaxy could have been crucial. I think there's also a chance that they would have gone for the high grounds, maybe try to bait something, still holding the Aegis for, it was about a minute, but Nisha did a pretty good job stopping that move.
And in doing so, now he's on this side of the map to try and go for Omar. That being said, Saberlight, he's going to jump in. The Burrow Strike's going to be used, and now they go to the call down. The damage with the Unleash will get the kill to Saberlight. Now they'll look for Mickey. This would be the big kill to get. Curse Crown's going to be used. Is the BKB going to run out in time? It won't. Oh, he just gets the stun off.
Seconds for Aegis.
It's about a second off, but the fissure connects. He's on the other side. Will it matter? Trying to get the dispose. Trying to jump over, uses the rebound off of Sumail. They land the Terrorize with a Ravage. Ooh, the neutral creep trying to make this a little bit of a troublesome position for Mickey. The Hurricane Pike comes out. They've got the damage to get the kill to Sumail. They'll tame the Beast. The Wheel of Wonder is down as well as the Spotlight.
Doesn't connect.
Helmet Arts don't connect. They get the kill to Omar. Now Noob's going to run in, trying to get the kill to Insania. Missing that Ice Path. There's the relocate back in. 3 heroes are here for the side of Nigma Galaxy. They'll take out Insania and get themselves a second.
Ringmaster is deceptively tanky as a hero. With Road of Athos, it gives you a good amount of stats, 275 extra HP. He has Gossamer Cape as well, so when he gets initiated on, that extra bit of attack is not going to connect. Storm Spirit doesn't have his Witchblade yet. Instead, he opted to go for BKB, wants to have a little bit of extra protection, gets the tonic, gets healed by Io. Suddenly, he's back to full HP. Team Liquid, they try to go for a play. Can't really blame them. They try to time this Aegis. You can see that they also managed to bring down Marcy relatively low, but unable to get the kill afterwards. Another good save by GH.
They do get Sumail, which, I mean, I guess is equivalent to giving up Saberlight and Jakiro at this point.
Yeah, Sumail has a lot of that. I did mention his itemization at the start of the game. He did go for Kaya. He did pick up the Shard. I think one of those items maybe needed to be a BKB just so that he can survive seeing all this magical damage. He goes in, and a lot of the times you see him die immediately after. So BKB desperately needed for him to get another round of spells.
And he's not that close to having a BKB. No. I like this pickup. Just Ghost Scepter for Mickey. Trying to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy for Liquid to itemize, especially in carry-to-carry matchup, because you see a guy on the other team, it's called Ghost, so you buy Ghost Scepter, and suddenly he's fully countered.
I mean, if it works, it works. Insignia. Ooh, a couple of couriers. That will be one for Noob. Boxy now needing to get away from this Bristle. Saberlight is here. The Blade Mail was popped. Curse Crown. Now they'll have that initial lockdown. But that's the ball lightning in the Vortex to get the control to Sumail. And like you said earlier, when he gets spotted, he's dead so quickly. Omar's gone to double kill for Mickey, but here's the unleash of the damage onto Insania. Can Ghost get anything else? That Ghost Scepter, it's going to keep Mickey alive. They'll look over at GH, but they're sustaining for a moment. The Bedlam gets the kill on a GH. They'll take out the tether at work, and they'll go and get the kill on Mickey.
Not enough.
They'll take out this Gyro after losing Boxy. So Ghost, triple kill for him, had that BKB for a long time. They still want to maybe go for Saberlight or Nisha, but at the end of the day, I mean, still, Ghost looks so strong.
He does. I want to see the damage numbers coming out in the previous fight. 7,000 damage from Mickey, whose Daedalus just got delivered. Right before the fight, he gets a double kill immediately, but you can still see, even with the Pike, even with the Ghost Scepter, it's not enough. These heroes are very maneuverable. Bristleback has a lot of move speed. Same goes for Marcy. SNY on top of it. We're going to be seeing the fight one more time. And Daedalus, as you see, just got delivered on Mickey. Some big damage numbers. Of course, Noob drops relatively low, but I feel like they need to reset. They need to be able to get some Glimmer Cape, some Force Staffs when Ghost uses his BKB, when he runs in. And he's been very patient, I gotta say, with using the BKB, knowing that the burst damage to kill him from 100 to 0, it's not really gonna be there. So in the end, he picks up a triple kill, which pushes him closer to level 3 ulti.
I mean, he uses it at the end there after he kills the Gyro. It almost looked like BKB was unnecessary. Like, that's how patient he was with it. And now he sits atop the net worth. So Nigma Galaxy, they've got a 2,000 net worth lead. And you're right. I think Liquid, they need to fight in two parts.
They need to be able to reset. I think it's going to be crucial for them to have some buybacks on the supports. So when Marcy maybe even uses... Oh my god, I think he has a full nullifier coming out.
Oh, and Nisha trying to get the control. The Terrorize is going to land on the 3 of these zeros, but the BKB is going to be popped by Ghost. They get the Kona Saberlight. It's taking out the Sand King early. The damage again. They take out Sumail, but they've done this time and time again and it hasn't been enough. Eventually, you see Ghost. He's got the damage. They have the Unleash. They get the Kono Insania. They'll look over as Omar's going to be a little bit low, but he's got the Glimmer Cape. So he'll Gale Guard. Mickey, though, hit with the Impalement Arts, and he needs to be a little bit careful. Nisha not working with a lot of mana, but the Escape Back's not going to last long enough, and Omar ends up dead anyway. 3 for 2, this time favoring Liquid.
Nullifier just got delivered. What a timing for Nigma Galaxy. Ghost is popping off. He's involved in 20 out of 26 kills on side of NGX. Has small crit as well, Crystallis.
Ghost is waiting for his opportunity. Oh, and he gets it. They will take out Boxy and Nisha.
They're not respecting the damage coming out. They're focusing Bristleback, who has Gale Guard, Blade Mail. He has Green Facet as well. So all that minus armor, suddenly Marcy jumps in and deletes the 2 heroes instantly.
Yeah, slapped him once, knocked him out. I mean, that is one punch power coming out from Marcy. That is brutal. And, I mean, they thought they had this Bristol dead to rights. They got baited in pretty hard.
Once Sumail gets a BKB, the fights are going to be so much easier. He can blink in, pop his BKB, and then get another round of spells. I don't think he's going to be dying during his BKB unless they fully commit with some... Like, Gyrocopter needs to stick to him, stick on top of him, and get that right-click damage. But other than that, I think he should be fine. As soon as he gets it, you're definitely going to feel the difference in the fights. I'm looking at the items, what they're trying to buy. Stormspirit just finished off his Witchblade, so that's very good against, you know, these longer fights where he wants to go in and out multiple times. Problem is Ghost, like, they need to kill the supports. They need to take out this IO. They need to kill Ringmaster. They've been killing Ringmaster at the start of the fights multiple times, but still, the rest of the team is ready to clean up. And this time around, I don't think Team Liquid wants to take a fight inside the Roche pit.
No, they're all split up. I think maybe Saberlight, he was sitting there initially when they were watching Roche go to the pit, but they made the decision, let's give up this second Aegis. Again, similar to the last game. Both first 2 Aegises go their way, but let's see if they can close it out differently. Wheel of Wonder, Ball Lightning all the way out. Impalement Arts will be short, and that will be Echo Slam on cooldown.
Immediately. Big smile from Nisha. Knew he was cooked. If he doesn't get it in time, he's definitely dead. And now Daedalus completed on Marcy. Boxy.
Impalement Arts again. Curse Crown, noobs here, Tame the Beast. That misses, but they land the Fissure anyway. They get the kill. Omar's got credit for it. And a 3,000 net worth lead there. They've got this Daedalus on Ghost. He was putting out big numbers before. Now he's a heavyweight.
Yeah, all these items are also going to be nullified. These Ghost Scepters, the Jakiro with the Force Staff, with the Glimmer Cape. The only thing that can save you, like even Solar Crest, Pike is the only item that you need to use it on enemies to push yourself out of the way. And I'm looking at Gyrocopter. He is going for Nemesis Curse. Tough, so has extra bit of a damage, extra bit of armor. You definitely need that against Marcy. But Nemesis Curse could also be very deadly. If they focus you down, Marcy gets a couple of right clicks. You could definitely die from 100 to 0 before getting Satanic off. If you get stun-locked by Earthshaker, you can die.
It's quite possible. Marcy puts these combinations together and knocks you out. I mean, it feels like you're just getting punch drunk. It's tough. I mean, like you said, 100 to 0 in a second. How do you react to that? You've got sustain on the side of Nigma, but it just Hurricane Pike's your one option, but everything else feels, like you said, worthless. So how do you set up against Ghost?
He doesn't have a BKB in his inventory right now, holding on to Aegis, so they can definitely kill him that one time.
Okay. But then he gets BKB, and then what?
then that's a massive problem. we don't want to go there yet. One step at a time.
All right, fair enough.
Liquid will need to stall the game, get another round of items.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like Storm Spirit needs to get this Parasma. Maybe even Aghanim Scepter. This is what he's going for. I'm looking at the other items. Mickey, he's trying to build into Butterfly, seeing that Marcy is running out of slots. So wants to squeeze in a Butterfly. There is no True Strike or anything available on side of Nigma Galaxy at the moment.
Ghost always has GH. GH is always watching Ghost, making sure if need be. He's got this tether and has this heal. As Ghost working on the Tormentor, GH realizing he can't really stay nearby, but he's got this shard now. And another objective controlled by Nigma.
Remember when Essence Ring gave you heal instead of like raw HP or your current max HP, whatever? People really abuse that with IO. The insane amount of heal. I believe it was during the time when OG, when they were winning stuff.
So 19.
It wasn't that long ago. Ooh, Sumail gets a solo kill.
Yeah, Saberlight dead. And no Sand King for 60 seconds. Boxy, he's going to be able to escape. And Nisha, he wants this Ags after he finishes off this Parasma. He's cutting these creep waves trying to stop Nigma Galaxy from pushing in. They've only got a minute left on this Aegis. So it might be doing a good enough job to stop them from going for a high ground push. But now Boxy has been spotted. And he's able to get into the Shadow Realm. But I don't know if that's going to be far enough away. Force Staff used, and he gets on the other side of the gate.
Oh, no. That's one hit.
All right, Marcy is apparently now Mike Tyson. One punch, one kill. Or knockout. That's quite the death summary. Sure
Okay,
enough.
169 from Bristleback. And there was another 69 coming out from Marcy. Very nice.
So let's see if they can defend this. They've got the banner down. 5 seconds left on the Aegis. Can they time this right? The homing missile will connect. They'll go in with the Burrow Strike. That lands on it too, but do they have the damage with BKB? Pop Nisha's going to try and get the control here, but they go to the Unleash. So Nisha needs to get some distance. Still has that tether, about half health remaining on Ghost. But now, Ghost without the Unleash still has the BKB. Unleash has a fourth of its duration, so he'll try to take the tower. But the Ball Lightning all the way to the back line.
He
gets
got
through by
rooted.
Aurora.
Exhaust. No
now they've got themselves
BKB.
the Wheel of Wonder and the Echo Side coming through. They get the Terrorite's going to be thrown out on the floor of these heroes. But the BKB, it's been popped by Sumail. Saberlight, he's dead. He's gone. But Boxy trying to go in with the Bedlam on a Sumail. The BKB finally runs out. The rebound, that lands on a Mickey. Ice Path connects on a 2. They've got themselves the spotlight, but does it shine bright enough? The buybacks come in from both the Sand King as well as the Dark Will. They get the kill on a Ghost. Can they continue on for more? Good escape back. Curse Crown. That's going to be placed on a Sumail. The Ball Lightning a little bit short as now he's tethered up to GH. Noob, homing missile coming through onto the Bristleback. Sumail and
Up the
GH.
illusion.
They might be ready to jump and go the other way as the Impalement Arts land on Anisha. Noob is on his front side and looking to maybe get this kill or go to the back lines looking for Insania. But here comes GH. Clipped up and killed off by Mickey real quickly. Finally, Nisha gets the kill into Omar. It's going to be a root onto Sumail. Ghost gets the kill into Insania. Ghost comes back with a buyback. Now kind of giving a victory opportunity here to Liquid if they can kill Ghost once again.
This buyback could definitely cost them the game. There were 2 buybacks coming out from Liquid, one on Boxy, one on Saberlight.
Ooh.
But let's see what they're going to be able to do.
Ooh.
Nisha.
He picked up a Lotus. He's got enough mana to TP out. But that was close.
Ghost needs to be careful now.
Oh,
Doesn't have BKB for another 15 seconds. And also this buyback, they didn't really get much out of it. Nisha, he's the one who does have his buyback available.
They bump back on GH as well, so even if you could just get the IO, I mean, Ghost doesn't feel nearly as comfortable.
Nisha, he's investing the money. He wants to have that AoE pull. He wants to be able to set things up for his Sanking, set things up for Gyrocopter, who just hit that level 25. So Flat Cannon cooldown is going to be available, which is going to be significant amount of damage increase. Sumail, one more time, getting another solo kill. He killed Saberlight a few minutes ago. Now he killed Boxy.
Nisha loses that courier, but he already picked up the Ag Scepter. That'll be that blue hole, black hole combo. Trying to pull them all in.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Pull past the event horizon, and they'll see if they can win a fight here. They've got this Obs taken out. Now the vision taken away from the side of Liquid. Can they kill anybody off? Noob very confident in where he's at. But they're going to go and focus their attention on a Ghost. There's the Tether, but there's the Vortex pulling in Cheech. He bought back, so now he's dead. They get the kill to Saberlight. The BKB's going to run out soon on Ghost, but he's on the run. He had some help there from Omar. Mickey with the BKB of his own, going after the Blade Mail Noob. But he is, like you say, too tanky.
Has Heart, SNY, Pipe sitting at 3,000 HP. Galeguard available. He's gonna be the sieging machine for the team. Marcy right now, she doesn't feel too comfortable knowing that she used buyback in the previous fight, and now the set of barracks is gonna be gone.
A lot for one set of barracks. I'll be honest with you. I think it might be a bit of an overpay. Only buybacks available are Jakiro and Gyrocopter for the side of Liquid, and only the Ringmaster for Nigma Galaxy. Last time, this is where the game changed in game number 1. Third Aegis went the way of Liquid.
They do not want to give this one away. Sankey doesn't have buyback, unfortunately, but they do see them. These 2 observer wards.
They have Ags with Storm if they can get in there. Ice Path onto 2, tame the beast, which is a little bit early. That was the anticipation of Nisha coming with the ball lightning.
And he got it.
Can
he pick it up?
Can somebody pick it up? It's snatched by Sumail. He pops the BKB. He looks for a fissure. Finally throws it. It lands on Insania. Noob right in his face. 1 click, 2 click. Can they take out this two-handed dragon? And eventually, yes, they can. Sumail, he gets that Aegis. I mean, yeah, they went in with Nisha, but he just did not have the slots to pick up what was dropped.
It's like he believed that he's gonna do it, but didn't really believe in the end. Didn't make the slot. He was holding on to Gem.
Got a Refresher Shard out of it.
That's something.
I mean, that stops the double Unleash, the double BKB, or double Echo Slam. It's a big component when Unleash is really a big deterrent in what Liquid want to fight into. Saberlight's in trouble. A lot of Atos and Echo Slam committed. They'll get the kill. He doesn't have buyback again. They get the Vortex. It's on at 2 with the buyback being committed from the Jakiro. Impalement Arts doesn't land. Jakiro just bought back. Insane is in trouble. The Ice Path is down as well as the Macropire, but down goes Jakiro. 2 heroes gone on the side of Liquid, and they're still working with an Aegis. This is at least another set.
And this might even be Megas. 80 seconds without Jakiro. They definitely need damage coming up from Jakiro when they use this Ball Lightning Electric Vortex combo. Meke, the damage. They drift him.
Wonder. Taunted for the moment, thinking about the Terrorize. That's going to be thrown over. Boxy trying to find himself some space. Noob, he popped that Blade Mail. They've got the Vortex. It's on at 3, but Nisha not doing the damage to get the code to Boxy. They'll take out this Dark Willow. He's dead for a while, but the damage coming out from Mickey's not going to be enough just yet. They've got the escape back. They'll go to the TP. They get the code to Nisha. He's going to buy back, and they will just get away on Mickey, but he does not have BKB.
They're running out of steam. They don't have enough damage. The heals, it's way too much. Noob also, he's sitting all the time, full HP. This Heart SNY build with the pipe, Galeguard, he's way too tanky to be killed.
Divine on the queue for Gyro, needs some time. It's not going to be immediate. Nisha in, Nisha out, trying to find something, but here comes Sumail, the fissure, but do they have it? Epicenter, Burrow Strike, Sumail, he's going to be controlled, but is the damage there? It should be. That's going to be the Aegis down. They'll go after Ghost with Saberway with the BKB. Can he get some extra control? GH, Omar, and Ghost, they run away, but Mickey, vulnerable. Hurricane Pike, but it only pushes him. Mickey's going to die here. Omar, GH, they both fall. They'll use the buyback coming out from the Gyrocopter. Saberlight looking for a moment to go back in. They get the Curse Crown. It's going to be on Sumail on the second life. Totem stuns him up. Echo Slam committed. Burrow Strike comes through. They get the kill to Sumail. He's
is dead for 100 seconds. Nisha not working with a lot of mana, not working with a lot of life, but oh, the Ice Path, it lands in the Terrorize!
Control, Boxy.
Oh man, Ghost gone, down goes Noob, everybody dead on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Man, Nisha really pushing the limit. This Parasma is doing a lot of work. I want to see the damage coming out from him, and most importantly, damage from Gyrocop. The 12,000 damage. They were forced to use buyback on him, but yeah, it's going to give him just enough time to buy Divine Rapier if he wants to. Power Treads, he's going to sell it. Divine Rapier running down the mid lane. Buyback is on cooldown for Ghost for another minute and 40 seconds.
This could be, I mean, they still have all tier 2s. I don't even know what they're going to get out of this. Glyphs are going to be problematic. They're going to try and push in, but
it's 85 seconds. They do have glyphs available. I don't know if they can just finish the game.
It's tight.
It's got to be close. And looking at the replay, Saberlight, he found a really good opportunity to stun out. And then you see Nisha goes in, sets things up, and then manages to reset one more time, really pushing the limits. 65 seconds with no Marcy. It's also amplified damage on Gyrocopter. It just might be enough.
They're going to look tier 4s, but do they have the control necessary? They'll go in, the Vortex is going to be on a 2. They're trying to get the kill into Omar, but they've got themselves the escape back. Saberlight, Epicenter, but is it enough? Impalement Arts, the turnaround, the call down, it's used with the spotlight down. They get the tier 4, that's going to be at least one. Mickey trying to focus his attention on the buildings and take the series 2-0. They've got 35 seconds. Echo Slam, do they have enough terrorize the damage? Mickey, he's going to survive. Rodamito,
still living.
Rocket Barrage, and they'll get the kill to Surveillance Rolls Omar. Down goes GH. Triple kill for Mickey. They want Noob. They do not have Ghost for 25 seconds. The throne is exposed.
No
Noob's going to be Curse Crowned, and they've got the backdoor protection. That might be enough to hold on. Nisha trying to TP out. Mickey's going to be here with Insania, but Mickey needs to think about leaving because there will be an Unleash. There will be a Marcy. That's going to be up in 5 seconds. But the damage on the Noob, the Curse Crown coming in again. The Burrow Strike is there. The control, the kill.
But not that tanky. Marcy's out.
Boy.
One-man army.
1v5. Do you have the damage? They'll go in. BKB right clicks with the Unleash. Mickey low, but I don't know if he's going to care. He's got some help. The Burrow Strike is there. Ghost is gone, and Liquid will secure the 2-0 over Nigma Galaxy.
Oh, man, what a finish from Team Liquid. First game, Ghost going for the high ground. That push, he gets demolished, which kind of cost him the game number 1. Second game using the buyback. A lot of question mark. Maybe Panel has some answers.
Yeah, let's hear what they have to say, because this was a big back and forth. Panel, take it away.
Yeah, to all the Team NGX fans out there screaming how, we're going to try and answer that question. We're really going to try. It was never in doubt for me. I told the guys in the green room, they lose these. It's never easy with Team NGX, but man, that is...
You have no proof, sorry. And
yeah,
proof is pretty critical.
Why don't we start recording in the green?
Nah, that is true, but you got to feel bad for Nigma Galaxy.
No, that is a heartbreaker. No joke.
That is rough. Like, their gameplay, their aggression.
They're not back.
No,
Unfortunately, not in this game at least.
No.
Yeah. It was a cool game, by the way. You can see on the cameras after that they're just heartbroken that they dropped this one and lost 0-2 because game 1 and game number 2 they could win not only versus reigning champions of the last Wallachia season but also the TI. So kind of unfortunate for Nigma, but I still have to say it's only day 1, 0-2 versus Liquid, but with this kind of performance,
yeah,
I do believe that they have more in store for us.
Yeah, and you're trying to ask the question, like, how did Liquid really win this game? It is just simply Nisha, right? Like, in all the critical fights, maybe we get there with the highlights. We also requested some clips down the line, but you're going to be seeing Nisha escape on a sliver of HP, zip back to base, reset his mana pool, then get back into the fight, getting clutch vortexes. Like, when the game got close, Nisha stepped up and controlled the fight. He was, dictating every initiation, baiting out that spell, wasting the BKB charges on Nigma Galaxy. And we already said that with this type of lineup, it just takes that one bad BKB usage or that one bad Echo Slam, and Liquid can run over the fight. And that's where Nisha, sure, early game, Nigma,
rough.
It was, yeah, they were doing really well on Nigma's side. But for Liquid, as time grew, as items kind of started getting in, Nisha stepped up to the plate and was like, you know what, I will find this fight and I will find that one moment to show why I'm one of the best mid laners in the world and to break the spirits of Nigma, because it really felt like this, it should have been their game. Your carry is 19-4-13.
They just had a lot of good spell usages, I would say. Like Nisha he definitely deserves all the praise, but these supports have been playing out of their minds as well. And like there's a lot of ground targeted spells that just annoy you when you're playing against them. For the Shaker, for the Marcy, this was an incredibly hard game to play once your BKBs are down, because you're playing into Brambles, you're playing into, of course, Sand King, but on top of that you have Ice Bat, you have Jakiro with everything is ground targeted, right? Like you're playing a mini game within Dota to try and dodge all of these spells to get on top of the targets that you need to get on top of. And eventually it just became too hard for them. Once those BKBs have dropped down, that is.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like there were so many clutch ice paths. We saw a few in the highlights there, just, you know, saving people with a sliver of health at the last second, and just a huge performance all round. Once they got back, once they smelled blood in the water, and of course, there it is. It's Mickey. He's loving it. Got the antlers.
I mean, he's got his little old late game rapier. You know, he's a happy lad. He's, I mean, good pose as well. But no, I think the fact that, of course, we're praising Nisha, but there needs to be that follow-up, right? Sableye jumping in with a Sand King, providing control. Storm's providing control. Boxy, control. Jakiro, control. But if your carry isn't in the right place at the right time to utilize that setup, then sure, you're probably not going to have to win the game, right? So it is testament to just Liquid as a team.
And another testament is, like, just looking at this game and these two drafts and the way they played out, I feel like this game was much harder to play for Liquid than it was for Nigma. The Nigma's draft, and just playing this Marcy overall in general, it's a hero, even when you're playing her on a support or any other role, you see a target and you press that BKB or ulti and you just go on top of them, right? That's how you do it. And Gyro is probably one of the easiest heroes to kill off that way. But Nigma, they couldn't find it all the time. They couldn't find the right angle. And that's due to all the ice paths, all the brambles. So these team fights, they never layered their spells in a way that they didn't have that extra one to save a target.
So we've got some clips, as you rightly said, and this is to kind of tell... This is the story of Team NGX in a nutshell, I think we've got.
Yeah, I just wanted to relive the despair, I guess. Yeah. No, so yeah, we've got a couple clips to show. The main one is obviously the Roshan contest. It was so close for Liquid to actually steal, right? Because you have the stun, you get in, but then Storm's when he gets on top, he's unable to actually get to the Aegis, doesn't pick it up in time. So then it feels good for Nigma, right? It's like, this is our moment. Liquid nearly made this, like, you know, TI winning level kind of snipe on the pit. We actually stopped them, we get the Aegis ourselves. But it's how Liquid, with two heroes dead, kiting out the fight. Look at Nisha jumping in, getting the both supports. He's then resetting the fight, Sableye jumping in on top. And I don't know how far the clip's gonna go, but it's the Vortex at the very end as well. Like, it's the small clutch plays and just the roaring out the fight. Yeah.
That Vortex right there wins the game, basically. We'll probably
Kill
see
support
it. It's right here. Like, that Vortex right there just wins the game. If it doesn't connect, Storm is probably dead. And
he has no buyback, yeah.
And they don't have that chain of stuns necessary to take down a Marcy. So just very well played by Liquid. This, at the same time, I have to say that fans of Nigma, they've been on the receiving end for a really long time, but nothing to be ashamed of here.
No, in both games, plenty of positives they can take away from it. I couldn't agree more. Anyway, we are going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have the final series of the day where Falcons shall be bearing their talons. We'll see you soon.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I'm joined by Cuckoo from Team Talon, and we're going to be having a discussion about this upcoming PGL Wallachia. I mean, firstly, Cuckoo, how are you doing? How's it feel to be here?
All good. The Romania is so beautiful.
Yeah, so it's a nice country, absolutely. So talk to me a little bit about this this version of Talon. You've been on the team now for 6 months, and then you had Natsumi and March joining 4 months ago, I think.
Yeah.
So how's it all coming together?
Think we all do fine. Then we just have some struggles at the moment, and then I think we just need to like play better in the international.
So that's you're setting your goal already, and everything you're doing is to work towards that, right?
Yeah.
So what kind of struggles do you feel like you've been having, and how are you addressing those?
I think the new patch hit us so hard now.
Yeah.
Then it's like we're struggling in the international tournaments, this past few tournaments. Yeah.
And how have you been reacting to that? Has this been like a kind of collaborative effort to bring the team up, or has March been taking like an active role in sort of getting everybody in shape? Who's been pushing on that?
Think everyone is trying to say what they want also in the meta, but it's like we still don't get like what's the best for us, something like that.
Yeah. So no Cuckoo Mancer.
Yeah.
All right. So what's been like your kind of personal process? How have you been trying to improve, and what aspects of your game have you been working on recently?
Just trying to help my carry to win the lane, then and help some mid matchup. Then I think I want them to carry me, and after I do my job, something like that, like 20 minutes onwards,
Yeah, exactly.
And just press some spells.
Yeah. I bought you all those tangos. The least you could do is carry the game for me.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So overall, is the mood still high in the team? Like you guys still like having jokes and enjoying each other's company and everything?
Yeah. I think we still a high morale because our goal is like the big tournaments. This one is just like a stepping stone for us.
Of course. And then, I mean, in the SEA, like there's loads of like really like loud players. There's some very, very big voices. But I feel like actually this Talon, even though you've got very, very good players, but you don't really have any of those like kind of big loud voices you'd be expecting to sort of lead the team. How's that working out? Do you have like a kind of very calm team dynamic, team communications and such?
I think our team is like have like loud voices.
Yeah.
Because I saw like the big teams, like they so chill like on their comms. But our team, I think sometimes getting panic, something like that. So it's like the communications, like maybe there's like some nerves.
Sure, there always will be. And when you're playing in like qualifiers, is it much easier for you guys than playing in like on the event itself?
I think because of I think just the Southeast Asia usually is like even the pubs is kind of worse now. So I think on SEA I think it's kind of easy. On international we're just struggling because I don't know if we're just behind from the meta also.
Have you been in Europe much this year? Have you been? How much time have you spent in outside of SEA this season?
We've been playing in the Europe like now. I think we're gonna stay like 1 month.
Oh wow, okay. So you want to like practice here and get the good quality games in. Big commitment, and I'm sure it will show improvements. I mean, who should we be looking at in your team then? Who do you feel is like the big star players of your team?
I think that 3 cores are the big star for our team.
All 3 of them?
Yeah. They don't want to give spotlight to each other. They want to, carry the game for each other.
Yeah, lift each other up. Yeah, I get that vibe from your team a lot. Cuckoo, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck at Wallachia.
Thank you.
So Cuckoo there singing his team's praises, saying it's all of the cause. They're going to carry us to victory. So with that in mind, they've got a tall order today. They're going up against Falcons. But we'll start by talking about Talon. Why don't you tell me all about these guys and whereabouts they are?
Well, look, we just heard a very nice interview done by Nomad and Cuckoo. And Cuckoo, this is something that he has reiterated before. He believes that the greatest strength lies within the team, between the bond that the players have. And you can kind of see it. Even when they're losing, you don't see any angry faces. You don't see any tilt in between them. Maybe some towards the enemy team, but never in between the team. However, one thing that he also mentioned here and also reiterated before is that nerves are a problem for them. This is a team that does struggle on the greatest scene versus the biggest teams. And right now, maybe they're not in their best form, but Falcons are considered the top tier 1 team.
Sure.
I mean, I think it's just a very difficult kind of re-era, I guess, for SEA Dota, right? Because already they were struggling to get tournament placements. Now we have the loss of statistics from pubs. So for a region that doesn't have access to the European pubs, like NA can still play in European pubs, SA can still play European pubs. Like SEA, China, you can't really, play on that high ping. So unless you're physically in Europe, boot camping for an event, luckily for Talon, they said they're here for a month, so it's going to feel pretty good for them. They're just not going to have access to the top pubs. So now it's like not only is the region suffering being able to keep up with the Eastern European teams, you're now in your practice time, your pub statistics they're gone. So it even puts even more pressure on their 5 players, their coach, their support team to truly understand the meta before they come to the region, or even the international tournaments. I think that's such a scary prospect for a region that already has been, struggling on LAN.
Yeah, I think it's awesome that they've committed to, staying out as long as they can to get that quality practice in. And it's like you said, I think ultimately what the guys are going to need to do is kind of pick up as much as they can from that experience because, they got a busy schedule ahead of them. Meanwhile, as I said, a tough task today. Team Falcons, even though they have been favorites at previous Wallachias and not converted them, not won them, I feel like they're always in contention.
I mean, I feel like they're always in contention any tournament they're in.
I'm just not talking about the other ones.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because they're not paying me.
That's true. I like that. I respect that. I know. And I think with for this one, do you think they're grand finals bound this time around? I don't know. Again, I'm asking you. I feel like I'm spinning it back to you.
We've definitely switched roles. Look, I'll
kind of like it. It's kind of fun.
It's good, isn't it?
Asking questions quite refreshing, but
you were going to say easy.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, to be fair,
it certainly is easier than your job. No doubt.
We go.
But look, I mean, for me, I always think they are. I love the swagger that Falcons have in this team with the Malrine and Amar and the way they approach the game. I love the way they go into every draft saying we want our heroes. We don't even care what's meta. We'll make it work. Amar particularly is one of those guys where it's like Mars might not be particularly strong, but you don't want to give it to him. Bristle can be in and out, but he's the best Bristle player in the world. It's like crazy.
That's all fine and dandy until you get to a meta where you absolutely have to pick these heroes, and there's too many of them. And I feel like that's one thing that we have currently. It's not like we need to ban out 2 offlaners and, okay, the meta offlaners are done and out, now everyone else is on the same playing field. No, you've got like 4 or 5, and you can't just get rid of all of those.
Yeah.
So, yeah, speaking of common heroes,
no, I think, the main thing here is I think Falcons at least are a team that often plays on identity, right? Once they find their formula, they're kind of testing the other coaches and captains. Like, can you try and beat us? Because we're not going to break from this. Like, if we have access to the DK, we're going to go for it. The Bristle, we'll go for it. Like, sure, there's common heroes that we see here, the overlap that Talon might need to utilize. The unique heroes in Talon feel egregious, by the way. Pudge, Undying, and Shadow Fiend. Like
that is actually crazy.
Oh god. Maybe we're probably going to see those heroes in this game here, but that felt like
some SCA crazy.
Yeah, that's what some regional classics there. But no, I think the main thing for Falcons, and often why you don't see them have consistently good runs, at least recently, is it feels like they're still trying to find their formula, because the era of picking the DK and the Hoodwink and not caring about any draft has faded a little bit for them, because those heroes have kind of fallen down the pecking order, and the players on the roster have kind of lost a little bit of faith in them, and they've moved to different heroes. So finding kind of the new recipe of draft is kind of what we've been seeing so far in the kind of the Dota season. And they are, again, like a couple heroes away, discovering new kind of concepts to recreating that. Wait a second, we just can't beat them.
And they're definitely the team that you would back to be able to figure it out. I mean, you think about the year they had last year. and just, you know, how they essentially set the pace for everybody else for a long period of time. It's just a shame that, you know, they faltered a little bit. But for me, I don't think that's necessarily anything they're doing wrong per se. I think everyone else is kind of caught up, and I just think we've got a really strong scene right now.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the patch as well is just has caught them off guard, and some of the things that they have been doing before might not be as great any longer. Or maybe it's also the fact that the things that they've been doing, like you just said, are now common knowledge, and everyone has adopted them, and now you have to step it up even further to get that difference.
It's always the hardest thing about being number one. You know, everyone wants to copy you, and then you've got to re-innovate, and on the cycle goes for as long as you can sustain it. So we'll see if any of that plays out in the draft. But I genuinely would love to see some SEA stuff here. I would love to see it. A pudge. I'd love to see it.
The problem is,
give me a pudge.
I still can't go over the fact that it took me a good 20 seconds to realize that their common heroes were just non-existent to like any other team.
I feel like there is a world in which Pudge is a hero. Like at the moment, at least, I know he's been ruined as a support. Like that's probably dead for a really long time. But as a core with what's the name of the facet where he gets more damage with?
I could not tell you the name, but yes, when you press rot, attack damage go up.
Yeah. You get like 100 damage or something eventually. Like it's kind of nice. Like it can work with agonyms versus certain heroes in certain circumstances. However, for SEA Dota, I feel like what really needs to happen is for them to figure out how exactly they want to play this game strategically. And that's always been their problem. And that's why Cuckoo has always been the standout player and the standout captain of the region, no matter what position he's playing, because he brings the ideas, he brings the concepts, and then you can follow and rally behind that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even in the interview, you can see from like his articulation, the way that he's carrying himself, like he's maturing. And that is something that I think Talon will, if they can get to that standard, they'll be able to truly make runs, because when you compare both of these teams, I think they're like the polar opposites in regards to communication. Talon, it's emotion, it's energy. Fights are good, you'll hear the cheers and the roars. When they're losing, there'll be that kind of quiet, the despair. But for Falcons, it's just clinical, it's discipline, it's just get back. No one says anything. You know, every move just feels calculated, right? And I think if Talon can, obviously you don't need to
it depends.
You don't need to get to Falcons level, right? But a little bit, right? Just get a little bit more of that discipline, tone down some of the emotion, and then you'll be able to see through some of the fights and actually level up that gameplay.
I do like the Tinker pick, by the way. I mean, of course, I hate it from watching Tinker, but I like it for Talon and for their chances of success, because this hero has been doing pretty damn well in most of the games. It's still flexible, I guess, even though it's mostly mid.
It's what Cuckoo said. He said he wants to do well in lane, and then his cores carry him. Tinker is the perfect hero. You do well in lane, you farm up, and then you just keep putting buffs on your cores, and it's like, carry me, please, please.
There's also maybe some recency bias with this Tinker, because they have recently lost to it, even though they had really strong counter picks. They had a mid-storm, and still it did not work.
Is this Tiny a pretty good flex? You like this?
Yeah, it does the job. Can be played in any core role for Falcons. I've not really been seeing it support, but probably could get played before, worst case scenario.
If I've seen any team, that's Nigma that sometimes plays it on 4 or even off lane, but in general, I like it as 1 and 2. Like everything else is a bit of a stretch and is...
I think it was last Wallachia we saw Amar pick it up in the offlane.
In the offlane, yeah. That's also due to the player.
Yeah.
But the main thing is when you see Tinker, you have to either go for early map pressure to ensure that when Tinker is trying to get his level 12, trying to like kind of farm up, he's griefing his team because he's overlapping farm with his cores. Or you play for just good catch, where in the mid game, sure he has his levels, but you know you can lock him down and stop him from ever utilizing the farm that he does have. So it's either early pressure or lots of catch. And so far, Falcons seem to be going more for the catch route because they have their ground silence from Muerta to the calling, they have Deadshot, Tiny with any of his spells. They'll be able to kind of isolate and control the Tinker. Not really killing him as of yet, but they do have good control for him.
I feel like they went back to the way this patch was initially played, right? Like you get the Tiny, you get any one of these strong cores comboed with Muerta as an opener, and that's it. Muerta strong, something like a DK, something like a Tiny strong, and Storm and Silencer on the other side. All right, so this probably moves the Tiny on the safe lane. Probably, maybe not.
But it's 3 ranged heroes that don't really do damage until they have items, right? Like a Tinker's going to buff other people up. A Silencer global to protect others. Storm needs maybe like a Witchblade until you feel good. A couple more items down the lane. So yes, jumping into Talon feels awful because there's a Matrix, there's a global, Storm will run away from you. But do they really kill you as of yet? That's something for Falcons, maybe like a Kunkka or like a little bit of damage mitigation. And now, hey, guess what? Even if you jump me, don't really care too much.
Yeah, they need to round things up a little bit for sure. And with the Storm, like this Silencer is what now? A position 5, a 4?
No, I'd say Silencer 5, Tinker 4, and then they'll get some really hyper skirmishing style cores to utilize it.
I don't mind that too much, but I really like the Tinker if he's a support to at least start from the safe lane. And I generally dislike Silencer starting from the long lane, from the off lane. So maybe if they can switch those two things out somehow, but you can't get both. You're going to have one of those in a lane that isn't preferred for him. Like, I'm not talking about who's going to buy wards or not, just the laning stage itself. They need to sort that out as well with these last 2 core picks.
I don't know if Falcons really care too much about the Silencer. DK, sure, when the fight starts, as long as he's got Dragon Form running, he's going to naturally have BKB quite early on, so he can... Sure, first 15 minutes might have a death or 2, but he's somewhat fine. Murta likes to buy Atos, so when Storm zips in, you just lock down the Storm, you kind of survive the global that way. Pugna, you naturally buy Glimmer Cape, which is one of the best items against Storm Spirit. All of his damage is basically magic, so the barrier is going to feel really good. So I think Falcons, it's low cooldown heroes that are skirmishing. You survive the global, Pugna can life drain you back up, keep you alive. DK naturally's tanky, Tiny's tanky. I'm still a bit worried for Talon that can they actually kill inside the global? And if they can, are they killing the vital hero? Support, sure, they're going to be dying, but I don't know if they're killing the cores at the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty tanky. DK and Tiny.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Pugna at the beginning. Like, you guys were speaking of Shadow Demon and who he counters, and Pugna was the hero that he was picked for very often. And now I'm thinking, like, what heroes do you pick for this guy as your cores? You need at least to have a Nullifier builder. At least. That's something. You need to have a way of dispelling that decrep. Because if you guys remember what was going on, it's you go on a target, it gets decrept. You go on someone else, it also gets decrept. You talked about the lack of damage. Now, put that on top, you're not probably killing anyone. So they need to find a way of dealing with that. Either a core that has a built-in dispel, there aren't many. There's like a troll or something, but it's not great.
For pacing, like Monkey King comes to mind because you can get nullified within 2nd to 3rd item.
Yep.
And it does enable you to fight and utilize that global. You jump in with a spring, then you put the Wukong.
Good into DK and Tiny. Probably the best option, yeah.
I'm still not sold on it, but I don't mind it. I feel like it at least ticks the I can buy the items you want, and it fits the pacing Talon want to play. But it can also fall victim to a decrep into Avatos and you're dead. So,
yep. They get some mixed damage at least, right?
Sure.
Like, not only the mixed damage into the Pugna, but overall they did lack damage that he was talking of, so getting the Gyro does make sense here.
The offlane pick for Talon, though, is somewhat, not obvious, but it's like, is it a Mars, is it a Centaur, a Tide? Like, any hero that starts fight and I click button and this is my engagement, that's kind of what they want. And Talon actually banning up the Mars themselves, so they already probably have a different hero in mind for that one. But big, beefy offlane that I click blink and press stun is kind of the criteria I'm looking for.
I think you've called it with Tide, honestly. I think.
It's definitely, like, when he was talking of the heroes, the first 2 that came to my mind were Mars and Centaur, and Tide is...
Wait, we can do a double check. Is there any Zoo heroes available for Talon?
Beast Band. There's something like a Lycan, but it's not really...
Yeah, because that's one other option. When you want to play on this type of constant jump, you pick a Zoo hero, take a couple of towers, you get extra gold into your team that way, and then you play around that, but...
Yeah, I feel like something like a Centaur or a Tide are still the simplest approach. Sand King banned out also. Maybe Sand King would have been even nicer, just to add some extra oomph to this damage, so you don't rely on Gyro and Storm solely. These 2 supports are just not bringing it, right? Like, that's the way you play the game with a support Tinker and a support Silencer. Maybe down the line with some Aghanims on Silencer, it's nice, but it's nothing crazy.
I actually don't like the suggestions that I had. because as much as they blink stun, they don't do the damage. And you obviously when you talk about Sand Kings, like you know what, I actually agree. I think
getting something
Talon needs
extra,
one little bit of I can kill without my gyrocopter, because if it's all on gyrocopter's back, he still needs to farm like 2-3 items before he's truly happy.
Who is that hero? Does it exist?
Sand King's good. Wait, what? I need to load up my hero sheet.
Yeah, it's gone.
Get some Enigma here. It's not necessarily only damage, but you get some auras and you can play the game in a different way as well. It's an option. I feel like that's another thing. Like if you're picking these Mars and Centaurs, you're kind of very easy to read at how you're approaching the game and how you will play it. They're really burning through their reserve time, and
ban out the Centaur themselves.
That's the deserved ban. Okay, this is
so much brew.
Yeah, it's so much brew, but it's kind of a good game for it. Like they do have bursts, they do have stuns, silences. If you can get your split off, you have a built-in dispel. It brings that chaos that I think they needed.
Yeah, I don't mind it. As to kill him, you need to use at least your first 3 heroes, right? You need to Avatos him with a cooling and then a DK stun. But that's all your control, right? You're using everything to stop the brew, which means Storm can enter, Gyro can then get the correct position, and then, you know, sure, you can global break it as well, right? So I think Talon, they've got a really nice skirmishing lineup that wants to play into the face of their opponent. But Falcons, all they need to do is get tanky. Once they're tanky, they brush off Talon.
They just need to run away, because the other side, once again, even though it's, like we said, chaotic and kind of, it looks fun on paper, why were we talking about all these offlaners that have click and stun is well, they have no stuns on Talon, and that's another
what I mean.
box that wasn't checked.
Yeah, you're relying on Homer Missile.
Yeah, and a Vortex.
Yeah, and a Vortex.
Which did technically win the last game.
We did see it. So.
It did kind of
But
carry.
they also had like Ice Pat and Terrorize and Brambles and a lot of different things to combo with it. This time around, it's solo Vortex trying to get pickoffs on these heroes. It will be tough. It definitely will be tough for Mikoto to be the one that can create so much space in that mid game.
And to your point as well about getting tanky. You see
They're so tanky on Falcons. Raze likes to buy BKB, like second item. He naturally goes Refresher for 2 BKBs. DK, again, Mage Slayer, BKB, he's happy. Skidder on the Tiny, it's like SMY.
Surmountable as
another
well.
BKB, yeah. And for Talon, I'm just a little worried that their supports are too defensive. They're defensive supports who are enabling somewhat low damage heroes. Storm sets people up. Gyrocopter doesn't do damage early game other than his ultimate and barrage. Flax kind of whatever. And Brewmaster super early game. Again, more control. Like everyone's controlling, but no one's killing unless they're outnumbering. If they're like 5 heroes killing 2, sure, they're going to get multiple kills, right? But on a pure 5-on-5, if Talon don't get that big core kill in the global, I'm just worried Falcons are going to be too tanky.
It's what he said in the interview. Like he relies on his cores to carry him, and all 3 of them want to take the spotlight, and all 3 of them can do it in this game. You have a Gyro, Storm, and Brew. Like even a Brew, like we've seen it in the last series. Like you can take over the game if you itemize correctly. So that is definitely an option for Talon. But I feel like Team Falcons, they have a very simple draft, and the execution is perhaps much easier.
Yeah, this is what we've said about Falcons time and time again, that they don't overcomplicate their own plans.
But the good thing though for Talon is Falcons can't really invade and take stacks too easily. So Tinker can farm, the Gyro can farm. So if Talon are efficient, when Falcons are confident, they will still be running into a farmed Tinker who is one of the best heroes in the patch, a Gyrocopter who can stand his ground, right? So it's not the best game I feel like for Talon, but they do have the tools to go toe-to-toe against Falcons.
Let's see, they've had some really rough performances in the previous tournaments. Maybe they can shake things up. I hope that this is the scenario in which they can at least take a game off Falcons.
They have to win the early game. If they make poor choices early on, then Falcons will just outscale. So all pressure is on Talon for early game.
All right, well, we're about to get into that early game. It is, of course, going to be B-Cop and Lacoste bringing you this one.
Thank you very much, guys. And we come into this first game, Falcons against Talon. I don't know what to think, Lacoste. Falcons have Talons, and Talons are on Falcons. That's all my analysis I've got.
Every Falcon has talents, but not every talent has Falcons.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's really messed up. Looking at both of these drafts, it's very difficult, I would say, to execute what Talon have. I think the idea of Storm and Silencer, big fan of it. It's just the other heroes, they don't really deal that much damage. Like, you also don't have that much control. This is something that Panel talked about, that they have Rocket and the Zip from Storm Spirit. I'm not sure if that's enough. And I'm also looking at the tanky cores on Falcons. This is, ever since this team has been formed, this is how they play. I don't think they're going to be able to fight into this. Curse plus repair bots, way too strong in like certain areas, especially the smaller ones, to be able to take the fight. But once Falcons get to their items, if we're talking about the BKBs, the Dispel, the Manta style, on Razor, it's going to be relatively easy for them to take the fight. And if we're talking about some of the tankier heroes in the meta, we're talking about status resistance Tiny, Dragonite with all this high armor. They just don't have enough, especially when it comes down. Like, these heroes are going to build into earlier BKBs, and I'm really worried for Talon if they're going to be able to deal the damage. I think it has to come down to Natsumi being the one who's going to be dealing the damage. We saw Mickey in the previous game managing to stay on top of the network and was able to deliver, especially at the later portions of the game. So this is something that Talon needs to do as well. They need to have super farm Gyrocopter.
So that was going to be my question to you. You read my mind. It comes down to Natsumi, and and you know, is the lane easy enough for him to kind of succeed in? Because there is this combination of Muerta as well as Razor, where come levels 2, 3...
No, this is not an easy lane.
You can be aggressed on. There's not like there's much holding you back. If you land a good Arcane Curse, sure, there's some damage there. But overall, it feels like Gyro has to be very careful.
If you land the Link inside of the Calling, bouncing back to the Link, they're going to die. And speaking of dying, Jokam, he does have Stick. He's healing up a little bit. This is why Tinker is one of the stronger heroes, especially at early levels. You have this turnaround potential, pop a Stick, Fairy Fire, collect a couple of those bots, and suddenly the turnaround potential is there. You get a kill, they don't. And also, we do talk a lot about stacking. We saw in the previous series Liquid stacking quite a lot, having Gyrocopter for themselves. Tinker is the guy that takes up quite a lot of farm, and Snaking is in trouble. WS will be getting that first blood.
WS, he was a guy who we kind of got on our radar, I would say, earlier this year in Serbia.
Yeah.
And I really feel like he's the standout to me on this team. Maybe because it's a newer name for us, or a newish name for some. But he feels like when he's on, they're all on.
Yeah, I definitely think that he is. I mean, Mikoto is their playmaker.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. But if WS and Mikoto both are having a good game, the team is pretty much winning. And speaking of winning, this team hasn't been winning a lot recently. I'm looking at the last 10 games that they played. They managed to win only 1 out of 10.
It's not that great. That's a 90% loss.
Wow.
Every time I do math,
I'll give you a different number. Something that is not so obvious.
So round.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You never give me the hard questions. You always like when I get to show off my math a little bit. There we go, that first blood on Talon, and maybe a little bit of...
I did not expect Snaking to die in this lane. He's the speediest hero in the game. You're dying to Brewmaster and Tinker, who they don't have any kind of way of slowing you down, like layering their spells. There's Cinder Brew, but other than that, you should be fine. You should be able to run away.
Yeah, there is some Cinder Brew, and there's also on Channel 2 Cinder In, and there is another kill here for Talon in the bottom lane, but Cuckoo, he'll end up dead. It's a sacrifice Crit's willing to make, but for the moment he's alive, that Rocket Barrage, the second time around, will get the kill, and they'll take out Crit, so it's 3-1 in favor of Talon.
We talked about the team members. I think Natsumi is the big question mark for me. When this guy owns, he owns completely. When he's having a bad game, he's like the lowest network score. They're diving. WS manages to get the kill, and will be able to run away. Tiny, carry Tiny's, they don't skill toss. They don't skill toss at all. You don't have enough mana to sustain it, so they understand that and they dive underneath the tower, they get a kill. So good start for Talon. Kodo in the mid lane, on top of CS, playing against Malrine, who was missing during rally. They had a good stand-in, but the results were definitely not where the team expected them to be.
I mean, sometimes I feel like it's not where they expect if they come in second. This is a team that
this is a team that wants to win.
Yeah, and like anything less is just not good enough for them, and they are always getting better. And it's one of the things that I respect a lot about Falcons is their growth. But Amar, he's down here over in the bottom lane, only 19-2, even with his off-lane competitor of the Brewmaster. But Brewmaster, of course, getting that first blood and maybe getting a little bit more gold under his belt. Maybe a little bit surprised that Falcons are playing a little bit timid in this lane, but that kill coming down, or the 2 kills coming here through bottom, definitely stops that for the moment.
Yeah, it changed the way how the lane is played. You have a Gyrocopter with Falcon Blade, so that's going to be his mana sustain. A little bit of tankiness. Has quite a lot of wand charges, plus the Fairy Fire. So feels very tanky, and he's going to get closer to level 5. That Rocket Barrage damage, you should not underestimate it, especially if Razor tries to go on you. Sure, you don't have enough right-click damage, but your Rocket Barrage is still going to do quite a lot. First mid-rotation.
3 heroes here.
Supports are here.
Dragon Tail, the calling. But Makoto back into the silence for a moment. Cuckoo just trying to put some damage on, as Makoto will have some help from both supports in this situation. 6 heroes mid, 0 heroes die. A bit of a party, but nothing more. Now Amar again, forced kind of back with the Rocket Barrage, but steals 100 damage that he doesn't get to get a kill with. They find crit. There's the Arcane Curse and a kill. Even with the calling, I mean, there's not much they can do. They'll try to put some damage on a Cuckoo, and they've got Snake King off to the side, but they need to pick a target. Going for both isn't exactly going to net you anything.
Ooh, this should reveal Obs on the high ground, because they just attacked from the low ground. So they should know something is up. Let's see if Cuckoo reads the situation. He does have 1 Sentry Ward available.
See if he can spot the Obs. Some stacks being made by the Pugna over in the triangle. Consider he's had some time here alone. He's now getting close to that level 6. He wants that Echo Saber. He wants to, you know, get, I would say, quickly into those levels. A 1v1 here doesn't exactly feel too bad. If it's just him against WS, he should be fine.
If WS hits level 6, they rotate +1. They can definitely kill Tiny, whether this is a support rotation through the Twin Gate. Cuckoo, he's in a good spot, scouting things out, making sure that Crit doesn't get the good angle.
Do have the Tinker back top. Malrine was snaking here to steal some stacks. Not a bad job at grabbing some gold. They are making more stacks, so Crit's going to work on that. He'll make another stack there in his own triangle. And there are a good amount, or there is a good amount of gold around the map for Falcons to recover with. And it's not really that bad when you think about it for the Brewmaster. He's going into this Radiance, he's at a decent amount of gold, but they'll get the kill on a Cuckoo. Can they get anything more? Call down was used, Snake King ends up dead. Malrine's gonna try and fight Natsumi, he's got the help of Crit. But on the low ground there too is Makoto, who's got not a lot of health, but a bit of mana to work with, and a couple of sips on that bottle.
And now Cuckoo's like, they have an Observer Ward here on the high ground, so that one's gonna get dewarded. It got them the Obs kill, it got them another kill as well. Falcons, they're going to slow things down. This is not an explosive lineup for them by any means. These are not like playmaking heroes until Malrine picks up his Blink Dagger, and you're always going to have a combo with Tiny, with Murta. Quite a lot of stuns. It's just that this type of a lineup needs a little bit of time to come online, and looking at what Amario has in his quick buy, Blade Mail, a lot of I would say a lot of uncontrollable damage on their side. You're playing into Tinker, you're playing into Gyrocopter, so you can stand your ground, even against the Storm Spirit, which is not going to allow them to get a kill on you. They're going to need to reset because it's way too much damage that you deal, and then going into Glimmer Cave. So a bit of a different one than what we usually see when he plays Razor. Meta did develop ever since he played Razor. I got to check when's the last time that he played Razor.
Blade Glimmer, see if he goes to anything maybe a little bit off the meta line. But for the moment, we do get a little bit of a pause as Malrine is taking some stacks. He also pauses the game. And we'll see. Maybe I'm going to go with audio bug, in my opinion. That's usually my guess when it comes to pauses.
Yeah, I just had to check. It was a month ago when they played against Team Spirit. It was pretty much always BKB, SNY, sometimes drums in between, Manta style a lot of the times. But haven't really seen this build from him.
So something a little bit different. See if it works out. Natsumi going into the Yags, of course, for this Gyrocopter. Putting some pressure on that Tier 1 tower over bottom, but is anybody going to meet Amar in this lane? Right now, Natsumi just kind of hiding out. Needs to be very careful about where he stands if he were to get hit by a dead shot, be linked up. But Cuckoo, he is level 6, so he does have Global Silence ready to go. He's got the Reverberating Silence for Silencer. And TP attempt out. Homing Missile not going to be in time. And Crit goes back home. Snaking going to take over, trying to get 6 here too. He's short of level 6, and so is Crit. Jokem about to get his level 6, at least on the heroes left, needing it.
Amar is the one who's getting priority in the triangle to get some farm. In the end, he opts to go for Falcon Blade as his first item. I think it might be in the contract for the team, just to represent the org. One of you guys, like every single game, has to buy the item. But that's his farming tool. A little bit of a tankiness, mana regen, extra bit of a damage. Exactly what Razor needs.
Right now, Malrine sitting top of the net worth by 1,000 gold. It's about the difference between the two teams. They take the Tier 1 tower over top with no contest. Realizing nobody's coming over, Gyro commits to going back towards bottom with the Silencer. They're yet to use this Global Silence, but if they find a moment, maybe especially to save Makoto here. Smoke breaks, Ball Lightning gets some distance. Malrine showing off that Blink Dagger, but doesn't get a kill. They do have a deep obs in that mid area that was placed there by Snaking. So maybe they could catch somebody farming those camps, feeling safe in the back end of their jungle by the Tier 2 tower.
Game is going to slow down, and this is exactly what Falcons want. If they can dodge some of the ganks, if they can bait the Global Silence,
then they can really fight.
Yeah, there's going to be a Global Silence now, but let's see.
That didn't really do enough. I mean, maybe they get Amar in this situation. They've got a homing missile coming in, and the call down did connect, so he's going to get low, and they should be able to get this kill here, and they will. So at least that connects, and they get that kill, but initially it looked like maybe the Global wasn't going to be enough.
Yeah, Snaking also didn't use anything. Maybe with the Cripify, he would be able to save him with the life drain, because he was relatively close to him. Was definitely able to use the Cripify. It's a level 1. The cast range is not the greatest, but he kind of started running away immediately. Maybe he thought that they're going to be getting an extra kill. They brought the numbers. They got a kill on Amar. But other than that, Falcons, they're fine with how the game's developing. They're waiting for a BKB on his Razor. In the end, he did swap it. He's like, yeah, I don't want to risk it too much. It's a bit, even for me, it's a bit too out of meta. So we'll pick up BKB. In the end, continues to farm up, stack for himself.
What do you think now that Global is down, but you still have Primal Split? Can you fight for Falcons, or just BKB play it safe?
With Dragonite, they could definitely initiate. Dragonite paired up with Murta. Pugna doesn't bring that much damage when we're talking about the heroes, but what this hero does bring is damage to the towers, and Snaking will be able to get the kill in the end. Open up the map a little bit more, have entrance to some of these camps, and somebody else is going to be farming in this bottom area of the map. Well, you have Skeeter, who continues to farm up of his own. Echo Saber is completed. This is exactly like when we saw the drafts. Definitely didn't expect this one to be explosive by any means. On the side of Talon, they don't have enough stuns. They don't have ways to like initiate a fight. We saw the combo, if you want to call it that, where they jump in, follow it by a global silence.
King Curse onto Malrine, but nothing doing. Just ball eating away. You don't really have a big split here, I would say, between cores on anybody but Malrine. So, I mean, they're very content. Both teams, like you said, slowing it up, especially. But who goes off the mark first? Because you're going to have a Radiance for the side of Talon. You're going to have Ags. And then for Storm, he's got his Kaya. Maybe he's in between items there. But is that enough to beat, say, the Echo Saber, the Razor BKB timing that they'll have?
It's like Brewmaster is on the bottom of all cores, but still pretty good timing on this Radiance, double Bracer. They have to commit pretty heavily to kill this Brewmaster, especially if he is in like Earth Brawler stance. There's a lot of magic resistance. If he gets brewed up, it's very difficult to kill him. Holding on to Great Healing Lotus, 400 extra HP, could make a difference before he can get a split off.
They have global silence again. And this is
WS, he's going through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, he needs to go through the Twin Gate. They want to go for the Tormentor. Deadshot, the calling, the silences all connect, but WS, he's going to be able to get that primal split off, and the global silence is used. These heroes on the side of Falcons are getting low with the call down coming through onto everybody. They'll take out Crit, Snake King, and Amar. 3 heroes dead on the side of Talon. Natsumi's got a triple kill. Cyclone, that's on a Malrine. But unfortunately, they don't got him.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been a disaster. Cuckoo was very patient with global silence. They get the calling, they get the dead shot on top of him. But still, Greater Healing Lotus, he was in the Earth Brawler stance, so having extra bit of armor and extra bit of magic resistance. Creep, there we go.
That's how it works. You die and you get the shard. All right.
Yeah, they definitely do prefer, like, Warp Flare is nice on Tinker, especially because it's a position for Tinker, but Silencer
starts stealing some major numbers.
Like +3 every single time. He pops a global, they get a kill for an assist. These are the heroes that don't have that big of a hero pool. These are all 3, like, you have Dragon Knight, who sitting at 500 mana pool. Tiny's mana pool is also relatively low, so is Razor's.
So now you've got this early amp up in how much brain drain you're doing. This could be a bit of an issue. Only 615 mana there for Tiny, with his int only being 45 at the moment.
I love playing against Silencer because I'm stupid. He doesn't do anything. He can't steal anything away from me. I'm like Ogre.
You have to be the smart one in this combo. You know that, right? You can't.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You're supposed to be the smart one. Now I question when you make fun of my math and you call yourself the stupid one, if that's even fair and balanced.
We don't want to go there. SNY, oh, sorry. Kaya Sanj completed on Storm Spirit as his first item. Makes him relatively tanky. Skeeter, he's been having a really slow game. Was not involved in anything. This is something that a lot of the times Tiny Position 1 does do. Like, he wants to farm 3 big items. One is Echo Saber, which is his farming tool. Then you need another farming tool, and that's your shard. Pick it up on 15 if you have enough money, and then go for the invisibility. You pick up... my brain stopped. See, I'm the stupid one. I'm the Shadow Blade. There we go. And after that, you're trying to hunt. Like, you want to pair him up with the Dragon Knight. You will definitely have enough damage to pretty much kill any single hero on the map. Crit.
This Obs, I like it. On this cliff right here, recently placed, spots the rotations coming through, and they're able to ball lightning and kill off Crit. Get an easy kill. Kind of showing off that vision. Natsumi, unknown to him, he is on an Obs as well. But they were thinking about going in, and unfortunately now they back out, lose a hero. BKB is available for Amar. BKB being built here for Malrine, who's got that Mage Slayer and has a Blink Dagger. Something I believe was spoken in the draft. They were thinking maybe Ember Spirit to be that Mage Slayer carrier, but they do go to the DK. He also picks up Mage Slayer.
Pretty standard for mid Dragonite to pick up the item. Gives him magic resistance and great against Storm Spirit, great against the Brewmaster as well. Even Gyrocopter, who's dealing mixed damage. Skeeter seems like he's ready to go. Shadow Blade about to be delivered. It's coming out on the courier.
They are gonna smoke and search, but not quite finding anything. Something we really haven't talked about is the Tinker. We have not mentioned the Tinker that much, but we'll mention him here because he's
we hate Hero. I did not want to talk about this hero at all. Just kidding. His first death, he's been in, I would say, relatively involved. This is the hero that takes a lot of farm on the map. He's about to finish off his mech in 300 gold. Has Holy Locket, 3 points in defense matrix, so things are gonna be much more difficult for them to fight into March, fight into Global Silence. So Falcons, they are slowing things down. They are farming their BKBs. This is gonna be very good 3 BKB timing that's gonna come out from Falcons. Scan is gonna connect there for a second, so they know where they are. Maureen's gonna blink in and pick up amplified damage. Doesn't need to be worried. With the item that he did go for, Mage Slayer, Double Bracer, Power Treads, they can't just kill him from 100 to 0.
Yeah, it won't be that fast, and there will be time for reaction. But full 5-on-5, I'm still a little bit worried with the global and the primal split. If you're rooting for Falcons, of course. Okay, I'm gonna have that sustain item of the mech soon. There's a pretty significant difference between the farm and the supports, but of course Cuckoo getting a little bit of a burst up in net worth thanks to getting that shard from Tormentor. Hasn't Mega Brain drained anybody yet. Skeeter casually 2,600 health. BKB pretty far off here for Makoto as well. Like you said, things are aiming to be slow. Skeeter, Avalanche, dead shot, all landing, the calling, and Global Silence was used, and Makoto's able to survive. Ball Lightning, Vortex, the Shrines both picked up by Falcons. They'll TP one out, but now, have they left the Tiny to die? It looks like it.
Let's have Shadow Blade.
Tanky hero, but they left him because they know he's okay. Well, they've got dust.
Another one.
Maybe he's not okay. Burning down low. The Cinder Brew, the right clicks, but the mech and Cuckoo brain draining away from the Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny, not the smartest fella.
He's
overall,
a rock.
He's as stupid as a rock. But yeah, losing 3 intelligence could be pretty big if they kill him maybe one more time. They're really limited on the stuns. I think it's time to amplify this rocket. Get a couple of Force Staffs, and then you can actually Force Staff a rocket. So maybe that's the way to follow up with stun, because it's very slow.
I mean, if that's your only way to lock somebody down,
kind of shitty, huh?
I mean, that alone, yeah, but I mean, you're talking to somebody with some pretty bad analytical experience over here. I agree, but get some Force Staffs. Throw some rockets quicker.
And also to point out, Crit is going for Aghanim Scepter straight away.
Yeah, and he's
skipping Road of Athos. Aghanim Scepter is the big one. It fears everybody in the back. Road of Athos is very good at controlling. Gives you a good amount of stats, exactly what you need. And this game, it's a bit of a slower game. 40 stacks in 22-minute game.
Woo. Skeeter getting the kill on a Makoto. And yeah, I mean, that is a lot of stacks. We thought the last game was a lot of stacks. This time around, they all stack up as 5 and kill Makoto. So add another number. WS Natsumi looking for a movement in. Cuckoo off to the side. Doesn't have Global Silence at the moment and is now got it. So times out pretty well. They can't go for more than just the Storm. I think it would be dangerous to do so. BKB for DK though soon.
And BKB on Tiny in 900 gold, so that's gonna be the timing. If they can stall the game just enough so that Talon can take Roche and give it to Gyrocopter, that's gonna be pretty big. I think their lineup also relies heavily on picking up the Aegis Because they have Gyrocopter, who's a great Aegis carrier. You also have Storm Spirit, one of the best, if not the best, Aegis carrier in the game.
Mallory. He's in the same spot Skeeter was. He'll TP now, and they'll Primal split, and they get this kill. It cost them, just like last time, it cost them Global. This time it cost them Primal. And it's very worth it to get a kill on somebody who was very close to having BKB. I mean, that slows down the team fight from Falcons, at least the full-on team fight, for a little while. A couple minutes or so.
At least they forced Primal split. He's very farmed on Brewmaster. He's taken over once he finishes off Boots of Travel, finishes off Manta Style. It's going to give him ability to push the side lanes as well, be anywhere on the map, TP back to a fight if necessary.
See what Brewmaster goes for as time goes on. Like you said, bots, but then Manta after. That's what we saw previously, and that is the Ags dead shot that we just saw. That is, the hitbox on that.
It's massive. It's just huge. Very annoying. A lot of the times you don't see it when you play Muerta, but when you play against Muerta, this is when you start to see where you're like, I'm just constantly feared in a fight. Level 10 talent helps a lot with the cast range. A lot of the times you also see Gleipnir, which does increase your AoE, so even gets bigger. Like, the power spike of this hero always feels good. You pick up the Road of Atos, then you get Aghanim Scepter, then you go back for Gleipnir level 10 talent, then you get the level 20 talent. That's the big timing, where you have 2 Deadshot charges.
Now, Muerta's a very popular hero right now, and I know there's always the call to arms on cosmetics, which I love. If you made Deadshot Bullet Bill from Mario, I think that's an instant classic. Not sure the copyright there.
We would get sued immediately.
You could call it Bullet Bob.
We might get sued just by talking about it, so might need to delete the WAD. Back to the game, BKB on Dragonite. So they have 3 BKBs available right now. They're going to be building into SNY as well on Tiny status resistance with Insurmountable. Brewmaster, he's a very tanky guy. A lot of status resist, a lot of magic resist as well. This Global Silence didn't do too much.
No, not a lot, but the BKB was used by Mallory, and they're going to go in with a static link. They've got the call down the damage onto Amar, though. He needs to be very careful. Life drain for a moment, surviving. They go to the toss. WS still in their face. Amar's going to end up getting the kill here on a Natsumi before he dies. But Skeeter going in with BKB. Does he have the damage to clean up WS on this Earth Panda? But he is not dead just yet, and will come back to form around the side of Falcons. Being drained, being avalanche, being controlled, and eventually feared up, but he is so tanky. I mean, they did not get this kill onto the Brew. They'll take out Tinker, but WS, I mean,
gets it. That was everything. See the number, how much damage he took in the previous fight, including Brewlings, where he was heavily focused by Dragonite and Tiny. It's way too much. He has statuses. If he's in the Void Brawler stance, if he gets brewed up, plus he gets Defense Matrix, I think his status resistance is going to be like 85% or something. So all the stuns, it's not going to last, but after taking this fight, seems like Talon, the Roche is not as fast as Falcons anticipated.
Not really. Eventually they do get it. Aegis on the Tiny. There was one more brain drain got there for the Silencer, so he's starting to get smarter. Trying to get smart. Solid movie, Steve Carell. Amar, top lane, he felt like he was on the edge that entire fight. And somehow ends up getting Natsumi before he dies. But he was sitting low, I mean, for what felt like 80%.
Yeah, it's insane. Because if you combine status resistance with magic resistance, you are having a hero that is almost unkillable, on top of the Holy Locket, on top of mech. He's very survivable. Now going into AC, knowing that most of the damage on side of Falcon is physical, so this item, if he's going to be able to get it, it's going to get like triple value.
had been talking about the value of some of these items being much higher than others in the previous series. Solar Crest against all that physical damage felt very strong. Marine going nullifier now. I mean, he started this game top of the net worth for the longest time, but now he's bottom of the cores. And that being said, now Skeeter trying to TP out.
Ooh, that was close.
That could have been dangerous. That TP, or if he ends up dying within
once,
that TP,
he's dead twice.
Safe. Yeah. Very close. I was talking about how Amar hung on the edge of death for so long. He's going into the Satanic now.
Wants to have survivability. He wants to link to a target, to soak up the damage, as we've seen, and then allow his Dragonite and Tiny to deal the damage. This time around, it's going to be Falcons taking Tormentor for themselves. Snaking will get it.
Would you have liked anybody else to get that shard?
I mean, Muerta is the only hero that can get it. It does add up, especially if Muerta starts to scale that extra spell amplification. Skeeter, quite a lot of gold that he got from killing Cuckoo. Position 5, 550 gold.
All by himself. Spots a silencer, kills a silencer. Silencers have a habit of getting further into games and being pinatas full of gold. You don't really offer too much if you're out of position, and you have to start sitting pretty far back.
Yeah, your position needs to be the possible, like, sometimes you will see when Silencer gets the refresher in scenario when he's playing against Nigma with the refresher, sitting in the fountain. It did happen in one of the professional e-games that I watched where Silencer did not want to leave the fountain. Like, he was ready, he has one job, cancel the black hole. He actually has two jobs, cancel the second black hole afterwards, but you know what I mean. Skeeter still holding the Aegis for almost 2 minutes.
There was a game where Ame was Spectre and Innocence was Silencer, and he wasn't moving to the point where he was keeping on the base defense, so he couldn't get haunted on.
It always has to be Ame. Like,
I mean, yeah.
Ame's involved in a lot of memes.
He was, and you want to know what's crazy? He's keeping Silencer in his base like this. They're up 40,000 gold. They lost. They ended up losing that game, which was pretty crazy. Might have even been the qualifier for this, if I recall correctly. Tidebound and beat him. But Silencers, they end up being in that poor position where they have to play this position 6 Dota.
He's really not. He's having fun.
For now.
In the first 10, 15 minutes, I'm making that move. I'm stealing their int. 15 minutes in.
What if I become a carry?
Gets the shard from Tormentor for free, but haven't really seen much from him. Like, you're basically become one button in a losing game. I'm not saying that this is a losing game. I would say that their chances of winning their game are getting lower and lower as time progresses. Maybe we can check what the Dota buff has to say. What does Gabe himself want to give in terms of numbers? Well, okay,
he's feeling
50,
generous right now.
And it's increasing.
It's a holiday weekend. Now 55. Constantly shifting. This dead shot's annoying. Amar in his face, unbeknownst to WS, looking for a high 5. And they've got that nullifier. They have the toss. The call down is there, but the health is not. WS ends up dead. Silence. Onto Amar. Aegis also expiring, but they can't chase to get any kills for Talon.
This is the big item. Dragonite opting to go for Nullifier. You need that item against Tinker, period. It is very annoying to play against Defense Matrix, removing that 30% status resistance, removing the Solar Crest from Silencer, which could make a lot of difference. And now they're going to go for the high ground.
Why not? Ball lightning into the Vortex. They go to the Global Silence. They're going to try and get a kill here on a Malrine. He'll stand his ground for now. Gets in. Miz trying to run and survives the static link now on an Natsumi. They get Malrine out of there, and they do not have WS for another 20 seconds. But DK back to full health and mana.
The heroes are tanky. This is something that we saw. The panel also talked about it, that they don't really have that much damage. Sure, items are starting to come onto Gyrocopter, like he's about to finish off his Butterfly with the Storm Spirit, but your Brewmaster, he's really not dealing the damage in the fight. It's more about the control. Tinker, it's more about the sustain. Silencer is literally one button, pretty much. He's not dealing the damage, so two heroes that need to be combined together is Storm and Gyro.
I'm almost committed. But that stun, it lands onto Snake King. We'll see if he has the damage. I mean, Amar is here. They're baited pretty far in.
WS
this is really dangerous.
Doesn't feel comfortable playing. Like, he needs to spread his Brewlings. You're playing against Tiny. It's way too much damage. You're playing against Razor Dragonite. There's a lot of splash and AoE damage that Brewlings are gonna die to, so not an easy game for Brewmaster.
Not at all. And that's split now on cooldown. Falcons feeling like they can smoke. And with no split, no global silence, I mean, the big portions of Talon's defense is pretty much non-existent. Skeeter will take the tier 3 tower. Marine right behind him, blink into the Dragon Tail. They find Cuckoo. Calldown's going to be committed. Vortex pulling in the DK. Malrine down to about half health.
Look how patient they are.
And tossed away from the base.
Not even blinking, not using that BKB. They know that the damage can't come that quickly. It's Vortex into Gyrocopter's right click, so they have enough time to react to it. All three cores still holding the BKBs.
Yeah, Malrine's back to full health. Global Silence is off cooldown once again. They're able to use it, but they go to the BKB. It's from Amar. They're going to go after Natsumi. He's trying to get back into the base. The static link, the damage is there. They get the kill. They'll take out the Gyrocopter. He's dead for 74 seconds. No buyback. And that will also include the tax of a bottom set of racks.
This is the timing that Falcons were playing for. Get all of the spell mechanics, knowing that they don't have enough. And speaking of damage, Tiny does have quite a lot of damage now. He also has Serrated Shiv. Gyrocopter didn't finish off his Butterfly yet, so we'll have a True Strike. And also that extra bit of a damage. That's going to come out 8% of current HP, which is pretty massive. Tinker also starting to scale a little bit, or at least trying to, picking up Aghanim Scepter. He wants to shrink Tiny. He wants to put him back to his level 1 ulti.
Trying to make him degrow. I don't know what the shrink. I'm not the smart one in this,
No, you're definitely not. All right, that's another barracks that they killed. Melee 1. And Roshan guaranteed to respawn within 2 minutes.
They'll have some time to get another item under their belt. They could go for Roche. If you're Talon now, until you have both Global and Primal Split, which they'll have in 5 seconds, it just doesn't feel like you're going to be coming. They've been on 14 kills, by the way, for a while. I'm going to look at the last time they got a kill was, because it's a lot of wards. And then they got a Mar, and that was at about 25 minutes. That was the last kill they got.
Ooh, 11 minutes ago, almost 12 minutes. Yeah, you can definitely see the flaws in their draft where they are unable. Like, sure, Storm Spirit is fine. He zips in. The concept is fine. It's just that they need some kind of a control. They need somebody to keep them in place. Brewmaster is fallen off so quickly. Like, his split doesn't really do much anymore.
No, not really. 'Cause they're able to wipe out the Panda so quickly. I mean, you split, and then you're down to just your Earth Panda running away. And that's been the case a couple times here for WS. And you spoke about the positioning of the Pandas as well. When you're going into the Tiny like that, you feel very vulnerable when they're clumped up together. Skeeter. Invis here, looking for an option, but clearly have an obs, and they will clean that up. Natsumi's top lane, but Roche is available. They're not even electing to go for it right now for Falcons. They could and just get this Aegis. And that tier 3, the final tier 3 in the top lane, is a little bit safe due to the fact that they do have the creep wave pushing top towards the tier 2. But for how long can they keep it safe? Can they keep themselves in a viable spot in this game for Talon?
Talon using the scan. They know that they have vision in this triangle, so it's very hard for them to approach. like even with the smoke, you're still gonna reveal yourself, and you know that they have full vision. Right now, Falcons are camping on top of this observer board, and Malrina's like, we know exactly where you are. I'm gonna take the barracks. WS
for the mid center racks. They got that. Now the global silence is going to come through. They're going to look for Amar. They've got themselves the silence on him, but he pops that BKB. He's a little bit too late. He goes to the Satanic. He's not able to heal enough. Natsumi had the damage with the BKB of his own. The ball laning away. They get a kill into the Razor, and now the side of Falcons. Are they safe for the moment? It looks like they are with Gyro and Storm heading back, but they do have WS at least in their face.
Peter's waiting, thinking about going in. They do see him.
And he'll come back to form, but the BKBs are there. WS, he dies, and with Makoto going in, he's dead too. Avalanche on the two heroes, and all of a sudden a dead shot onto the remaining three. Talon have to be very scared because they're going to lose another. I mean, that was
such a good timing. They get the calling, it silences Stormspread, who doesn't have a BKB, then he pulls him in with Harpoon into another silence, and seems like they're ready to, not gonna say close it out fully, but Stormspread doesn't have buyback, so they're definitely gonna be playing against Mega Creeps. At this point, Gyro would definitely love to have enough money to buy Divine Rapier, but he's so far away.
This is Megas. This might just be it. No split, no Storm, no Brew. And with no Storm of Bruin, that means Falcons can really come in and finish you off.
Their heroes are fine in terms of dealing with Mega Creeps. You have Storm, Tinker, Gyrocopter is the big one, of course. But yeah, if they want to wait it out, they can go for Roche, who is changing his position, going to the bottom pit. And Amar did die in the previous fight. He had buyback available, plus a TP. They were also holding onto an outpost, so could easily come back into the fight. This is why Talon didn't want to really commit. They wanted to back off, and now you're going to be playing against Tiny, who is pretty much 6-slotted. I love the itemization on side of Falcons. All three cores building a BKB, and all three of them building into SNY. Knowing that the importance of the stat resistance, you also have Satanic on Razor, another way of dispelling things. And Talon, they know. They don't take this fight, they give Roche for free. The game's pretty much gonna end. You're gonna have Tiny sieging the tower. Cuckoo trying to play some Observer Ward. He does plant Sentry and Obs in front of the pit, but Team Falcons, they're too experienced. They're waiting for the creep wave to come into the enemy base. They know something's cooking, and now they're gonna wait until they show up their heroes and go immediately into the Roche pit.
They showed they do hear the yell, but this isn't the slow Roche it was the first time around.
It's not even like a yell. It sounds like he's having cramps. It's like he's having some stomach cramps. It's like, ugh. And then he just dies.
They might have to check Roche for crows. I mean, he's got all the signs that I had. His stomach hurts. He's got a tummy ache. 14,000 net worth lead here for Falcons with a 5-minute Aegis available on the Tiny. And really holding on to a last-ditch effort here for Talon. But anything is possible until the throne explodes. It's tough. And I don't know if it'd be 55-45 this time around.
Yeah, I think Gaben at that point of the game was a bit too generous towards Talon. Maybe it's a combination of the heroes, some of the stronger ones in the patch, especially Tinker. And there is amplified damage in the bottom lane. Or in the mid-river. Let's see who's gonna pick it up. Skeeter, right now sitting at 700 damage.
Oh, he'll get a bottle, and then he'll fill it up. And they smoke again. So if he's amplifying that, how much is that going to be total?
That's going to be 1,000 damage.
All right, we round up. I like it. I respect it.
His status resistance also with Titanic is 41%. SNY, Titanic, plus Insurmountable.
That's an illusion. But an Avalanche comes in with a BKB popped by and Makoto. He'll go to the Vortex. The call down's going to be thrown out. Do they have the damage? Amar coming in from the top side of this fight. Global Silence was used, and this DK is low. Can they get a kill here?
Still not pressing his BKB, Mullery.
He is almost dead, and he's not even willing to press it yet because he knows I am just going to be filled up back to Full. Okay. You did all that damage, you used Global Silence, and what did you get out of it? Nothing.
I think at this point, WS doesn't want to even use Primal Split. Like, it's a bit more control, but he knows that those Brewlings, they're going to die so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Needs to find Pugna in the backlines. He needs to be the one controlling them.
How does he get to the backline?
I don't know the answer for that one. One step at a time.
Step 1, Primal Split. That's as far as we got so far.
Step 2, try to find Pugna. Step 3, fail to do so. The game ends.
Harpoon and the toss up into the air. But WS still alive. He's silenced up thanks to the calling. Makoto's going to go in, but he can't go any further with the calling down.
Divine Rapier now done on Natsumi.
We've seen this story before. Last time it worked out for the team that picked up the Divine Rapier. But Avalanche toss once again. Ball Lightning. Scooter. He's going to be at least contested on this. Some decent damage coming in to get the Aegis out of his hands. He'll have the BKB, but do they have the control to go again? Deadshot comes through. Makoto with the ball lightning forward. Doesn't have the control to get the lockdown on the Scooter just yet. Homing Missile does connect. And a Life Drain, which I think if used on an ally, should change names to not Life Drain. I mean, you're life-giving.
This might be the smartest thing you've said.
Oh no, if that's the smartest thing I've ever said.
Maybe not ever, but I would say the last couple of years. This might Yeah, this might be it.
Oh gosh. What have I said in the past?
They can't really end now that with the Gyrocopter, with Divine Rapier, and Constant March in the base, Radiance Burn, Manta Style. WS, he is very tanky, sitting at 40 armor, status assistance, Manta Style, and Ogre Shield Totem keeps him alive. Let's see how Falcons are going to approach this one. Kill Tormentor first.
Shard for
2,
free.
Pierce the Whale. 2. This is a very low number. This might be one of the lower numbers 45 minutes into the game.
30% or 2%?
Yeah, it's 2%.
2%
spell amp.
2% spell amplification each time she kills an enemy hero or they die in her vicinity. Okay. But gains it retroactively. Have we even seen...
Yeah, he got that too retroactively.
I was just about to say, have we really seen Pierce the Veil?
He did use it, yeah. It's just that the heroes were not dying.
Because the Muerta, when you've got Ags at that point, you're there for the dead shot. You're really not there for anything else. And once you get to level 20, there's no reason for you to be in the fight with the extra dead shot cast range and the 2 dead shot charges.
I have to disappoint you. I think Falcons are going to wait for another Roche.
Well, they've got 3 minutes plus potentially 2 minutes, so maybe. We'll see. I mean, they're playing aggressive enough where if Talon go a step too far, they could finish it early. Chat, I asked the question to you. 1's in the chat if you think they're going to get another Aegis. 2 in the chat if you think they won't get another Aegis.
Talon are not leaving the base.
Not really. They're on like the bottom edge of the steps. You know, they're on the bottom of the stoop, and they're afraid to leave their stoop.
I love this from Snaking. This is probably one of the few times where you will see Pugna buy E-Blade. Like, you have E-Blades. It's just that he's playing against Global Silence, so needs to find a way to counter what they're trying to do. Kind of looks stupid, but if it's stupid and it works, can't really complain.
Okay. I'll have to remember that.
I'm stupid. I'm working
I was just about
here.
to say, I'm stupid and I'm working. I was thinking the same thing.
But people can't complain about that, so massive difference.
Yeah. Incoming complaints. Malrine closing in on 25, and like you said, taking it pretty slow burn, but I wonder if...
The game is in a state where Malrine is just spamming the voice lines in the old chat for no reason. Nothing's happening. This game has been nothing. Laning stage, couple of kills into relatively active, into we can't and we need to wait for Roche.
27 kills in 49 minutes is definitely...
Yeah, not the...
Would you spam that voice line if... what voice line would you spam if you were farming till the next Roche?
I spam num 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 num. It's one of my favorite ones. The Grievous laughter one. If somebody from Valve is listening right now, bring the Grievous laughter back. It's one of the best voice lines we ever had.
Do I know a secret?
Yeah.
I play your voice line.
That's
Praise the Moon of Mayday.
That's pretty lame.
What do you mean that's lame?
Nah, it's a good. It's one of my best ones, but still compared to the Grievous laughter. Yeah, I don't think anything compares.
Just trying to show you how much I care when we're not together, you know?
Ah, that's really nice. you can send me PayPal instead.
Yeah, I could do that. For each usage?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're getting royalties.
20,
okay.
yeah, 20 cents per usage.
No. I use it a lot.
So they are indeed waiting for the next Roche, but this time around, Talon leaving the base.
Uh-oh. So, WS, you were kind of saying he's maybe not confident in using Primal Split, but now he's got a refresher.
He definitely needs to use it. They need to find the backlines, try to kill this Muerta, use his Cyclone on one of the targets. Problem is this is not a Cyclone from Yule Scepter. This one is affected by status resistance, and everybody on their side do have quite a lot of status resistance, especially Tiny. 3 SNYs, Insurmountable, Titanic.
Oh. I think this is a short Roche, by the way. According to the clock over the Roche pit, it's going to be like now. I nailed it this time. Can't fool me with the timer that says 2.5
No, you're
minutes.
very good at using this analog clock, digital clock, especially.
I finally got it right. I was happy. 23,000 net worth lead, though, and another Aegis looking like Falcons are going to grab it. Now, what if they waited for Aegis and they don't go for it? Would you be disappointed?
I think stack those refreshers. Multiple banner. I think you should also be able to, considering that we can combine
Lotus and Cheese.
You should combine Roshan's banner plus something into something.
Into like a trebuchet.
Yeah, this is where yeah, that's a good idea.
You turned to me so quickly. I've never seen you love an idea
I like
more.
that. Maybe turn catapults into something.
Into trebuchets that can shoot from further and hurt buildings from a distance.
There we go. We become...
That sounds pretty good. So does Global Silence. It's the sound of silence, and that's going to be +3 on the brain drain for a silencer.
That's the only...
Avalanche toss.
That's the only one that he got in the last, like, 30 minutes ever since he picked up the shard.
Skeeter's actually going to die here and loses Aegis pretty quickly. This Divine Rage is doing a lot of damage, but Natsumi needs to run.
Stealing the damage.
The Void Panda throwing him away, but Natsumi's going to end up dying here. He doesn't have buyback. The Divine Rapier is on the floor, and so are 3 of these heroes. Divine Rapier picked up by WS. He's going to go into the Primal Split once again, and he should be able to make an escape with this Divine. Oh my gosh.
NMR tipping
They call GG anyway.
They call it. He does not have buyback. I mean, they've been playing against Mega Creeps, holding for relatively long. It just was not enough. Like, the timing on Falcons, they understood the assignment, farm the BKBs, farm these SNYs, because they lacked control on Talon, and it did really show in this game.
Yeah, and you could see the slow pace. You had called it from the beginning that it favored Falcons, and they end up taking game 1. To break it down for us further, we've got the panel of these beautiful people, and take it away.
Thank you. You're beautiful too as well. Yes, let's break it down. I don't even know if we need to. I think we can just repeat what we said before the game. We had concerns about the lack of control. We had concerns about what would happen once Falcons got their BKBs. And lo and behold, it panned out that ultimately Talon, they bravely hung on for as long as they could. Mega Creeps for a really long time. But in the end, those factors just meant Falcons were too strong and able to close out the game.
Yeah, they did. Like, we discussed it, we talked about it, but then in hindsight, when I'm looking at it, sure, they had some stuns on the other side, but they had some issues in their draft as well. Like, you're playing versus this Storm, versus this Tinker. If you don't close out the game fast enough, it tends to drag out for way too long, where your heroes also kind of fall off. So I feel like maybe Talon could have weathered the BKB Storm and played this game further if they had a better start. But they didn't accumulate enough off of a pretty good laning stage. Like they didn't just get that snowball going.
I mean, look at the fact that the highlight there, right? It was like, what, 10 for 2 on the previous highlight? You fast forward 10 minutes and now it's 14 for 8, right? Like Talon never really converted the kills to get more kills, to break down the map. Don't even care about the dive. Look at the mini-map. The towers that Talon were able to take, they took top tier 1, mid tier 1. It never felt like any action that they made on the map was stopping Falcons from farming. Falcons were just torturing their enemies. Like, sure, you might kill a couple heroes, but we're still moving towards the big game plan that we have. And
as long
an issue with the draft, right?
As long as you're like Falcons and you're playing the game in a style in which you're forcing the enemy to pop that primal split on their side of the map, suddenly your towers, well, they can't really be hit by anything. There's no possibility of an aggressive move coming from Talon. So yeah, from Falcons, some pretty cool plays, but I still wouldn't say that this is only down to the draft. I feel like you, even with the lack of catch, you could take this game on Talons. Like there was a shot, but it was really damn difficult to execute.
Yeah, and I think Falcons as well, they kind of won in a, this is how Falcons win games in a way. Like you said, they just kept farming and getting stronger and stronger, and eventually they are going to close more times than they don't.
I mean, it's kind of it's just unfortunate for Talon. I feel like one change of hero in their draft, if I was to harp on draft, would maybe give them more kind of purpose on the map. That lack of purpose enabled Falcons to, when you see them running at you, it's like if you know Brew or Storm, their location on the map, you know you're not dying elsewhere. So it's like very easy. As soon as you push a wave out, that indirect vision you apply, that hero that shows is like, okay, Storm's now bottom, we farm top. Storm now shows top, okay, move to bottom. Like you just play the map nicely on Falcons, and when you're ready to fight, you'll throw yourself into an engagement and you'll tank the global.
If maybe they had like a position 4 or a 5, like one of these two, if they could be replaced in hindsight with something that jumps in and starts things off.
Yeah.
Your Tusks, your Clocks, these kind of heroes, so that Storm isn't necessarily the only one that needs to go in, put himself in harm's way, and also burn a lot of his mana to start things off. Because most of these fights, like they tried starting them a couple of times with the Storm, then he got punished, and then they just stood back. Okay, we're not making any more too aggressive plays. Let's just wait for the next item, and the next item, and the next item, and then you're waiting for a Rapier to show up on Gyro to fight. So this game, in the end, I feel like we had sub 30 kills for 52, 55 minutes in the game.
Talon had more as well.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
Final thoughts before break? Have you got anything?
I hope for the viewers' sake that the next game's a little bit more interesting, because Falcons just farming and outplaying the map is not the most exciting. Again, really good that you won, lads. Great, macro gameplay. Love the way that you exploited your opponent, but like watching it was a bit boring. Respectable, potentially tournament winning if they can do it, multiple times, but I want a little bit more action, a little bit more fight, a little bit more like oomph, in the early game.
I respect that. I'm glad. We're all coming alive on the desk. Anyway, we are going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we will see if it gets less boring in a moment.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Team Falcons have made a huge mark on the Dota landscape in the relatively short time that they have been around. And of course, a major part of that has been Crit, who is now joining me to talk about the upcoming Wallachia event. I mean, Crit, firstly, how are you doing and excited for this event?
Yeah, doing pretty good. It's been we've been on the road for a little bit, but it's nice to be back here.
Absolutely. So, of course, you talk about being on the road and rally and everything. What was that event like for you, and especially because you were playing with Quinn, right? So a little bit different. How was that?
I played with him before as a stand-in, so I knew kind of what to expect. But I think it was a good time. It gave us a little bit of perspective too, and I think for him as well. So I think it was just overall it's a pretty good experience for everyone. Obviously, result wasn't the best, but I think nowadays like all the top 6 teams can kind of beat each other, and we just ended up getting the short end of the stick, which is fine. Last
year was like not really the same. You guys were just dominating everybody, constantly getting first place finishes. Looking back, what was the kind of key to your success back then? I think, honestly, a big part of it was that all the other teams kind of sucked. Like, there was not really any good teams last year until like Riyadh and TI. And I think this year it's a lot more competitive. Like, I think all the teams are quite good, like proper teams with good structure, and it just means that it's not as easy to win tournaments. I think we also dropped a little bit in our own level, but I think we have to get used to the fact that there's multiple teams that we have to beat, and last year was kind of like there was not that much competition for us. And this year, we kind of just have to find ourselves again and get back into what we had last year, and I think that's kind of what we're striving for. You're one of the few teams which didn't really take a break after Riyadh and the International, right? You just got straight back into it. So how do you manage like burnout and keeping your head in the game for that long? It's a very individual thing, I think, as well. Like most people, it's easier when you're old because you've been through it so many times. You kind of know yourself, like when to pace yourself in terms of, like if you have a busy schedule and you don't have time to take off, like you just kind of pace yourself. Maybe you play 2 pubs less a day, and then like you pace yourself like that. I think we have a lot of individual responsibility with that, especially because we want to compete in all the tournaments that we can. I wouldn't say burnout is really a problem for us. Like most of the time, it's been pretty chill. Like I think we are good at just wanting to play, and if there's like a slight burnout or like somebody's feeling it, like they'll just pace themselves, and I think it works well for us. And I wanted to get into sort of the heroes a bit as well, because you seem to really like the newer heroes. You played tons of Hoodwink and Muerta. You play on quite a lot of Ringmaster now as well. So what do you think of that hero, and do you think you're going to be kind of, at least in his current state, adding him to your kind of most played? It's interesting for me because all these heroes on release, I was not really like conceptually like a big fan of them. But now it's like most of the heroes that I play. So I'm not sure how it works like that. But I enjoy playing all these heroes now, and I think Ringmaster was especially a hero that I didn't like. Like I think he was very clunky for me on release, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna want to play this hero, but now I can kind of find the pleasure in it. And what do you like doing as Ringmaster the most? What's the most satisfying moments of a Ringmaster game? I think for me the biggest thing is just I like how you play with the box. Like I think it's a pretty unique spell, and I think just I like having save spells on my hero. Like I like playing Shadow Demon as well, and I think it's very similar in that department. And then I think just the way the ult and the whip work it's fun. Like it's pretty high skill to land it, and I think there's a lot of different things you can do. So it's pretty enjoyable. All right. Well, finally then, what are you looking to achieve here at Wallachia? That's a good question. We always, when we go into a tournament, we want to win. I think we had a good tournament in Rally in terms of like growth as a team. This tournament, I think we are trying to see where we can get to. We're still not in the best shape, and obviously we need to get back into shape with Malrine because he was not with us in Rally. So I think for the group stage, we just kind of have to find our groove, and then depending on how that goes, like I think we have a good chance of going into we could go deep in the playoff, but it just depends, how the group stage and the early start of the playoff looks for us, because we kind of got to get into it again. All right, excellent stuff. Crip, thank you very much for going to talk to me, and good luck at the tournament. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back. Always good to hear from Crit, and it's a good day in the office for him so far. Falcons are up against Talon in this series, one map away from having the 2-0 secured. So I'll just toss this one out there again, using the host theory crafting gibberish that has already failed so many times on the broadcast.
Take it away.
Surely now Talon do something crazy in the draft, right? We're going to see something unexpected.
I feel like that's actually one of those things that we should expect a bit more, right? Now that the stats are gone, we should expect teams to experiment a bit more with heroes that are in that forbidden zone usually, like Mupos and stuff. So maybe.
Well, I think harking back to the Cuckoo interview is why I'm saying it, because he said, you know, look, we've got confidence in what we want to do, and the cores are going to shine. And
I mean, I think that's where it's going to show the true caliber of the roster based on how they approach the second game. Because from our position, we see defensive supports with no way to convert on early map pressure, and then they lose the game just from scaling. So if they see the same read, then we're going to have more aggressive support, say like like Tusk and Snapfire, you gank the map, this type of stuff, like Willows, and then you play into your opponent. But if they truly believe in their strategy, and it's a let's say like a misplay in the 15-minute mark or something, then they're going to maybe be a little bit, not stubborn might be the wrong word, but they're going to believe in themselves and they go again. So I think they have two very clear options: believe in that strategy, run it back again, play better, or change your strategy and make the adjustments to play into Falcons and respect that they are going to be this slow scaling team that if you don't break them down, they will just eventually have BKBs.
They had the silencer in the past, but they comboed it with something like a Tusk. Like, give me some of that SCA-esque, you know, some chaos, some team fight, some just run at you Dota. That's what they
I also
on.
do think, though, like if you want to beat Falcons, I think you kind of have to do that. And I think we saw why in that first game, because, you know, all credit to Crit, what he said. I love it. He said we were good in 2024 because other teams kind of sucked and there wasn't really anyone to beat us. But they play this their style hasn't really changed all that much. The hero pool might have, but the style hasn't. It's still recognizably Falcons.
Yeah.
You need chaos to beat them, I think.
Yeah, they're ready to fight if they need to, but if they're not punished, they will just out-farm you and make sure that when they fight, it's on their terms with the items that they truly want.
Sometimes things just come together, not only in the draft, but with the itemization as well. Like, you pick a certain hero, but in the last game, it was really like it came together that they had a draft that was really decent against the Gyro, but also just loved farming, never had to push until like later on in the game. Like, you're playing this Gyro into Razor, you're fine with the Razor later on in the game, and you have a Tricore on Falcons, so they could just chill back, relax, let that Tinker farm the triangle, and maybe that's the whole point of their draft. Like, let the Tinker do his stuff. We're not really going to counter him. We'll just have 3 cores that eventually outscale, and it kind of did pan out that way.
Yeah. I think that's, is that a change-up in the bans from Falcons, or did they ban Terrorblade second last time?
So Falcons are first pick this time, which means the draft order has changed, and they have promoted Terrorblade to a ban because they're on a different pick order.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I'm interested in the Tinker really right now, if it goes through and if it will be picked up even. Because Talon, they obviously valued it a lot. They first phased it. Now they don't have the first pick. They let it go through. They ban out the Bristle instead.
But if I remember correctly from last Wallachia, I think Falcons were one of the weaker Tinker teams because that philosophy of farm, you still need to have some presence on the map with your supports. And putting snaking into the AFK jungle role did, I think, complicate some of their aggression and their ability to have everyone farming quite nicely. Like, sure, we praise Falcons on greediness, but it's not because 5 people are literally jungling. There's always going to be the kind of like the hidden gems that connect the dots to enable how they play the map. So I don't know if I'd like Tinker for Falcons, even though it's available, unless...
Is it even their hero, like, in general? I feel like it might not be, right?
They go for TA.
There we go.
This is a hero that kind of... The stonks went up as the patch progressed. Yep. Like, recently, she's been the one picked up very often in the first stage, even banned out now in the first set of bans.
I think the stats did flash up very briefly at the start, but I think she was one of the most contested heroes that we've had. So yeah, makes total sense to take her.
Yeah, very, very strong. In a meta that is very skirmishing in the early game, you have to fight for Tormentor. You need to fight around Roshans, and there's Wisdom Runes and all this stuff. You throw traps in that area. Not only do you have to fight in a scripted location, there's going to be 3-4 traps, sentries already a finite resource, so dewarding the areas, having to use a smoke to get to that area. Like, TA forces a lot of the basic motions of the game to be even harder. You have to deward, you have to smoke, you have to have the correct amount of heroes. Even killing the TA from either role, she goes blink very early. It's not like a greedy TA where you forget about blink until later. It's like you have to now eat through the refraction and a blink. Then your shard silences. Like it does so many things based on the current meta that we're playing into. So yeah, very very good hero.
You know, the game was dumbed down a little bit, I have to say, with all the added things that you have to go for and all the different timings that you have in the game. I feel like it also took away a little bit from
the freedoms of choice.
From creativity, from doing what you think might be the best in the game. It's kind of taken away from you because you don't really get to. You don't really have a say at minute 7. You gotta plant your ass on that Wisdom Shrine, or you're in a huge deficit straight from that minute onwards. So same goes for the Tormentor that you mentioned and TA. Yeah, not only giving you vision, just very early power spikes. Laning stage is strong. The rework on refraction is an obvious buff. So overall, it's interesting with the bans as well. They secured her already quite nicely.
Yeah. I'll say at least Talon, they respond by going with one support that can survive the TA. Going into your ultimate form, you can't get right click. So it's like, Muerta, okay, you can investigate the fight, and if TA jumps you, you're not going to die. I'd like to see that kind of path to continue for Talon. I think TA doesn't like playing into multiple Ghost Scepters and saves, because when she blinks in, she's committed to the fight. Yeah, she might buy Hurricane Pike down the line, but she is one of the carries that, or even mid laners, that once you blink, if it's a bad blink, you can get deleted. And at the moment, Talon, they opt for the tankiness approach. They have Tinker, but at least they have a hero that will hunt the map in regards to Muerta. So they have shifted from the previous draft, making sure they have a balance between their support duo.
I think this is their first game of TA in quite some time, by the way, as well. Can you check that as well? Make sure that I'm correct, but I don't see any TA games in their recent past, at least on Falcons.
Less about that. When you say TA for Falcons, which player even would you think would play the hero?
Nothing comes to my mind.
And that's why it's snaking. Just out of nowhere, the support position 5 TA will...
I mean, I've seen it all recently. Everyone is trying to make everything work on position 5, so...
Well, again, using Dota buff statistics, which might miss a game or two based on remix, it is so far on Falcons unplayed as an organization. But again, there might be that odd one game that got a remake. So, but at least based on every correctly made lobby, unplayed as a team. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's always.
We get a first.
Yeah, it's great to see.
And a last. They're gonna. No.
It's great to see teams enter into uncharted territory.
Never again.
Less so with their support duo, obviously.
But this is kind of what I expected from Talon, though. Like I wanted the map to feel like you show yourself for a second, you're gonna get put to half HP, and that's what Tusk and Ringmaster can do. Right? You smoke just both these supports. They go to a lane with the tricks, and then tag team and a punch. Yeah, you can really have to just think about your positioning.
One thing that I do have to say for Talon is, like, usually if I'm feeling that the team is the underdog, I like when they have better late game potential. Last game they had decent late game, but overall not everything connected, and Gyro did get countered a little bit. So with them picking a Tinker like this, Marcy and the Storm, there's a lot of potential going into that late game, and that's something that I do like to see from their draft. So, because you can't count on winning all of these small little skirmishes in the mid game, early game. Like, your movements might not be as crisp as those on the other side. So, make sure that if an opportunity arises later on in the game down the path, you can take that opportunity and run with it.
Yeah. Talon, at least they want to try and get to the heroes that have saves, right? Tusk with Snowball, Ringmaster with the box. Said Crit like playing the hero based on the save. There's 2 saves, and TA has Refraction. So to kill a hero, you have to respect Refraction, kite out the box, maybe get a Nullifier, and then also deal with the Tusk who's going to blink and Snowball save. Yep. So jumping a hero is not easy, but at least for Storm Spirit, you have the jump, but the counter, the puck.
There was like 3-4 counters left in the pool for the Storm, and they just picked it up like this. Not banning out anything. They also keep in mind that they have the ultimate last pick. So they picked the Storm here, even though they didn't really protect it with anything. Plus, they don't have the... I mean, they have the last pick, so they could have... What are they hiding? That's my question here.
We haven't spoke about it yet, but there is a world where it could be like Marcy 5 with a Muerta carry, and then you have a carry that doesn't really care about the TA type of damage because you naturally use your ultimate form in every fight compared to a support where you're kind of holding it back a bit. So there could be some cool little spice where the return of the carry Muerta, but I am just worried for Talon that to kill a hero, it's storm jumping, Marcy jump, but do they have enough damage whilst they're getting coiled with a snowball save and a box with TA trap silences? I don't know if they have enough damage on the jump right now for Talon.
Yeah, I feel like we're saying the same thing we said from the first game, honestly.
A little more or less, yeah. It's definitely reminiscing, but they do have some things, and some itemization can help this time around. Like with Muerta, he's a support and not a core. Like you can go for that ATOS, right? It's not that bad here. The calling is also pretty solid, even into the Tusk.
But Marcy could just be the carry as well in this scenario.
Another
Marcy
option.
Does buy Nullifier to eventually deal with the Ringmaster. You're one of the best anti-range core heroes. So jumping on TA, you'll feel good. You can get through Refraction quite quickly. So it's like, I think there is creativity available for Talon, be it maybe Muerta carry to deal with TA, maybe the Marcy carry to also deal with TA, but in a very different way. Yeah, I think with the bans as well, I think Marcy probably carry. I am just like, the flex exists, but I'm not convinced by it, because I just look at Falcons and I see a team that just does everything. It can go Roshan, it can secure areas, it can smoke, it can pick off, it can do everything. There's no hero that goes, I really need to AFK farm forever. And Tinker wants to farm, Storm wants to farm, Marcy wants to farm, Muerta kind of wants to push waves. It's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, AUI is not convinced as well. Like they banned out the gyro, so they're thinking this probably is a WS Wiz offlane Marcy, and they need a carry last.
Yep.
Which, to me, considering they picked this Storm and they gave away such a valuable card so early, makes sense that they're waiting for their ultimate last pick to be the carry.
And yeah, they go for Mars. You jump a hero, it's even harder now. You got to go into an arena or a snowball, and then I'm not going to list them. It's going to get quite boring. But yeah, killing a hero is difficult for Talon. When they see that hero, it needs to be that perfect lockdown. Every bit of spell needs to layer beautifully. Otherwise, you will get combo breaked, and you won't get the kill. I think the last time Talon also played Marcy was like 6 months ago. So it's not as if it's like a hero that they've been playing a lot recently. They do have a 42% win rate on the hero. So stats aren't really looking too good.
They haven't been doing all too great recently.
That is true,
well,
also true.
With all heroes, so the stats are a bit misleading. But let's see what they pick here. Is it going to be some sort of a carry, or when they played it 6 months ago, where was it?
I didn't click that button, mate, but I can click it now for you. To be fair, it was support in most games.
I can't imagine a world in which this is a support. I mean, maybe with Muerta carry, like you said, then it would maybe make sense. 5 Marcy Muerta carry with 4 Tinker and the offlane being last pick.
But okay, so less about the flex. It's more, do they have the tools to play strong lanes, to be able to control their own kind of fate in this game? And that's where I'm concerned, because I just don't see a pick right now that fixes the problem where their lanes should be losing and their early objective taking potential is very low. They don't take towers, they don't contest Roshan, their Tormentor is very difficult. Like going to an area by their own choice, when they smoke, they are just running into a team that will fight them better, that will just, at all stages of the game right now, I just don't see it. And
they go with the PA, so it was the carry in the end that they waited for. I'm not sure if this comes as a massive surprise to Falcons, though. Like, they needed something that can get in and out of the arena. They get that with the PA. Is it like the most perfect PA pick? I don't mind this matchup for TA. You have a puck as well.
You at least have a kill threat, right, between the Muerta and the Marcy. I think this is really what Talon have to lock in here. Because your PA, you're picking that for the, I will get Battle Fury, BKB, a couple items, and I can 1v9 the game because I see an enemy TA as a carry. I can outscale him, and the Mars won't do anything to me. So it's all about, can the Marcy and the Muerta get kills on the TA in lane, shut her down, by time that you bait Falcons to deal with Marcy, so PA farms behind. And then behind all that aggression, PA becomes the 1v9 hero of the game. If the Marcy doesn't have good laning, I really struggle to see Talon feeling good.
Like, once again, what Kuku said before is happening, right? Like you have these 3 cores and all 3 of them can carry the game for Talon. The question is, will they though? Like you have a Storm, PA, and Marcy, all kill heroes.
I think the good thing though for Talon, as much as I put pressure on offlane doing well, it just takes Falcons making a mistake, and you are gonna have to get multiple items to recover yourself, right? Like TA playing into a Marcy jumping you, a PA jumping you, a Storm jumping. It's not going to be Skitter's perfect TA game, right? He got it first picked in the draft, and there are counters to his hero, so he's going to need his team to kind of enable him. But yeah, I'm just scared that one bad laning phase from Talon, and you're never going to have the items to deal with what Falcons are presenting.
Yeah, the team fight definitely in favor of Falcons overall, like the ease of execution, but the craziness and SCA style, like definitely on the side of Talon. I feel like if they can play the SCA way and just get over the starting line with these 3 cores, I feel like to get those extra items that they need, they can take down the TA later on in the game. And they have some answers, like the Aghanims on Marcy can actually deal with a lot of these heroes too.
I'd love Talon's draft if they replaced Tinker with a support that also was aggressive, because then you actually play into the map. I think maybe they got baited by Tinker being the best hero of the tournament, of the patch so far, because if you just remove that hero, any other 5, you probably can get enough kills to create the tempo that we're talking about.
All right, guys, well, we can get into the game. Let's see if this Tinker can do some work. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Coming into the first picked game here for Templar Assassin. Ready to show us why it's been the most contested hero. It was 100% contest rate, still is, but it was 18 games, 18 bans. And Lacoste, what's the reason for it? Why is TA so banned?
The hero farms so quickly. I was like during rally, I think she was heavily contested. She was picked up 5 or 6 times, I believe. Overall, different facets this time around. It's gonna be Void Blade facets, so bell damage and minus armor. They are applied to the side blade split range, which is very nice. It does allow you to get more farm, and it makes her also super strong in the lane. It gives you that kill threat, but this is one of the fastest farmers in the game. It's a hero that builds into Deso. It does allow you to take objectives, Tormentor, Roshan, Towers as well. One of the better overall heroes, because if we talk about heroes that can take objectives, Ursa is probably up there.